The treacherous scion of a wealthy family ought to have been devoured by a horde of zombies. Yet he finds himself repeatedly disciplined by the very powerful individual he once betrayed, ultimately becoming the obedient wife of that formidable figure. Chapter 1. The treacherous scion of a wealthy family. The male protagonist as fool. Coldness. An insidious chill envelopes him, accompanied by the metallic scent of rust and the sweet, nauseating odor of flesh and blood. This odor weighs heavily upon his chest, rendering each breath a laborious and futile endeavor. Guanyan's consciousness struggles to surface from an abyss of chaos. With every attempt to inhale, a sharp pain slices through his throat, as if an invisible barb is lodged within. Simultaneously, a rhythmic and frigid tick-tock resonates in his ears, not as a reminder, but akin to a blade poised above his nerve endings, silently calculating the limits of his tension. His vision is hazy, barely discerning a pallid ceiling and a few dimly flickering lights reminiscent of surgical lamps. This is not the place where he lost consciousness. It is not the chaotic control room, torn apart by his and Yilin's powers. There are no acrid scents of gunpowder, no heavy breaths from their bloody struggle, nor the final flippant and cruel whisper from Yilin. Fragments of memory pierce his mind with excruciating clarity. "Brother Guan, do not blame me." The young man's voice, sweet yet venomous, strikes at his heart's weak point. Why should someone I wouldn't have glanced at before the apocalypse be superior to me, dictating my actions? You, who ought to be trampled into the mud beneath my feet. Yilin, the one he had personally salvaged from a mountain of corpses, sheltered under his wing, teaching him how to survive in the apocalypse. The extraordinarily gifted yet indolent and arrogant rich heir, who had become unrestrained under his care. The one who ultimately plunged a poisoned dagger into his back, carelessly kicking aside his bloodied weapon. The pain of betrayal stings more fiercely than the agony of death. The last image is of him expending his remaining strength to press the self-destruct button in the control room. Even in death, he would take Yilin down with him. The shrill alarm blares to a deafening crescendo, red light consuming everything. Yilin's astonishment and sudden surprise become the last pitiful solace before his consciousness sinks into darkness. Self-destruction protocol initiated. He is dead. Yilin, along with Shimu, who had conspired with him, should be buried alongside him. That was how it should have been. So what is this now? Is it the realm of the dead? Or another form of torment? He struggles to shift his gaze, attempting to discern his situation. With this movement, he realizes to his horror that the sensation coursing through his limbs is not the anticipated excruciating pain, but a bizarre sense of weightlessness, as if his body has been hollowed out, leaving only a light, uncontrollable shell. Additionally, a peculiar pulling sensation emanates from his chest, faint yet incessant. He strains to focus his vision, looking downward. Cold metallic restraints bind his wrists, ankles, and abdomen, securing him firmly to a tilted platform. His upper body is bare, exposed to the chill, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Above his chest, a complex apparatus hovers. Several ethereal blue tubes connect to its rear, winding into the shadows. The front of the device features a chilling, hollow metal needle, its tip glinting ominously as it points directly at his heart. The persistent tick-tock emanates from the machine. With each soft sound, the needle descends imperceptibly. It is targeting his heart. Guanyan's heart leaps, not from fear, but from the instinctual tremor of his body. He senses his powers being drawn out, thread by thread, towards the needle's dangerous point. Something is amiss. This sensation is profoundly strange. His abilities, tempestuous and destructive, should never be so docile. Nearly extracted, as his mind reels, the cold metallic door of the laboratory slides, open silently. Footsteps point two figures, one following the other. Guanyan's eyes strain toward the entrance, his pupils constricting as they adjust to the light. The first figure is a man clad in a white lab coat, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, his demeanor scholarly, yet marked by a dispassionate detachment. He holds a tablet, documenting something. Following him, leisurely sauntering in, is another figure dressed in a tailored black combat suit, exuding an air of aristocratic languor. His hair is meticulously styled, his face immaculate, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. He seems entirely out of place in this cold and brutal environment, akin to a young master visiting his own art gallery. Yilin. Guan Yan's breath catches momentarily. His heart, now slowly pulsing, feels as though it has been gripped by an invisible hand, exploding in a tempest of pain and absurdity. He is not dead. What about himself? Where is this place? What is this bizarre apparatus? Yilin approaches the experimental table, leaning slightly, his gaze fixed on Guan Yan's pallid chest, which rises and falls with his labored breathing, as if admiring a curious artifact. Well, Dr. Li, is the vitality of the progenitor still stable? His voice, familiar yet laced with an unsettling chill, floats in the air. Rest assured, young Master Yi. The man referred to as Dr. Li adjusts his glasses, a series of complex data scrolling across the tablet screen. The vitality remains remarkably robust, exceeding expectations. However, the extraction process requires utmost precision. Haste may compromise the purity of the source blood. Indeed, no rush. Yilin chuckles softly, extending a finger almost to touch the hovering needle. A precious item is worth the wait. That My brother is counting on this to stage a spectacular comeback. Progenitor? Vitality? Source blood? These unfamiliar terms crash into Guan Yan's disordered mind, leaving him bewildered. Yet he senses that Yilin and those behind him seem intent on extracting something of utmost importance from him. Why? Yilin's gaze shifts from the instrument to Guan Yan's face, their eyes locking. In Guan Yan's eyes, there's a silent fury and unquenchable shock. Meanwhile, Yilin, upon seeing Guan Yan's open eyes, raises an eyebrow, revealing an expression that is both unsurprised and tinged with mockery. Oh, you're awake? His tone is languid, a bit earlier than anticipated. It seems Dr. Li's earlier findings were accurate. The progenitor's constitution is indeed as remarkable as its reputation. Even such potent neurotoxins couldn't keep you asleep for longer. Guan Yin emits a series of broken, rasping sound from his throat, struggling to break free, to scream. But the restraints remain unyielding, and his vocal cords produce only a faint, hoarse whisper. A chilling despair, mingled with overwhelming hatred, begins to spiral uncontrollably. Yilin appears to find amusement in his futile attempts, his smile becoming more pronounced. He leans in slightly, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. Don't waste your effort, Brother Guan. That address stings sharply in this moment. Do you know what lies within your body? Yilin's gaze slides toward the needle aimed at his heart. His tone, laced with a chilling admiration, is a treasure. The future of the apocalypse, the key to a new era. Did you not expect this? The very survivors you desperately sought to protect, whom they revere and depend upon, are merely a walking goldmine. That he straightened up, shaking his head with a blend of pity and cruelty. What a pity. You were always so disobedient, dreaming of becoming a saint, obstructing too many paths. Now, this is quite fitting, quietly serving as a test subject, an energy unit, maximizing your value. He patted the cold instrument as if it were a prized tool. Rest assured, the technology is quite advanced. You won't perish just yet. The process, however, may be a tad uncomfortable. Just endure, all right? That tone, that content, felt like a rusty saw, incessantly tugging at Guan Yan's nerves. An energy unit? Value? Was all the prior protection, guidance, and even that mutual destruction of trust merely a prelude to this moment? To transform him into a test subject? The violent surge of emotions engulfed him, plunging his vision into darkness, while a relentless buzzing filled his ears. Yilin's exquisitely smiling face began to twist and blur. At that moment, the ticking ceased abruptly. What followed was an extremely faint yet high-pitched mechanical whirring. The hovering metallic needle plunged down. Ugh! Not the agonizing pain of flesh being pierced as anticipated. The needle seemed devoid of substance, directly penetrating skin and sternum, inexplicably touching the very depths of his heart. An indescribable void erupted within him. It felt as if his soul had been forcibly gouged open, the primal forces of life gushing forth like a breached dam, voraciously siphoned away by that greedy metal conduit. Guan Yan's body convulsed uncontrollably, every muscle spasming. The restraints dug deeply into his flesh, nearly embedding into his bones. He tilted his head back, veins bulging in his neck, mouth agape in a silent scream, only desperate, strangled gasps escaping his throat. His eyes fixated on the harsh white light above. His vision rapidly shrouded in crimson, a cold liquid surged through the conduit, flowing into a dark container behind him. Eli stood nearby, observing quietly. The playful smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a pure, cold detachment, as if assessing the operational status of a machine. The extraction persisted for a full 10 seconds, perhaps longer. To Guan Yin, it felt as interminable as a century. During this time, Yi Lin did not glance at him. To him, this was merely routine. He called upon the system within his mind. How is it going? Yi Lin inquired of the system. The system glanced at the data, replying, the task board still indicates the mission is incomplete. Yi Lin frowned, that he remained silent, urging the doctor to hasten, and personally pressed down on the metallic needle. When the needle finally buzzed back up, he collapsed onto the experimental table like a fish stripped of its bones, left only with fragmented, uncontrolled gasps. Cold sweat soaked the metal beneath him, his vision dimming, consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse once more. Weakness, an unprecedented weakness, as if what had been drawn from him was not mere blood, but all his vitality. Dr. Lee hurried over, examining a sealed, transparent container at the end of the apparatus. Inside swirled approximately 100 milliliters of liquid, a bizarre dark red that seemed to contain starlight, glimmering with a faint yet potent energy under the light. Perfect. The purity is astonishing. Dr. Lee's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement. Yi Lin leaned in for a closer look, nodding in satisfaction. Secure it. Proceed with the next batch as planned. Yes, young Master Yi Lin cast one last, indifferent glance at the container, as if it were nothing but an ordinary object. He turned, once more regarding the feeble Guan Yan on the table. At that moment, Guan Yan's gaze was unfocused, staring vacantly at the ceiling, with only the slight rise and fall of his chest affirming his existence. Yi Lin observed him for a few seconds, as if struck by a sudden thought, and a smirk crept across his lips. He leaned down, whispering into Guan Yan's ear. In a tone only the two of them could hear, methodically, word by word, he said, "Oh, Guanga, I forgot to tell you. Back when you desperately tried to protect me, intending to perish with the zombies, your expression, honestly, it was quite foolish with that." He chuckled softly, straightening up, adjusting his impeccably crisp collar, and without casting another glance at Guan Yin, leisurely strolled away. The metallic door slid open silently, then closed without a sound, leaving him utterly in this cold, despairing realm filled with the hum of life-extracting instruments and the scent of his own blood. Ding! Task completed. The host may exit the mission world. Tick-tock, the apparatus seemed to prepare for the next cycle. Guan Yan's unfocused pupils, steeped in profound weakness and humiliation, struggled to coalesce once more. Yi Lin, Guan Yan's voice emerged. He parted his blood-stained lips, articulating each word with effort. "Yi Lin, you best pray I die here, otherwise I shall ensure you live in torment, unable to seek life or death." Yi Lin merely scoffed. He walked away with a buoyant stride. Chapter 2. The Betrayal of the Wealthy Prodigal Son. Transmission malfunction. Upon arriving at the laboratory entrance, Yi Lin encountered Shimu. With a narrow gaze, Yi Lin swiftly fired a shot at Shimu. Soon, the acrid scent of gunpowder, mingled with the nauseating odor of charred flesh, began to permeate the air. Shimu did not even have time to collapse. He half-turned, the smile that had graced his face upon seeing Yi Lin still lingering. Yet it froze into an expression of utter shock and confusion. A round, singed bullet hole in his forehead slowly oozed a dark crimson. He seemed to want to turn back, to utter a question of why. However, Yi Lin denied him that opportunity. TSK, Yi Lin pursed his lips, as if repulsed by the foulness of the air. He casually flicked the sleek, cold metallic handgun in his hand, the barrel still trailing wisps of faint smoke. It was unbearable. Behind him lay the remnants of the base's core area, now a desolate ruin. Among the shattered walls, distorted metal and charred remains were vaguely visible. The edges of a massive crater still emitted tendrils of heat. Guan Yan's final act of self-destruction had been swift and decisive, nearly taking Yi Lin along with him. What a pity. Yilin mused. Guan was simply too obstinate. Moreover, he possessed an excess of righteousness, insisting on escalating matters to the point of bloodshed before grudgingly accumulating enough hatred. Had he cooperated willingly from the outset, there would have been no need for such a tragic end. It had taken Yilin considerable effort to extricate himself from the situation. Nonetheless, it was finally over. Guan Yin had relinquished hope. The hatred meter was full, and even the final side mission was completed. Time to wrap things up and return to the task space. Worthless entities ought to be eliminated, lest they occupy valuable space. He lazily remarked to Shi Mu's slowly collapsing form, providing a semblance of explanation, though the recipient could no longer hear him. In his mind, the familiar, emotionless tone of the system echoed on cue. Additional task. Elimination of collaborator Shi Mu completed. Reward settlement in progress. Preparing for temporal jump. Target coordinates, 7 system space. 10, 9. Yilin, feeling rather bored, holstered his gun back into its tactical sheath. He patiently awaited the familiar sensation of weightlessness, even allowing his thoughts to drift to System 0124's recent announcement of a delightful new synthetic coffee available in the system's marketplace. He could sample it later. 8. 7. The edges of his vision began to glow with the unique milky luminescence of system transmission. 6. 5. The brightness intensified gradually, like a tide slowly engulfing the surrounding scene. The ruins, the corpses, the scent of gunpowder began to fade. 4. 3. Just as the white light was about to envelop his entire field of vision, the stable, spreading glow abruptly trembled. Following this, akin to a flickering light bulb suffering from unstable voltage, it began to flash wildly at a frequency dizzying enough to disorient. Warning: encountered unknown temporal turbulence. Coordinate anchoring failed. Jump program error. Amplitude. The system's alert tone became sharp and piercing, filled with chaotic electrical noise and indecipherable garbled syllables. Yilin paused momentarily, taken aback. Before he could react, the intense, flickering white light erupted violently. No longer a gentle embrace, it transformed into a blinding beam of fierce aggression, mercilessly assaulting his eyes, ears, and every pore of his being. He let out a muffled groan, feeling as though an invisible colossal hammer had struck his head with tremendous force. His consciousness instantaneously torn apart. The excruciating pain and utter darkness engulfed him. It was not merely a singular source of agony, but rather a cacophony of protests emanating from every inch of his bones and muscles, as if they had been brutally crushed and then clumsily reassembled. Guan Yin gasped in a breath of air thick with rust and dust, choking violently as his lungs burned with pain. His awareness wrested itself from the chaos, and the first sense to return was touch. Beneath him lay the cold, rough surface of the cement floor, painfully abrasive against his skin. The air was saturated with a nauseating scent of blood, the distinct stench of decay, and the acrid odor of flesh scorched by intense heat. He suddenly opened his eyes. At first, his vision was blurred, but it quickly sharpened. Before him loomed a low ceiling, draped in cobwebs and mildew, alongside a chandelier long since damaged, its lampshade shattered. This appeared to be a corner of an abandoned laboratory, cluttered with dusty instruments and overturned furniture. The sole source of illumination emanated from a half-broken window in the distance. The dim light filtering through, casting a glow upon the swirling dust in the air. He propped himself up on his arms, surveying his surroundings. Memories surged forth like a torrent, violently crashing into his freshly awakened mind. The tide of corpses, the breakout, the self-detonation, and Yilin, that face, adorned with a mocking smile, coldly siphoning away his lifeblood. Hatred coiled around his heart like a venomous vine, causing his breath to catch. Instinctively, he glanced down his chest, expecting to find the cold, piercing instruments, the connected tubes, or even fatal wounds. Instead, he discovered only tattered clothing, soaked in congealed blood and sweat, and beneath it, shallow scratches and bruises visibly healing at a slow pace. What is this? He incredulously raised his hand. His palm was rough, calloused, and dotted with tiny wounds, yet brimmed with strength. His fingertips even sparked with faint, crackling azure electricity. The powers remained. Moreover, he could distinctly feel the vestiges of the primordial force, once on the brink of depletion from repeated extraction, now, albeit weak, reawakening like tender shoots beneath the frost of early spring, breathing forth a semblance of life. An unprecedented sensitivity to his surroundings began to unfurl within him. He could even hear the distant, sluggish footsteps of zombies outside the window. Time rewound. Could it be that the final explosion? A raspy growl from outside interrupted his thoughts. Guan Yan's gaze sharpened, instantly suppressing all extraneous emotions, his entire being coiling like a poised cheetah, silently moving to the window, peering through the shattered glass. A few sluggish low-tier zombies were meandering down the street. Considering the environment and the state of decay of these zombies, it appears that this moment is shortly after the outbreak of the apocalypse. He has truly returned, back to a time before everything turned for the worse. Intense emotions surged within his chest, only to be forcibly suppressed, settling into an unfathomable coldness in his eyes. This time it is different. The immediate priority is to leave this place and seek a safer location to ascertain his own condition. He took a deep breath, feeling the power flowing through him anew. Though it was far from his peak, it was sufficient to deal with the insignificant foes outside. No longer hesitating, he turned towards the rusted, precarious iron door of the laboratory. The door hinge seemed stuck, and he delivered a powerful kick to the lock. A deafening metallic screech erupted as the iron door swung inward violently, slamming against the wall and rebounding with a resounding echo. Dust cascaded down. Guan Yin stepped into the deeper room of the laboratory, which appeared to have once been a preparation area or a small storage room, now shrouded in darkness and cluttered with heaps of debris. Yet, as his gaze swept across the corner of the room, his steps abruptly halted, and he felt as if his blood had frozen in an instant. In the corner, beneath an abandoned table draped in a white laboratory cloth, there curled a figure. Startled by the thunderous sound of the door, the person slowly raised their head in confusion. In the dim light, it was a face that Guan Yin could recognize even if it were torn to shreds. The features were exquisitely flawless, with enchanting eyebrows and eyes. A pair of peach blossom eyes that, even in such dire circumstances, emanated an innate tenderness. Yet at this moment, those eyes were filled with pure, untainted confusion and terror. Long, thick eyelashes glistening with a hint of physiological moisture. His complexion was pale, with dust on his forehead, and a few strands of soft black hair clung damply to his smooth brow. The expensive leisure suit and trousers he wore were in tatters, revealing delicate skin and faint traces of blood, which only added a sense of fragile allure to his striking handsomeness. Reminiscent of a precious porcelain piece carelessly shattered and haphazardly reassembled. Yiding, how could he be here, in this state? The agony and hatred from his previous life, betrayal, confinement, the excruciating pain of having his heart ripped out, erupted like lava, scorching every nerve in Guan Yin. The overwhelming intent to kill threatened to shatter his reason. Almost instinctively, Guan Yan's right hand shot up, with a crackling sound. A violent azure lightning surged explosively from his palm, coalescing and producing a chilling hum, illuminating the dim room in a blinding glare. The destructive energy was aimed at the figure cowering beneath the table, seemingly devoid of any power to resist. Kill him. Eliminate the root of all this suffering at once. Guan Yan's pupils contracted with intense hatred, his arm trembling slightly from the force. However, faced with this lethal threat, Yi Lin, crouched beneath the table, merely flinched in fear, as if stung by a harsh light, instinctively raising his arm to shield his eyes. The actions exuded a profound unfamiliarity, akin to the timid and fragile demeanor of a small creature. Through the flickering lightning, Guan Yin discerned that within the beautiful peach blossom eyes of the other, there lay nothing but confusion and fear. There was no scheming, no derision, no nauseating mockery or cruelty that suggested an air of superiority. It was as if they were complete strangers. The tumultuous lightning in his palm crackled erratically, yet it did not unleash its fury. In the midst of this oppressive silence, A voice emerged, soft, hoarse, yet remarkably melodious, tinged with confusion and a barely perceptible plea for help. Do you know me? Boom! The explosive lightning in Guan Yan's hand flickered uncontrollably for a moment before extinguishing abruptly, akin to a balloon that had been punctured. The last remnants of electrical sparks danced at his fingertips before reluctantly fading away. Instantly, the room was engulfed in darkness once more, with only the dust swirling in the faint light. Guan Yin remained frozen, his hand poised strike, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he fixated on the face before him, etched with innocence and bewilderment. Do you know me? Do you? Silence enveloped them. Only the dust floated soundlessly in the dim light, and the air between them was taut, almost palpable. Guan Yan's hand lingered in the air, his fingertips tingling with the residual pain of the lightning's burn and a faint scent of charred matter. His chest heaved violently, each breath pulling at the recently healed wounds. Yet none of that compared to the impact of the scene before him. Those eyes, glossy and filled with the purest, untainted confusion and fear, resembled a fawn cornered by hunters, devoid of any trace of pretense. This was not the gaze that Yilin should possess. That man, even with a knife to his throat, would display a cold, tainted smirk and derision in his eyes. Guan Yan's voice emerged, dry and raspy, reminiscent of sandpaper against rusted iron. What do you mean? Yilin seemed taken aback by the lingering murderous intent in Guan Yan's gaze, recoiling slightly until his back met the cold wall, producing a faint scraping sound. He curled his knees to his chest, a posture rife with self-protection that rendered him even more fragile and harmless. Cautiously, with an inquisitiveness that eluded even his understanding, he repeated, his voice softer and more hesitant. I seem to remember nothing. You know me, right? You know who I am? Amnesia? Such a preposterous notion, one that belonged solely to the realm of third-rate tales. A torrent of hatred surged within his chest, threatening to tear asunder his sanity. Kill him, regardless of whether this was a facade. Eliminate him to ensure no future threats. The images of betrayal from a past life seared into his very soul. Yet, the lightning within his palm flickered intermittently, ultimately failing to coalesce once more. In those eyes, apart from the overwhelming fear, there existed a trace of subtle dependence and a plea for assistance directed towards Guan Yin. It was as though, in this desolate end of the world, Guan Yin was the sole piece of driftwood upon which Yilin could cling. The gaze that appeared on Yilin's face sent shivers down Guan Yan's spine, far more unsettling than any devious scheme, igniting an indescribable irritation within him. He abruptly withdrew his hand, his fingers clenched into a fist, knuckles whitening from a strain. He fixed his intense stare on Yilin, attempting to discern even the slightest crack in that overly beautiful visage. There was nothing. Apart from the growing panic and pallor that became increasingly evident under his scrutiny, nothing else was revealed. How did you end up here? Guan Yan's voice was as frigid as ice, laced with an interrogative tone. Yilin trembled at his words, instinctively shaking his head, his eyes filled with confusion. I don't know. I just woke up under the table. My head hurts, and there are terrifying sounds outside, he stammered, struggling to recollect, but only sinking deeper into bewilderment. I only remember someone calling me. Yay. You what? I can't recall anything else. The surname Yi pierced Guan Yan's nerves like a needle. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his gaze was a bottomless abyss, all tumultuous emotions forcibly suppressed, leaving only a cold vigilance and scrutiny. Regardless of whether this was a new trick of Yilin's, it was not the opportune moment to act. This place was unsafe. The recent commotion might have attracted unwanted attention. Moreover, he needed to ascertain exactly what had transpired. If it truly was an anomaly caused by time flowing backward that transformed Yilin into this state. Guan Yan's fingertips twitched unconsciously, perhaps possessing a completely blank, vulnerable Yilin, one who could only cling to him, held greater value than ending his life. This thought coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent, enticingly cold and seductive. He averted his gaze from Yilin's disconcerting eyes, scanning the garments soiled yet still indicative of substantial worth. Along with the unmistakable appearance of a pampered young master, frail and unaccustomed to exertion. This disheveled state indeed aligned with the affluent identity the system had crafted for him. "Stand up," Guan Yin commanded, his tone devoid of warmth. Yi Lin hesitated momentarily, but then timidly crawled out from beneath the table, using both hands and feet. He was tall, yet in that instant appeared somewhat clumsy and weak. As he stood, he swayed slightly, instinctively reaching for the nearby table for support, only to retract his hand in fright at its cold touch. He stood awkwardly, head bowed slightly, resembling a child awaiting reprimand for wrongdoing, utterly lacking the previous air of languid elegance and control. Guan Yin's gaze lingered on him for a few seconds, particularly noting the vacant space at his side where a Gauss pistol should have hung, before coldly averting his eyes. "Follow me," he said, turning away, no longer indulging in conversation, striding toward another exit of the laboratory. His voice struck like a hammer. "If you wish to live, remain silent and keep close." Yi Lin observed his indifferent, imposing figure, seemingly brimming with boundless strength and murderous intent, and instinctively cast a glance at the terrifying shadow wavering outside the window. Without a moment's hesitation, he followed suit, taking small, careful steps to minimize any sound. Walking ahead, Guan Yin faced away from Yi Lin, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet deep within his eyes surged a tumult of intricate feelings, so complex that even he could scarcely discern them. Hatred, murderous intent, doubt, and an almost cruel curiosity. Amnesia? How intriguing. He was determined to uncover whether it was genuine amnesia or a mere facade. Behind him, Yi Lin followed cautiously, occasionally glancing up to steal a look at Guan Yin's broad back and the sharp lines of his profile. In his beautiful peach blossom eyes, a fleeting glimmer of faint familiarity and confusion, one he himself had yet to recognize, flashed briefly. Chapter 3. The Unfaithful Heir. The Loss of Memory Unbeknownst to Yi Lin. Guan Yin had been observing him from the corner of his eye. Something was amiss. In his previous life, Yi Lin had pretended to be weak, yet maintained a steady gait, his gaze ever vigilant, assessing their surroundings and the capabilities of their group. But this version of Yi Lin was genuinely frail, his eyes unfocused, struggling even to maintain his balance. An incredible thought sparked within Guan Yin's mind. Then a tentative plan materialized in an instant. Throughout their journey, Guan Yin deliberately chose paths laden with zombies. He sought to discern how Yi Lin would respond. Would he continue to feign weakness, or would he, out of necessity, reveal his true power? However, Yi Lin's reactions astonished him. Whenever a zombie approached, Yi Lin would panic and retreat behind Guan Yin, showing no inclination to employ any special abilities. On one occasion, a zombie lunged unexpectedly from the rubble, causing Yi Lin to trip and fall, barely avoiding a bite thanks to Guan Yin's timely intervention. The doubts in Guan Yin's mind intensified. This was not mere performance. Even at the onset of the apocalypse, Yi Lin, though not exceptionally powerful, had never been this helpless. Had he truly lost both his memory and his strength? Guan Yin resolved to conduct a more direct test. He led Yi Lin into a partially collapsed office building, once a small survivor base, now breached by zombies, littered with corpses and trapped undead. After resting briefly, Guan Yin casually selected a seemingly safe room. Yi Lin nodded without suspicion, wearily leaning against the wall as he extracted a half-empty packet of biscuits from his tattered pocket. Carefully breaking off a small piece to eat, Guan Yin approached the doorway, ostensibly on guard, while discreetly using his electrical powers to gently rattle a door at the corridor's end. He had sensed the presence of 3 trapped zombies long before. The sound of the door latch falling echoed clearly in the silence. Yi Lin, alert, looked up. "What was that sound?" he asked. Guan Yin remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the corridor. The heavy footsteps and guttural sounds drew closer. Zombies. Yi Lin's face turned pale as he hurriedly stood, instinctively looking to Guan Yin, hoping he would act as he had done before to eliminate the threat. Yet, Guan Yin remained motionless. The first zombie emerged around the corner of the hallway, its clothes tattered, revealing decaying flesh, one of its eyes missing, dangling grotesquely from its socket. It detected the scent of the living, emitting an excited growl as it quickened its pace. Yilin anxiously glanced at Guan Yin, only to find him utterly unresponsive, which made him panic. "Yes, sir, it's coming." Guan Yin cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining unmoved. He sought to compel Yilin to act, to reveal his true strength. A second zombie emerged, towering even higher than the first, its half-missing face exposing a ghastly white skull. Yilin's breath quickened, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Desperately, he looked at Guan Yin, then at the approaching zombie, ultimately gritting his teeth and seizing a steel pipe from the ground, trembling as he held it before him. "Back, back!" he shouted, his voice quivering uncontrollably. Guan Yin observed coldly, a smirk curling his lips. What a convincing performance. A third zombie joined the fray, all of them irresistibly drawn to the scent of the living, charging into the room. Yilin cast one last desperate glance at Guan Yin, realizing he truly had no intention of intervening. Resigned, he tightened his grip on the steel pipe, preparing for a fight to the death. The first zombie lunged into the room. Yilin screamed and swung the pipe, but his excessive force caused him to lose balance, nearly toppling over. The zombie's claws grazed his cheek, leaving 3 crimson streaks. "Oh!" Yilin cried out in pain, scrambling to evade the second attack. The second zombie rushed in immediately after. Yilin was forced back, his back colliding with the wall, leaving him with no escape. Guan Yin continued to observe with indifference, confident that Yilin would unleash his powers at the last moment, just as he had countless times in his past life. Yet, nothing happened. The third zombie entered, and they formed a menacing encirclement, driving Yilin into a corner. He struck one of the zombies with the steel pipe, but it merely staggered, becoming even more enraged. "Help!" Yilin finally cried out, his voice laced with desperate sobs. "Please." Guan Yin frowned. This did not seem like an act. If it were the Yilin he knew, he would have already lost control by now. At that moment, the largest zombie lunged at Yilin, its gaping maw aimed directly for his throat. Yilin raised the steel pipe to block, but it was effortlessly swatted aside. He closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. In an instant, Guan Yin moved. With a flash of lightning, the head of the lunging zombie exploded, its rotten flesh and dark blood splattering Yilin. Before the other 2 zombies could react, they were pierced through the skull by a lightning spear, crashing heavily to the ground. Silence suddenly enveloped the room, leaving only the sound of Yilin's heavy breathing. He slowly opened his eyes, staring at the 3 lifeless zombies before him, then shifted his gaze to Guan Yin, who stood in the center of the room, surrounded by fading arcs of electricity, his entire being frozen in shock. Moments later, Yilin bent over and began to vomit violently, as if he were expelling his very innards. Guan Yin watched him silently, his heart tumultuous. He had begun to form a hypothesis. He approached Yilin silently. Chapter 4. The Ungrateful Scion. Guan Yin's approach bore an invisible pressure, mingling with the scent of gunpowder, blood, and the chilling, recently dissipated ozone emanating from him, completely enveloping Yilin. Yilin was forced to lift his head, the back of his skull pressed against the rough, cold wall, with no retreat left. His breathing became rapid and shallow, his chest rising and falling violently, each inhalation appearing to drain him of strength, straining his delicate neck and exquisite collarbone, revealing a fragility as if on the brink of shattering. In those beautiful peach blossom eyes, moisture gathered, and the long lashes trembled like the wings of a broken butterfly, pure terror and bewilderment nearly spilling over. His pallid face bore a faint, unhealthy flush from the recent shock and the current pressure, enhancing the natural blush at the corners of his eyes, a breathtaking beauty marred by torment. Guan Yin's gaze was like a cold probe, mercilessly scanning his face. He found no traces of disguise, only the most instinctual fear and submission to overwhelming threat. Suddenly he struck. His movements were as swift as lightning, grasping Yilin's wrist with fierce intensity. "Ah!" Yilin gasped in pain, a red mark blooming where he was gripped. That wrist was astonishingly slender, the skin delicate and cool, with clearly defined joints, as if it could snap with the slightest force. Guan Yin could distinctly feel the frantic pulse beneath his fingers, rapid and chaotic, devoid of any defensive instinct or energy accumulation that a typical frightened person might exhibit. Guan Yan's expression grew colder, and with his other hand, he shaped his fingers like a blade, enveloped in a subtle yet dangerous electric charge, and thrust towards Yi Lin's abdomen, targeting the vital energy center. Should this strike land, it would be sufficient to provoke a reflexive counterattack from any possessing extraordinary abilities or cause their energy to dissipate. Yi Lin seemed entirely unaware of the peril of this strike. He was merely startled by the flickering electric light at Guan Yan's fingertips, his body trembling violently. Instinctively closing his eyes and turning his head away, long lashes damp and casting anxious shadows beneath his eyes. He was taut like a drawn bow, yet no strength emerged to resist. Just before Guan Yan's fingers made contact with his soft abdomen, they abruptly halted. The faint arc of electricity even scorched a fiber of his expensive suit, emitting an almost imperceptible burnt odor. Nothing. There was nothing at all. This body was an empty vessel, exquisite as the finest glassware, yet devoid of any power, fragile enough to shatter with a mere touch. Not only was there no extraordinary ability, but even the most basic instinct for combat was absent. Guan Yan's grip slowly tightened, causing Yi Lin's wrist bone to ache. A faint whimper escaping his tightly clenched lips, tinged with a sob, yet he dared not struggle, trembling helplessly instead. Guan Yan's gaze moved from the pained furrow of Yi Lin's brow to his slightly parted, bloodless lips, and then to his throat, which quivered in fear. This face, even marred with dirt, streaked with tears, and twisted by terror, remained astonishingly beautiful. Its extreme fragility evoked a sinful allure, a desire to either utterly destroy or treat him differently. Guan Yan suddenly released his grip, as if burned by something. Yi Lin, drained of strength, slid down the wall to the floor, clutching his wrist marked by red impressions, gasping quietly and suppressing his breaths, his shoulders slightly heaving, appearing utterly pitiable. Guan Yan looked down upon him, his expression a complex tapestry of changing emotions. A tempest of hatred and murderous intent surged within his chest, yet it collided with an abyss of emptiness, fragile and utterly defenseless, leaving him with no foothold. Suddenly, he leaned down, seizing Yi Lin by the collar, lifting him halfway off the ground, and violently tearing open his already tattered suit coat and the luxurious silk shirt beneath. "What are you doing?" Yi Lin exclaimed in fright, desperately attempting to shield himself, only for his fingers to be ruthlessly brushed aside by Guan Yan. The frigid air met his skin, provoking a cascade of goosebumps. His pallid chest was laid bare, the skin over his heart smooth and unblemished, devoid of any scars or marks left by energy instruments. Only the rapid rise and fall of his breath created a stark contrast, with the bluish veins clearly visible beneath his thin skin. Guan Yan's fingertips, imbued with remnants of electric force, icy and perilous, pressed heavily against that very heart. Yi Lin trembled violently, as if pierced by an ice pick, his breath abruptly stolen away, his wide eyes filled with terror and confusion, tears finally slipping uncontrollably down his pale cheeks. The heart beneath his fingertips beat frantically yet feebly, striking against Guan Yan's fingertip through the thin barrier of his sternum. So fragile, so easily crushed. Deep within Guan Yan's pupils, something writhed violently, a tumult of murderous intent intertwined with a darker, more ineffable emotion. Ultimately, he forcefully released his grip. Yi Lin collapsed back, breathless and coughing violently, hastily attempting to gather his torn garments, curling into himself, too frightened to meet Guan Yan's gaze, like a small beast utterly terrified. Guan Yan straightened, turning his back to him, his chest rising and falling slightly. The dim light filtering through the window outlined his chiseled jawline and taut back muscles. Silence descended once more, broken only by Yi Lin's suppressed, faint sobs and gasps. After what felt like an eternity, Guan Yan's frigid voice rang out again, hoarse and laced with an extreme, almost weary chill. "Keep up." He did not look back, striding deeper into the darkness of the corridor. Yi Lin huddled in place, still gripped by fear, his body trembling slightly. He raised his tear-filled eyes, watching the indifferent, resolute figure fade into the shadows, casting a fearful glance at the bloody surroundings and the remnants on the ground. Ultimately, the instinct for survival overwhelmed all else. He struggled, unsteadily rising to his feet, enduring the pain in his knees and the ache in his wrists, stumbling forward cautiously, determined to follow once more. It was as if memory had truly vanished. Even his strength had dissipated, Guan Yin thought coldly. That damn deceiver. Since that day of testing, Guan Yin had begun to rapidly cultivate his own power. Like a cold torch igniting in the darkness, his formidable lightning abilities were akin to a dimensional strike in the early days of the apocalypse. He accurately located several groups of survivors struggling for life nearby, either rescuing them from peril or demonstrating his might, effortlessly subduing their anxious hearts. A small team of ability users, centering around him, swiftly took shape. Within the group were a young man capable of manipulating weak water currents, a muscular man enhanced by strength, and a woman capable of short-range mental probing. They gathered around Guan Yin, revering his strength and relying on his decisions, as if he were the very pillar sustaining their existence in this hellish realm. Yet, Yi Lin emerged as the most jarring and discordant note within this ensemble. The dilapidated provincial road lay sprawled like a deceased gray python, meandering through the desolate hills. Abandoned vehicles, rusted into grotesque iron lumps, were scattered like festering sores upon the serpent scales. A group of approximately 20 individuals trudged silently along this path, their footsteps heavy with the unique fatigue and vigilance of the apocalypse. Guan Yin led the way, clad in a black combat uniform procured from an unknown forsaken military surplus store, which accentuated his strong and upright physique. His steps were measured, each stride deliberate, emanating a silent yet reassuring power. Occasionally, an unwary low-tier zombie would lunge from the roadside, without needing to intervene directly. A mere flick of his fingers would summon a blinding lightning whip, which effortlessly obliterated the creature into charred remnants, leaving behind only the acrid scent of ozone and a hint of burnt flesh in the air. Strong, composed, unfathomable. This was the collective perception of Guan Yin among the survivors. He was undoubtedly the core and backbone of this hastily assembled group. People followed him with a sense of reverence, as though drawing nearer would distance them from death. Yet trailing at the back of this weary procession was an incongruous figure, Yi Lin. His once expensive attire was now tattered beyond recognition, replaced by ill-fitting, second-hand garments that had been bestowed upon him. The oversized coat made his already gaunt frame appear even more emaciated. Dust perpetually clung to his face, and his hair had lost its luster, hanging lifelessly. Yet, even in such a disheveled state, his features remained strikingly beautiful, like a pearl ensnared in mud, exuding a fragile allure that invited destruction. He possessed no supernatural abilities. In this world where power reigned supreme, this was his original sin. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Haven't you eaten?" A burly man, empowered by enhanced strength, deliberately jostled Yi Lin with his shoulder. Taken by surprise, Yi Lin stumbled forward, nearly falling. He barely regained his balance, lowering his head and murmuring, "Sorry, sorry. Sorry is worthless. You're just a burden." The man spat loudly, drawing snickers from those nearby. Why does Brother Guan keep him around? Apart from that face, what use is he? Perhaps he is just leveraging his looks? Look how Brother Guan hardly acknowledges him. Maybe he has simply grown tired of him. The derisive comments drifted toward him, mingled with contemptuous and probing gazes, piercing into Yi Lin's back like needles. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, yet he dared not retort. Instead, he buried his head lower and quickened his pace, attempting to distance himself from those individuals. But no matter where he went, the invisible exclusion and malice followed him like a shadow. The rations he received were perpetually the least appealing and meager. Night watches were always assigned during the most perilous and grueling hours, and any delay would elicit scorn or even shoves. His tent was deliberately slashed, and the scant supplies he possessed frequently vanished without a trace. Guan Yin never intervened. He seldom glanced back, only on rare occasions. When Yi Lin was particularly bullied, his peach blossom eyes would betray an involuntary shimmer of tears, filled with confusion and grievance, as he instinctively looked towards the tall, indifferent figure ahead. In such moments, Guan Yin would imperceptibly pause his steps, but that was the extent of his response. He would neither raise his voice in admonition nor intervene. It was as if he were oblivious to the scene unfolding before him. His tacit approval undoubtedly emboldened the arrogance within the group. In this world, where the strong dominated and the weak were destined to be trampled, Guan Yan's indifference left no room for hesitation among the others. Yi Lin felt ensnared within an invisible cage, surrounded by a cold malevolence. With his only flicker of hope resting on that man ahead who had never offered him any acknowledgement and might indeed be the architect of his confinement, he became increasingly silent and withdrawn, akin to a plant deprived of light, slowly withering away. Only in unnoticed corners would he gaze at his empty hands, a profound sense of emptiness and confusion flickering in his eyes, an emptiness so deep that even he could not comprehend it. It seemed as though things should not be this way. But how should they be? He could not recall. That evening, the group settled at an abandoned motel. After dispatching a few lingering zombies, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Yi Lin was assigned to the outermost room, where the window was shattered. He curled up in a corner, hugging his knees, listening to the howling wind and the distant moans of the undead, his body trembling slightly. The door was gently pushed open, revealing a tall, gaunt man with murky eyes, one of the speed-type ability users in the group, known as Monkey. He swiftly shut the door behind him, his greedy gaze fixated on Yi Lin's face. "Poor thing, are you cold?" Monkey rubbed his hands together, slowly advancing. A nauseating grin plastered on his face. "I've got some food and liquor here. Want to warm up?" Yi Lin instinctively recoiled, pressing his back against the cold wall. "No, thank you." "Don't be afraid." Monkey crouched down, attempting to touch his face. "What future do you have with those brutes?" "It's uncertain. Stick with me. I'll take care of you. You'll eat well and live comfortably. No more night watches or scoldings." "What do you say? Get away." Yi Lin suddenly swatted his hand away, his voice trembling with fear. Monkey's expression darkened instantly as he seized Yi Lin by the collar, growling menacingly. "Don't push your luck. A worthless wretch like you. What do you have apart from that pretty face? Guan Yin doesn't give a damn about you. It's your good fortune that I even pay attention to you." The stench of his breath and the threat loomed over Yi Lin as he struggled desperately, only to be easily overpowered. Despair engulfed him like icy water. Just as Monkey's filthy hands were about to rip his clothes, bang! The door burst open with a kick from outside. Guan Yin stood at the threshold, his expression devoid of emotion, his gaze as frigid as the Siberian permafrost, sweeping over the disheveled scene within. Monkey recoiled as if scalded, his face instantly contorting into a mask of flattery and panic. Guan Yin, I was just joking, having a bit of fun." Guan Yin did not acknowledge him. His eyes fell upon Yi Lin, who was curled up in the corner, disheveled, pale, and trembling. Yi Lin gazed at him, his enchanting peach blossom eyes brimming with tears, fear, humiliation, and a flicker of hope so faint that he might not even be aware of it. The room was enveloped in a suffocating silence, pierced only by the monkey's heavy breathing and Yi Lin's stifled sobs. Guan Yan's gaze lingered on Yi Lin's face for a full 3 seconds. Then he averted his eyes, directing his attention to the frightened monkey, whose terror was palpable. His voice remained flat and devoid of any emotion as he commanded, "Get out." The monkey, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away in haste, daring not to linger. The door closed once more, leaving only Guan Yin and Yi Lin in the room. Guan Yin approached step by step, his boots thudding against the dust-laden floor with a dull resonance. He halted before Yi Lin, casting a shadow that enveloped the cowering figure entirely. Yi Lin raised his head, his tear-filled eyes gazing up at him, his lips quivering as if on the verge of uttering something. Guan Yin looked down at him, devoid of solace, anger, or even the slightest ripple of emotion. His gaze was cold, almost cruel in its scrutiny. He slowly crouched down to meet Yi Lin's eyes. Then he extended his hand, Yedin instingivad, bracing for a blow. Yet instead, the fingers merely brushed against his torn collar, methodically and almost tenderly smoothing it out. As he did so, the fingertips occasionally grazed Yi Lin's icy skin, sending shivers coursing through him. "Look," Guan Yin spoke, his voice deep and imbued with an oddly seductive cadence, akin to a serpent coiling around the heart. "What would you become without me?" Yilin's pupils constricted slightly. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Lacking strength, one cannot even safeguard their own body. Guan Yin's gaze was like a scalpel, meticulously dissecting his helplessness and fear. "They torment you because you are weak. They prey upon you because you are weak. Who, besides me, will offer you a foothold?" His fingers delicately traced the tear stains at the corners of Yilin's eyes, the gesture gentle, yet his expression remained icy. "Remember this feeling. Remember how fragile you are. How much you need me." Yilin stared blankly at him, his mind a void. Following immense fear and humiliation was an even deeper sense of confusion and helplessness. Guan Yan's words pierced him like barbed hooks, striking precisely at his most vulnerable points, infusing him with a chilling sense of dependency. Indeed, what would have become of him without Guan Yin? He had already faced death countless times on this path. Observing the hollow and dependent look in Yilin's eyes, Guan Yin felt a fleeting, twisted satisfaction deep within. He rose to his feet, regaining his aloof demeanor. "Gather yourself. The time for vigil is approaching." With that, he cast one last glance at Yilin before turning to leave the room. The door closed softly behind him. Yilin remained huddled in the corner, motionless. Outside, the wind howled mournfully, as if countless malevolent spirits were raging. He slowly lifted his hand, staring at his clean yet powerless fingertips. The law of the jungle demanded his compliance. A frigid despair mingled with an unnaturally forged dependency, coiling around him like a vine, gradually tightening and dragging him into an even deeper darkness. As Guan Yin stepped out of the door, he leaned against the frigid corridor wall and lit a crumpled cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, his expression remained impassive as he gazed at the somber night beyond the window. Ashes fell from his fingertips. He was waiting for the opportune moment to uproot this thoroughly darkened, wholly dependent weed, or to crush it into oblivion, whichever came first. An abandoned gas station by the provincial road had become a temporary refuge. The night wind whipped up gravel, beating against the rusted tin roof, producing a sound akin to weeping. The group huddled in the relatively intact convenience store area, a medley of snores, teeth grinding, and suppressed coughs intertwining in the air. Yilin lay in the coldest corner, with only a thin layer of cardboard beneath him. The chill was penetrating, like countless fine needles piercing through his bones. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, producing a delicate clattering sound, while his forehead burned with fever, beads of sweat rising in layers, dampening the disheveled strands of hair and sticking to his skin. He curled himself tighter, akin to a snail attempting to retreat into its shell, yet finding no sanctuary. Each breath tore painfully at his throat and chest, his vision blurring as the convenience store shelves warped into grotesque shadows, swaying in the dim light. He was aware he was ill, gravely so. Earlier that day, amidst a torrential downpour, he had been shoved into a waterlogged pit, soaking him to the skin. No one offered him a change of clothes, nor a sip of warm water. He endured the night in those damp, cold garments, holding on stubbornly until he reached this makeshift refuge. Weakness and cold easily overwhelmed his already frail body. A relentless cough erupted from his throat, bringing with it a wave of dizziness and nausea. The man sleeping beside him was stirred awake, turning with impatience to grumble, "Damn it, if you're dying, go away and cough somewhere else. You're driving me crazy." Yilin immediately bit down hard on his lower lip, stifling the subsequent cough that threatened to escape, causing pain to shoot through his chest and tears to well in his eyes. He shrank into a smaller ball, attempting to diminish his presence. His consciousness ebbed and flowed in the oppressive heat. Fractured, bizarre images flickered through his mind. Cold metallic instruments aimed at his heart. A pair of smiling lips uttering venomous words, blinding flashes of light, and a soft, cheerful voice asking, "What is the hate value?" What was it? The pain in his head intensified, as if it might split apart. Those indistinct fragments eluded his grasp, leaving behind a chaotic torment of alternating heat and cold. He felt he should not be in such a state. Not this weak, not this wretched, not so easily trampled. But how should he be? A violent cough seized him once more, and he curled up uncontrollably, his body spasming like a fish thrown ashore, gasping for life. At that moment, a dry coat, imbued with warmth and a faint scent of soap, perhaps discarded by Guan Yin from some forgotten place, was draped over him, enveloping him entirely. The cough ceased abruptly. Yi Lin, bewildered, struggled to emerge from beneath the coat, revealing his flushed face. Guan Yin had approached at some point, now standing before him, gazing down with a contemplative expression. The flickering flames of the bonfire illuminated half of his face, casting a play of light and shadow that concealed his expression. In his hand, he held a half-empty bottle of pristine mineral water. The surroundings fell into a hushed silence, as those feigning slumber or genuinely asleep pricked up their ears. Guan Yin crouched down, twisted off the cap of the bottle, and brought it to Yi Lin's parched lips. The gesture was not gentle. It bore a certain forcefulness. Yi Lin stared at him in a daze, momentarily forgetting to react. The cool vapor of the water beckoned to his scorched throat. "Drink!" Guan Yan's command was succinct and frigid. Instinctively, Yi Lin parted his lips, sipping cautiously. The icy liquid coursed down his throat, momentarily alleviating the searing pain, bringing him a comfort so profound he nearly sighed in relief. The bottle soon reached its end. Guan Yin casually discarded the empty vessel, the plastic clattering abruptly in the stillness. His hand did not withdraw. Instead, it sought Yi Lin's feverish forehead. The palm was rough, bearing the calluses of years spent wielding weapons, yet it offered a fleeting, coveted coolness, slightly lower than the heat radiating from Yi Lin's brow. Yi Lin's body stiffened, holding his breath. Guan Yan's hand lingered on his forehead for a few seconds before descending, gripping his chin and compelling him to raise his face. The pair of eyes, fogged with fever and clouded with confusion, were forced to meet Guan Yan's fathomless gaze. "Is it difficult?" Guan Yin inquired, his voice still lacking warmth, yet devoid of pure coldness. Yi Lin could not articulate a response, only managing a slight nod, his eyes reddening further, resembling a child deeply wronged, finally receiving a modicum of attention. "Do you understand why?" Guan Yan's fingers tightened slightly, pinching his jawbone painfully. "Because you are weak." The icy word struck deep into Yi Lin's muddled consciousness. Weakness leads to illness. Weakness invites suffering from cold and hunger. Weakness necessitates reliance on the generosity of others for something as basic as clean water. Guan Yan's gaze pierced through his most vulnerable state like a chilling probe. "Without me, you would have already become a stiff corpse, or have been discarded to feed the zombies, much like the burden we cast away earlier in the day." The imagery he painted caused Yi Lin to tremble violently, genuine fear dawning in his eyes. Guan Yin released his grip, allowing him to slump back into the coat. "Remember this feeling," he instructed, rising to his feet, his shadow once more enveloping Yi Lin entirely. "Remember who provided you with water and clothing when you were on the brink of death." His gaze swept over those pretending to sleep while actually eavesdropping, his voice low yet resonant enough to reach every ear. "Also remember, my mercy is not boundless." With that, he turned and returned to his spot near the fire, nestled in a thick blanket, closing his eyes as if the entire episode had never occurred. The convenience store lapsed back into silence, yet the atmosphere had shifted entirely. The disdain and contempt that had once colored the glances directed at Yi Lin had diminished, replaced by a complex mix of wariness and scrutiny. Yi Lin curled up in the coat imbued with Guan Yan's essence, his body still aflame, the juxtaposition of heat and cold rendering his thoughts a chaotic muddle. Weakness necessitates charity. One must remember the source of such benevolence. Guan Yan's words, along with the brief yet powerful intervention he had just experienced, seared into his chaotic consciousness like a branding iron. Fear, dependency, humiliation, and that infinitesimally magnified craving for warmth amidst utter vulnerability intertwined, dragging him deeper into a labyrinth of despair. That night, he drifted in and out of consciousness, each time awakening, instinctively and anxiously seeking that cold, formidable figure, as if it were his sole lifeline. In the following days, Guan Yan's demeanor fluctuated between benevolence and indifference. At times, He would coldly observe as Yilin was burdened with the most arduous tasks, passing by him with a detached air when he was on the verge of exhaustion. Yet on other occasions, during food distribution, he would seemingly nonchalantly toss Yilin a hard, dry ration, or, during the most grueling hours of the night watch, unexpectedly appeared to dispatch 2 encroaching zombies before departing in silence. This sporadic, capricious kindness was more disconcerting than prolonged cruelty. It incessantly reinforced Guan Yan's assertion, "Your fate hinges entirely upon my whims. I can grant you life, or I can condemn you to death." Yilin felt like an animal repeatedly plunged into icy waters, only to be retrieved and roasted over a fire. His faint sense of self gradually blurring amidst the affliction and psychological tug-of-war. He began to habitually seek out Guan Yan's presence, his gaze losing some of its initial, naive bewilderment, replaced with cautious submission and fear. The day he finally recovered from his fever was a rare sunny one. The group stumbled upon an abandoned villa area, fortuitously discovering that the solar water heater in one of the villas was barely functional. This signified the luxury of a hot shower. Due to limited water resources, priority was given to those with abilities and contributions. Yilin huddled in a corner of the yard, watching others eagerly queue up, listening to the faint sound of water emanating from within, subconsciously clutching his knees. He still bore the remnants of illness and sweat, feeling quite uncomfortable. Just then, a plastic bucket filled with warm water and a small bar of soap were kicked towards him. He looked up to see Guan Yan's impassive face. "Clean yourself." Guan Yan uttered these 3 words before turning away. There were no further remarks, nor did he spare him another glance. Yet this was an immense favor. Yilin stared at the bucket of clear water, frozen for several seconds, before suddenly seizing it, as if fearing it would be retracted, and retreating to a secluded corner of the villa's backyard. The tepid water coursed over his skin, washing away days of accumulated dirt and fatigue, instilling a near-rebirth illusion. He scrubbed his body, but the water soon turned cold, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He gazed at his now clean, yet still pale and frail form, observing the reflection of a face that, despite its weariness, could not entirely conceal its unique essence. Guan Yin needed him weak. Those words surged forth once more. He donned the still tattered but considerably cleaner attire, his fingers trembling slightly from anxiety and a reckless resolve. The night was profound. Within the villa, the rooms were limited, and Guan Yin occupied the finest master bedroom on the 2nd floor alone. Yilin ascended the staircase in silence, the wooden steps emitting faint creaks that echoed like a drumbeat against his heart. His palms were slick with cold sweat. Standing before the firmly shut door, he hesitated for an interminable moment. The room within was enveloped in stillness. At last, he inhaled deeply, as if summoning every ounce of strength, and gently pushed the door open. Moonlight streamed through the slightly parted curtains, illuminating the indistinct yet imposing silhouette on the bed. Guan Yin appeared to be asleep, his breathing steady. Barefoot, Yilin treaded on the icy floor, inching towards the bedside. He stood there, gazing at Guan Yan's profile, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Trembling, he reached out, his fingertips poised to graze the blanket, only to withdraw as if burned. This dance of hesitation played out repeatedly. Ultimately, as if resolving to embrace a profound determination, he delicately lifted a corner of the blanket, and then, enveloped by the faint chill and moisture of his post-bath skin, he quivered as he nestled down, curling into the furthest edge of the bed, striving to diminish his presence. He scarcely dared to breathe. His cold toes inadvertently brushed against Guan Yan's calf. The latter's body shifted imperceptibly. In the dark, those closed eyes suddenly snapped open, sharp, alert, devoid of drowsiness. A piercing gaze fell upon the rigid, trembling figure beside him, exuding a faint scent of soap. He remained motionless, silent, like a predator lying in wait, scrutinizing its ensnared prey, anticipating its next move. In this darkness, stripped of vision, other senses expanded infinitely. Yilin could distinctly hear the chaotic thrum of his heartbeat, pounding against his eardrums, nearly shattering his taut nerves. He felt the softness of the bed beneath him, a stark contrast to the cold, hard surfaces he had known before. This unfamiliar comfort only heightened his unease. He acutely sensed the palpable warmth radiating from the person beside him, alongside the steady, almost chilling rhythm of their breath. He remained as rigid as a statue, afraid to move, suppressing even the slightest tremor, curled into the meager space at the edge of the bed, trying to merge into the shadows. The warmth of the skin he had inadvertently brushed against moments ago now seared his awareness like a branding iron. Regret washed over him. A wave of overwhelming panic seized him. What was he doing? How dared he? What would Guan Yin do to him? Would he cast him out? Just as he felt he might suffocate from fear, the still figure beside him stirred. It was not a violent shove or a harsh reprimand, rather a warm, dry hand, imbued with undeniable strength, grasped his cold wrist with precision. Yilin jolted as if struck by electricity, instinctively attempting to break free. Yet those fingers clamped around him like iron pincers, effortlessly stifling every subtle resistance. He was irresistibly drawn from the frigid edge of the bed towards the center, towards the body, radiating a searing warmth and an overwhelming presence. A barely audible whimper, almost imperceptible, escaped his throat, laden with terror and desperation. No one answered his pleas. Guan Yan's other hand grasped his chin with a firm grip, compelling him to lift his gaze, confronting the impending reality with a posture of entrapment. In the darkness, he could not discern Guan Yan's expression, but he felt the scrutinizing breath that hovered over him, its heat brushing against his forehead and nose. Subsequently, an embrace imbued with a hint of mint enveloped him. Yilin's thoughts came to a standstill. His mind became a void, consumed only by instinctual fear and the dizziness brought on by asphyxiation. He passively endured. Tears silently surged forth, trailing down his temples, melding into the disheveled strands of hair and the bedding beneath. Fragmented and chaotic thoughts flickered through his mind, yet he grasped at nothing. Time became an abstraction. In the almost stagnant air, Guan Yin gently caressed his forehead. Guan Yin then took charge in the kitchen, standing at the stove, holding a live carp, its body still writhing slightly. He remained unhurried, calmly tapping the fish's head 3 times, and it seemed to respond with a frantic struggle, its tail slapping against the cutting board, splattering droplets of water. "Are you still defiant?" Guan Yin murmured, his fingers gripping the fish's gills. The fish squirmed a couple more times before gradually succumbing to stillness. A faint smile graced Guan Yan's lips as he swiftly and expertly scaled and gutted the fish with fluid motions. During the cooking process, Guan Yin even extended a callous thumb, somewhat rough and almost clumsily, to wipe away the cold tears streaming from the fish's eyes. The action lacked tenderness and felt somewhat stiff, starkly contrasting with his earlier forcefulness. Feeling Guan Yan's touch, Yilin froze, forgetting to breathe, his body involuntarily convulsing in subtle sobs. Then, that hand, which had offered a momentary solace, descended, encircling the back of his neck, firmly pressing his head into the embrace. His cheek was forced against Guan Yan's neck, where he could distinctly feel the steady pulse of the arteries beneath the skin, pulsating with vibrant life. The air filled with Guan Yan's unique scent, a blend of faint gunpowder, soapberry, and pure masculinity. This sudden, almost tender gesture left Yilin bewildered, more so than the previous brutality. He leaned stiffly against that warm source, paralyzed, forgetting even to cry. His mind crashed, unable to process this dichotomy of sensations. The juxtaposition of ice and fire. Guan Yan's chin seemed to rest gently atop his head, light yet undeniably possessive. In the darkness, there was an oppressive silence, punctuated only by their intertwined breaths, one gradually steadying, the other still trembling with uncontrollable subtle quivers. Yilin's eyelashes were dampened by tears, clinging together and hanging heavily. The extreme emotional turmoil and the frailty following his illness surged within him, enveloped by a strange yet compelling warmth, giving rise to a ridiculous, irresistible drowsiness. His consciousness began to blur, the boundaries fading into obscurity. Just before he completely lost awareness, he seemed to feel a warm hand briefly and somewhat clumsily patting his quivering, fragile back, both a gesture of reassurance and a confirmation. Then, he sank into an abyss of darkness. The moonlight filtered through the heavy curtains, leaving behind a thin veil of grayish white that barely traced the contours of the room. Yilin curled up, his back pressed against the warm, solid chest behind him. A robust arm encircled his waist, holding him firmly in place with an undeniable strength. Guan Yan's breath flowed steadily over the nape of his neck, carrying the languid rhythm characteristic of a slumbering individual. Had he fallen asleep? Yilin remained utterly still, not daring to even flutter his eyelashes. Yet, every sense in his body was taut, acutely aware of each wave of warmth, every pulse of the heartbeat behind him, and the heavy weight of the arm around him. Where their skin met, the unique scent of gunpowder and soapwort emanating from Guan Yin enveloped him tightly, leaving him no escape. A profound, chilling emptiness spread within his chest. He kept his eyes closed, feigning sleep, while his heart thudded dully and erratically beneath his ribs. This should not be the case. Deep within his heart, a faint voice, nearly inaudible, stubbornly screamed in resistance. Resisting this moment of intimacy, resisting the body that embraced him, resisting everything that was happening. Yet, the resistance was overpowered by a heavier burden. The life-saving clarity during his illness, the warmth of the coat draped over him, the sporadic yet precise kindness, and the incessantly echoing reminder of who he was. Weak, in need of dependence. Without him, he would perish. He had found refuge, had he not? He had survived, had he not? That meager unwillingness paled in comparison to the instinct for survival. But why did his heart still feel as if it had been pierced, letting in a chilling draft? In the darkness, he opened his eyes, staring blankly at the indistinct gloom before him, feeling like a small boat tethered helplessly to an unfamiliar dock, drained of the strength to struggle. Meanwhile, behind him, Guan Yin continued to embrace him, breathing steadily and deeply, seemingly in a profound slumber. Yet beneath those closed eyelids, consciousness remained as sharp as ice. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the delicate, excessively thin skin at Yilin's side, feeling the subtle, uncontrollable tremors. Very well. Resistance? Discomfort? It mattered not. He would help him gradually acclimate to his presence. He coldly mapped out his next steps in his mind. This improvised alliance was insufficiently secure, and resources were limited. He needed to find a more suitable place, a true sanctuary to call home. It is preferable to have a stronghold that is easy to defend, yet difficult to assault, with a stable source of water, and perhaps some resources or manpower worth controlling. He intended to take Yilin there, completely severing his tenuous ties to the outside world, ensuring that all warmth, safety, and even the essentials for survival could only stem from within himself, rendering him unable to leave. A faint, icy smile curved at the corners of Guan Yan's mouth in the darkness. His arms tightened further, embedding the cool body in his embrace as if it were his sole possession. For a brief moment, Yilin stiffened in his tightening hold, then compelled himself to relax, burying his face deeper into the shadows, breathing softly. Outside the window, the long, silent night of the apocalypse loomed. The dawn had yet to brighten. A gray light filtered through the curtain seams, slicing through the dust that floated in the room. Yilin awoke early, or rather, he had scarcely slept through the night. His body was stiff and sore, yet his spirit felt weary and dazed. He carefully shifted Guan Yan's arm that lay across him, his movements delicate enough to avoid disturbing the person behind him. His toes met the cold floor, sending a shiver coursing through him. He gathered the scattered clothing from the ground and donned it haphazardly, each step feeling as though he were treading on cotton, weak and unsteady. Downstairs, the faint sounds of team members stirring could be heard, the clatter of pots and the hushed murmur of conversation. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door and descended the stairs. In the living room, a few individuals were gathered around a small pot, sharing a viscous porridge. Upon seeing him, their conversation halted abruptly. Several gazes fell upon him, laden with unabashed scrutiny, disdain, and a hint of knowing ambiguity. Especially the one called Monkey, a speed-based ability user, whose eyes roamed over the marks on his neck, smirking lewdly. Yilin felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, instinctively raising the ill-fitting collar. lowering his gaze and hastily attempting to sidestep them to fetch some hot water. "Oh, you're up?" Monkey deliberately raised his voice, obstructing Yilin's path, his eyes flitting over his face. "Looks like you slept well last night. With Brother G's care, you're looking a lot better, huh?" A few suppressed chuckles echoed around him. Yilin's cheeks burned with a flush, not of embarrassment, but of profound humiliation. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. His lips moved, but no sound emerged. "Monkey, perhaps you should say less," a slightly older woman advised with a frown. Yet her gaze held little kindness as it swept over Yilin. "Did I say something wrong?" Monkey grinned, his demeanor smug. "Riding on high branches is different, huh? No need to work anymore. Just waiting for Brother Guan to feed you?" The discomfort and despair crashed over him like a tidal wave. Yilin stood frozen, trapped in a vortex of shame, wishing to shrink away into nothingness. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, steady and deliberate. Guan Yin descended, already dressed, his expression austere and devoid of emotion. His gaze swept indifferently across the living room, and instantly, silence fell. Even Monkey straightened subconsciously, his expression sobering. Guan Yan's gaze lingered for a fleeting moment on Yilin's pale, humiliated face before shifting to the steaming pot before him. "Is there still food?" he inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. "Yes, indeed," someone eagerly responded, promptly serving a generous bowl of porridge accompanied by a few compressed biscuits. Guan Yin accepted the bowl, but refrained from eating himself. Instead, he approached Yilin, who stood frozen in place, and presented the bowl before him. All eyes were drawn to the scene. Guan Yin extended the bowl towards him, his voice low yet resonating clearly in the ears of all present. "Eat." Yilin's head snapped up, disbelief etched across his features as he swiftly glanced around at the myriad of scrutinizing gazes, his cheeks flushing crimson. Guan Yin held the bowl expressionlessly, his gaze unwavering, devoid of urgency or emotion, embodying an undeniable expectation. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Yilin's fingers trembled as, under the weight of countless stares, he gradually, painstakingly extended his hand. Just as his fingertips were about to brush the rim of the bowl, Guan Yin subtly rotated his wrist, evading contact. Then, under the watchful eyes of all, Guan Yin employed his other hand to scoop a spoonful of porridge and brought it directly to Yilin's lips. The gesture was fluid, almost tender, yet it bore an unmistakable connotation of control, akin to feeding a pet. The air became utterly still. Yilin's pupils contracted sharply, the last vestiges of color draining from his face. He stared at the spoonful of porridge poised at his mouth, into the depths of Guan Yan's inscrutable eyes. And a profound sense of shame, coupled with the humiliation of being exposed before all, overwhelmed him. He trembled subtly all over. Guan Yin, holding the spoon, waited patiently, his expression calm and unyielding, as if to convey, "Behold, everything you possess is bestowed by me, including sustenance, including dignity." Ultimately, under the suffocating silence and the piercing scrutiny of countless gazes, Yilin, trembling, slowly opened his mouth. The warm, bland porridge was fed into his mouth. He could discern no flavor, only an overwhelming, icy despair. Since that morning when he was publicly fed, Guan Yin had stripped away the last remnants of any semblance of privacy. Yilin was no longer permitted to distance himself more than 3 meters from Guan Yin. During meals, he was required to sit upon Guan Yan's lap, encircled in his embrace, accepting each bite as it was offered. At night, he had to nestle naked within Guan Yan's arms, like a human-shaped pillow, and any attempt to drift away would result in an even tighter grip. Throughout the day, Guan Yin would sometimes press him against the hoods of abandoned vehicles or drag him behind crumbling walls that barely shielded them from prying eyes, relentlessly claiming him, leaving new marks of affection that overlapped the old ones. Just as was the case at this moment, the dilapidated library of the forsaken town had become their temporary refuge. Team members scattered among the dust-laden bookshelves and reading tables, silently sharing their rations. The atmosphere was stifling, with no one daring to speak above a whisper. Guan Yin occupied the sole remaining decent leather swivel chair, while Yilin found himself held firmly on his lap. "It is not an inquiry," nor a negotiation, but rather an established fact. Yilin's body was as rigid as a piece of wood, his spine straining upright, scarcely daring to apply his weight fully. He bowed his head, his dense eyelashes casting a shadow over his eyes, concealing all emotions and revealing only a pale chin and tightly pressed, bloodless lips. He could sense the steady heartbeat resonating from the chest behind him, and caught the distinct scent emanating from Guan Yin, a blend of gunpowder, blood, and the sharpness of soapberry, enveloping him like an invisible cage, binding him firmly to this place. The gazes from those around him varied, contemptuous, inquisitive, fearful, numb, as if they were fine needles piercing his exposed skin. He longed to curl up and vanish from sight. One of Guan Yan's arms casually yet securely encircled his waist, while the other hand held a compressed biscuit, taking a bite for himself and occasionally breaking off a small piece to offer to Yilin's lips. Chapter 6. The Ungrateful Rich Second Generation. What I capture is mine. Each time, Yilin would tremble ever so slightly, then, as if executing a programmed response, mechanically and slowly part his lips to accept the dry, coarse morsel, swallowing it as if it were tasteless. He ate very little, merely enough to stave off starvation. Guan Yin did not compel him to eat more, seemingly more concerned with the process itself, the complete guardianship, care, and even the feeling of dependence it invoked. Most of the time, his gaze rested on the void, as if contemplating the route ahead or potential dangers, his eyes sharp and composed. Yet occasionally, his gaze would inadvertently drop to the frail figure beside him. It would linger on Yilin's unconsciously curled fingers, slightly trembling, on the nape of Yilin's neck, which would tense when he came close, on the lower lip Yilin instinctively bit down on, due to nervousness. The members of the group had long grown accustomed to this, either disdainfully or numbly averting their eyes, treating it as Guan Yin's peculiar, ever-present possession. No one dared to speak openly, but whispers and complex, unspoken glances permeated the air. Guan Yin reveled in this sense of being depended upon, which gave him the illusion that Yilin loved him in return. This greatly satisfied a certain deeply buried, intricate emotion within him. However, only occasionally, in those fleeting moments when those nearby, fatigued or distracted, inadvertently revealed the slightest expression or movement, would Guan Yan's heart skip a beat. For instance now, as they set up camp in the dilapidated classroom of an abandoned primary school, Yilin sat beside him, nibbling slowly on canned luncheon meat from a bottle. The waning rays of the evening sun streamed through the glassless window, casting a false warmth over his pale profile. He ate slowly, his gaze unfocused as it drifted to the dead, crooked tree on the playground outside, his long, thick eyelashes drooping, casting fragile shadows beneath his eyes. As he continued eating, his left hand unconsciously lifted, his fingertips delicately and swiftly pinching the cuff of his right sleeve. A minuscule action, nearly imperceptible. Yet Guan Yin noticed it. His gaze suddenly froze, unconsciously tightening around the hand beside Yilin, causing the person next to him to stir slightly. A dazed expression sharpened into a flicker of apprehension as they looked towards him. Yet, Guan Yin seemed oblivious to that subtle movement. His eyes fixated on Yilin's right hand, which had just fiddled with the cuff. In his previous life, Yilin had this habitual gesture. When he was deep in thought, feeling impatient, or preparing to speak, his fingers would involuntarily twist the cuff, a swift and delicate motion imbued with a unique charm. It was identical. His heart felt as if it were gripped unexpectedly by a cold hand, then abruptly released, leaving behind a hollow throb and a sharp alarm. The gentle figure beside him, dependent on him, seemed to momentarily overlap with the languid, enigmatic Yilin of his past through this trivial gesture. Guan Yan's gaze darkened instantly, swirling with a tumult of complex emotions. Was it vigilance, confusion, or a suppressed sentiment he himself had yet to recognize? Yilin was startled by the sudden change in his expression and the intricate emotions in his eyes. His body stiffened, breathing became shallow, and he gazed at him helplessly, like a frightened sparrow. That utterly dependent yet fearful demeanor swiftly dissipated the eerie sense of déjà vu from moments before. The depth in Guan Yan's eyes gradually receded, Yet something more profound settled within. He raised his hand gently, brushing away a smudge from the corner of Yi Lin's mouth, his gesture imbued with an indescribable tenderness. "What are you looking at?" His voice was slightly hoarse. Yi Lin shook his head abruptly, timidly lowering his eyelashes, too afraid to meet his gaze again. Guan Yin fell silent, remaining beside him as he watched Yi Lin finish the remaining luncheon meat. However, his gaze no longer held the pure guardianship it once did, now layered with a subtle scrutiny and inquiry. That night, a fierce wind arose, rattling the broken windows. Guan Yin securely sheltered Yi Lin against him. The two of them squeezed on the makeshift bed formed by their assembled desks. Yi Lin seemed to have drifted into slumber, his breathing shallow, body slightly curled. In the darkness, however, Guan Yin could not find sleep. His hand rested gently on Yi Lin's back, rhythmically patting him. He recalled that small gesture of twisting the cuff, along with many other overlooked details. When fatigued, Yi Lin would unconsciously crease his brow into a tiny furrow. Occasionally, when lost in thought, his gaze would drift, the corners of his mouth subtly turning downwards. There was even a moment during a night watch when Yi Lin, in his dreams, emitted a soft whimper, the final note slightly rising. Each detail pierced Guan Yin's nerves like a fine needle, silently reminding him of something. He had once believed he had completely safeguarded this person, preserving him in a state of tranquility. Yet now, these unintentional glimpses of the past Yi Lin, these minute traces, seemed to be silently urging him to remember. Amnesia. Can instinct and the subconscious be erased together? Or does this body, this soul, even the most chaotic and ignorant state, stubbornly retain a complex essence that feels both familiar and intricate? Guan Yin's gaze deepened in the darkness, becoming increasingly unfathomable. He quietly observed the serene profile of the person beside him as they slept. Regardless of the past, the present moment was satisfactory. What he needed was precisely this version of Yi Lin, someone who could remain by his side without the fear of betrayal, an individual of great significance. The dilapidated provincial road finally reached its end. On the horizon, the massive silhouette of the base loomed like a slumbering steel behemoth, silently dominating the desolation. The towering alloy walls reflected a harsh light under the setting sun, casting elongated shadows of patrolling soldiers upon the ground. In stark contrast to the desolate silence encountered on their journey, a palpable yet oppressive vitality emerged as they drew nearer, marked by an air of strict order. The checkpoint was lined with a lengthy queue. Voices mingled in a cacophony, yet there was an underlying sense of numbed organization. This was a rock base, the largest human stronghold in the north following the apocalypse, rumored to possess the most advanced defenses and a relatively stable order. Flickers of hope ignited in the eyes of those in line, a reflexive response to the despair they had endured. Unconsciously, they quickened their pace, pushing forward. Yet, the closer Yi Lin approached the colossal shadow, the more his steps faltered. An inexplicable anxiety gripped him, like icy tendrils tightening around his heart. He instinctively glanced ahead. Guan Yin's stride remained steady, seemingly unfazed by the vast base. Yet, at that moment, his broad back became the sole anchor for Yi Lin. Throughout their journey, Guan Yin's alternating calmness and warmth had seeped into every fiber of Yi Lin's being. The intertwining feelings of reliance, trust, and a carefully nurtured sense of safety formed an indelible bond, tethering him firmly to Guan Yin. He could scarcely fathom what he would become in this chaotic world without Guan Yin by his side. It seemed Guan Yin noticed Yi Lin lagging behind and slightly turned his head. The sunlight painted a stark outline of his hardened profile, his gaze imbued with an imperceptible intensity. With just a glance, Yi Lin felt an invisible force pull him, compelling him to quicken his pace and fall back in a step just half a stride behind, lowering his head, instinctively seeking the comfort of this sanctuary. Guan Yin's expression softened imperceptibly. He extended his hand, effortlessly conveying a sense of protection, gently resting it on Yi Lin's slender shoulder, shielding him from the jostling crowd nearby. "Stay close," his low voice brushed against Yi Lin's ear, a reminder and a promise. Yi Lin's body stiffened momentarily before relaxing. instinctively leaning closer to the warmth and faint scent of gunpowder emanating from him. The feelings of trust and dependency brought him a sense of reassurance. The inspection process was intricate and stringent. Registration, quarantine, item checks, and capability assessments crawled forward at a sluggish pace. Chapter 7. The Ungrateful Rich Second Generation. My possessions when it was their turn. The soldier responsible for registration looked up and was momentarily struck by a subtle astonishment at Guan Yin, not merely due to his exceptional presence, but also because of the barely perceptible yet disquieting energy waves that surrounded him. As the soldier's gaze fell upon Yi Lin, who was tightly held in Guan Yin's embrace, pale and strikingly beautiful yet with vacant eyes, his astonishment mingled with a hint of covert inquiry and understanding. Name? Place of origin? Any supernatural abilities? The soldier inquired, his tone involuntarily tinged with caution. Guan Yin, from City C, lightning-type ability. Guan Yin's response was succinct. With a casual flick of his fingers, a dazzling spark of electricity crackled and danced for a moment, the contained power causing the surrounding air to shimmer slightly. The soldier swallowed hard, his demeanor becoming even more respectful as he hastily recorded the information. He then glanced at Yi Lin, and this person? Guan Yin tightened his arm around Yi Lin, enveloping him fully within his domain. His voice was flat, yet carried an undeniable assertion. My possession. These three words fell lightly, yet bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. Yi Lin's head drooped lower, his ears flushed with heat, too embarrassed to meet the gaze of those around him. The understanding that he was Guan Yin's possession had been repeatedly imprinted along their journey, and now, declared openly, it left him trembling with discomfort, yet he harbored no thoughts of resistance. The soldier paused, quickly regaining his composure, bowing his head to refrain from further inquiry as he expedited the formalities. In this base, powerful supernatural beings enjoyed privileges, including the authority to define the ownership of their subordinates. Upon entering the interior of the base, a cacophony of noise surged forth. Unlike the eerie silence outside, the base exhibited a grotesque form of prosperity. The streets were lined with makeshift shelters and stalls, the sounds of haggling, children crying, and vendors calling out intermingling chaotically. Most faces appeared waxen and fatigued, with eyes either watchful or numb, yet at least it seemed devoid of immediate mortal peril. The group dispersed, and newcomers were directed to temporary accommodations. However, Guan Yin did not follow the crowd. His formidable strength entitled him to superior treatment. A somewhat more formally dressed guide respectfully led him down another, relatively cleaner street, designated for supernatural beings and contributors. Yi Lin trailed closely behind, resembling a silent, pale shadow. The gazes cast upon him were varied and complex, some filled with reverence for the strong, others tinged with a yearning for resources, while some bore a mixture of admiration, disdain, and a hint of lascivious speculation. He ignored them all, or rather, had grown numb to them. His world had already contracted, leaving only the man who controlled his every aspect ahead of him. Guan Yin was assigned an independent villa with a small courtyard, which, in comparison to the crowded and filthy shantytown outside, could be deemed luxurious. It contained basic furnishings and even had limited access to running water and electricity. As the door closed behind them, it sealed off the external clamor. The room fell into silence, leaving only the faint sounds of their breathing. Yi Lin stood awkwardly in the center of the room, unsure of where to place his hands and feet. The teachings he received along this journey had ingrained in him a habit of not acting or speaking without Guan Yin's permission. Guan Yin set down his backpack and surveyed their temporary abode, seemingly satisfied. He turned and fixed his gaze upon Yi Lin, his eyes carrying a weighty, dissection-like scrutiny. Dust clung to Yi Lin's face from the arduous journey, accentuating the stark contrast of his peach blossom eyes, which were both clear yet hauntingly vacant. You're filthy, Guan Yin remarked, his tone devoid of emotion. Yi Lin's body shuddered, instinctively reaching to wipe his face. Come here, the command was issued firmly. Yi Lin hesitated momentarily, yet complied and stepped forward. Guan Yin retreated to the inner room, using the limited water supply to dampen a relatively clean towel. He returned and stood before Yilin, his towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped him entirely, an unspoken pressure permeating the air. Instead of handing the towel to Yilin, he raised his hand, roughly wiping the damp cloth across Yilin's face. The action lacked tenderness, the friction causing a slight sting against Yilin's delicate skin. It felt akin to polishing a cherished yet personal artifact. Yilin was compelled to tilt his face upward, closing his eyes as his long lashes trembled anxiously, reminiscent of a butterfly with broken wings. He could sense Guan Yan's breath brushing against his forehead and the mingled scent of gunpowder blood, and a hint of sweat from him, rendering Yilin dizzy and his heart racing erratically. The wet towel glided over his forehead, cheeks, and nose bridge, finally pressing firmly against his lips, which usually appeared too rosy but were now cracked and dry. The motions were deliberate, imbued with an undeniable sense of dominance. Have you learned to behave along this journey? Guan Yan's voice resonated low and close, vibrating through the air. Yilin felt a tightness in his throat. Unable to articulate a response, he could only nod slightly. Who am I? The question followed swiftly, laden with an increasing sense of pressure. Yilin's eyelashes quivered more violently. His lips parted yet silent. Throughout this journey, Guan Yan had repeatedly taught him to recognize this truth. Speak. Guan Yan's fingers grasped his chin with a firm grip, compelling him to open his eyes and meet the depthless, frigid blackness of his gaze. Guan Yan scrutinized him for a few seconds, as if seeking something more. Not enough. His voice lowered further, laced with a chilling yet seductive tone, resonating in this world where survival was uncertain. We are each other's lifeline. Thus, our relationship must be different. Yilin stared at him in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind those words, feeling as though the finger resting on his chest was a searing brand, causing his very soul to shudder. Guan Yin leaned closer, his warm breath cascading over Yilin's sensitive ear. Yet the words that followed plunged Yilin into an icy abyss. From now on, call me husband. Yilin's eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting as the last remnants of color drained from his face. A colossal wave of absurdity and sheer terror engulfed him, nearly toppling him. Husband. The word pierced through his chaotic consciousness like a poison needle. This was not how it was supposed to be. How could this be possible? As he beheld the sudden pallor of his face and the unmistakable horror and resistance in his eyes, Guan Yan's expression turned abruptly frigid. The fleeting pretense of manipulation vanished, leaving only a chilling aura of authority. What is the matter? You're unwilling? His voice dropped, laden with menace. The fingers resting upon Yilin's chest tightened slightly, as if they could penetrate flesh and grasp the wildly beating heart within. Or perhaps you would prefer to venture outside and test how many days you can survive without me. Guan Yan's gaze was like a blade of ice, slicing through his skin. Alternatively, he could let those who had stripped him bare with their eyes at the door teach him the meaning of compliance. Each word struck at the very core of Yilin's deepest fears. He had witnessed enough of the outside world's brutality during this journey. Those malevolent stares, the insatiable malice that could devour him whole. Without Guan Yan's protection, he would undoubtedly plummet into the depths of despair. The resistance, overshadowed by absolute terror and prolonged psychological manipulation, seemed utterly insignificant. Tears surged forth unbidden, filling his eyes yet refusing to fall. He trembled violently, akin to the last desiccated leaf in an autumn breeze. Guan Yin waited patiently, his cold gaze observing the prey's final struggles within the trap. After what felt like an eternity, Yilin gradually, agonizingly closed his eyes. His long lashes, drenched in tears, clung to his lower eyelid, casting a tiny shadow of despair. He parted his trembling, colorless lips, summoning every ounce of strength to utter a broken, frail whisper, "Husband." The sound was so faint it was nearly inaudible, yet it felt as though a knife had sliced through his throat. Within the depths of Guan Yan's eyes, a flicker of twisted, almost euphoric satisfaction passed. He finally released his grip. Very well. His tone was flat, as if merely affirming a trivial matter. Remember this title. From now on, I shall be your sky. Your entirety, including your life, belongs to me. To have a husband is to have the heavens. Do you understand? Yi Lin stood there, utterly deflated. As tears finally streamed down his face, tracing the cold, damp path across his freshly wiped cheek, he nodded, devoid of the strength to utter even a single syllable. It felt as if his soul had been siphoned away, leaving behind a hollow shell, utterly subdued. From that day forth, Yi Lin's world was irrevocably reshaped. In that small room, he was compelled to address Guan Yin with that loathsome title. At first, each utterance was fraught with shame. Each attempt felt like a self-inflicted torment. Yet Guan Yin had myriad methods to enforce correction. A glacial glare, a casually uttered threat, or even mere silent scrutiny could send Yi Lin into a paroxysm of terror, ultimately leading him to tremble and submit. Guan Yin began to meticulously control every aspect of his existence. The arrangement of objects, the timing of meals and sleep. Even the very act of breathing seemed to require his consent. Any hint of individuality from Yi Lin would provoke either cold isolation or hot reprimand. At times, he faced the suffocating dread of abandonment through chilling neglect. Other times, there was an even more stifling form of concern, such as being fed by Guan Yin himself. Intrusions during his baths without a hint of modesty, scrutinizing him with an evaluative gaze, and personally drying him off and dressing him. This tender cruelty is far more terrifying than physical assault or verbal abuse. It utterly blurs the lines, blending humiliation and dependency into a quagmire that clouds Yi Lin's every perception and thought. He becomes increasingly silent, resembling a delicate marionette. The emptiness in his gaze deepens, filled only with fear and a distorted compliance when faced with Guan Yin. He learns to greet Guan Yin upon his return home, bowing his head submissively to accept the coat he may not even need to remove. He observes Guan Yin's expressions at mealtimes, meticulously arranging the dishes. He learns to curl up in a corner of the bed at night, offering himself in a sacrificial manner. Even as every touch sends waves of nausea through his stomach and his body stiffens like iron. The phrase "a husband is akin to heaven" echoes in his mind like the most malevolent incantation, draining his spine and shattering his will. He no longer contemplates the past, nor does he think of the future, and he even stops feeling his own self. The entirety of existence seems to hinge solely on obeying this man before him, trading his compliance for a meager, precarious sense of safety. Guan Yin revels in this process, watching as the once thorny flower, despite its deterioration, struggles to conceal its brilliance, is gradually crushed, reshaped, imbued with his colors, branded with his mark, transforming into a completely dependent weed. This total dominion provides him with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction, more intoxicating than slaughter or conquest. Life at the base appears tranquil, yet beneath the surface, currents of tension swirl. Guan Yin quickly rises to prominence, leveraging his formidable lightning abilities to secure a significant position and resources. An increasing number of individuals regard him with awe and seek his favor. Naturally, various characters attempt to probe into the background of his beautiful, silent subordinate, with some even subtly suggesting exchanges or sharing, all of which Guan Yin coldly rebuffs. His possessions are not to be coveted by anyone. Yi Lin hardly steps outside, akin to a bird caged in confinement. When he is reluctantly compelled to accompany Guan Yin, he must remain closely at his side, head bowed, too afraid to meet anyone's gaze. The scrutiny from the outside world, whether curious, pitying, or greedy, pricks at him like thorns, and only by clutching tightly to Guan Yin's hem can he find a semblance of false security. Unbeknownst to him, whispers about him are quietly cascading through certain channels, reaching the upper echelons of power within the base. In the core area of the rock base, in the top floor office of the command center, a man in a crisply tailored military uniform stands with his back to the door, hands clasped behind him. The stars on his epaulets gleam coldly. He stands tall, exuding a calm demeanor, yet radiating an aura of authority that demands respect without anger. A knock sounds at the door. Enter. His voice is steady and devoid of emotion. A trusted officer strides in, respectfully presenting a document. General, The detailed assessment report of the new batch of ability users entering the city has been completed. One of them, named Guan Yin, possesses lightning abilities, rated highly for both potential and destructive power. Here are his detailed records. The man referred to as General slowly turns around. Beneath the illumination, a remarkably handsome yet stern visage emerged. His deep-set eyes, high nose, and lips pressed into a straight, austere line conveyed an air of severity. His countenance bore a striking resemblance to Yi Lin, albeit more mature and robust, imbued with the gravitas of one accustomed to authority and the solemnity born from enduring trials. Yi Zhizhou, the supreme commander of the Panshur base, was the older brother of the legendary Yi Lin, who had vanished without a trace in the early days of the apocalypse. He took the document, his gaze steady as it swept across the page. Upon encountering Guan Yan's name and the assessment of his abilities, his expression remained inscrutable. It was only when his eyes drifted down to the section for accompanying personnel that he paused. The registered name read, Yi Lin. In the relationship remarks, 3 glaring words stood out: possession. Chapter 8, The Ungrateful Scion. Brother Yi Zhizhou's gaze lingered on that name for a full 3 seconds. The office was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. His trusted officer held his breath, reluctant to intrude. He sensed a subtle shift in the general's aura, akin to a sudden undercurrent stirring beneath a tranquil sea. Yi Zhizhou lifted his gaze to the window, observing the hazy residential area of the base. His fingers unconsciously tapped lightly on the report twice. Then he spoke, his voice still steady and devoid of any tremor, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Make the arrangements. I wish to meet this Mr. Guan, along with his possession. In the command center of the Panshur base, at the top-level office, the air was thick with tension. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lay a scene that was orderly yet lifeless, resembling a meticulously crafted but utterly devoid of vitality gray canvas. Yi Zhizhou stood with his hands clasped behind him, his crisp officer's uniform accentuating his tall and imposing stature. He did not glance at the 2 individuals just brought into the room. His attention remained fixed outside, as though he could penetrate the glass and perceive every subtle movement behind him. The office door closed silently behind them. Guan Yin stood in the center of the room, his demeanor composed. The formidable presence of a lightning wielder quietly enveloped the space, exuding a wild, untamed sharpness. He slightly turned, adopting a posture that suggested undeniable protection, or perhaps possession, over the person behind him. Yi Lin kept his head bowed, almost entirely shrouded in Guan Yan's shadow. He wore the simple yet crisply laundered attire that Guan Yan had prepared for him, his hair meticulously arranged, revealing a smooth forehead and striking features. At first glance, he appeared to be a well-cared-for, quiet, and beautiful subordinate. Yet that tranquility felt unnaturally silent, as if his soul had been siphoned away, leaving behind merely a carefully adorned shell. Yi Zhizhou slowly turned around. His movements were deliberate, yet carried the weight of immense pressure. His gaze first landed on Guan Yin, sharp as a hawk's, filled with scrutiny and assessment, a natural vigilance from one in power towards a formidable yet volatile force. Then, his gaze shifted to Yi Lin, who stood behind Guan Yin. Just a single glance. For a fleeting moment, the icy demeanor of Yi Zhizhou, seemingly eternally frozen, tightened ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Deep within the depths of his consciousness, something shattered abruptly, swiftly enveloped by a deeper chill. It was strikingly reminiscent of him. Those brows and eyes, that nose, those lips, an almost exact replica of his boisterous and audacious younger brother, who would have relished in piercing the heavens. Yet, paradoxically, he was utterly unrecognizable. The Yi Lin from his memories was a blazing flame, a drawn blade. His gaze always bore an air of disdain and impatience, chin perpetually raised, surveying others with a sidelong glance, his speech imbued with an infuriating sense of entitlement. He was the harbinger of chaos, the instigator of mischief, provoking his elder brother to the brink of exasperation, forcing him to follow behind with a stoic demeanor, cleaning up the mess time and again. Now, however, he was a mere shadow of his former self. Eyes cast down, body slightly inclined, exuding an almost servile demeanor of dependence. His hands were tightly clasped in front of him, fingers pale from strain. That exquisitely beautiful face bore no vivacity, only a vacant, numbed expression, a hollow shell of submission. Even his breathing was so gentle, it seemed he feared to disturb something fragile. He resembled a flower, forcibly stripped of every branch and crushed of all thorns, leaving only pale petals, placed in an ornate vase, wilted yet still maintaining a delicate form. Yi Zhizhou's gaze lingered on Yi Lin for a full 5 seconds. Those seconds were suffocatingly silent. Guan Yin keenly detected the anomaly in the Supreme Commander's gaze. It was not mere scrutiny or curiosity, but something deeper, suppressing a tumult of emotions. The arm that encircled Yi Lin's shoulder instinctively tightened, conveying a warning and a claim. Yi Lin furrowed his brow slightly at the pressure, but dared not struggle. Instead, he instinctively shrank further behind him, seeking refuge above all else. This subtle movement did not escape Yi Zhizhou's notice. His heart felt as if pierced by a cold needle. How could his brother, the fearless, brazen Yi Lin, who would audaciously scold him for being old-fashioned, have transformed into this? How could he exhibit such fear and dependency toward the stranger? Mr. Guan, Yi Zhizhou finally spoke, his voice steady and frosty, devoid of any ripple of emotion, as he turned his gaze towards Guan Yin. Your ability assessment report is commendable. The base requires formidable individuals such as yourself. A standard official greeting. Guan Yin nodded slightly, neither subservient nor overbearing. The general is too kind. Survival in this apocalypse demands one's utmost effort. And this is? Yi Zhizhou's gaze appeared casually to sweep back to Yi Lin, as if merely asking a casual question. Guan Yin's arm remained firmly around Yi Lin, his tone calm, yet resolute. Yi Lin, my charge. Yi Lin. Yi Zhizhou slowly repeated the name, as if savoring the weight of those 2 syllables. He looked at Yi Lin, his gaze tranquil yet imbued with an invisible pressure, urging him to raise his head. This was not a request, it was a command. Yi Lin's body trembled sharply, as if struck by an unseen whip. He cast a fleeting, terrified glance at Guan Yin, seeking help. Guan Yin's expression turned slightly frosty, yet before the supreme commander of the base, he could not openly defy. He nodded ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. Upon receiving permission, Yi Lin seemed to have garnered the courage to slowly, albeit stiffly, raise his head. His beautiful peach blossom eyes were finally fully exposed to the light. They remained clear, yet a veil of persistent gray obscured their depths, brimming with confusion, unease, and a profound weariness, as if imprinted upon his very soul. He dared not meet Yi Zhizhou's gaze, allowing his eyes to wander, ultimately resting on the other's stern jawline. Their eyes met. In that fleeting moment, Yi Lin hurriedly lowered his eyelashes. Yet Yi Zhizhou perceived it all too clearly. In those eyes, there was none of the familiar arrogance, no lively cunning, nor even anger and hatred. Only the desolation left in the wake of destruction. A surge of furious flames ignited within Yi Zhizhou's heart, nearly searing through his icy exterior. Who had transformed his brother into this wretched state? Was it the man before him, Guan Yin, or something else entirely? Yet, he forcefully suppressed this tempestuous wrath. His fingers clenched tightly at his sides, knuckles turning pale. Now was not the time for outbursts. The situation remained unclear. Guan Yin was formidable and inscrutable. He could not act impulsively. Very well. Yi Zhizhou's voice betrayed no hint of disturbance, and he even subtly curved his lips, striving to appear less oppressive. It seemed, Mr. Guan has taken excellent care of your well-being. This statement, heard by Guan Yin, was an acknowledgement. He inclined his head slightly in response. However, to Yi Lin, it felt like a dull knife slicing through him. Care? Indeed, meticulous care, to the extent that his very soul had been transformed beyond recognition. Yi Zhizhou ceased to regard Yi Lin, turning instead to converse with Guan Yin about matters concerning the base's periphery and experiences with supernatural abilities. His tone was steady, his logic clear, embodying a demeanor of official business. Guan Yin answered cautiously, yet his vigilance remained unyielding. This General Yi exuded an inscrutable aura. Yi Lin continued to bow his head, standing there like a finely crafted sculpture. His brother's voice resonated with a deep authority, each word striking against his eardrums, bringing forth a peculiar and unfamiliar vibration. The title brother felt like a massive stone submerged in icy waters, indistinct yet heavy. He ought to know this person, familiar yet foreign. Deep within, something stirred, yearning to break free from the icy confines. It was firmly suppressed by an even thicker, colder layer of fear. The notion of a husband as heaven had forcibly implanted itself within him, forming a solid cage that imprisoned his chaotic consciousness. He could not think, dare not think. The conversation seemed to reach its conclusion. Yi Zhizhou cast one final glance at Yi Lin, his gaze profound as the ocean, imbued with countless complex and elusive emotions. Fleetingly graspable. The base will provide the finest resources and treatment for elites like Mr. Guan, Yi Zhizhou stated, hoping for a fruitful collaboration. Indeed, Guanyin nodded. You may leave now. Yi Zhizhou waved his hand, turning away to face the floor-to-ceiling windows, no longer regarding them. His silhouette stood tall and solitary. Guanyin embraced Yi Lin and turned it apart. The office door closed silently once more, until the echoes of footsteps faded completely at the end of the corridor. Yi Zhizhou abruptly turned around. The calm facade on his face shattered in an instant, replaced by a chilling fury. He slammed his fist onto the solid mahogany desk with a resounding thud. Cracks appeared on the surface of the desk. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes swirled with tumultuous waves. It was him. There could be no mistake. But how could he have transformed into such a state? That visage, utterly broken in spirit and tamed like a domesticated sparrow, belonged to his once reckless and audacious brother, Yi Lin. Guanyin, Yizihazu's gazette, darkened ominously. He approached the desk and pressed the internal communicator. Assemble all monitoring records concerning Guanyin and that Yi Lin since their entry into the city. I demand to know every movement. He paused, his voice frigid as ice shards. Prepare everything regarding Yi Lin, starting from his city registration. Every detail must be accounted for. No omissions. After severing the communication, Yi Zhizhou strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the entire base. His brother was down there, transformed into that state, lingering beside a dangerous man. Regardless of what had transpired, regardless of how reckless Yi Lin had been, the Yi family would not allow outsiders to treat him with such disdain. He had to bring him back. Meanwhile, leaving the command center and walking back to the residential area, Guanyin still had his arm around Yi Lin's. He looked down at Yi Lin's pale, dazed face and spoke in an emotionless tone. The man you just saw was General Yi Zhizhou, the highest commander of the base. Do you know him? Yi Lin snapped back to reality, like a startled rabbit, shaking his head in panic. No, I don't know him. Guanyin scrutinized him for a few seconds, seemingly assessing the truth of his words. Eventually, he smirked coldly, his tone laced with a chilling amusement. It's best you don't know him. Remember your position. You are merely mine, just a husband. Yi Lin lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper, trembling slightly. Guanyin, satisfied, averted his gaze and continued walking. Yi Lin followed behind, the sunlight piercingly bright. He instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes, but midway through the gesture, he abruptly halted, as if recalling some forbidden thought, quickly lowering his hand and resuming his submissive demeanor. Yet in the unseen corner, his hand at his side involuntarily curled at the fingertips. Why did that General Yi look at him in such a way? It felt as though he had lost something profoundly significant. A blur of chaotic fragments surged through his mind, deafening music, dazzling lights, the sensation of having drunk too much, spilling wine on a woman who had approached him, laughing arrogantly, while someone beside him seemed to sigh in resignation, intercepting a rushing bodyguard, a figure that suddenly pierced his head with pain. He let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling further, his steps becoming unsteady. What's wrong? Guanyin immediately sensed it, turning back to scrutinize him with sharp eyes. No, nothing. Yi Lin hurriedly steadied himself, forcing a pale and stiff smile, feeling slightly dizzy. Guanyin scrutinized him for a moment, ultimately refraining from further inquiry, merely tightening his embrace, nearly dragging Yi Lin forward. Delicate came the cold assessment. Yi Lin fell silent, allowing himself to be led into the drab throng of the base. Yet within the stillness of his heart, a solitary stone had been cast into the depths, sending ripples that, though faint, could not be quelled. Certain transformations were quietly unfolding in the unseen realms. Deep within his fractured soul, the suppressed essence stirred like a dormant volcano, sensing tremors in the crust, beginning to emit unsettling rumbles. The forgotten edges and crushed pride struggled beneath the rubble, yearning to pierce the heavy dust that cloaked them. Life at the rock base felt ensnared in a viscous and distorted substance. Day and night were cleaved into starkly contrasting hues. By day, Guan Yin embodied the model husband, striving to provide Yi Lin with a relatively comfortable existence amid limited resources. Clean water, ample food, and occasionally, a morsel of long-expired candy or snacks from the pre-apocalypse era found their way into Yi Lin's hands. His actions, while not overly gentle, carried an irrefutable meticulousness. He began personally instructing Yi Lin in basic combat techniques and weapon usage. In the small courtyard, he stood behind Yi Lin, arms encircling him, correcting his grip and striking posture with hands-on guidance. The heat of his body seeped through thin fabric, breath brushing against Yi Lin's ear. Use your wrist, not your arm. Keep your stance steady. Are you made of paper? Aim for vital points. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Chapter 9. The Ungrateful Rich Heir. No one shall take what is mine. His voice, low and resonant, whispered near Yi Lin's ear, devoid of excessive emotion, yet no longer purely a frigid command. Yi Lin remained rigid in his embrace, every touch eliciting a tense response, yet under the weight of such absolute power and control, he felt no inclination to resist. He learned swiftly, as though his body retained a peculiar muscle memory, but Guan Yin's lessons were invariably long and suffocating. He would use a cloth, dampened with water, to gently wipe away the sweat from Yi Lin's brow after training. When Yi Lin accidentally cut his finger, he would grasp the fingertip, carefully applying ointment, and then bind it with a clean strip of cloth. If Yi Lin awoke in the night, rather than scolding, Guan Yin would silently pull him into his embrace, his hand rhythmically patting Yi Lin's back until his stiff body relaxed, sinking into another form of captivity, a tranquil slumber. This kindness felt like poison cloaked in sugar. Meticulously attentive, it served as a constant reminder to Yi Lin that his every emotion, joy or sorrow, safety or peril, hinged entirely upon Guan Yin. He was utterly dependent on him. Yi Lin, akin to a parched plant, aware of the toxicity, could only greedily absorb this distorted nourishment. He grew increasingly silent, the emptiness in his gaze replaced by a more complex bewilderment. He relied on Guan Yin's protection, indulging in that fleeting, illusory warmth, while his body instinctively recorded every technique imparted during instruction, every corrected motion. The night, however, presented a different scene. Yi Lin bit his lip, stifling a sob deep within his throat, his tears silently moistening his temples. Is it love? Perhaps it is. A twisted emotion, intermingled with overwhelming possessiveness and a desire for destruction, which even he struggled to clearly define. He only knew that this person must belong entirely to him, from body to soul, without the slightest deviation. Any hint of potential disengagement from his control must be extinguished promptly, even excessively. He dared not fully indulge Yi Lin. Even the faintest sign of returning to his former self would set off alarms in his heart, prompting him to repress Yi Lin back into submission with even greater severity. This dichotomy between day and night drove Yi Lin's already tumultuous psyche towards a perilous edge. At times, he felt disoriented, as if this was all there was. Other times, he awoke in the dead of night from nightmares, visions of shattered brilliance and a soft, urgent voice calling out with a measure of hatred. Life within the base was anything but static. Guan Yin swiftly ascended to higher echelons, participating in core meetings and undertaking significant missions. Most of the time, Yi Lin remained in that villa, like a cherished yet imprisoned canary. Occasionally, Guan Yin would take him to mandatory public appearances. Yi Lin would always keep his head down, closely trailing alongside Guan Yin, striving to minimize his presence. Until that occasion, at a resource coordination meeting hosted by Yi Zhizhou concerning the expansion of defensive fortifications. Guan Yin, representing the assault-type abilities, attended, while Yi Lin, as usual, lingered in the shadows behind him. The meeting was long and tedious, with various factions vying for manpower and resources. Yi Zhizhou sat at the head of the table, his expression stern as he listened, his fingers unconsciously tapping the surface. His gaze would occasionally sweep, seemingly inadvertently, towards a young man in the corner with his head bowed low. The focal point of contention revolved around the casting efficiency of a new alloy and the optimal plan for ability assistance. With several technical officials and ability leaders locked in heated debate, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. At that moment, a very faint voice, almost an unconscious whisper, drifted from the corner. Increased the hot press parameters by 3%. The metal-based ability's vibration frequency aligns with the material's inherent resonance, reducing energy loss by at least 15 points. The voice was soft, tinged with a hint of timid uncertainty, yet it fell into the room like a drop of cold water into boiling oil, instantly silencing the entire conference room. All eyes turned, in unison, toward the source of the voice, the beautiful young man who had remained silent behind Guan Yin. Yi Lin himself was taken aback. He abruptly raised his head, his complexion paling as if startled by his own utterance, glancing anxiously at Guan Yin, his lips trembling, instinctively wanting to retreat behind him. Guan Yin's expression darkened abruptly, his gaze slicing towards Yi Lin, cold and sharp, laden with unmistakable warning and anger. Yi Lin was frightened into immediate silence, lowering his head in a desperate bid to shrink into the ground. Yet, Yi Zhizhou at the head of the table halted his tapping fingers suddenly. He cast a sharp gaze towards Yi Lin, his eyes cutting like a knife, imbued with a novel and intricately complex scrutiny. The preceding discourse encompassed profound principles of materials, science, and energy application, far beyond the casual utterances of an ordinary vase. It even exceeded the comprehension of many technical personnel present. This was certainly not the rhetoric one would expect from his frivolous younger brother, who was merely known for indulgence and mischief. Guan Yin swiftly rose, positioning himself protectively before Yi Lin, effectively obstructing Yi Zhizhou's line of sight. His tone was calm, yet suffused with an undeniable pressure. "I apologize, General. My family member has spoken out of turn and disrupted the meeting." Yi Zhizhou regarded Guan Yin with a penetrating gaze, before casting a glance at the trembling figure behind him, his eyes deep and turbulent as the ocean. He refrained from probing further, merely nodding slightly. "No matter. Let us continue." Yet, certain matters, once set in motion, could not be restrained. Subsequent to the meeting, Yi Zhizhou's actions noticeably accelerated. He discreetly commenced arrangements, observing Guan Yin and Yi Lin's daily lives from a closer vantage point. Utilizing his authority, he orchestrated serendipitous encounters during intervals when Guan Yin was compelled to undertake perilous missions. At times, while Yi Lin basked alone in the sun within the designated activity zone, former officers of the Yi family would happen upon him, seemingly inadvertently recalling past events, nuances and anecdotes known solely to the core descendants of the Yi clan. Occasionally, trivial items would appear, such as a specific brand of chocolate wrapper that Yi Lin cherished in his childhood, or a minuscule part of a now-defunct mech model that he had once obsessively collected, carelessly left in his path. These subtle, continuous fragments of information acted as small keys, endeavoring to pry open the door of memories securely locked away. Yi Lin's responses evolved from initial bewilderment and fear to a growing sense of confusion and unease. These remnants unsettled him, inducing a dull ache in his head, while indistinct fragments flitted through his mind, too swift to grasp. He dared not reveal these disturbances, burying them deep within, striving to appear more compliant in Guan Yin's presence. Meanwhile, Guan Yin keenly sensed Yi Zhizhou's covert maneuvers and Yi Lin's subtle transformations. Fear and rage burgeoned within him. His desire for control intensified, blurring the boundaries of day and night, and his vigilance over Yi Lin became nearly obsessive. The facade of gentleness grew increasingly difficult to maintain as the underlying malevolence within him often broke through the surface. Just as this taut string was about to reach its breaking point, an unexpected figure emerged at the rock-solid base. Shimu. He arrived with a weary band of survivors, still bearing an appearance that seemed refined yet astutely calculating, though now etched with the harshness wrought by a post-apocalyptic world. Utilizing his commendable wood-based abilities and the scarce medicines he brought, he quickly secured his footing within the base. During a welcoming banquet hosted by the upper echelons, Guan Yin attended with Yilin. When Shimu's gaze traversed the crowd and landed upon the demure, pale yet strikingly beautiful youth beside Guan Yin, whose eyes bore an emptiness, he was momentarily taken aback, followed by an eruption of extreme shock and disbelief in his eyes. Yilin, how could he be here? And in this wretched state? In the final moment of his previous life, Yilin unhesitatingly shot him, obliterating that icy, mocking gaze. He remembered it vividly. Such a ruthless, ambitious madman, capable of eliminating even his allies without a second thought. How could this be? A profound absurdity and an overwhelming sense of betrayal surged within Shimu. He struggled to maintain his composure, fixating intently on Yilin, attempting to discern any traces of disguise. Yilin sensed the intensity of that burning, unsettling gaze and anxiously lifted his head. When his eyes met Shimu's, filled with shock, scrutiny, and an inexplicable malice, he trembled in fear, nearly dropping the wine glass, instinctively retreating behind Guan Yin, his fingers tightly clutching the hem of Guan Yin's garment. This act of seeking protection utterly delighted Guan Yin, yet simultaneously ignited a fierce animosity and vigilance toward Shimu. He promptly drew Yilin behind him, his icy glare piercing like a blade directed at Shimu. Upon encountering Guan Yin's gaze, Shimu felt a jolt of trepidation, swiftly suppressing his visible emotions and replacing them with a composed smile, raising his glass in a gesture of acknowledgement. Yet, the tumultuous storm brewing within him remained uncalmed. How could Yilin and Guan Yin be intertwined? Their relationship appeared to run deep. Fragments of memories from his past life flickered chaotically, and a vague yet startling hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Was it possible? The cacophony of the banquet seemed to fade into the background. Guan Yin held the trembling Yilin tightly, his eyes dark and menacing as they fixated on the seemingly composed, yet inwardly divergent Shimu. Above them, Yi Zhizhou observed the brief yet intense undercurrents below, his wine glass trembling slightly in his hand, his gaze tranquil yet brewing a tempest. Meanwhile, Yilin's fingers curled unconsciously in an unseen corner, as if yearning to grasp a weapon that did not exist, yet was rightfully his. The night deepened, engulfing the rock base. Distant searchlights, akin to the cold eyes of a beast, slowly swept across the silent streets, occasionally illuminating the congealed blood on the metallic walls. Within the villa, only a solitary dim emergency light cast a weak glow, barely dispelling the encroaching darkness. The air was thick with the unique, ambiguous scent that lingers after desire has faded, mingled with the briny tang of sweat and a faint hint of blood, whether from old wounds reopened during training or something else entirely. Yilin curled up, resembling a mollusk completely drained of its essence, pale, fragile, and immobile. Delicate shivers occasionally coursed down his spine, producing a subtle rustle of fabric. With his eyes closed, his long eyelashes, soaked with tears, clung to his lower eyelid, blurring into a pitiful shadow. Guan Yan's arm remained locked around his waist like an iron band, the warmth of his body seeping through their pressed skins, akin to an inescapable branding iron. Brother, let us embrace once more. This embrace was tight, suffocating him. Yilin's consciousness floated on the brink of exhaustion, engulfed in a haze of confusion, just as he was on the verge of sinking into the abyss of utter darkness. A faint, intermittent static, akin to a disrupted electrical current, abruptly resonated within the depths of his mind. Attempting to reboot connection to System 0124, reboot in progress. Yilin remained unresponsive, still enveloped in weariness and emptiness. Until at last, reboot successful. Wow, host, are you alright? Why is your energy so low? Why has the memory module been so chaotically encrypted and altered? Who did this? Which scoundrel dares to touch my bound, host 0124? The voice suddenly escalated, becoming clearer, soft and crisp, tinged with a frenzied urgency and anger reminiscent of a child robbed of their sweets, yet intertwined with a chilling mechanical timbre that was both bizarre and somewhat comical. Yelins et lâches tremblaient violently. Was it auditory hallucination? Was he merely exhausted, or had he finally lost his mind? Host? Yelin, can you hear me? It's me, your most adorable, intelligent, an invincible dragon AO Tion antagonist cultivation system 0124. Did we not agree to harvest the male lead's hatred value together, to strike Guan Yin and kick Shimu, and dominate the apocalypse? Wait, your current state is very peculiar, extremely peculiar. The voice, claiming to be 0124, spoke at a rapid pace, a cacophony reminiscent of beans spilling from a container, possessing an almost loquacious character. Finally, Yulin managed to slowly open his eyes with great difficulty. What lay beneath was a hollow and bewildered gaze, washed by tears, reflecting the dim yellow light, resembling two stagnant pools. Binding status confirmed, life link stable but host. Your mental fluctuations are quite strange, and your bodily data, this dual gender characteristic, is in a stabilization phase? That is not right. This setting doesn't exist in the original timeline. Could it be a mutation from the repercussions of traversing the turbulent currents of time and space? 0124's voice brimmed with astonishment and immense confusion, even tinged with a hint of a whimper. Oh no, this system merely exhausted its energy and was forced into a brief slumber. How could everything change upon awakening? How have you become someone else's possession? And why is it that a husband is paramount? What has that scoundrel Guan Yin done to you? By what right? Chapter 10. The Ungrateful Rich Second Generation and Awakening. The very mention of Guan Yin pierced Yi Lin's chaotic nerves like a heated needle. Simultaneously, a torrent of vast, tumultuous, and sharp memories, akin to shards of glass, violently shattered through the dense, sticky mist that had long obscured his consciousness. Emergency permissions activated. Memory forced repair transmission. Host, hold on. It might be a bit, no, it will be extremely painful. The sudden onset of pain caused Yi Lin's body to arch violently, akin to a shrimp thrust into boiling water. His eyes widened to their fullest, pupils narrowing to pinpricks. A splitting headache ensued, as if countless steel needles were furiously swirling within. The icy experimental apparatus targeting his heart. The blinding explosion of light. The bullet hole in Shimu's forehead. The chaotic failure of the system's transmission. The bewilderment at the onset of the apocalypse. Guan Yin's alternating cold and tender treatment. Those humiliating lessons. The ruthless encroachment of night. The domestication under the notion of a husband's supremacy. Yizi zo se profound gaze. Shimu's astonished expression. Countless images, sounds, and sensory fragments surged forth like a deluge unleashed, crashing violently against the carefully constructed, illusory world of Guan Yin, shattering it to pieces. He remembered everything. He was Yi Lin, the audacious and calculating Yi Lin, who regarded human lives as mere trifles, capable of extinguishing collaborators with a mere flick of his wrist, the one bound to a villainous system, whose goal was to harvest Guan Yin's hatred value. He was not the fragile, helpless weed that depended on him for survival. He was not Guan Yin's property, far from being his so-called wife. A profound absurdity, overwhelming rage, and the utmost humiliation of being toyed with, trampled upon, and forcefully distorted engulfed him like volcanic magma. With a sudden gasp, Yi Lin sprang upright from the bed, clutching his head as if it were about to explode, emitting a suppressed, excruciating howl of anguish. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his flimsy nightclothes. His body trembled uncontrollably, every muscle taut as iron. Host, are you all right? The energy fluctuations are too intense. Goodness, how has your memory module become so chaotic? The voice of System 0124 was tinged with a note of panic, evidently alarmed by the abrupt turn of events. The memories had returned. All of them. He was Yi Lin, the arrogant and self-serving individual who would unhesitatingly betray collaborators for personal gain. The one who had lost his memory due to a cursed system malfunction and temporal turbulence, only to be ensnared by Guan Yin. Yi Lin abruptly lifted his gaze and encountered the wide-awake man beside him. Guan Yin had opened his eyes almost instantaneously at the sound of Yi Lin's cries. In the darkness, his eyes were sharp and alert, devoid of any drowsiness, radiating sudden vigilance and scrutiny. Upon seeing Yi Lin convulsing in pain while clutching his head, his first instinct was not concern, but rather to seize Yi Lin's shoulders with an iron grip. What was happening? His voice was deep and hoarse, laced with an undeniable authority and a hint of barely concealed panic. Yi Lin's current state was unsettling. The vacant and submissive expression had been replaced by an intense agony, chaos, and a fierce emotion that Guan Yin had never witnessed before. "Let go of me!" Yi Lin instinctively screamed, his voice hoarse from the searing pain and tumultuous emotions. He struggled to free himself from Guan Yin's grasp. Yet this act of defiance ignited the most sensitive nerve within Guan Yin's heart. Astute as he was, Guan Yin swiftly realized what might have transpired. His gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he raised his other hand, ready to strike down with a gust of wind. Warning: life-threatening situation detected for the host. Emergency defense system activation insufficient. Activation failed. System 0124 emitted a piercing alarm. The anticipated pain did not arrive. Not out of Guan Yin's compassion, but because a completely uncontrolled, sickeningly sweet moan escaped from Yi Lin's throat. Yi Lin's body instantly froze, his complexion drained of color, appearing even paler than before. Guan Yin's raised hand halted midair. He evidently heard that unusual reaction. The fingers gripping Yi Lin's shoulder loosened slightly. The fury in his gaze replaced by a profound and more perilous darkness. He looked down at the person beneath him, observing the expression of sheer horror resulting from the resurgence of painful memories, mingled with a bewildered shame triggered by his body's unexpected response. This extreme contrast greatly pleased a certain dark desire for control deep within him. He let out a low laugh, tinged with a cruel amusement that suggested he understood everything. He lowered his raised hand, instead running his fingertips slowly along Yi Lin's violently trembling spine, feeling the minute beads of sweat erupt on his sensitive skin. It seemed his breath, hot and invasive, brushed against Yi Lin's sensitive ear, the voice subdued to a whisper, akin to a devil's murmur. Those words pierced through Yi Lin's freshly awakened consciousness like the most venomous of needles. Indeed, during those dark and oppressive days of his conditioning, Guan Yin had inflicted upon him far more than mere psychological torment and possession. It was unclear what methods had rendered him so acutely sensitive, helplessly bound to Guan Yin's presence, cultivating an almost drug-like craving. Once ignited, he would completely lose control of his will, descending into a state of utter debauchery. This was the deepest despair. His awareness had returned, memories flooded back, yet this body was no longer his own. It had become Guan Yin's most steadfast chain, binding him tightly to this humiliating plight. Damn beast! Yi Lin's eyes blazed with fury as he struggled to push him away, but the body's reactions grew increasingly intense. That hollow, craving gnawing at him like countless ants devouring his very marrow, leaving his limbs weak, even the strength to clench his fists rapidly dissipating. The furious curses that rose to his lips transformed into intermittent, sob-laden gasps. Guan Yin reveled in the sight of his futile resistance, the glimmer in his eyes intensifying. He effortlessly countered Yi Lin's feeble attempts at rejection, pressing him more firmly into the mattress. "Curse me!" He bit down on Yi Lin's flushed ear tip, his tone icy yet exhilarated. "Soon enough, you will beg me, just as you always have." Host! Hold on. Do not succumb to your body's instincts. Use your willpower." System 0124 was frantic in his mind. "I am attempting to extract the last bit of reserve energy to create a mental shield for you. But it won't last long. This body has been altered too thoroughly." "Shield? What good is that?" Yi Lin despaired, closing his eyes as tears cascaded forth. His willpower felt laughably fragile against the overwhelming physiological tide. He could distinctly feel his defenses crumbling inch by inch, reason consumed by desire. Alert! Alert! Host mental link is extremely unstable. Initiating forced disengagement procedure. Target world coordinate lock malfunction. Encountering unidentified energy interference. Activating emergency protocol. Consuming all reserve energy. Executing random leap. 321 leap. The shrill, pitchy alarm of 0124 became the last noise piercing Yi Lin's eardrum. The body was racked with excruciating pain, a nauseating physiological craving, the heavy and searing sense of oppression from Guan Yin, and a dizzying sensation as if the soul were being torn apart. All perceptions reached their zenith in that moment, only to abruptly cease, as if the power had been forcibly cut off. Voices, sensations, and light vanished in an instant. Finally, what came into focus in his dazed pupils was the visage of Guan Yin, suddenly contorted, the countenance, once commanding and sinister, now transformed into an expression of incredulous horror and panic. He seemed to be shouting something, his mouth agape, veins bulging at his temples, desperately attempting to grasp something elusive. Yet that image swiftly blurred and shattered, akin to a broken mirror. How grotesque was the last mocking thought that flickered through Yi Lin's mind. Immediately thereafter, consciousness plunged into an infinite abyss of darkness. Jump successful, positioning system in space. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice echoed in the void. Time was indeterminate as Yi Lin's consciousness struggled to resurface, like a sunken ship laboriously ascending from the depths of dark waters. Pain, not the kind that tears, but a pervasive, dull ache, a weakness stemming from a soul stretched beyond its limits. He laboriously opened his eyes, initially greeted by a blurred white before clarity emerged. He found himself lying in a pristine, white space devoid of superfluous furnishings, upon a platform reminiscent of a medical capsule, emanating faint energy waves. Host, you have awakened. Oh, how wonderful. You nearly scared me to death. The soft, tearful voice of 0124 resonated in his mind, though it was laced with evident weakness and static. Yi Lin pressed his still, throbbing forehead, gradually sitting up. Memories surged like a tidal wave. Apocalypse, Guan Yin, the altered body, recovered memories, and that chaotic, humiliating escape. His expression instantly soured, a tumultuous wave churning in his stomach. Silence. He rasped, cutting off 0124's wails, his tone imbued with the irritability and discomfort of having survived calamity. What is happening? Where's this place? Where is that bastard? Host, we have forcibly jumped. This is a temporary safe house within our system's realm. The voice of 0124 diminished, tinged with trepidation. It was perilous just now. We almost Guan Yin. At the mention of Guan Yin, Yi Lin's gaze hardened. Uncontrollable animosity surging within him. That beast who had transformed him into that wretched state. Just then, several streams of light illuminated the pure white walls of the safe house. And a colder, authoritative synthetic voice reverberated through the space. Identification of system number 0124 and its bound tasker Yi Lin confirmed. According to the main system's monitoring, the tasker Yi Lin has experienced multiple task worlds. Due to the tasker's abnormal exit and subsequent mishandling, various degrees of world-line turbulence have occurred. The Son of Fortune, the male lead, has exhibited an abnormal surge in hatred value, nearing collapse. Now, in accordance with Article 117 of the Crisis Intervention Regulations of the System Realm, the following judgment is rendered. Tasker Yi Lin must immediately return sequentially to the following numbered worlds: S007, Xinxia, 319, Interstellar, B542, Ancient Court, to complete corrective tasks. Mission objective: survive for at least 10 years in each world while eliminating the male protagonist's maximum hatred value. Warning: due to world barrier rejection and energy turmoil, the system cannot follow. The tasker will not receive any real-time assistance, mall exchanges, or information prompt from the system. Task difficulty assessment: extremely high. Failure penalty: soul annihilation. A barrage of chilling information struck down, leaving Yi Lin momentarily stunned. Multiple worlds? Chaos? Eliminate the male protagonist's hatred value? The system can't follow? What kind of joke is this? Wait. Yi Lin abruptly rose from the medical platform. Despite his soul still being weak, the arrogant disposition he possessed swiftly returned. His brows furrowed with malice. How could this be? The collapse of those worlds has nothing to do with me. I refuse. Am I to return and beg for forgiveness from those protagonists who would gladly tear me apart? I'd rather face annihilation. Host, please calm down. 0124's voice became frantic. This is a mandatory command from the main system. Failing to execute, it will truly lead to death. Moreover, 0124's voice became hesitant and strange. The main system has just synchronized a segment of follow-up information from the Apocalypse world. Would you like to hear it? No. Yi Lin instinctively rejected the notion. He had no desire to hear anything related to that world or that person. However, it seemed 0124's authority was overridden, and the information was forcibly played. It depicted a chaotic wave of energy, accompanied by an extremely unstable recorded voice. The medical pod's alarm blared sharply. A man's anguished roar echoed like a wounded beast. Come back. Yiding, you must return. The dull thud of fists striking the metal wall resonated painfully. Incoherent cries followed. It was my fault, don't go. Eventually, all sounds faded into an eerie silence, leaving only a chilling void, as if the soul had been entirely hollowed out. The segment was brief, yet it brimmed with profound emotional impact and a sense of destruction. Yi Lin stood frozen, his earlier agitation and defiance abruptly solidified. Guan Yin, that ever-controlling, cold-hearted figure, would actually... He violently shook his head, attempting to expel that voice and imagery from his mind. How could he entertain such thoughts? It must be Guan Yin's influence. This Guan Yin had indeed caused him to stumble greatly in that small world. Yet deep within, in a hidden corner of his heart, an unbidden tremor stirred, bringing with it a sharp pang of pain. Host 0124 softly called, seemingly receiving some additional command, its voice now heavy with gravity. The main system has supplementary directives. Given that the host has recently undergone significant trauma and the new task sequence is exceedingly dangerous to prevent memory conflict that could lead to task failure or mental collapse, it is now mandated to seal all of Yi Lin's memories and emotional connections from the Apocalypse world and subsequent task worlds until all corrective tasks are completed or the tasker perishes. What? Yi Lin was utterly enraged. Seal my memories? How dare you? Does that mean I cannot seek vengeance myself? That detestable Guan Yin. I will ensure he pays dearly. This is a protective measure, host. 0124 explained with a trembling voice. Those memories will only harm your current mission. Moreover, this is an order. I've already received the execution permit, and I lack the authority to alter the commands of the main system. In the pure white space, light began to swirl, and formless energy started to converge towards Yi Lin. Get away. I don't need this. Yi Lin attempted to resist, but the frailty of his soul and the immense power of the system rendered him utterly incapable of opposition. His vision began to blur. The faces of the apocalypse, the cold laboratory, the warm embrace, the fierce invasion, the desperate escape, and that final anguish scream all faded like a worn photograph, swiftly becoming indistinct and distant. All emotions were gradually stripped away under the white light, washed clean. As the brilliance dissipated, Yi Lin's gaze shifted from intense struggle to a state of vague bewilderment. He shook his still slightly dizzy head and frowned as he surveyed the surrounding pure white expanse. Ugh, what a bother. He pouted, his tone laced with a familiar, nonchalant arrogance and a hint of impatience. So, I'm just supposed to go to a few wretched worlds and beg for forgiveness, right? And I can't even have any cheats? He flexed his wrist. Although his memories were sealed, the ingrained pride and adaptability swiftly took command. All right, I understand. He waved dismissively at the empty space as if shooing away an annoyance. Just hurry up and send me over. The sooner I finish, the sooner I can leave this blindingly white place. It's utterly vexing. Host 0124's voice was filled with reluctance and concern, its energy becoming exceedingly weak. You must be careful. I will await your return. Enough with the nagging. Those fools will forgive with just a little deception, Yi Lin scoffed. As the last remnants of connection were utterly severed, the pure white space began to distort, and a new world portal was forcibly opened. Yi Lin took a deep breath, wearing an expression that conveyed a sense of sheer misfortune, yet unavoidable obligation as he stepped into the swirling vortex of light. The tumult of love and hatred in the apocalypse seemed to be quietly concealed. Yet, could the events truly transpire without leaving a trace? But those were matters for another time. At this moment, he was merely a tasker burdened with the tedious duty of atoning in various worlds. Volume 2, Modern Business Warfare Chapter 11, Black Moonlight, Abduction, Leap completed. Target World, S007, Modern Business Warfare. Identity loaded. Vice President of Yi Corporation, Young Master Yi Lin. The chilling sound of the system notification reverberated in the depths of his mind, yet before it fully faded, Yi Lin found himself standing in the center of a brilliantly illuminated banquet hall. Crystal chandeliers refracted dazzling light, and the air was thick with the scent of expensive champagne and perfume. Amidst the throngs of elegantly dressed attendees and the clinking of glasses, he wore a perfectly tailored Italian haute couture suit, the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist glimmering with understated luxury under the lights. Holding a champagne flute delicately between his fingers, he gently swirled the amber liquid, which clung to the walls of the crystal glass in graceful arcs. Surrounding him were flattering smiles and compliments. Yi Xiao, a young man of remarkable talent, executed a grand maneuver in the acquisition of Changfeng. That rascal Guan Yin, unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, dared to oppose Yi Xiao. He deserved his fate. Under Yi Xiao's leadership, the Yi family is bound to ascend to even greater heights. Yi Lin tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was both appropriately aloof and tinged with pride, responding with nonchalance. Memories unfurled in his mind like a slowly revealing scroll, flowing seamlessly. He is Yi Lin, the most favored and audacious young master of the Yi family, the vice president of the Yi Corporation. A year ago, he meticulously devised a plan, donning a mask of gentleness to approach Guan Yin, the ambitious president of Changfeng Group, who had risen from humble beginnings. Having gained the other's trust, and even some unbidden sentiments, he struck without hesitation, delivering a decisive blow. Not only did he completely absorb the Changfeng Group, but in the final moments, he shattered a wine bottle to mar Guan Yan's reportedly handsome visage. Clean and ruthless, it was entirely in line with his usual modus operandi. As for the system's mention of eliminating the male lead's hatred, Yi Lin sipped his champagne, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Guan Yin? The man he had utterly cast down, whose face was destroyed, now supposedly impoverished and missing? Hatred value? Perhaps, but what of it? A defeated dog, unable even to approach him. What right does he have to speak of hatred? He was likely hiding in some dark corner, licking his wounds, left to his own devices. A little sweetness would probably have him trailing behind like a dog. With this thought, the vigilance and sense of trouble that had arisen from the system's task dissipated considerably. This world, it seemed, was not difficult to navigate, as long as he enjoyed his life as a wealthy young master, occasionally keeping an eye out to ensure that Rat did not find an opportunity to bite back. All would be well, though he believed such a possibility was minuscule. In the following days, Yi Lin swiftly acclimated to his identity within this world. He resided in the most luxurious penthouse apartment owned by the Yi family, with a dedicated driver and bodyguards, living extravagantly, immersed in a life of opulence and indulgence. He deliberately made high-profile appearances at various events, relishing the adoration of the masses, partly to test whether Guan Yin, who was rumored to harbor a deep-seated hatred for him, would be unable to resist making an appearance. Meanwhile, he would fulfill his task. Adifiti rival, Jilin youth. Yet, tranquility prevailed. There were no anomalies. Guan Yin had seemingly evaporated from his world entirely. Yi Lin relaxed his guard completely. It appeared the system could err in judgment. Perhaps Guan Yin had long since succumbed to the blow and hidden away. He would need to dispatch more people to search for him. The task seemed exceedingly simple. While sending out search parties, he began to genuinely relish this world. temporarily casting aside the system's tasks. During the day, he commanded authority as the vice president of the Yi Corporation, and by night, he reveled in various nightlife events, living life with abandon and joy. Occasionally, he would return to the family's old villa nestled in the hills for a night, spending time with his parents and enjoying the meticulous care of the family's old butler and servants. Another weekend arrived. Yilin, having indulged in merriment throughout the city until the early hours, instructed the driver to take him back to the hillside villa, feeling pleasantly tipsy. The night was profoundly dark, enveloped in a thick fog that lingered in the mountains, with only the whisper of the wind rustling through the trees breaking the silence. The streetlights in the villa area cast a dim, yellow glow, spaced far apart, creating vague halos of light. Yilin dismissed his driver and staggered towards the villa's entrance, the effects of alcohol dulling his thoughts and blurring his senses. Humming a discordant tune, he fumbled for the keys in his pocket, entirely oblivious to the silent figure lurking in the shadows of dense foliage behind him, blending almost seamlessly with the darkness, waiting for an eternity like a crouched leopard. This figure was tall and imposing, clad in practical black attire, with a mask obscuring much of their face, revealing only a pair of eyes that burned with a chilling and lifeless flame in the dark. Those eyes were fixated on Yi Lin's unguarded back, filled with a frozen hatred and a twisted fervor. He watched as Yi Lin produced his keys and struggled to align them with the lock. Now was the moment. The shadow moved with astonishing speed, like a phantom, making not a sound as it approached Yi Lin from behind. Yi Lin, still dizzy from the alcohol, was slow to react. Before he could comprehend, an overwhelming force surged upon him from behind. A gloved hand clamped over his mouth and nose, while another arm tightened around his waist like a vice, yanking him backward with brutal force. A gasp escaped Yi Lin's lips as the drunkenness was abruptly shattered by fear. His eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately, emitting muffled cries. The keys slipped from his grasp, falling onto the grass with a faint clink. Yet the assailant's strength was terrifying and alarmingly adept. The grip on his mouth was precise, silencing his cries without fully suffocating him. The swift, silent movement dragged him into the deeper shadows beside the villa, where a dark van stood ominously, its rear doors ajar, resembling the gaping maw of a monstrous creature. Yi Lin's heart raced to an extreme, terror pouring over him like ice water. Who was this? A kidnapping? For ransom? He fought valiantly, twisting and attempting to elbow backward, kicking wildly, but all resistance felt utterly futile against such overwhelming force. The assailant effortlessly bound his hands behind him with cold plastic zip ties, then ruthlessly shoved him into the van's interior. The door slammed shut with a resounding thud, locking him away from the outside world. Inside the van, darkness enveloped him, save for the slight vibrations of the vehicle starting and the engine's low rumble. Yi Lin was harshly thrown onto the cold, hard floor, the impact causing stars to burst before his eyes. The alcohol-induced haze turned into a cold sweat, soaking his back. Terrified, he curled up, trying to adjust to the darkness and discern the assailant's face. A dim light flickered on above him, illuminating the interior. The assailant crouched before him, their towering figure exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Slowly, they removed the black mask from their face. As the light revealed their features, Yi Lin's breath caught abruptly in his throat. The pupils constricted wildly in utter horror. Before him was an exceedingly fearsome visage. The right cheek remained relatively unscathed, its lines sharp and handsomely chiseled. However, the left cheek was marred from brow to jaw with a grotesque array of scars, intersecting and horrific. It appeared as though some sharp object had mercilessly torn at the flesh, leaving a rough-heeled, twisted surface that seemed to writhe like a malevolent specter in the dim light. Even one eye appeared affected, its gaze chillingly dark and frigid. Yet, despite this, Yi Lin recognized the face at once. Guan Yin. How could it be him? Was he not supposed to have vanished entirely? Was he not meant to be utterly destitute? How dare he? How could he possibly appear here? In such a manner? Guan Yin crouched there, his eyes ablaze with a dead, vengeful hatred and a hint of madness. Fixated on the unabashed terror and disbelief etched across Yi Lin's face. Slowly, he reached out, the fingertips of his gloved hand cold and serpentine, gliding over Yi Lin's trembling cheek. The sensation sent a shiver down Yi Lin's spine. Guan Yin spoke, his voice rasping like sandpaper, yet imbued with a chilling, twisted calmness. "It has been a long time, my vice president. You seem to be enjoying yourself? It appears I have been away long enough for you to forget that some debts must be repaid in flesh and blood, with interest personally." The vehicle sped through the night, hurtling towards an unknown, shadowy lair. Yi Lin lay sprawled on the cold, hard floor of the compartment, gazing at the face that seemed to have emerged from the depths of hell, feeling for the first time the bone-chilling coldness of despair. The system's warnings had never been a jest. His nightmare was only just commencing. The black van resembled a moving coffin, jostling through the night. The roar of the engine drowned out all sounds within, including Yi Lin's frantic heartbeat and the stifled gasps of fear lodged in his throat. He was cast upon the unforgiving, frigid floor, his hands bound behind him, plastic ties biting deeply into his wrists, delivering a searing pain. Each jolt sent him uncontrollably tumbling, crashing against the cold metal walls, producing a dull thud. Darkness and the terror of the unknown surged like a frigid tide, battering against his nearly collapsing nerves. Guan Yin, that face, riddled with horrific scars, as if clawed from the abyss, repeatedly flashed before his eyes. Those eyes, burning with dead hatred and madness, seared into his very soul. How could this happen? How could he possibly find him? How dare he? The vehicle traveled for an indeterminate time before finally coming to a slow halt. The engine fell silent, and an eerie stillness enveloped the air. The rear door swung open abruptly, allowing the chill of the night to rush in, carrying a strange, damp, moldy scent mingled with the stench of industrial waste. Guan Yan's imposing figure blocked the entrance, his back to the dim light outside, his features shrouded in deeper shadows. Save for his eyes, which glimmered with a frightful intensity. He said nothing, bending down to reach inside, seizing Yi Lin's arm and, with a brutish force, dragged him out of the van as though he were mere refuse. Yi Lin stumbled and fell to the ground, his knees and elbows striking the rough concrete, eliciting a muffled groan of pain. In a state of panic, he glanced around. It appeared he had landed in a dilapidated town at the periphery of an abandoned industrial zone. Surrounding him were low, crumbling buildings with peeling paint, their windows mostly dark and some boarded up. The streetlights were dim and sparse, barely illuminating the uneven pavement and the refuse piled in the corners. The air was thick with an indescribable stench, a noxious blend of oil, garbage, and some chemical reagent. This place stood in stark contrast to the opulent, brightly lit mansion district he had just departed from, as if they belonged to two entirely different worlds. Guan Yin seized his arm, ruthlessly hauling him to his feet and pushing him toward the most decrepit of the tenement buildings. The stairwell was devoid of light, engulfed in darkness, reeking of urine and the sour odor of decaying food. His feet squelched on a sticky, unidentified substance. Yi Lin felt his stomach churn violently, nearly on the verge of retching. He was propelled up the narrow, steep staircase cluttered with debris, the wooden steps creaking under the strain. At the third floor, before a rusted iron door, Guan Yin came to a halt. He produced a key, unlocked the door, and forcefully shoved Yi Lin inside. The door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud, the sound of the lock echoing ominously in the stillness of the room. Yi Lin collapsed onto the cold concrete floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. He coughed, struggling to support himself as he surveyed his prison. The room was exceedingly cramped, possessing only a small window barred with rusty iron, the glass so grimy it was nearly opaque. Within, there lay a rickety wooden bed, its bedding greasy and filthy, emanating an indescribable stench. A wobbly table stood nearby, accompanied by a chair propped up with a brick due to a missing leg. In the corner, several empty liquor bottles and fast food containers were stacked, with cockroaches scuttling over them. The entire space was permeated by a heavy scent of smoke, sweat, and a distinctly aggressive masculine odor that belonged to Guan Yin, mingled with the acrid smell of cheap disinfectant, inducing nausea. It was even worse than the servants' quarters at the Yi family villa. Guan Yin loomed at the doorway like a mountain exuding an aura of chill. He removed his mask and hat, revealing a terrifying visage in the dim light, scarred and twisted, his gaze sharp as a poisoned blade, fixated menacingly on the disheveled Yilin. He advanced step by step, his boots thudding heavily on the concrete, instilling a sense of dread. Yilin rejuilet infirite, scrambling backward until his back pressed against the cold, rough wall, with nowhere left to retreat. What do you want? Yilin's voice trembled with extreme fear. Guan Yin, let me go. How much do you want? The Yi family can pay you 10 times, 100 times. Attempting to placate with money was his most familiar tactic. Guan Yin crouched before him, casting a vast shadow over Yilin. He extended his hand, not the gloved hand from before, but bare, rough fingers adorned with calluses and scars, which seized Yilin's chin with brutal force, compelling him to lift his gaze. The pressure was immense, causing Yilin's jawbone to throb painfully, as if it might shatter at any moment. Chapter 12. The dark moonlight. From love to hatred, the force was immense, gripping Yilin's jawbone with such intensity that it felt as though it might shatter at any moment. Money? Qian Yin scoffed, his voice hoarse and unpleasant, laced with scorn and unabashed malice. Do you, young Master Yi, still believe this is the past? That your filthy wealth can manipulate me like a mere dog? He leaned in abruptly, his scarred visage nearly pressing against Yilin's, the heat of his tobacco-laden breath washing over Yilin's face, causing turmoil in his stomach. I don't give a damn about your money anymore. Qian Yin growled, his other hand gesturing toward the squalid, dilapidated room. Look, witness the wretched life I endure. All thanks to you, the creature you nurtured. The profanities rained down like venom, striking Yilin with overwhelming force. He was utterly bewildered. The Qian Yin he remembered, even at the moment of betrayal when his visage was marred, had gazed at him with disbelief and profound despair. He had never exhibited such crude, violent, and foul-mouthed fury. The man before him resembled a beast wholly consumed by hatred and suffering, reduced to primal aggression and a desire for destruction. Did you think ruining my face and seizing my company would suffice? Qian Yan's fingers tightened, nearly embedding themselves into Yilin's flesh, his gaze frenzied. Let me tell you, it's not over. Damn you. This is far from over. He abruptly released his grip, rising to pace the cramped room restlessly, like a trapped animal. In this world, is it enough to wield wealth and power to do as you please? Yilin, you are nothing but a superficial malignant tumor. Scum, he berated while marching, his fist crashing onto a nearby table, creating a thunderous sound as the table shook violently, sending empty bottles cascading to the floor, shattering into shards. Glass fragments scattered at Yilin's feet, causing him to shudder in fear. Qian Yin panted heavily, his chest heaving, suddenly turning to fixate on Yilin again. The hatred in his eyes nearly tangible, threatening to incinerate him. Aren't you the one who relishes being high and mighty? He approached, seizing Yilin by the collar, lifting him off the ground and forcefully pressing him against the frigid wall. Isn't us lowly ones you look down upon? Now, how does it feel? Vice President Yi? Yilin's head spun from the impact, the luxurious fabric of his suit scraping against the rough wall with a harsh sound. Fear barely encapsulated his current sensation. It was a raw tremor, a confrontation with madness and obliteration. The Qian Yin before him was terrifyingly unfamiliar, no longer the man who, even amidst adversity, retained a semblance of dignity and elegance, but rather a creature thoroughly eroded by hatred and suffering, transformed into a paranoid, savage monster. Speak. The silence only fueled Qian Yan's agitation, and without warning, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed throughout the small room. Yilin turned his head away, his cheek instantly swelling with pain, a fiery sensation accompanied by immense humiliation that made his vision blur and his ears buzz. Playing dead? Guan Yin tightened his grip around his neck, constricting it further. Make a sound. Beg for mercy, just like you did when you deceived me before. Act pitiful. With his breath constricted, Yilin struggled in agony, his hands bound, reduced to weakly kicking with his feet. Just as he thought he was nearing suffocation, Guan Yin abruptly released his hold. Yilin slid down the wall to the ground, coughing violently gasping for air, tears streaming down his face involuntarily. Guan Yin looked down at him from above, his expression a twisted mix of madness and satisfaction. He gasped for breath, rummaging in his pocket for a crumpled pack of cheap cigarettes. Extracting one, he placed it between his lips and ignited it with a lighter, inhaling deeply. Amidst the swirling smoke, his scarred face appeared even more inscrutable and menacing. Listen well, he exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice hoarse and frigid from today onward. This place is your doghouse. You are no longer the young master of the Yi family. You are my dog. You will do whatever I command. If you dare to run. He crouched down, forcefully extinguishing the burning cigarette, but on the cold concrete beside Yi Lin, sparks flying. I will break your legs and tie you to the foot of the bed. Do you understand? You wretched creature. Yi Lin curled up on the cold, filthy ground, his face swollen and the clear marks of fingers on his neck, trembling uncontrollably. He gazed into the ferocious and maddened eyes of Guan Yin, staring at the extinguished cigarette but on the ground. The last vestige of hope and his psychological defenses crumbled completely. He nodded slowly, humiliated, managing to force out a broken, hoarse whisper, I understand. At the Yi family's villa in the mountains, the morning sunlight streamed through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the polished marble floor. In the dining room, exquisite bone china tableware was meticulously arranged, the air filled with the rich aroma of freshly brewed coffee and the enticing scent of toasted bread. Ye's mother, clad in a silk morning robe, elegantly stirred her coffee with a small spoon, though her brow furrowed slightly as she glanced across the table at Ye's father, who was engrossed in a financial newspaper. Darling, hasn't Lin been gone for a few days? Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible concern. I can't reach him by phone. It always goes to voicemail. Ye's father looked up from the newspaper, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, his tone dismissive. Young people, you know. He is probably off having fun with some friends or on a business trip without the chance to inform us. Isn't that how he usually is? Remember the last time when he booked a ticket for diving in the South Island on a whim and then lost his phone in the sea? It took him 3 or 4 days to contact us. No need to overreact. However, Ye's mother set down her spoon, her well-maintained face clouded with deeper worry. It's been almost 5 days now. Even when he is out having fun, he usually sends a message to let us know he is safe. I asked Mrs. Wang and Mrs. Li yesterday. Their son has parties over the past few days. Lin hasn't attended any of them. This isn't normal. Hearing this, Ye's father finally set down the newspaper, his expression growing slightly more serious. Their son, though somewhat spoiled and capricious, with a penchant for playfulness, has always put on a facade of respectfulness towards his father and mother. It is inconceivable that he would vanish for such an extended period without a word. Have you contacted his secretary? Inquired Father Yi. I did, replied Secretary Lin, but the company informed me that Lin has taken 3 days of personal leave, and there has been no further communication. I did not dare to inquire further. As Mother Ye's anxiety escalated, she implored, Darling, do you think Lin is in some kind of trouble? Perhaps kidnapped? Should we notify the authorities? Nonsense. Father Yi rebuked in a hushed tone, although his expression bore a grave concern. Let us not frighten ourselves unnecessarily. His newly ordered sports car remains in the garage, and there are no significant expenditures on his usual credit cards. I will ask Old Chun to inquire at the places he frequents. Father Yi decided. Old Chun, the family butler who had served the Yi family for many years, was known for his discretion. Throughout the day, the Yi household appeared calm on the surface, yet discreetly. Operations had commenced. Old Chun clandestinely reached out to Lin's favored private clubs, racecourses, yacht clubs, and several luxury boutiques. The responses were remarkably consistent. Lin had not been seen in recent days. When Lin's group of friends received the Yi family's indirect inquiries, they initially laughed, jesting that Lin might be indulging in some romantic escapade and had lost track of time. However, upon being pressed with serious questions, they became earnest, acknowledging that they indeed had not seen him for several days, and he had not responded to messages in their group chat, which was uncharacteristic of him. The aggregation of information reached Father Yi, whose countenance darkened considerably. This was abnormal, extremely abnormal. His son, who thrived on the limelight, could not possibly have disappeared without a trace for so long. Notify the police, Father Yi commanded without hesitation, turning to Mother Yi, as he picked up the red internal telephone in his study. Additionally, leverage every connection we have to investigate. Begin with the last known location. Scrutinize all surveillance footage and all individuals he may have encountered. Leave no stone unturned. The influence of the Yi family began to mobilize. The police took the matter seriously. The disappearance of the sole heir of the Yi Corporation was no trivial affair. A professional investigative team was discreetly engaged. The inquiry commenced at the upscale club where Lin Lin was last seen. Surveillance footage revealed that Lin Lin had partaken in revelry until the late hours, slightly inebriated, before departing alone in the family's Bentley. The driver confirmed that he had dropped Lin Lin at the entrance of their hillside villa. CCTV in the villa community captured Lin Lin exiting the vehicle and staggering toward the entrance of his home. Then, in a blind spot before the villa's door, a fleeting shadow suggested some disturbance, though the angle rendered it indistinct. Shortly thereafter, an unmarked, aged black van swiftly emerged from the blind spot, merging into the roadway and vanishing into the night. Lin Lin, however, failed to appear on any subsequent surveillance cameras. That black van became the sole pivotal clue. Yet, it was evidently disguised with intent, lacking a license plate and bearing a common model, making it exceedingly difficult to track. Kidnapping. Father Ye's fists slammed heavily onto the desk upon reviewing the surveillance analysis report, his complexion turning ashen. It is undoubtedly a kidnapping. Mother Yi was in tears, gripping Father Ye's arm. Darling, someone must have targeted our family. Do they want money? We will pay whatever they ask, as long as Lin Lin returns safely. The Yi family was enveloped in a shroud of tension and dread. The kidnapper's call had yet to arrive, and the investigation had reached an impasse. The truck had seemingly vanished from existence. Both the police and the Yi family searched relentlessly, turning the city upside down, yet no vehicle matching the description could be found. The anxiety of Ye's parents was palpable, their lips chapped from worry, unable to find solace day and night. They could scarcely comprehend who possessed such audacity and what methods they employed to abduct their son with such precision while evading an extensive manhunt. They began to scrutinize the business rivals of the Yi family. Given the Yi family's prominence, both overt and covert adversaries were plentiful. However, after thorough investigation, it appeared that none possessed the motive or capability to resort to such extreme measures against Yi Lin at this juncture. Business rivalry is one thing. To directly kidnap an heir is to cross a line that few would dare to tread. Could it be that Lin Lin had inadvertently stirred trouble unknown to them? Ye's mother, her eyes swollen from tears, speculated in a hoarse voice. Was it a romantic entanglement? Or had he inadvertently offended someone from the underworld? Ye's father's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. He knew his son well. Although indulgent, Yi Lin was not entirely reckless. He understood whom to provoke and whom to avoid. Furthermore, Yi Lin had lofty aspirations. In matters of the heart, he was typically the one pursued. Never genuinely invested in anyone, let alone harboring a vendetta severe enough to warrant kidnapping. Continue the investigation. Ye's father gritted his teeth, demanding an expansion of their search. Do not overlook the surrounding cities and counties. Offer a reward. For any credible leads, 10 million. No, 50 million. The staggering reward ignited a frenzy, leading to an influx of calls to the Yi family and the police hotline, though the majority were fruitless, with many seeking to exploit the chaos. As days turned into weeks, hope dwindled. In their despair, Ye's parents could not fathom that the direction of their search had been misguided from the outset. They believed their son had fallen victim to kidnappers motivated by greed or revenge. They could never imagine the depths of cruelty their seemingly capable son had inflicted upon a young man named Guan Yan. Nor could they conceive that the man they dismissed as a defeated adversary had imprisoned their precious son in some decrepit, foul-smelling abode, enacting a frenzied vendetta. Their search was mired in conventional wisdom, revolving around potential entertainment venues, possible enemies, and standard kidnapping scenarios, akin to headless flies flitting aimlessly. The true answer, however, lay hidden in a decayed corner of the city, exuding a foul stench, tightly sealed by hatred and madness, an area they would never think to investigate. Ye's mother clutched a photograph of Yilin, weeping day and night. Ye's father fixated on the map, marked and remarked in frustration, his eyes bloodshot. They were separated from the truth by an expansive chasm. The vast machine of the Yi family, disrupted by the inexplicable disappearance of its sole heir, began to operate with an unprecedented urgency. Countless connections were mobilized, both overt and covert forces were unleashed, and both the legal and illicit worlds felt the Yi family's desperation. In the search network, centered around the hillside villa, a silent yet swift web of connections was cast. Meanwhile, far away in a dilapidated industrial town, within a squalid rental room, Yilin curled up on the cold floor, gnawing on a hard, moldy piece of bread, his only sustenance for the day. Guanyin sat beside a rickety table, his feet propped up, sipping cheap spirits. He observed Yilin's disheveled form, struggling to swallow, though his exquisite profile remained evident. His gaze shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, an old, inexpensive phone devoid of any smart features, which lay upon the table, vibrated. The screen illuminated, revealing a terse message from an unknown number. The Yi family is moving. They are looking for you. It's urgent. Guanyin picked up the phone, scrutinizing the message. His scar-laden face betrayed no emotion, yet a chilling, eerie glint flickered deep within his eyes. He set down the bottle, rose to his feet, and approached Yilin, casting a shadow over him. Startled, Yilin ceased chewing, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed up like a frightened rabbit. Guanyin crouched down, gripping his chin to force his gaze upward. The mingling scent of alcohol and his violent aura enveloped Yilin. Did you hear? Guanyin's voice was hoarse and low, laced with a spine-chilling mockery. Your wealthy parents have begun searching for their precious son. In an instant, a surge of hope and excitement ignited in Yilin's eyes. His parents had discovered his plight. They were coming to rescue him. However, Guanyin's subsequent words extinguished that flicker of hope, plunging it into a chilling abyss. Alas! He tightened his grip, causing pain to radiate through Yilin's jaw, his gaze cold as a serpent's. They will never find this place. Leaning closer to Yilin's ear, his breath hot, yet his voice a devilish whisper, he warned, you had better pray they do not succeed. Because if they do, Guanyin's lips twisted into a cruel, twisted smile. I shall have no choice but to drag you down hell with me. Do you understand, my young master? Chapter 13, Black Moonlight. Mockery as dusk settled outside. The town's nightfall arrived particularly early and with an eerie stillness. Guanyin drained the last sip of his drink, carelessly tossing the empty bottle to the ground with a resounding clatter. He stood, stretching his neck as the bones emitted a soft crack. Approaching the cowering Yilin, the shadows once again enveloped him entirely. Yilin cautiously raised his gaze, his body instinctively tensing. Guanyin studied him for a few seconds before suddenly bending down, seizing his arm and roughly yanking him to his feet, propelling him toward the musty, greasy wooden bed. Sleep, he commanded, his tone short and frigid, leaving no room for dissent. Yilin stumbled, landing awkwardly on the hard bed frame, his eyes fixed on the filthy mattress, his stomach churning anew. Guanyin seemed to read his thoughts, letting out a derisive laugh. What? Do you still expect a mattress upgrade? Perhaps I should light some incense to aid your slumber? The ultimate humiliation rendered Yilin pale, as he bit down hard on his lip, nearly drawing blood. Yet, Guanyin had no intention of relenting. He leaned in close to Yilin, his breath reeking of alcohol and smoke, and commanded, let me sleep, stop crying. His gaze was intense, filled with a sense of control and menace. Yilin glared at Guanyin, his eyes reddened, yet gradually succumbing to the overwhelming force and frenzied threat before him. A twisted satisfaction flickered in Guanyin's eyes as he observed Yilin's submission. He stood by the bed, like a warden overseeing a prisoner, only moving to the other side of the room to sit on a rickety chair once Yilin had settled down, seemingly intent on watching over him. In the darkness, Yilin lay awake, staring at the indistinct stains on the ceiling. The fatigue and weakness of his body washed over him like a tidal wave. Yet his mind remained taut, unable to surrender to sleep. He could distinctly hear Guanyin's steady yet icy breaths in the darkness, as well as the defiant thumping of his own heart within his chest, fueled by endless anger, humiliation, and a flicker of unyielding pride. Outside, the Yi family might be stirring up a tempest in search of him. Here he was ensnared in a confined space, enduring the most frenzied, violent, and primal retribution from a defeated foe. His upbringing and pride seemed utterly laughable and vulnerable against Guan Yan's brazen, filthy insults and cruel tactics. From the very outset, this unequal contest had led to his complete and utter defeat. One night, the air in the dilapidated rental was thick as if congealed blood filled with the stench of cheap liquor, tobacco, and a silent, violent sweetness. The sole source of light was a dim bulb casting a feeble glow, barely illuminating the twisted scar on Guan Yan's face and the dark emotions swirling in his eyes. Nearly spilling over, Yilin curled up in the farthest corner from the bed, his back pressed tightly against the cold, rough wall, as if trying to embed himself within it. His once expensive clothing was now unrecognizable, stained and tattered, hanging like a rag on his gaunt frame. The red marks on his wrists from plastic ties had yet to fade, new bruises layered atop them. He kept his head down, refusing to look at the man who embodied his nightmares. Each breath trembled slightly, reminiscent of a young beast stripped of its thorns, left with nothing but instinctual fear. Guan Yin drained the last of his drink and casually tossed the empty bottle into the corner, the shattering sound piercing the air. He rose, his tall figure casting a massive, suffocating shadow in the cramped room. He did not immediately approach Yilin, but instead paced like an alpha wolf surveying its territory. The sound of his boots striking the concrete floor was slow and deliberate, each step resonating against Yilin's fraying nerves. "What are you hiding from?" Guan Yin finally spoke, his voice gravelly as if worn down by grit, laced with a sticky, dangerous calm. "Weren't you always eager to crawl into my arms?" The deliberate mockery in his reference to Yi as vice president, Yi pierced Yilin's eardrum like a poisoned needle. Yilin's body jolted, biting his lip tightly, still refusing to raise his gaze or respond. Silence was his final and most impotent form of resistance. Guan Yin halted before him, crouching down. The potent scent of alcohol mingled with a virulent masculine aura, pressing down on him like a tangible force. He extended his hand, not to strike or to choke, but with rough, scarred fingers, he slowly, almost intimately, brushed aside the damp locks of Yilin's hair from his forehead. The sensation of his fingertips gliding over the skin sent a shiver down Yilin's spine, causing his stomach to churn violently. He abruptly turned his head to evade the touch. "Don't move." Guan Yan's voice dropped to an icy chill, and his fingers slid downward, coldly gripping Yilin's jaw with such force that it compelled him to lift his gaze, locking eyes with a pair of depths that burned with dark flames. "Aren't you the one who delights in manipulating emotions?" Guan Yin fixed his gaze upon him, a twisted smile curling at his lips, the scar on his face writhing like a centipede. "Aren't you the master of deceiving with those beautiful eyes, making me bare my soul, leading me to believe I'd found true love?" And then, his voice grew lower and closer, nearly brushing against Yilin's lips, his breath searing and perilous. "Just when I trusted you the most, you stabbed me in the back, dragged me into the mud, and utterly ruined my face." The last few words were nearly ground out through clenched teeth, a potent hatred that seemed capable of igniting the very air around them. Yilin was seared by the frenzied hatred in Guan Yan's eyes, his pupils constricted, fear pouring over him like icy water, rendering his limbs immobile. He wished to argue, to rebuke, but his throat felt constricted, silencing him completely. Guan Yin observed his stunned expression, and within the depths of his madness, an even darker emotion seemed to intertwine. He released his grip on Yilin's chin, yet his fingertips traced along the pallid contours of Yilin's cheek and fragile neck, slowly descending. The movement bore an unsettling, evaluative quality, as if assessing an object. This face. Guan Yan's fingertip lingered on Yilin's slightly trembling Adam's apple, undeniably possessing the potential to deceive. Yilin's body bristled with a chilling premonition, far more terrifying than any physical assault or insult. He yearned to struggle, to retreat, but an invisible dread anchored him in place. Regrettably, Guan Yan's fingers continued their descent, reaching the torn collar of his shirt, brushing against the skin of his collarbone, and his heart turned dark. Before the words could escape his lips, He suddenly forcefully tore. Yi Lin felt a sudden chill in his chest as his already tattered shirt was mercilessly ripped apart, exposing large swathes of pale skin to the dim light and cold air, instantly erupting in goosebumps. Yi Lin finally emitted a sharp gasp, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself in a futile attempt to shield his exposed skin, the shame and terror reaching a fever pitch. Guan Yan's gaze deepened, resembling a predator fixating on its prey. He easily seized Yi Lin's wrist as he attempted to cover himself, twisting it behind his back. "Let go of me, Guan Yin. You mad beast. Release me." Yi Lin was thoroughly panicked, struggling in vain and crying out, his voice tinged with a desperate whimper. The remnants of his upbringing left him bereft of any substantial curses, reducing his invective to the most feeble and impotent of maledictions. "Curse me, keep cursing." The voice of Guan Yin whispered closely against his ear, deep and distorted, laced with a chilling exhilaration. "The more you resist, the more I wish for you to remember how you once treated me." With a brutal grip, Guan Yin seized his shoulder, forcing him against the wall, leaving clear red marks and icy shivers in their wake. "Today, I shall make you experience what it means to be utterly powerless. You will truly comprehend the taste of having every ounce of dignity wrested from you." He bit into the sensitive earlobe with considerable force, delivering a sharp pain and an unbearable sense of humiliation. "You will understand what genuine despair feels like." Yi Lin felt as though struck by lightning, his entire being rendered motionless. The overwhelming terror and absurdity rendered him speechless as he grasped the malicious insinuation behind Guan Yan's words. "No, no." He shook his head desperately, tears finally spilling uncontrollably, his voice fractured. "Guan Yin, you mustn't. You can't do this. I beg you." The instinctive reaction of vulnerability and pleading escaped his lips, a response elicited by being cornered. Yet, this supplication only served to ignite the last remnants of reason in Guan Yan's eyes. "Beg me," he chuckled darkly, his laughter rife with brutality and a twisted delight. "What did you do when I begged you so fervently back then?" With a sudden force, he slammed Yi Lin's body against the cold, rough wall, his weight pinning him firmly between his embrace and the surface. "Aren't you so capable?" Yi Lin cried out in despair, his forehead pressed against the wall, struggling hopelessly against the overwhelming power that held him immobile. "Now you know fear?" Guan Yin panted, his hot breath against the nape of Yi Lin's neck, heavy with the scent of alcohol and resentment. "It's too late." Guan Yin began to assertively prepare a dish. When he cooked the oil-braised shrimp, he exuded a commanding presence. The blue shrimp leapt in the bowl, yet he remained unhurried, pressing down gently on their backs. The shrimp arched in protest, its long antennae quivering as if in a final struggle. "Be silent," he murmured softly, rapping his knuckles against the shell. Gradually, the shrimp relaxed, as if resigned to its fate, ceasing all movement. Guan Yan's hands moved with lightning speed, trimming the antennae, removing the intestines, his motions clean and decisive. As the scallions and ginger released their fragrance, the shrimp entered the hot pan, instantly turning a vibrant orange, the aroma intoxicating. His actions bore no trace of compassion. Each strike against the small shrimp seemed a release of pent-up rage, crushing its resistance time and again. "Remember this sensation." Guan Yin bit into his shoulder, his voice filled with ferocity. "This is all that you owe me." Tears of humiliation mingled with cold sweat, coating Yi Lin's face. He bit his lip, the taste of blood spreading within his mouth. After the initial agony faded, a deeper, more despairing numbness and collapse took its place. All pride, all dignity were utterly shredded, trampled, and ground into the mire at that moment. The dim light flickered, elongating the distorted, overlapping shadows on the wall. The air was thick with heavy breaths, suppressed cries, and a wordless, soul-crushing lament. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Guan Yin finally released his grip, stepping back as if discarding a piece of refuse. Yi Lin slid down the wall, collapsing onto the cold, filthy ground, curling into a ball, utterly motionless. Guan Yin stood before him, towering over him with a gaze that bore down heavily. His breath was still somewhat unsteady, his chest rising and falling, his eyes reflecting a complex turmoil. Hatred seemed to have been partly vented, but a deeper, more profound darkness, one that even he could not articulate, swirled and coalesced in his gaze. He crouched down, dipping his fingers into the blood at the corner of Yi Lin's mouth, the gesture laced with a post-event, almost cruel intimacy. "Do you remember, Vice President Yi?" His voice, though still hoarse, had calmed somewhat. "Now that is the true cost. Was the lesson I imparted profound enough?" Yi Lin remained unresponsive, his pupils vacant, as if he had not heard a word. Guan Yin observed him for a moment before suddenly losing interest and standing up. "TSK, how dull." He kicked Yi Lin's calf, his tone reverting to one of cold brutality. Having spoken, he turned away from the man on the floor, returning to the table to uncork another bottle of wine, as if the earlier brutality had merely been the casual swatting of a fly. In the dim light, Yi Lin remained curled in place, resembling a discarded, tattered puppet. Only the faint tremor of his fingertips and the utterly dimmed, yet slowly coalescing glimmer of his pupils bore witness to an irreversible transformation occurring amidst the ashes of destruction. Guan Yin executed his revenge in the most extreme manner, embodying it through his actions. Chapter 14. Black Moonlight. The transformation of Yi Lin time flowed in desperate searches and suffocating confinement. The resources and manpower mobilized by the Yi family were vast, with bounty notices disseminated widely, turning the entire city and its surroundings upside down. Suspect vehicles, suspicious individuals, every minuscule lead was meticulously verified. Yet just as the truth seemed within reach, it would inexplicably sever, like crashing against an invisible, frigid wall. Hopes ignited only to extinguish repeatedly. Yi Lin's mother's eyes swelled like walnuts from weeping, her spirit seemingly drained, spending her days by the phone, clutching a photograph of Yi Lin and murmuring to herself. Yi Lin's father visibly grayed at the temples, nearly abandoning all company affairs, channeling every ounce of energy into finding his son. His once formidable business acumen replaced by profound helplessness and anxiety. They even began seeking out enigmatic avenues for assistance, consulting masters and diviners, willing to explore any means that might offer a glimmer of hope. Yet their efforts sank without a trace. Yi Lin had evaporated like a droplet in the air. All endeavors seemed to echo into a vast, silent black hole, receiving no response. The dilapidated rental flat transformed into a forgotten corner of the world, where time congealed into a nauseating, gelatinous state. Yi Lin's struggles and curses fell like pebbles into a deep pool, initially stirring ripples but quickly sinking out of sight, met only with Guan Yan's escalating humiliation and torment. Hunger, cold, filth, and the ever-looming threat of violence. These physical torments continuously drained him. Yet, more lethal is the profound despair of losing all control, where dignity is trampled into the mire, alongside the gradual extinguishing of hope for external rescue. Each passing day sees his body withering, the fury and pride in his gaze dimming like a candle's flame snuffed out by the wind. He begins to adopt a silence that is no longer taut and hostile, but rather a deathly stillness, bordering on numbness. The food tossed at him by Guan Yin, no matter how coarse and unpalatable, is no longer met with a refusal. Instead, he mechanically picks it up and consumes it in small bites. Even when it induces retching, he forces himself to swallow it down. When commanded by Guan Yin to perform tasks, such as cleaning up the shards of shattered bottles or using a filthy rag to wipe down the furniture, he no longer glares in defiance, but instead complies slowly and obediently, despite his clumsiness often inviting scorn and kicks. He accepts it all in silence, enduring and continuing to work. He learns to curl up his body, minimizing his presence during Guan Yan's fits of rage, instinctively adopting a submissive and timid demeanor. This transformation is not instantaneous, but rather a product of the relentless torment, a primal instinct for survival dulled by the erosion of body and will. Guan Yin observes this metamorphosis with a cold detachment, deriving a perverse enjoyment from witnessing the gradual erosion of this once exalted and resplendent heir of the Yi family, who now becomes compliant and begins to gauge his moods. At times, he deliberately places relatively clean food, such as a less dry steamed bun or a half-full bottle of water, on the table, watching Yilin's reaction with an indifferent gaze. In the initial instances, Yilin merely stares blankly, devoid of any action. Until one occasion, when Guan Yin appeared in a good mood, not immediately seeking fault, Yilin, with utmost caution and a trembling hand, slowly reached out to snatch the bun, retreating to a corner like a startled rabbit, nibbling at it with rapidity. Guan Yin observed this scene, a chilling and peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. See, even the proudest of cats, when famished, will learn to beg for food from its adversary. He began to intensify these tests of submission. Water. He would place a bottle of water on the table, choosing not to drink from it himself, merely signaling with his gaze. Yilin would hesitate for an extended period, ultimately inching forward under the torment of thirst, picking up the bottle, yet too timid to drink directly. Only after stealing a cautious glance at Guan Yin, seeking either permission or mockery in his eyes, would he dare to twist off the cap. Cold. One frigid night, as temperatures plummeted, Guan Yin sat on a chair, observing Yilin shivering in the corner of the cold floor. He suddenly uttered a single word. Yilin looked up, his lips tinged with blue from the cold. Trembling slightly, perplexed by his intent, Guan Yin pointed to a relatively cleaner patch of ground at his feet, his gaze dark and imbued with a cruel, charitable air. Crawl over. Yilin froze. A profound sense of humiliation engulfed him in an instant, prompting an almost overwhelming desire for death. Yet, his body's yearning for warmth eclipsed all else. After a prolonged struggle, he ultimately crawled forward, painfully slow, under the biting cold and the chilling gaze of the other, resembling a pitiful dog curled up at Guan Yin's feet. The boots of Guan Yin lay beside his face, exuding the earthy scent of soil and oil. Guan Yin looked down at the trembling figure, desperately absorbing the faint warmth radiating from him, his eyes swirling with a complex array of emotions: satisfaction from revenge, fulfillment from control, and a deeper, darker essence that even he could not articulate. He offered no additional warmth, allowing Yilin to huddle against his leg like a small creature seeking solace. Yilin closed his eyes, his long lashes quivering violently from the cold and humiliation. The proximity brought a flicker of warmth, yet his heart sank deeper into an icy abyss. He was acutely aware of his actions, ingratiating himself to the man who had shattered him, imprisoned him, and belittled him, sacrificing his dignity for a meager semblance of survival. A sense of revulsion and self-loathing coiled around him like a toxic vine. Yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. The search outside seemed interminable, while Guan Yin's madness and brutality were unfathomable. Hope for escape eluded him entirely. To live, to survive. This thought became the sole fulcrum supporting his hollow existence. He grew increasingly quiet, increasingly submissive. The emptiness in his gaze deepened, with fleeting emotions swiftly overshadowed by fear and numbness. He learned to instinctively lower his head and avoid eye contact whenever Guan Yin looked at him. He adapted to respond to commands with his body before his consciousness caught up. Bit by bit, he was being reshaped from the depths of his soul into the form that Guan Yin desired. A creature stripped of all its thorns and claws, existing solely in dependence on him. Within the rented room, a peculiar and fragile tranquility began to emerge. Beneath this calm, however, simmered an unresolved hatred, a warped sense of satisfaction, and endless despair. Outside the window, Yilin's parents continued their frantic search, futile and mad, as if engaged in a relentless pursuit of an unattainable goal. Time, the most merciless of grinders, silently pulverized hope, smoothing the sharpest edges into resigned complacency. The lights in the Yi family villa seemed to dim slightly. The initial months of frenzied searching, almost capable of overturning the entire city, gradually waned into impotence and futility. Every resource, human, financial, and relational, felt like it was striking against cotton, yielding no effective response. Leads severed one after another, surveillance footage repeatedly came up blank, as if Yilin had been utterly erased from existence by an invisible hand. The bounty remained posted, and the police's nominal investigation had not ceased. Yet the once taut force within the Yi family inevitably began to slacken, weaken, and ultimately dissolve into profound despair. Yimu no longer spends her days weeping. Instead, she has grown unusually silent, often finding herself alone in Yilin's room for hours on end, caressing the belongings he once touched. Her gaze is vacant, and she mutters indistinct words, barely audible to others. Her hair turns white at an alarming rate, as if all vitality has been abruptly stripped away. Yifu continues to handle company affairs with his characteristic composure, though his temples have turned completely gray, and the deep-set wrinkles on his brow resemble lines etched by a blade. He no longer inquires incessantly about the progress of the search as he once did. Instead, he remains silent for long stretches when his subordinates report yet another lack of advancement, eventually dismissing them with a mere wave of his hand. The study's light often burns into the depths of the night. He has begun to sternly oversee and cultivate the younger branches of the family in a silent, almost resigned arrangement, progressing slowly amidst despair. They no longer frequently ask each other whether they have found Shaolin. The very question has become a cruel torment. Occasionally, at the dining table, staring at the empty seat across from them, they fall into prolonged silence, until Yimu abruptly sets down her chopsticks and leaves the table, covering her face. Yifu, meanwhile, gazes at that vacant spot with a look of inscrutable melancholy, ultimately giving way to a sigh so heavy it is nearly inaudible. Perhaps he is truly gone. Their son, flamboyant and arrogant, excessively handsome, a troublemaker who bore all their hopes, may indeed have departed this world quietly, in an accident unknown to them. This realization feels like a cold, heavy stone pressing down on each member of the Yi family. Yet, in that dilapidated, forgotten rental unit, another life continues to unfold in a twisted manner. Yilin's transformation is gradual yet profound. The initial fierce resistance and furious reproaches have long been ground to dust by the harshness of reality. Hunger, cold, violence, and boundless despair have eroded his pride and defiance. Drop by drop, he has learned a more effective way to survive. Guanyin's moods are akin to an unpredictable storm, mercurial yet not devoid of patterns. When he has consumed a fair amount of alcohol, despite his gaze remaining icy, the hostility diminishes slightly, or when he returns from an outing seemingly satisfied. With his lips less tightly pressed, Yilin begins to sense these subtle cues. He becomes increasingly compliant, even attempting to please in a clumsy manner, laced with palpable fear and humiliation. For instance, when Guanyin tosses him a relatively clean morsel of food, Yilin no longer devours it ravenously as he once did. Instead, he raises his eyes, though still beautiful, yet clouded with a misty sheen, and timidly glances at Guanyin, murmuring a soft, indistinct thank you. His voice is barely a whisper, trembling, more akin to an instinctive reflex than heartfelt gratitude. Nevertheless, this slight change seems to please Guanyin. Guanyin might scoff and call him a wretched creature, yet the next time, perhaps the portion of food thrown his way will be a tad more generous or less filthy. Furthermore, on a particularly frigid night, Yilin no longer merely huddles rigidly in a corner, shivering. He would inch closer to Guanyin, much like a cat testing the waters, then curl up with his knees drawn to his chest, trembling slightly, occasionally suppressing a faint, pitiful cough. He would even, with utmost caution, tug at the hem of Guanyin's trousers with his icy fingers, only to immediately release it, as if scalded. Guanyin would typically respond with a brusque shove of his hand or a chilling glare to deter him. Yet, on rare occasions, when in an exceptionally good mood, he would allow Yilin to draw nearer, even benevolently tossing an old coat, reeking of smoke and sweat, over his shoulders. This token of generosity would prompt Yilin to clutch the filthy garment tightly, wrapping it around himself as he bowed his head, concealing the tumult of emotions within, an intertwining of the warmth of physical comfort and overwhelming feelings of humiliation and self-loathing. He learned to mold his expression into a faint, pleading look no longer solely marked by terror when Guanyin's gaze fell upon him. He recognized the advantages of his face, which, despite its current pallor and fatigue, still bore remnants of beauty. This fragility, coupled with beauty, was a primal sin in the face of absolute power, yet it seemed to serve as a distorted weapon. When cold, he would hug his arms, his voice frail and nasally, reminiscent of a wronged creature. When hungry, he would gaze longingly at the meager food on the table, refraining from snatching it, but instead looking at Guan Yin with moist, yearning eyes. When pain struck, whether from an accidental bump or a heavy-handed gesture from Guan Yin, he would no longer grit his teeth in silence. Instead, a subtle, stifled gasp would escape him, his eyes brimming with tears. These cautious, almost instinctual displays of vulnerability felt like a transaction of his very soul. Each successful plea, however trivial, might yield a sip of clean water, a softer piece of bread, or a relatively warmer night, all of which chipped away at some part of his spirit. Yet, he had no alternative. The world outside seemed to have cast him aside. His parents' search yielded no results, and the hope of escape flickered as faintly as the stars above. To survive, to endure with a modicum less suffering, he could only cling to this singular, terrifying support. Chapter 15. Black Moonlight. Whining Guan Yan's attitude towards Yi Lin's transformation was intricate. He reveled in the complete sense of control, taking pleasure in witnessing the once lofty young master Yi debase himself to seek pity and affection. This greatly satiated his twisted desire for revenge and conquest. Each pleading glance from Yi Lin, every timid approach, seemed to affirm to him that he had utterly triumphed, that he had brought this once unattainable person down to his feet. However, at times, gazing upon Yi Lin's desperate facade, crafted yet riddled with cracks of fear and humiliation, would stir within him a deeper, self-loathing irritation and fury. He would suddenly turn hostile, violently snatching away the meager rewards Yi Lin had just received, or employing even more degrading words and actions to strike him down, as if aiming to completely shred the thin veneer of false submission, exposing the deeper layers of despair beneath. This capriciousness rendered Yi Lin as if he were dancing on the edge of a blade, perpetually tense and increasingly cautious. Days passed in this grotesque relationship, and the scars on Yi Lin's body gradually diminished, for he had learned to evade and comply more effectively. Though the pangs of hunger remained a constant companion, he at least managed not to faint from it. He even secretly utilized the exceedingly limited amount of water he had saved to maintain a semblance of cleanliness on his face and hands. He learned to read Guan Yan's expressions, to gauge his moods, employing a nearly instinctual charm honed through adversity to carve out fleeting moments of survival for himself. He became quiet and docile, occasionally projecting a facade of dependence. Only during the long nights when Guan Yin was away or deeply asleep would he gaze with hollow eyes at the equally cold moon outside. The flicker of his unextinguished hatred and the pride that belonged to Yi Lin momentarily igniting like ghostly flames, only to be swiftly extinguished by the icy waters of reality. Survive. Just survive. He silently repeated this mantra to the moon, akin to a curse or perhaps the only prayer he possessed. Meanwhile, far away in the Yi family villa, his mother caressed a photograph of Yi Lin taken at his high school graduation, his smile radiant and unrestrained as tears silently traced her rapidly aging cheeks, falling onto the glass of the frame. They both believed that the other had long since turned to bones in some forgotten corner. Only hatred, a twisted dependency, and desperate waiting silently spread across the severed ends of their world. Time flowed like a dull knife, slicing through flesh, slowly and numbly. The villa on the mountainside fell into utter silence. The once frequent comings and goings of vehicles and people had vanished, leaving only a few loyal old servants to guard the increasingly mute, seemingly aged Yi Jinhong and his wife overnight. The wanted poster still hung online, yet it had long been submerged by an incessant stream of new sensationalism, garnering no attention. The police investigation gradually transformed from an urgent case into a backlog of unsolved mysteries, only resurfacing at predetermined intervals for a mere formality. Hope had completely extinguished, morphing into a resigned silence. Ye's mother no longer ventured into Yi Lin's room. She seemed to have accepted a certain cruel reality, her gaze turning vacant as she often sat by the window for half the day. Ye's father poured all his energy into corporate affairs and nurturing distant relatives, as if only through relentless work could he temporarily numb the heart that had been gouged. The name Yilin became an unspoken taboo within the villa, seldom mentioned, yet omnipresent. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated and filthy rented room, another kind of normalcy had solidified. Yilin had become remarkably obedient. No longer the rigid compliance laden with sharp hatred and fear, but rather a more profound, softened submission, even tinged with a peculiar sense of inertia. He remained thin, his complexion a pallid hue devoid of sunlight, yet he was no longer on the brink of collapse. Regardless of the quality of the food thrown his way by Guan Yin, he would quietly finish it, meticulously avoiding any crumbs. He would proactively wipe the tables and floors with a tattered rag, even though they could never truly be cleaned. As Guan Yin returned from his outing, he instinctively lifted his gaze, timidly observing him as though attempting to gauge his emotions. He had even begun to grow less sensitive to the filth surrounding him. In the past, the sight of a cockroach scuttling by would leave him pale with fear. Now, he could stare blankly as they scurried past his feet. Previously, he had vehemently resisted the musty, sweat-stained bed, but now he could curl up upon it, clutching the greasy blanket, and sleep with a semblance of tranquility. This transformation was subtle and gradual, yet it did not escape the scrutinizing gaze of Guan Yin, who was perpetually vigilant. Guan Yin observed that Yilin seemed to have developed a certain delicacy. It was not the kind of preciousness that demanded careful handling, but rather a dependency born of confinement. For instance, when the weather abruptly turned chilly, the drafty rental felt as frigid as a cellar. Guan Yin, with his robust constitution, remained indifferent, continuing to indulge in his inexpensive liquor. In contrast, Yilin would shiver with lips turning purple, huddling in a corner, trembling slightly, occasionally emitting a few suppressed coughs reminiscent of a kitten. He would no longer endure the cold with the same stubbornness as before, nor would he directly beg. Instead, he would cast a look at Guan Yin filled with a hint of grievance, his eyes glistening with moisture. Twice, Guan Yin initially sneered and dismissed him, even cursing him for being overly sentimental and useless. Yet, Yilin seemed resolute in this approach, persistently regarding him with those pleading eyes, accompanied by subtle shivers and pitiful coughs. Finally, on an especially frigid night, Guan Yin, irritable, muttered a curse and rummaged through the dilapidated wardrobe to find a thicker, albeit dirtier and more ragged, cotton jacket, which he brusquely tossed onto Yilin's head. "Put it on. Stop coughing so annoyingly." Yilin, momentarily stunned under the garment, slowly pulled it from over his head and cradled it in his arms. The jacket reeked of oil and smoke, yet he cherished it as if it were a treasure, burying his face into it before carefully donning it. The oversized jacket enveloped him completely, revealing only his pale face. He lifted his gaze to Guan Yin, and for a fleeting moment, a faint glimmer of satisfaction sparkled in his eyes as he mumbled softly and indistinctly, "It's warm now." Guan Yin stared at him, the peculiar sensation within him resurfacing. What was this? Was he truly content with just a tattered piece of clothing? Moreover, on occasions when Guan Yin found himself in a foul mood, drinking excessively and growing more violent than usual, he would strike with unrestrained force. Once, he slapped Yilin so hard that he crashed against the wall, blood immediately trickling from the corner of his mouth. Tears sprang to Yilin's eyes from the pain. But instead of reacting with anger or cowering in fear as he once would have, he pressed his rapidly swelling cheek and gazed at Guan Yin with tearful eyes, his voice quivering as he incomprehensibly complained, "It hurts, it really hurts." The tone was not one of accusation against his assailant, but rather akin to a child's whimpering plea. Guan Yin paused, the bottle of liquor suspended mid-air. He gazed at Yilin, whose tear-filled eyes and bloodied lips bore a look of dependency mingled with grievance. An inexplicable surge of rage within him felt stifled, leaving him in a state of unsettling agitation. Ultimately, he refrained from delivering a second blow, merely casting a fierce glare at Yilin and muttering "spoiled," before turning away to continue drinking, albeit with even more brutishness than before. Yilin gradually ceased his weeping, still shielding his face and shrinking into the corner. Yet the sheer terror in his eyes seemed to wane, replaced by an indescribable numbness, as if he had grown accustomed to such treatment, along with a flicker of relief that perhaps he was safe. The most peculiar moment for Guan Yin occurred when he returned from an outing. On that day, he appeared to have encountered some misfortune, his expression dark and foreboding, the sound of the door being kicked open resounding violently. As was customary, Yi Lin should have cowered in the farthest corner, too terrified to make a sound. Yet that day, although startled, he did not immediately retreat. Instead, he instinctively took a small step toward Guan Yin, lifting his gaze with an almost imperceptible hint of curiosity, perhaps even a touch of reliance, like a domesticated cat, still fearful of its master's wrath, yet instinctively approaching. Though this movement lasted but a fleeting moment, Yi Lin quickly regained his composure, lowering his head once more to assume a demeanor of timid submission. However, Guan Yin had noticed. Standing at the doorway, he observed Yi Lin, clad in an ill-fitting, tattered cotton coat, his pale face cast in the dim light, and an inexplicable frustration surged within him to its zenith. Was this boy truly dulled by his association with him, or had he inadvertently nurtured something altogether different? Guan Yin approached, bringing with him the chill of the outside air and an aura of hostility. He grasped Yi Lin's chin, compelling him to look up, scrutinizing his face intently. Yi Lin obediently tilted his head back, his eyes flickering with fear, yet beneath that surface lay an odd sense of acceptance, a strange numbness to his circumstances. Even as Guan Yin's rough fingers made contact with his chin, Yi Lin's body instinctively softened, almost imperceptibly. Suddenly, Guan Yin released his grip as if burned, a complex array of emotions surging within him. The satisfaction of revenge lingered, yet it seemed to intertwine with something else, an unsettling sense of loss of control, as if events had strayed from their intended course. A bizarre sense of fulfillment, one he was reluctant to acknowledge, bloomed from this distorted dependency. "Get away," he muttered irritably, pushing Yi Lin aside and walking to the table to retrieve a bottle of wine. Yi Lin stumbled back, obediently retreating to the corner, hugging his knees and watching him quietly, devoid of any further movements or glances. Yet Guan Yin felt as though that gaze bore down upon him, rendering his drinking unsatisfying. The once clear blueprint of vengeful retribution began to blur, muddled by Yi Lin's subtle fragility and dependence. This boy no longer resisted fiercely, nor did he glare at him with hatred. Instead, he had learned to adopt a softened, almost tamed demeanor to secure his own space for survival. This was undeniably the outcome he had initially desired. Yet, now that he had reached this point, an inexplicable emptiness settled within him, accompanied by a subtle irritation that he could scarcely articulate. Guan Yin tilted his head back and downed a generous gulp of strong liquor. The fiery liquid seared his throat but failed to dissipate the inexplicable gloom that clung to his heart. His gaze shifted towards Yi Lin in the corner, who immediately cast down his eyelashes, adopting a demeanor of submissive innocence. Guan Yin's eyes deepened, becoming inscrutable. Time within this dilapidated rental seemed to lose its linearity, marked only by the shifting weather outside and the overlapping scars on Guan Yin's body, chronicling the passage of days. His transformation was subtle yet gradual, akin to a dull blade slicing through flesh, imperceptibly reaching the bone. He remained prone to outbursts, succumbing to a violent abandon, pressing Yi Lin against the wall or the bed, venting his emotions or desires in the most direct manner. Yi Lin's cries of pain and feeble pleas for mercy appeared to be an integral part of this process. However, certain moments began to shift. At times, the grip he had around Yi Lin's waist would unconsciously loosen slightly. The air between them was filled solely with their ragged, uneven breaths. Moments later, he would, with an unwilling reluctance and a near-stiff slowness, temper his subsequent actions, though still far from gentle and tinged with a hint of anxious clumsiness. The deliberate restraint in his force was, for Yi Lin, accustomed to the tempestuous storms, akin to a flickering firefly in the night. Yi Lin froze, momentarily forgetting his pain, gazing at him with tear-filled, bewildered eyes. Yet, Guan Yin seemed scorched by that gaze, abruptly turning his face away, barking angrily. "What are you looking at?" "Spoiled," As if that fleeting moment of softness had been merely an illusion, he then intensified his grip, as though to bury that brief aberration. Yet, once a fissure is formed, it cannot be mended. Subsequent similar moments gradually became more frequent. When Yilin cried out in pain, Guan Yin would, despite his harsh words, "Shut up. Does it hurt? You asked for it," unconsciously slow his movements for a fleeting moment. Afterward, he would no longer retreat immediately as he once did, but would linger for a while, his heavy arms still pressing down on Yilin, his breath warm against the nape of his sweat-drenched neck, imbued with a post-coital languor and a sense of unnameable heaviness. He even began to care about Yilin's comfort, albeit in his clumsy manner. The old mattress had seen better days, its springs damaged and uncomfortable for sleeping. One day, Guan Yin went out and returned with a somewhat new, reasonably thick mattress, unceremoniously tossing it onto the floor. He gestured with a nod of his chin towards Yilin, who was curled up on the old mattress. "Go on, try it." Yilin hesitated before moving to lie on the new mattress, which, while still not perfect, was a significant improvement over the previous one, leaving him momentarily dazed. Guan Yin watched him with a fierce gaze, as if daring him to utter a single negative word. "How is it?" Yilin pressed his lips together, nodding slightly. "It's okay." Guan Yin seemed to have accomplished some monumental task, letting out a scoff, though his face betrayed no satisfaction. He turned to tidy up the old mattress, the movement aggravating an old injury in his abdomen, causing him to furrow his brow and mutter a curse under his breath. Yilin gazed at his retreating figure, his fingers unconsciously digging into the edge of the new mattress. Chapter 16. Black Moonlight. Stirring emotions, Guan Yin began to take him out more frequently. It was no longer just for fresh air. Sometimes they would dine at a small restaurant in town, or even watch a raucous outdoor movie. He still gripped Yilin's wrist tightly, as if afraid he might flee, or perhaps as a ritual of ownership. The townsfolk seemed to gradually grow accustomed to this seemingly mismatched pair, the scarred man exuding an aura of menace, and his pale, beautiful, and unusually quiet companion. Occasionally, acquaintances of Guan Yin, if one could call such relationships, forged through fists and mutual benefit, acquaintances, would regard Yilin with a blend of suggestive curiosity and trepidation, teasingly remarking to Guan Yin, "Brother Yin, you really keep a tight hold on your treasure." Guan Yin would typically cast a cold glance their way, silencing them instantly. Yet his grip on Yilin's wrist would unconsciously tighten. A peculiar, distorted routine was beginning to form, until one dreary afternoon. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window, and the sky was dim. Guan Yin remained indoors, leaning against the headboard, smoking. The smoke enveloped his sharply defined profile and the grotesque scar on his face. Yilin curled beside him, watching the rain streak down the glass. The air was tranquil, filled only with the soft crackle of burning tobacco and the sound of rain. Suddenly, Guan Yin extinguished his cigarette, his voice muffled by the haze. "Hey!" Yilin instinctively turned to look at him. Guan Yin averted his gaze, staring at the ceiling as if studying the shape of a mold spot. His throat moved slightly, as if the words he was about to utter were an arduous task. "Do you want to go back?" Yilin momentarily failed to comprehend, staring at him in confusion. Guan Yin appeared somewhat irritated, raking his fingers through his hair before turning his face toward Yilin, his gaze deep and laden with a complexity that Yilin could not decipher, as if suppressing a tremendous storm. "Back to the Yi family." He articulated those three words as if they were a searing brand, his lips pressed tightly together, his jawline rigid with an unyielding resolve, as if declaring that he was saying Yilin could leave. The sound of rain seemed to intensify, drumming against the window panes. Yilin froze, his blood seemingly turning to ice in an instant. He widened his eyes, looking at Guan Yin as if he had not grasped his words, yet also as if he had received the most dreadful verdict. Back to the dazzling Yi family, devoid of Guan Yin, back to that identity that had already been declared dead, the dependency, obedience, and even the distorted sense of security he had felt over the past 3 months were shattered in that moment by those words. A profound panic surged through him like a cold tide, engulfing him instantly. What would happen to Guan Yin if he returned? This thought emerged effortlessly, as though it had long been rooted in the reshaped recesses of his subconscious. Guan Yin observed the sudden pallor of Yi Lin's face and the emptiness in his gaze, as if stung by an unseen force. He abruptly turned away, his tone growing harsher and more agitated. "Damn it! Who are you putting on this deadpan face for? Did you not always wish to become my little lord? Now, your wish has been fulfilled, so be gone." He seemed to shoo away an annoying fly. Yet the taut muscles of his face and clenched fists betrayed an entirely different sentiment. Yi Lin's heart felt as though it were ensnared by an invisible hand, causing him to gasp for breath. He opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. Return? Could he even go back? Even if he did, what would he be? A mere jest of one resurrected from the dead? Leaving this place, leaving Guan Yin, he instinctively reached out, tremblingly grasping the edge of Guan Yin's garment. Like a forsaken child clinging to the only piece of driftwood. He lifted his gaze, his eyes swiftly misting over, his voice barely audible above the patter of rain. No. Guan Yin's body jolted, abruptly turning to face him, his eyes sharp as a hawk, fixated on him. "What did you say?" Tears fell from Yi Lin's eyes unbidden, tracing down his pale cheeks. He tightened his grip on Guan Yin's clothing, repeating with a voice tinged with sobs and profound fear, "I won't go back." Guan Yin appeared rooted to the spot, incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at Yi Lin's tear-streaked visage, observing the delicate white hand clutching his garment. For the first time, within those eyes usually brimming with rage and hatred, there flickered a clear, unmasked tremor and a faint glimmer of hope. So fragile that even he could scarcely believe it. "Do you even realize what you were saying?" His voice was hoarse, tightening in his throat. "The Yi family. You were different before." Yi Lin shook his head, tears streaming more fiercely, insisting, "I'm not different." He was uncertain of the words spilling forth, merely instinctively resisting that option, resisting leaving this place that, despite its endless torment, had become his sole refuge, resisting the departure from a man who had both ruined him and whom he had destroyed. Guan Yin scrutinized him for what felt like an eternity, as if attempting to peel back the layers of his soul to comprehend the depths within. His chest heaved violently, struggling to suppress an emotion that threatened to erupt, one he could not control. Finally, he thrust out his hand, not to push him away, but rather to roughly pull him into an embrace. The force so great it felt as if it might shatter Yi Lin's bones. Yi Lin's face collided with Guan Yin's solid chest, the frantic, disordered rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in harmony with his own. Guan Yin's chin rested atop his head, his breath heavy and searing. Clenching his teeth, his voice emerged through gritted jaws, infused with a ferocity akin to one who had narrowly escaped calamity, trembling with an indescribable intensity. "Damn it, this was your choice. If you ever dare to think of running away again, I will make sure you regret it. Do you hear me?" Yi Lin nodded vigorously in the embrace, tears smearing against the coarse fabric of Guan Yin's clothes, his arms cautiously encircling his sturdy waist. Outside, the rain intensified, completely isolating the dilapidated little house from the world beyond. Guan Yin held the trembling figure tightly, closing his eyes, forcefully repressing the tumultuous emotions roiling within him, threatening to overflow. He understood that, from this moment onward, certain things had spiraled irrevocably out of control. In the end, Guan Yin did return Yi Lin to his home. The process unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. There were no heart-pounding chases, nor were there any bodyguard from the Yi family blocking the way. On a gray, misty morning, Guan Yin procured a dilapidated van, nearly falling apart, and draped a loose, hooded sweatshirt over Yi Lin, pulling the brim low to conceal most of his face and the fading marks on his neck. Yi Lin remained remarkably quiet, unnaturally so. Ever since he declared he would not return, he seemed to slip into a state of semi-numbness. When Guan Yin dressed him, he raised his hands. When Guan Yin urged him into the car, he followed without resistance or initiative, like a beautiful puppet from which the soul had been drawn. Save for the occasional flicker of his eyes, which, when they lifted to meet Guan Yin's gaze, held a faint glimmer of uncrushed light. As Guan Yin drove, he remained silent, his jaw clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening from gripping the steering wheel with excessive force. He did not once glance at Yi Lin in the passenger seat. The vehicle finally halted in a secluded corner, a street away from the majestic villa district of the Yi family. The engine fell silent, and an oppressive stillness enveloped the car. Guan Yin inhaled sharply from a cigarette before extinguishing it forcefully in an ashtray already brimming with butts. He turned his head, his gaze slicing through Yi Lin's pale face with a hook-like intensity. "Get out!" His voice was hoarse, laced with a deliberate and twisted indifference. Yi Lin's body trembled almost imperceptibly, his fingers curling inward. He raised his eyes to Guan Yin, his lips moving slightly as if to utter something, yet no sound emerged. "Do you not understand human language?" Guan Yin, seemingly incensed by that look, leaned in suddenly, violently pushing open the door on Yi Lin's side. "Get lost. Return to your gilded cage. Do not dare to appear before me again." His movements were exaggerated, his tone dripping with loathing that threatened to overflow. Yet, in that very moment of proximity, Yi Lin caught a whiff of the familiar scent of tobacco and blood on Guan Yin, a scent that sparked a fleeting flicker of panic in his hollow eyes. Almost instinctively, he reached out, seeking to grasp Guan Yin's sleeve. However, Guan Yin recoiled as if burned, swatting Yi Lin's hand away with such force that his knuckles instantly reddened. "Don't touch me," Guan Yin barked, his eyes fierce and terrifying. Yet beneath that ferocity, something seemed to shatter. "Leave?" Yi Lin's hand hung, suspended in the air before slowly descending. He cast one last glance at Guan Yin, an expression so complex it nearly drove Guan Yin to the brink of losing control. Then, he bowed his head and quietly exited the vehicle. As he steadied himself, the van behind him roared to life, abruptly reversing with tires screeching against the pavement, almost as if fleeing into the dim morning light, quickly vanishing from sight. Yi Lin stood alone, the oversized sweatshirt billowing in the morning breeze, rendering him even more fragile and vulnerable. He gazed in the direction of the departing vehicle, standing for what felt like an eternity until his limbs grew cold from the chill, before he slowly, step by step, began to make his way toward the Yi family's villa. When the Yi family's bodyguards discovered this disheveled, dazed figure standing outside the ornate iron gate, they could scarcely believe their eyes. It was not until Yi Lin's mother rushed out, disregarding everything, that the reality sank in. She beheld the son she had fervently prayed for day and night, whom she had long believed to be no longer among the living, standing before her, vividly alive, yet appearing as if he had been shattered and hastily reassembled, bearing marks on his body that she dared not contemplate. His gaze hollow enough to rend her heart in two. In a moment of overwhelming emotion, the mother of Yi Lin was engulfed in tears, rushing forward to embrace him, yet fearing that even the slightest touch might shatter him anew. Her hand trembled halfway, unable to sustain its resolve. When Yi Lin felt her touch, his body jolted, akin to a startled rabbit instinctively retreating, a flicker of distinct fear and unfamiliarity crossing his eyes. This reaction pierced through the mother's heart like a dagger. Yi Lin was returned to his home, enveloped in lavish comforts, attended by the finest physicians, and provided with meticulous care. The Yi family exerted every effort to erase the remnants of his existence over the past months, striving to restore him to the esteemed and proud young master of the Yi household. Yet, certain things remain irretrievable. Yi Lin exhibited a palpable discomfort in the extravagant surroundings. He shunned the vast, brightly lit rooms, requiring light to sleep at night, often awakening from nightmares, silently shedding tears or stifling sobs. His appetite diminished significantly, showing no interest in exquisite delicacies, yet at times he would find himself entranced by the most mundane, even coarse, pasta in the kitchen. He became taciturn, avoiding any acquaintances from his past and steering clear of family business. Much of the time, he would curl up by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing vacantly at the garden outside, his eyes devoid of focus. Most frequently, he unconsciously traced his fingers over the bare base of his left ring finger, a habitual action where nothing resided. What pierced the hearts of Yi Lin's parents most acutely was his tendency to murmur a name in his sleep or during moments of disorientation: Guan Yin. The voice was soft, imbued with dependence, tinged with grievance, and even a barely perceptible fondness. On one occasion, as Yi mother attempted to dress him in a newly purchased silk nightgown, her hand brushed against a faint old scar on his waist, causing Yi Lin to flinch violently. Eyes shut, mumbling in a dazed state, "Guan Yin hurts." Yi mother's hand froze in midair, tears flooding forth instantly. Her son, once a rising star in the business world, self-assured and vibrant, was truly gone. The one who returned appeared to have left his soul forever ensnared in some dark, unfathomable corner, wholly occupied by a man named Guan Yin. Yi father, in a fit of rage, dispatched inquiries but uncovered only a name long since bankrupt, transformed beyond recognition. As if he had evaporated from this world, along with some vague, fragmented information pointing to violence and chaos at the lowest echelons of society. The man named Guan Yin, like a specter, had rendered their son in this state and subsequently vanished entirely. They endeavored to introduce Yi Lin to new acquaintances, arranged for psychological counseling, and even attempted to reintegrate him into company affairs, hoping that busyness might dilute the pain. Yet all endeavors proved fruitless. Yi Lin resisted all attempts with a passive, silent defiance. It was as though all vitality had been siphoned from him, withering away day by day. His body, under careful attention, slowly regained its strength. Yet the emptiness of his soul expanded with each passing moment. He gazed out at the tender buds emerging from the branches and gently murmured, "It will rain soon," as the pain from his wounds throbbed. When he savored the overly sweet cake, a slight frown creased his brow, and he softly remarked, "It's not as delicious as the one he bought." That elusive figure lingered like a haunting specter, residing within this opulent prison and within the fragmented soul of Yi Lin. Each day, Yi mother felt as though her heart were being fried in a pan of hot oil, observing her son's increasingly gaunt profile and hollow gaze. She finally succumbed one night, collapsing into her husband's embrace. "Find him. Please find that man," she sobbed uncontrollably. "I do not care who he is or what he has done to Lin Lin. I just want my son to come back to life, even if it is just to retain a semblance of popularity as he has now." Yi father held his wife tightly, staring into the oppressive darkness outside. And after a long silence, he released a heavy and weary sigh. A man of formidable strength, he had never bowed to anyone or anything. Yet for the sake of his son, whose eyes had flickered with a glimmer of hope upon hearing the call to seek Guan Yin, he relented. The vast machinery of the Yi family roared back to life, this time with the objective not of erasing traces, but of relentlessly digging deep, determined to locate a man who seemed to have vanished from the world, Guan Yin. In the study of the Yi household, thick velvet curtains shielded the room from external light, leaving only an antique desk lamp to cast a dim, yellow glow over the expansive mahogany desk. The air was thick with the acrid scent of expensive cigars and a stifling heaviness. The ashtray before Yi father overflowed with cigarette butts. In his hand, he clutched a recently delivered, more comprehensive investigation report, its edges crumpled from his grip. The words inscribed upon it were cold and cruel, vividly outlining how Yi Lin had systematically driven the man named Guan Yin to the brink of despair through meticulously crafted commercial traps, capital manipulations, and even less savory personal humiliations and oppressions, ultimately leading to the catastrophic collapse of all of Guan Yin's enterprises, leaving him burdened with insurmountable debt. Not to mention the accompanying medical report detailing severe facial lacerations and potential lifelong consequences. On the last page of the report was a blurry photograph of Guan Yin, recently captured in a small town. The man in the photo wore a faded tank top, his scarred profile grim and his gaze ominous, as he leaned against the entrance of a dilapidated pool hall, smoking and conversing, exuding an aura of disconnection from society and desolation. He seemed to clash with his surroundings, yet curiously blend into them. Yi father set the report down, exhaling a long, heavy smoke ring, the haze obscuring his sharp, astute features. He reclined into the broad leather chair, as if suddenly aged several years. A faint, ambiguous laugh escaped him, laden with exhaustion and a hint of indescribable sentiment. "Ah, that boy is truly my son." In that sentiment, pride was overshadowed by a sense of helplessness and shock in the face of stark reality. Having navigated the tumultuous seas of commerce throughout his life, accustomed to storms, he prided himself on his decisive methods. Yet he had never anticipated that his seemingly privileged and protected son could execute such ruthless and comprehensive actions without a trace of mercy. This is nothing short of a ruthless endeavor to utterly crush the opponent, reducing them to mere dust, ensuring they can never rise again. To eradicate the roots of the problem, leaving no future threats. Yi Fu murmured to himself, his fingers unconsciously tapping against the table. Such ferocity indeed resembled that of my Yi family. Alas, it is misapplied and misdirected. He lifted his gaze, piercing through the haze to look at his pale wife seated across the sofa. This is no mere business rivalry. It is a deadly enmity. That Guan Yin is dragging Lin Lin down to hell, where both fish and net shall meet their demise. Yi Mu had remained silent, her hands tightly gripping the silk hem of her skirt, her knuckles turning white. Her beautiful face was devoid of color, her eyes filled with immense pain and disbelief. Upon hearing the name Guan Yin mentioned again by her husband in such a grave tone, aligning with the horrific scenario he described, a long-buried fragment of memory struck her with sudden force. Years ago, at a lavish commercial banquet, amidst the clinking of glasses and the atmosphere of opulence, she recalled a particularly remarkable young man. He was not born into the most prestigious lineage, yet through his own talent and tenacity, he had swiftly emerged as a new titan of commerce. This young man was tall and imposing, clad in a well-tailored dark suit, exuding elegance and charm, imbued with a quiet confidence and strength in every gesture. Most striking was his face, handsomely radiant, with deep-set eyes and a gentle smile that commanded attention, making conversations feel like a refreshing spring breeze. Many affluent socialites held him in high regard, whispering amongst themselves. She even recalled a friend jokingly suggesting a match for her daughter, inquiring about Yi Mu's opinion on Guan Yin of Changfeng Group. Questioning if he was worthy of trust, she had casually offered her thoughts, vaguely remembering that the young man's name was rather distinctive. Guan Yin? Yes, Guan Yin. Yi Mu suddenly raised her head, her eyes widening in shock, her voice trembling violently. Guan Yin? Is he not the same Guan who mysteriously went bankrupt and vanished a few years ago? The one from Changfeng Group. Il faut regarder her in silence, no dink greve. In that moment of confirmation, Yi Mu felt the world spinning, her heart seemingly gripped by a cold hand, rendering her nearly breathless. The young man who once shone brightly, exuding grace and evoking admiration from countless individuals. The same Guan, now reduced to a figure of ruin and despair. His once handsome visage marred beyond recognition by her son's merciless actions, had become the very embodiment of destruction. The man depicted in the report, a scarred figure loitering outside a rundown billiard hall in a small town, exuded a violent aura, and this wretched being was indeed the same person. A wave of absurdity and horror engulfed her. She could not reconcile the radiant youth from her memories with the grim reality described in the report, nor could she fathom the roots of her son's transformation into such a being. This was no longer merely a mistake made by her son, nor an excess in a business competition. It was a comprehensive and devastating act of vengeance, a mad tale of a person utterly obliterated, dragging down the one who destroyed him into an abyss of despair. She finally comprehended the reasons behind her son's transformation. Why did he repeatedly utter that name, imbued with a sense of dependency, fear, and even a twisted affection? After more than 3 months of imprisonment, what kind of bone-deep hatred, intertwined with a complex array of emotions, did his captor harbor towards the enemy who had obliterated his very existence? And what fragmented emotions did her once proud son bear after enduring such torment, to develop such a pathological reliance on the one who inflicted harm upon him? The entanglement of their fates was far darker and infinitely more complicated than they had initially envisioned. With a hand covering her mouth, Ye's mother struggled to suppress a low sob, tears streaming down her face. It was not solely for Guan Yan's harrowing plight, although it was indeed tragic at this moment. She was first and foremost a mother, overwhelmed by the profound despair for her son, who might never be free from the shadow of this tormenting bond. and for the relentless agony brought forth by this twisted relationship. Ye's father, witnessing his wife's collapse, let out a heavy sigh. Extinguishing his cigar, he moved beside her and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. At this juncture, debating who was right or wrong bore no significance. His voice, laden with exhaustion, conveyed that perhaps Lin had already repaid her debts in an alternate manner. Now, seeking out Guan Yin was no longer about seeking retribution, nor was it purely for atonement. It was to rescue their son, whose soul felt as though it had been cleaved in two, with only half of him barely clinging to life, from the boundless nightmare that engulfed him, even if it meant confronting the man who had been similarly ravaged, now consumed by madness and hatred. The Yi family's determination to find Guan Yin, fueled by this understanding, grew heavier and more urgent. The meeting was arranged at a secluded private tea house in the suburbs, a serene environment with hardly any other patrons in sight. This was Ye's father's choice, sufficiently discreet and safe. Guan Yin arrived alone. As he pushed open the sliding door to the private room, a chilling autumn breeze entered with him. He wore a slightly worn black jacket, unzipped to reveal a gray tank top underneath, and his lower half was clad in faded jeans and work boots speckled with mud, an incongruous sight in such an elegant and expensive tea house. The scars etched across his face remained stark and jarring in the soft light, marring what could have been a striking profile. His gaze swept across the room like a hawk assessing its prey, brimming with undisguised wariness and a palpable gloom. Ultimately, his eyes settled on Ye's father, who sat at the head of the tea table. Clad in a well-tailored dark Chinese jacket, Ye's father exuded a calm demeanor, his sharp gaze emanating a natural air of authority acquired from years in a position of power. He raised his hand in a gesture of invitation, his tone steady and unruffled. "Mr. Guan, please take a seat." Guan Yin did not bother with pleasantries, striding over to the cushion opposite and sitting down. His movements were not crude, yet they lacked any semblance of grace. His long legs sprawled in a manner that reflected a disconnection from societal norms. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes, placing one between his lips, only to remember something and irritably pull it away, fiddling with it between his fingers without lighting it. Master Yi tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile devoid of warmth, his gaze icy. The effort expended to unearth someone like me surely did not suggest an invitation for tea. Ye's father, unfazed by his demeanor, busied himself with preparing the tea, performing each action with a fluid grace that exuded a sense of calm born from experience. The fragrant steam of the tea gradually enveloped the room. Mr. Guan was an astute man, and I chose not to beat around the bush. Ye's father pushed a cup of clear tea towards Guan Yin, broaching the subject of my son, Yilin. Upon hearing the name Yilin, Guan Yin's fingers tightened around his cigarette, distorting its shape. A torrent of dark emotions surged within his eyes, akin to a feral beast roused from slumber, yet it was swiftly masked by a veneer of scorn and chill. He let out a derisive laugh, reclining slightly as he surveyed the opulent tea room, his malice barely concealed. "What is it? Is the Yi family here to settle old scores? Or have you finally remembered to rid yourselves of the unclean refuse left behind by your precious young master?" Ye's father lifted his own cup, gently blowing on the surface, remaining unfazed by Guan Yin's words. He raised his gaze, meeting Guan Yin's with a calm demeanor. "I wish to hear your account." Guan Yin, as if hearing the greatest jest, shrugged and chuckled, his laughter hoarse and stifled, imbued with deep indignation and madness. "My account? Ha ha ha! Master Yi, has your illustrious son not flaunted his grand achievements to you?" His eyes sharpened, piercing toward Ye's father. "How did he feign closeness to me, tricking me into bearing my soul, treating him as my sole beacon of hope? How, at the moment I trusted him most and laid bare all my cards, did he stab me in the back, devouring the empire I had toiled to build, leaving nothing but remnants?" Guan Yin's breath grew ragged, veins in his forehead standing out, the memories of betrayal and manipulation clearly still searing his soul. Did he find satisfaction in watching me, like a lost dog, begging for his favor? In the end, he pointed to the ghastly scars on his own face, his voice trembling with intense hatred. "This knife, he carved it himself, and he hypocritically gifted me that gun, to let me leave with a shred of dignity. Master Yi, you have raised quite the son. Truly ruthless, absolutely merciless, infinitely venomous. He nearly shouted the final words. His chest heaving violently, the cigarette crushed to ash in his grasp, cascading to the floor. Ye's father listened quietly, his expression inscrutable, though the fingers holding the teacup tightened slightly. Once Guan Yan's fervor subsided to mere labored breaths, Ye's father spoke slowly. Upon his return, Ye's father's voice remained steady. Yet it bore an imperceptible weight. He has changed. Guan Yin responded with a cold laugh, his gaze mocking, clearly skeptical or perhaps indifferent. Ye's father continued, his tone flat, yet every word distinct. He fears large rooms, must sleep with the lights on, and often awakens from nightmares. Previously eager to involve himself in the family business, he now shuns it entirely. Guan Yin paused momentarily, his fingers clutching the crushed cigarette. Yet his expression remained laced with derision. He consumed very little, his frame emaciated. Ye's father fixed his gaze upon Guan Yin, meticulously scrutinizing the slightest flicker of emotion upon his countenance, occasionally lost in thought over the most mundane of matters. Guan Yin's lips tightened. Ye's father hesitated, seemingly weighing his words, ultimately opting for the most straightforward articulation, often unconsciously murmuring a name. The room fell into an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the faint hum of the kettle. Guan Yan's body imperceptibly stiffened. The simmering hatred and madness in his eyes appeared to crystallize for a moment, akin to a fragile fissure forming in a sheet of ice, beneath which something deeper and more complex churned. Yet, he swiftly encased it again beneath a thicker layer of ice, his tone growing more acerbic. "I'm mentioning my name? Are you afraid I'm still alive? Pondering how to deliver another blow? Mr. Yi, there is no need for such theatrics. I, Guan Yin, am but a worthless life now. Not worth your family's efforts to play act." Ye's father refrained from retorting, calmly continuing his narrative. As though recounting an unrelated fact, the doctor suggested that Guan Yan's current state resembled a form of post-traumatic stress dependency. He perceives those who have harmed him as his sole source of safety. This statement landed like a stone cast into a deep pool, creating subtle ripples in Guan Yan's otherwise vacant gaze. His Adam's apple bobbed, and his fingers unconsciously twisted the remnants of the cigarette. A source of safety? The very person he had dragged into a dilapidated motel, subjecting to humiliation and coercion, was deemed his sanctuary? Absurd. Laughable. Yet, it also struck like the most venomous thorn, piercing into the most secret recesses of his heart, inciting an unfamiliar and acute pang. Ye's father observed the subtle transformations across Guan Yan's face, choosing not to elaborate further. Slowly sipping the now lukewarm tea. He was at home now. Ye's father set down the teacup, producing a slight clink, his demeanor far from favorable. "We are powerless." The last statement, uttered by a man who had wielded dominance throughout his life, bore a weighty, almost resigned impotence. Guan Yin abruptly lifted his head, directing his gaze towards Ye's father. The aroma of tea lingered, yet could not disperse the oppressive atmosphere within the room. The sharp taunt and fury etched on Guan Yan's face gradually solidified and peeled away in the wake of Ye's father's composed narration, revealing a deeper, more intricate bewilderment and turmoil beneath. Clutching the already pulverized cigarette, but his knuckles turned pale from the exertion. Post-traumatic stress dependency? A source of safety? Those words struck him as the most ludicrous verdict, leaving him dizzy. He recalled Yi Lin trembling beneath him, pleading for mercy. The unconscious way he had curled into his embrace, the panic in his eyes when he cried out that he could not return. Could those moments signify not mere submission to the brink of collapse, but something even more distorted? No, impossible. That was Yi Lin, the very same who had ground him into the muck. He violently dismissed the thought, his gaze sharpening with ferocity, attempting to erect a barrier. What does the head of the Yi family mean by telling me this? Do you think I would still feel pity for him? Still wishing to see how wretched he has become, to satiate a thirst for vengeance? Father Yi regarded the struggle etched upon his face with no surprise. He gradually set down his teacup, leaning slightly forward, his hands interlaced upon the table, a posture that conveyed a weighty seriousness and a sense of negotiation. "Mr. Guan Yi, have traversed the business realm for decades, never bowing my head lightly to others, nor shall I seek forgiveness for the transgressions of the younger generation. His voice was steady and powerful, his gaze piercing, fixed intently on Guan Yin. What you have done is utterly inhumane, regardless of the consequences he faces. It is a result of his own making. I have nothing further to say. He shifted his tone, an unmistakable weariness and the profound sorrow of a father infusing his words. Yet he is my only son. My wife has not had a single restful night in months. Her eyes nearly ruined from weeping. We merely wish for him to exist like a living being. Guan Yin's lips twitched, on the verge of uttering some scornful remark. But under the gaze of Father Yi, whose eyes, seasoned by countless experiences, now revealed genuine pain, he found himself unable to voice it. I understand that asking you to assist him is an utterly shameless demand, Father Yi continued, his tone exceedingly candid. To you, it may even feel like another form of indignity. Therefore, this is not merely a request. It is a proposition. A proposition? Guan Yin raised an eyebrow, a flicker of wariness and mockery returning to his gaze. What does the head of the Yi family wish to trade with me? Wealth? Power? Or perhaps to resurrect that long-dead wretched company of mine? A sardonic smile curled his lips. Regrettably, I currently find myself in a dire state, devoid of interest in such matters. Not those, Father Yi calmly interjected. I have conducted my research on you, Guan Yin, the illustrious leader of the Changfeng Group. You rose from nothing, possessing a unique vision and remarkable prowess, once a prominent figure in the business circles along the southeastern coast. If it were not for Linlin, he paused, glossing over the cruel details. You ought to have a broader horizon, rather than lurking in anonymity. Wallowing in this small town mire, surviving by brute force while watching over my son. His words pierced directly into the deepest, most vulnerable corners of Guan Yin's heart, the remnants of a once proud, confident self that stood in the light. His jaw tightened abruptly, his gaze sharpening to an almost painful intensity, revealing a hint of embarrassment at being so thoroughly exposed. Father Yi observed his reaction, slowly casting forth his proposition. I can help you return to that stage. This is not charity, it is collaboration. With your name, your rightful identity, initial funding, and connections, the very things you have lost, I can assist you in reclaiming them, even elevating you higher. With your capabilities, combined with the support of the Yi family. Within 3 years, you could once again become the esteemed Guan, rather than. His eyes swept over Guan Yin's worn jacket and mud-streaked boots, the unspoken words hanging heavily between them. Guan Yin's hands, resting on his knees, unconsciously clenched into fists. The heart within his chest, long numbed by hatred and despair, shamefully throbbed with renewed vigor. Return to the pinnacle, reclaim all that belonged to him, to live as Guan Yin once more, rather than as a rodent scurrying through the gutter. This temptation was colossal for one whose wings had been forcefully clipped after soaring through the skies, so immense that it stole his breath away. However, he soon thought of Yilin, the person who had transformed him into what he was now. He nearly ground his teeth as he forced the words out through clenched jaws. And then, once I heal him and reunite your family, do I simply take the charity you've offered and leave? Chairman Yi, your calculations are truly astute. It is not about healing. Ye's father corrected him, his tone remarkably calm. Yet he dropped an even more shocking bombshell. It is about staying by his side. Guan Yin abruptly lifted his head, his pupils constricting as if he had heard the most fantastical of tales. Ye's father met his astonished gaze and continued, each word crystal clear. My wife only wishes for our son to live as a person, since he currently recognizes only you. As he uttered this, his Adam's apple bobbed, evidently struggling with the weight of the words. Before he improves, or before he is willing to leave you, you may accompany him. The Yi family will not interfere. We will provide all the material support you need until you no longer require it. In exchange, please try to help him heal. At the very least, do not allow him to continue living in a nightmare. This was the utmost compromise a father and mother could make in their despair, the most contrary to their status and dignity. They no longer demanded their son to return to normalcy or to the family. They simply wished for him to live. Even if it was in a manner they could not comprehend or accept, tethered to the man who had both ruined him and been ruined by him. Guan Yin was utterly stunned. He had anticipated every possible condition from Ye's father: monetary compensation, threats, even cold vengeance, but never imagined such a transaction. To allow him to take Yilin away? To permit the young master of the Yi family to continue following this man, who was devoid of everything and filled with resentment. The Yi family not only refrained from obstruction, but also offered support? Absurd. Insane. Unbelievable. Yet the look in Yi's father's eyes told him it was genuine. This formidable titan of industry was willing to bow down to the dust for the sake of his son. Guan Yin's heart was in turmoil. Hatred, the thrill of revenge, the yearning for past glories, the complex emotions towards Yilin, and the immense shock of this extraordinary proposal all swirled within him, nearly tearing him apart. He suddenly stood up, his movements so forceful that it knocked over the cushion behind him. He needed space. He needed to leave and gather his thoughts. He opened his mouth to utter some harsh words, but found his throat too parched to produce anything coherent. Ultimately, he merely cast a deep, intricately complex glance at Yi's father, a gaze mingled with shock, struggle, and a hint of imperceptible wavering. Then, he turned abruptly, nearly staggering as he strode out of the private room, slamming the door shut behind him, his hurried footsteps echoing as they faded down the corridor. Yi's father sat alone before the TC, gazing at the untouched cup of tea that had long cooled, remaining motionless for a long while. Outside the window, the autumn wind rustled through the bamboo grove, producing a soft whisper. He knew the seed had been sown. What remained was to see how that man, twisted by hatred and fate, would choose to grasp this seemingly enticing yet burdensome olive branch for the sake of revenge and past glory. Would you still prefer to wallow in the mire, dragging Yilin along to fulfill that mutual destruction? Guan Yin did not respond immediately. He vanished for 3 days, during which no one knew where he had gone or what thoughts consumed him. Did he return to that dilapidated rental in the small town, smoking until dawn while staring at the empty mattress and lingering remnants of presents? Or did he wander alone in the shadows of the city, repeatedly mulling over Ye's father's unfathomable proposal and that weighty investigative report? 3 days later, one evening, he appeared outside the heavy, intricately carved iron gate of the Yi family's villa, clad in the same old jacket. His face bore signs of fatigue and lingering hostility, yet his eyes reflected a resolute determination, as if he were a blade poised to be unsheathed, thirsting for blood. Ye's father personally came to greet him, offering no superfluous words, merely a slight nod to usher him inside. Ye's mother sat anxiously on the living room sofa, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Guan Yin, she sprang to her feet, her hands nervously clasped before her, her beautiful eyes filled with a tumult of emotions: fear, concern, a barely perceptible glimmer of hope, and the instinctual repulsion of a mother. Yet, she made a concerted effort to restrain herself. Mr. Guan, her voice trembled slightly. Guan Yan's gaze lingered on her face for a fleeting moment before swiftly shifting to the staircase leading to the second floor behind her, his Adam's apple imperceptibly bobbing. He exhibited no discernible expression, merely offering a faint nod in acknowledgement, his demeanor lacking in respect, even somewhat rigid. "He is upstairs," Ye's father spoke, his tone calm. "You may go up." This was both a test and a release. Without hesitation, Guan Yin strode forth, his long legs carrying him directly up the staircase, carpeted in softness. His footsteps echoed awkwardly in the silence of the opulent mansion, starkly contrasting with its refined elegance. He halted before Yilin's door. It was unlocked. Drawing in a deep breath, as if preparing for an uncertain battle, he pushed the door open. The room was spacious, lavishly furnished yet devoid of warmth. Yilin curled upon a massive sofa by the window, draped in a soft, thin blanket, revealing only a pallid profile and tousled hair. He gazed out at the setting sun, his expression vacant, like a soulless glass doll. Upon hearing the door creak open, he turned his head slowly, as if time had slowed. When his gaze met the tall silhouette framed against the light at the door, he trembled violently. The vacant look in his eyes was suddenly seized by overwhelming terror. Recoiling like a frightened creature, the blanket slipping unnoticed to the floor, a faint, fragmented sound escaping his throat. Don't. That reaction pierced Guan Yin's eyes and inexplicably stirred a tempest of restless compassion and possessiveness within him. He swiftly closed the door, severing any prying eyes from below. He approached step by step, his boots muffled against the carpet. Yilin quaked increasingly as Guan Yin drew near, silent tears streaming down his cheeks, yet he lacked the strength even to raise a hand to wipe them away. Merely gazing at him in despair, Guan Yin crouched before him, their gazes aligned. He extended his hand, not to touch him, but to retrieve the fallen blanket. His movements somewhat awkward as he draped it back over Yilin. The proximity brought with it a familiar scent, a blend of tobacco and the dust of the outside world. Yilin's body stiffened, and his tears ceased in an uncanny manner, his tear-filled eyes staring blankly at him. Observing Yilin's demeanor, the complex emotions within Guan Yin coalesced into a gruff, hardly comforting remark. "Why are you crying? You're not dead." The familiar, harsh tone was unmistakable. Yet, Yilin seemed to grasp some unspoken signal, his tense body relaxing slightly, though the intertwining feelings of dependence and fear remained vividly present in his gaze. Tentatively, he extended his cold fingers, gently clutching the edge of Guan Yin's jacket, reminiscent of countless moments spent in that dilapidated rental. Guan Yin's body momentarily stiffened, his gaze falling upon the delicate hand, yet he did not withdraw. After a pause, Yilin whispered in a heavily nasal tone, "It hurts." Guan Yin furrowed his brow. "What does it hurt?" His tone remained unkind. Yilin fell silent, gripping the fabric of his jacket more tightly, tears flowing silently once more. Guan Yin studied him for a while, and suddenly, as if comprehending something, he clicked his tongue and reached out, roughly wiping away the tears from Yilin's face with a near-violent force, the motion coarse enough to cause discomfort against Yilin's sensitive skin. Such a delicate creature. He muttered under his breath, yet remained in his crouched position, unwilling to depart. That day, Guan Yin lingered in Yilin's room for an extended period. By the time he descended, night had fallen. He brusquely informed Yilin's parents, who were waiting below, "I'll come again tomorrow." Thus, a new chapter began. Guan Yin began visiting daily, the timing unpredictable, sometimes during the day, other times deep into the night. He no longer donned that old jacket, instead wearing the expensive attire prepared by the Yi family, fitting for his current status. Yet it felt uncomfortably constricting, as if he were ensnared within a shell. The scar on his face and the aura of hostility clinging to him formed a stark contrast against the opulent surroundings and refined clothing. He would often sit silently on the sofa across the room, smoking. Yilin's mother later discreetly provided him with an ashtray, watching Yilin stare blankly or sleep. Occasionally, he would rudely thrust some unwholesome yet steaming food, purchased from outside, into Yilin's hands, compelling him to eat. At times, he would do nothing at all, merely existing in that space. Yilin's feelings towards him remained intricate. He felt fear, instinctively obeyed, yet the profound sense of dependence increasingly surfaced. When Guan Yin was present, the frequency of Yilin's awakenings diminished, and on occasion, he could find fleeting moments of calm sleep within the aura of Guan Yin's presence. Chapter 19, Black Moonlight. Compromised Yilin's mother observed all of this, her heart aching with helplessness. She could not bear to be apart from her son. Even in his altered state, she longed to see him every day. Finally, as Guan Yin prepared to leave once more, she summoned her courage and cautiously made a request. "Mr. Guan, I am aware that this request may seem rather excessive." Her voice was soft, laced with a plea, yet firm, "but Lin cannot be without you. And you two need time to tend to your affairs. If it would not trouble you, might you consider moving in? There are spare guest rooms available." Upon hearing this, Guan Yin halted, abruptly turning to face her, his gaze sharp as a blade, brimming with scrutiny and unabashed suspicion regarding your intentions. "Mrs." He felt her complexion pale under his scrutinizing stare, yet she persisted. "I merely wish to see him more often. Furthermore, your frequent commutes are quite inconvenient." Guan Yin regarded her for a full minute, seemingly weighing all the implications of her proposal. Ultimately, he smirked, the expression not quite friendly. "Very well, as long as Mrs. Yi is not afraid of inviting a wolf into her home. His agreement bore a hint of defiance, tinged with a desire to see what schemes they might concoct. Thus, Guan Yin moved into the Yi family villa. His presence was akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, sending ripples throughout. The servants approached him with a mix of fear and curiosity, treading carefully in his vicinity. Mrs. Yi endeavored to acclimate to the formidable energy of this guest, who seemed utterly out of place in her home, while Mr. Yi maintained a watchful yet supportive distance. Guan Yin began to care for Yi Lin, while simultaneously, with Mr. Yi's unwavering support, he embarked on reconstructing his business empire. Mr. Yi honored his commitment, providing startup capital, elite legal and financial teams, and all the resources Guan Yin required, presented in the most efficient manner possible. Mr. Yi even took it upon himself to eliminate some initial obstacles from Guan Yin's path. Guan Yin was akin to a once-caged beast, once he had the chance to break free and wield sharp instruments. The energy he unleashed and his ruthless methods startled even the seasoned Mr. Yi. With a fervor akin to vengeance and an extraordinary precision, he swiftly eliminated debts, reorganized resources, and penetrated his most familiar domains, executing his plans with speed, accuracy, and an even greater ferocity than a few years prior. He scarcely afforded himself a moment's respite, operating like an unflagging machine. By day, he managed affairs, often returning to the Yi residence late into the evening, sometimes reeking of alcohol, at other times bearing the chill of gunpowder. He would first visit Yi Lin's room. No matter how late it was, Yi Lin seemed perpetually poised in a light sleep, awaiting him. Occasionally, Guan Yin would merely stand in the doorway for a glance. At other times, he would enter, brusquely checking whether Yi Lin had eaten properly, which he usually had not, or simply sit in the dark, smoking a cigarette before departing. His business swiftly regained its former trajectory, surging ahead with even greater velocity and altitude than before. The newly formed Yin Shirk capital rose rapidly, employing ruthless tactics and a hard-edged style that drew the attention and admiration of industry insiders, who marveled at the formidable resurgence of this once-fallen genius. Speculating on the unfathomable support from the Yi family that lay behind him, Guan Yin seldom made public appearances. The scar on his face and his brooding demeanor became a symbol of intrigue. He largely abstained from meaningless social engagements, dedicating all his energy to expansion and accumulation. He grew more taciturn and elusive than ever, with only the occasional crack in his icy exterior revealing itself in the presence of Yi Lin. For instance, when he discovered that Yi Lin was cowering in the corner, frightened by the thunderstorm outside, he would curse under his breath for his weakness while roughly drawing the heavy curtains, turning on all the lights in the room, and even sitting on the sofa beside him to handle emails, using his presence to dispel Yi Lin's fears. Similarly, upon returning from social gathering, reeking of alcohol, he would be taken aback to find Yi Lin embracing an old, unsightly doll he had previously discarded, sleeping with it nestled in his arms. He would stare for a long time, then awkwardly adjust the fallen blanket. In the Yi household, he felt like a ghost, out of place yet unable to be expelled. He held Yi Lin in an invisible chain, and it seemed as if he too was shackled by another burden. Under his care and the Yi family's meticulous material support, Yi Lin's body gradually became somewhat more robust, though he remained pale and fragile. He still spoke little, his gaze often lost in the void. Yet the deep-rooted terror within him seemed to have lessened slightly, replaced by a profound and quiet dependence. He resembled a parasitic plant, slowly striving to absorb the nutrients of life from the distorted soil he had come to accept. Guan Yin stood increasingly tall, wielding methods of thunderous might. Meanwhile, within the Yi villa, the person he watched over continued to exist in the interminable, ceaseless rainy season they had jointly created. Yet occasionally, in rare moments, when Guan Yin was less irritable, Yi Lin would lift his eyes and quietly observe him. A flicker of the faintest light, so subtle that even he was unaware of it, would shine in those beautiful orbs. Time serves as the finest solvent, or perhaps the most deceptive guise. Nurtured by the vast resources of the Yi family and propelled by his own fierce ambition, Guan Yin's path to reconstruction was astonishingly swift. Yin Shi capital rapidly ascended to become an undeniable force within the industry, and its helmsman, Guan Yin, gradually shed the sharp, discordant edge he once bore in society. Expensive tailored suits replaced his old jacket, and a meticulously groomed hairstyle partially concealed the stark scar on his forehead. Although the mark remained deeply etched, it strangely melded into his now steely demeanor, adding an aura of formidable gravitas that commanded respect. He relearned the art of navigating social interactions with grace amidst the clinking of glasses, how to negotiate with precise and calm words, and how to encase the ruthless tenacity ingrained in his bones beneath the refined exterior of a business elite. He grew increasingly taciturn, but no longer in the disenchanted manner of a sullen recluse from a decrepit town. Rather, his silence exuded a composed authority that demanded respect. Only on rare occasions, when faced with a formidable opponent or a situation requiring swift resolution, would a fleeting, chilling glimmer of his former self brush through his gaze. Ye's mother was the first to keenly perceive this transformation. She had once witnessed the radiant Guan Yin at previous banquets, and now she felt as if that vibrant figure was gradually re-emerging from the increasingly profound and reserved man before her. Yet, the Guan Yin of today bore more coldness tempered by experience and an unapproachable distance compared to the graceful young man of yore, leaving her with a complex mix of emotions. On one hand, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief at Guan Yin's return to normalcy, even vaguely believing that this version of Guan Yin might truly be capable of saving her son. On the other hand, this transformation unsettled her, as if a once-tamed beast was gradually regaining its claws and fangs, while her son remained a defenseless little bird tethered to the beast's paw. One afternoon, sunlight streamed through the glass greenhouse, illuminating the meticulously cultivated orchids. Yimu invited Guan Yin to partake in afternoon tea. The exquisite bone china teacups and petite pastries created an atmosphere that was subtly charged. Gently stirring her cup of black tea, Yimu carefully broached the subject. "Mr. Guan, you seem quite busy these days." Guan Yin set down the Financial Times, nodding slightly, his tone polite yet distant. "I appreciate your concern, Mrs. Yi. I'm managing well." "You seem to be in much better spirits than when you first arrived," Yimu remarked, striving to sound more natural. "It's wonderful to hear that your career is back on track." She paused, looking up at him with an almost imperceptible curiosity. "Sometimes when I see you, I am reminded of the suave and refined Mr. Guan I encountered at various gatherings, who garnered admiration from many." Guan Yan's hand paused imperceptibly as he lifted his cup. Meeting Yi Mu's gaze with calm eyes, he offered a faint smile that barely qualified as such. "You flatter me, Mrs. Yi. Youthful impetuosity and ignorance were my follies." He enunciated the words youthful impetuosity and ignorance with a nuanced clarity, as if engaging in self-deprecation while also subtly reminding both her and himself that that past had long since been irrevocably shattered. Yimu sensed the underlying meaning in his words, a bittersweet pang settling in her heart. She placed her teacup down, intertwining her hands on her lap, her tones softening with a touch of sincerity. "Mr. Guan, I understand that no amount of apologies can mend the harm Lin Lin has caused you. However, I am genuinely grateful to you. Lin Lin has indeed improved significantly lately. Though he still speaks little, there are moments when a spark can be seen in his eyes." She hesitated, infusing her voice with a hint of pleading. "I know you are busy as you restart your career, but could you perhaps show him a bit more kindness?" He seems to respond well to that. The last sentence was difficult for her to utter. As a mother, asking for gentleness from someone who had once treated her son so harshly was undoubtedly a heart-wrenching experience. Guan Yin fell silent for a moment. Sunlight filtered through the glass, casting a gentle shadow between his deep-set brows and eyes. He traced the smooth rim of his cup, and after a long pause, he quietly replied, "I know what I should do." His tone remained flat, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet from that day forth, Guan Yin's approach towards Yilin indeed underwent subtle changes. He continued to visit Yilin during his busy intervals, but his stays seemed to lengthen. No longer did he merely smoke in silence or attend to emails. At times, he would bring along financial magazines or even trivial leisure reads, sitting beside Yilin to peruse them. Occasionally, He would speak to Yi Lin in that calm and clear tone he employed at the negotiation table, sharing simple observations about the weather or the birds flitting by outside. He even began to attempt more direct forms of contact. No longer does he resort to the crude inspections and commands of Ur. Rather, he occasionally extends a hand, somewhat stiffly, to gently touch Yi Lin's hair, or offers a cup of water at the perfect temperature while he takes his medication. This awkward attempt to mimic tenderness, executed by him, invariably carries a sense of discomfort and tension, presenting a peculiar contrast to his otherwise composed demeanor as a business elite. Yet, Yi Lin's reaction is unexpectedly pronounced. Initially, he appears bewildered and at a loss, as if he does not recognize this version of Guan Yin. Gradually, however, the hollow depths of his eyes, as his mother had noted, begin to gather a faint glimmer of light. He would quietly raise his gaze to steal a glance at Guan Yin's profile. Engrossed in reading, would respond with the slightest nod when Guan Yin spoke to him in a calm tone, and would stiffen momentarily when Guan Yin brushed his hair. Yet he did not flinch away. Indeed, a trace of something akin to longing flickered in his gaze. He resembled a parched plant, finally graced by a meager yet genuinely gentle drop of rain, cautiously unfurling his leaves in an attempt to absorb more. A subtle affection quietly burgeoned within this distorted soil. Dependency transformed, intermingling with more complex emotions. Yi Lin began to anticipate Guan Yin's arrival, his eyes brightening at an unintentional, simple expression of concern, and revealing a barely perceptible sense of loss upon his departure. It seemed he was gradually falling for this Guan Yin, who revealed a hint of gentility. However, as night fell, a different scene unfolded. When the calm composure of daylight faded with the twilight, and only the two of them remained in the room, something suppressed would break free. Guan Yin's tenderness appeared to falter in the night, or perhaps it mutated. He would become impatient, his movements regaining an undeniable assertiveness. His breath heavy, and his gaze in the darkness turned aggressive. He would embrace forcefully, bestow punishing kisses, and even assert himself with brutality. Yi Lin's responses, in stark contrast, were markedly different. The gentleness of the day offered him solace and reliance, yet the brutality of the night seemed to stir a deeper, unspoken yearning within him. He would tremble, weep, and even subtly struggle under Guan Yin's dominance, yet that struggle felt more like a catalyst, inciting an even more intense reaction from Guan Yin. While he would whimper in pain, he could not help but draw closer, fingers tightly gripping Guan Yin's nightclothes, or even the skin on his back, as if clinging desperately to a solitary piece of driftwood in despair, finding a certain distorted affirmation and security within this familiar, painful control. It was as if he were torn into two beings. During the day, he relied on that awkward tenderness, while at night, he succumbed to familiar ferocity. Guan Yin, it seemed, tacitly maintained this schism. By day, he was the gradually regaining composed Mr. Guan, while by night, he remained the man laden with scars and resentment, needing to assert possession and existence through the most primal means. However, in those uncontrollable nights, as he gazed upon the tear-streaked visage beneath him, filled with both agony and indulgence, did a flicker of incomprehensible, complex pain and confusion briefly flash in the depths of his madness and hatred? No one knows. Yi Lin drifts in this realm of icy fire, akin to a poison, yearning for the light of day while unable to forsake the darkness of night. Meanwhile, Guan Yin becomes increasingly ensnared in the division he has orchestrated. Chapter 20, Black Moonlight. The marriage into the Yi family's garden, designed by a renowned expert, is perpetually verdant and picturesque. Once again, it is an evening when the setting sun casts a warm golden hue over the meticulously trimmed flora. Yi Mu strolls leisurely with Yi Lin in the glass conservatory of the garden. Yi Lin's physique remains slight, yet his steps have grown steadier. He quietly observes a flourishing orchid, his gaze intent. Suddenly, he tilts his head slightly towards his mother, who is anxiously focused on him, and softly, with a hint of uncertainty, inquires, "Mother, do you think this flower has bloomed later than last year?" Yi Mu comes to an abrupt halt, as if immobilized by a spell. In disbelief, she slowly turns to face her son. After months, this is the first time Yilin has so clearly and logically recognized her, recalling a minute detail imbued with the essence of time. An overwhelming surge of joy and sorrow instantly overwhelms her reason. Tears spring forth unexpectedly, and she hastily covers her mouth, fearing she might frighten him. Her voice trembling and discordant. Yes, it has bloomed a few days later. Lin, do you remember? Yilin watches her weeping, seemingly perplexed yet moved, his brow furrowing slightly as he extends his hand, gently touching the back of hers with his fingertips. His movement remains somewhat sluggish, yet carries a clumsy intent to comfort. Do not cry. These simple words cause Yi Mu's tears to flow even more fiercely, yet they are tears of joy. Her precious child is truly returning, albeit slowly and tenderly, the shattered soul painstakingly piecing itself together once more. Yi Fu observes all these changes keenly. In his study, the cigar in his hand has burned halfway down, smoke swirling around his contemplative visage. He gazes out at the sight of his wife supporting their son, weeping with joy, his eyes deep with thought. Guan Yin's abilities and tactics have been fully displayed during this period. Yanshi Capital has not only quickly established a foothold, but has even begun to benefit the Yi Group, with several collaborative projects led by Guan Yin yielding astonishing profits. His calm, precise, ruthless yet elegant commercial style evokes in Yi Fu a reflection of his own youth, even surpassing it. Such an exceptional man, seemingly capable of stabilizing Yilin, has been a thought lingering in Yi Fu's mind, gradually crystallizing. That night, Guan Yin returned not too late. He removed his suit jacket, still chilled from the outside air, and handed it to a servant, loosening his tie as a trace of weariness from handling challenging matters crossed his face. Though his gaze remained sharp, habitually, he first made his way to Yilin's room. Yilin was already asleep, his profile serene and obedient under the soft glow of the nightlight, his breathing steady. Guan Yin stood at the door for a moment, refraining from entering, simply watching quietly. During this period, Yilin's condition has stabilized considerably. At least he no longer requires the lights to be on all night. As he prepared to turn and leave, Ye's father's voice echoed from behind. Guan Yin, come to the study for a moment. Inside the study, the aroma of cigars was more pronounced than usual. Ye's father did not beat around the bush and delved straight into the matter at hand. Guan Yin, you have performed admirably, surpassing my expectations. Ye's father regarded him with pure admiration, acknowledging the promising future of Yanshi Capital. On the Yi family side, several old-timers also needed to be stirred into action. Guan Yin nodded slightly, his expression calm. This is only possible with Chairman Ye's support. His words were not mere pleasantries. Without the substantial resources and credibility provided by the Yi family in the early stages, he could not have swiftly returned to the table. Ye's father waved a hand, signaling that such remarks were unnecessary. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze turned particularly profound, imbued with a sense of scrutiny and resolve. You are well aware of the Yi family situation. He paused, a hint of unnoticeable bitterness creeping into his voice. Even if he can fully recover, it is unlikely he can bear the responsibilities of the heir. Guan Yin remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Ye's father leaned forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Guan Yin. I hold you in high regard. Your abilities and character are exceptional. The Yi family requires fresh blood, a strong leader at the helm. He paused momentarily, then presented his carefully considered proposition. I wish for you to marry into the Yi family. The study fell into a profound silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping, with only the cigar smoke swirling silently in the air. Guan Yin's pupils constricted ever so slightly, the scar on his face appearing even more pronounced under the light. Clearly, he had not anticipated such a request from Ye's father. Marrying into the family? This implied a complete binding, a merging of all he had fought for under the Yi surname in the future. It meant that he, Guan Yin, would ultimately integrate with the very family that had once destroyed him and now ensnared him. Observing the changes in Guan Yin's expression, Ye's father continued, his tone heavy. Everything belonging to the Yi family will eventually be yours and Lin's. I will do everything in my power to support your rise and eliminate all obstacles. All you need to do is take good care of him. The weight of his final words bore the essence of a father's core and ultimate condition. Guan Yin remained silent for a long while, his fingertips unconsciously fidgeting as he seemed to weigh everything: hate, ambition, dignity, and the complex emotions he felt for Yilin, emotions he himself could not untangle. Clashed violently at that moment. Marrying into the family. Was it a humiliation? Perhaps. But for one who had clawed their way back from hell, possessing nothing, it might be the quickest and most stable path to ascendancy. Moreover, it would allow him to keep that person close in a legitimate manner. He raised his gaze to meet Ye's father S, his eyes unfathomable. Chairman Yi, does this signify the final step of our transaction? Ye's father met his gaze unflinchingly. You may interpret it that way. This is the utmost sincerity I can offer, and the sole condition. Guan Yin tugged at the corner of his mouth, a smile laced with a hint of cold mockery, yet tinged with a sense of resignation. Very well. He uttered no more words, yet that single word bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Upon exiting the study, Guan Yin did not return to the guest room. Instead, he opened Yilin's door. He refrained from turning on the lights and, guided by the faint glow filtering in from outside, approached the bedside. Yilin seemed to be in a restless slumber, his brows slightly furrowed. Guan Yin settled beside the bed, casting a shadow over the sleeping figure. He extended his hand, his fingertips moving with an almost indescribable force, caressing Yilin's slumbering visage, gliding over his tightly knitted brow, and finally resting upon his soft, pallid lips. The motion was imbued with a profound and nearly suffocating possessiveness. In his dreams, Yilin unconsciously let out a soft whimper, as if sensing something, slightly turning his head, his cheek brushing against Guan Yin's fingers in a display of utter reliance. Guan Yin's fingers froze. In the darkness, his gaze was as complex as the deepest abyss. Once the remarkably handsome and proud young master of the Yi family, Yilin now lay in a vulnerable state, reliant solely on him for survival. And he, too, had plummeted from the heights, tainted by filth, now bound to this identity once more. Did he harbor resentment? Certainly. Yet beneath that hatred, the twisted vines of obsession had long since ensnared their fates, binding them in an unbreakable bond. As a son-in-law, he was now Guan Yin of the Yi family, and Yilin would forever be his Yilin. He leaned down, pressing a cold and heavy kiss upon Yilin's furrowed brow, as if sealing an indelible mark. In the darkness, he softly whispered 2 words to the sleeping figure, laden with endless entanglements of love and hatred, and a stubbornness that had settled like dust. Outside the window, the moonlight was frigid. The news of the young master's wedding in the Yi family sent ripples through the upper echelons of society, like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating complex waves. The invitation was designed to be understated yet luxurious, featuring the embossed names of Yilin and Guan Yin side by side, striking yet subtle. The reactions from the esteemed families upon receiving the invitation varied. The older generation recalled the brilliant yet mysteriously vanished Guan, who had faced a sudden downfall years ago, as well as the once proud young master of the Yi family, who was now rumored to be deranged after an unfortunate incident. The union of these 2 figures was enough to piece together a vague, yet chilling truth. The younger generation was filled more with curiosity and inquiry, mixed with trepidation towards the rapidly rising and ruthless Mr. Yin, whose scarred visage was well known, and speculation about the Yi family's strategic maneuver. The wedding was not ostentatiously grand, held instead at a private estate belonging to the Yi family, with only a select few invited, those deeply intertwined with the family's interests or known for their discretion. The atmosphere was deliberately crafted to be warm and elegant, with an abundance of flowers, music, and exquisite cuisine, yet an oppressive and eerie feeling lingered in the air. One of the grooms, Yilin, donned a custom-tailored white suit, his beauty still breathtaking, albeit accompanied by an air of fragility. Throughout the ceremony, he remained quiet, mostly staying close to Guan Yin, his gaze occasionally lost. Yet when focused on Guan Yin, it radiated complete dependence. He would occasionally unconsciously fidget with the cuffs of his suit or flinch at sudden noises. Guan Yin would subtly grasp his hand or offer a slight, reassuring glance, prompting Yulin to gradually settle into calmness. Another groom, Guan Yin, adorned in a flawlessly tailored black tuxedo, perfectly accentuated his tall silhouette. The scar on his face remained conspicuous even amidst the solemnity of the occasion, yet curiously subdued by his tranquil and icy demeanor. He comported himself with poise, occasionally evoking a semblance of his former refined elegance. Though beneath that grace lay an unfathomable indifference and an unmistakable sense of control. As he exchanged pleasantries with the guests, his gaze would subtly sweep over Yulin, ensuring he remained within his line of sight. The attendees wore polite smiles and exchanged customary congratulations. Yet their eyes could not help but flicker between the two newlyweds with a nuanced curiosity. Witnessing Yulin's markedly unusual state and Guan Yin's overt protectiveness and possessiveness, they could not suppress their sentiments of nostalgia and reflection. Who could have anticipated that those two young men, once standing on equal footing, would find themselves bound together in such a distorted manner? Yulin's mother, clad in an elegant gown, endeavored to maintain her composure throughout, though her eyes betrayed the remnants of unshed tears. As she observed her son during the simple yet weighty ring exchange ceremony, her heart felt as though it were being shattered and awkwardly mended when she beheld Guan Yin, with utmost seriousness and a hint of ritualistic reverence, kiss Yulin's forehead instead of his lips. Following the wedding ceremony, a modest banquet ensued. Yulin appeared somewhat fatigued and uncomfortable in the crowd, his gaze beginning to drift. Guan Yin, perceptive to his state, whispered a few words to Yulin's father, then gently draped an arm around Yulin, leading him away prematurely to the resting room. As the guests departed and the estate gradually fell silent, the remnants of scattered flowers and the lingering aroma of wine served as reminders of the wedding that had just taken place. At last, Yulin's mother relinquished her facade of calmness. She approached Guan Yin, who was preparing to escort Yulin away, her face etched with a plea and reluctance. Her voice trembled as she looked at her son, who was now drowsily nestled against Guan Yin. He's exhausted today. Everything at home is convenient, and the doctor can come anytime. Could you not stay at her home for a while? Her urgency grew, fearing rejection. The villa is so spacious. You could occupy the independent suite on the west side, and I assure you, it would not disturb you. I merely wish to see him often. He has improved somewhat, and I truly cannot rest easy. Tears streamed down her face as she spoke. As a mother, she could not bear to watch her son, who had just begun to show signs of recovery, disappear from her sight into an environment she could not wholly control, even if that environment was crafted by Guan Yin. Guan Yin, observing Yulin's tear-streaked mother and then glancing down at Yulin, who was leaning against him and unresponsive to the outside world, fell into a moment of silence. He understood her worries and her reluctance. Moreover, from a practical standpoint, the Yi family villa indeed offered the best medical support and living conditions, most beneficial for Yulin's current state. Having just taken over a portion of the core operations of the Yi family, residing there would facilitate his coordination with Yulin's father and the handling of urgent matters. Deeper still, perhaps there lingered a subtle yearning for the concept of home that he was reluctant to acknowledge, despite the fact that this home was constructed upon such a distorted foundation. Very well, he ultimately nodded, his tone unremarkable yet imbued with a sense of acquiescence, agreeing to his mother's wishes. The way he addressed her as mother felt both natural and distant, momentarily catching Ye's mother off guard. Before an array of complex emotions surged within her, a blend of comfort and bittersweetness. Thus, on their wedding night, as well as in the many nights that followed, Guan Yin and Yulin did not depart from the Yi family villa, but instead took residence in a luxuriously appointed suite on the west side of the main building, complete with its own entrance and terrace. This arrangement not only allowed for convenient visits from Ye's mother, who, though always cautious to knock beforehand, maintained a degree of privacy, fulfilling Guan Yin's needs. Life seemed to revert to a premarital rhythm, yet with subtle distinctions. Guan Yin and Yulin had formed a legal and ceremonial bond, and Guan Yin's influence within the Yi group grew increasingly substantial. His presence at the villa resembled that of a lord surveying his domain. Meanwhile, in this relatively familiar environment, and under Guan Yan's increasingly intricate care, Yi Lin continued his slow and perhaps misunderstood recovery. He remained reliant on Guan Yan, his gaze often following him. Yet, amidst Guan Yan's occasional displays of growing tenderness, Yi Lin began to experiment with faint responses akin to mastering a new skill, a delicate smile, a cup handed over willingly, or a vague remark about the weather. Ye's mother visited daily, sometimes merely sitting quietly, finding solace in observing her son's tranquil demeanor. She cautiously maintained this delicate balance, torn between the reluctance to part with her son and the necessity of relying on her son-in-law, who evoked such mixed emotions in her. By day, Guan Yin was the decisive and assertive CEO, expanding his business empire, yet by night returned to this opulent cage. Embodying the role of Ye's son-in-law and Yi Lin's husband, he adeptly navigated between tenderness and harshness, empathy and control, as if two fractured souls resided within his being, collectively sustaining a marriage woven from resentment, distortion, self-interest, and a peculiar dependence. The villa was expansive and serene, yet beneath its tranquil facade, tumultuous currents never ceased to churn. Chapter 21. Black Moonlight. In warmth and love on the terrace of the suite on the west side of the Yi family villa, the afternoon sun radiated warmth. After addressing urgent matters in the morning, Guan Yin stepped outside, massaging his temples in search of respite. His gaze instinctively sought that familiar figure first. Yi Lin sat in a wrought-tan chair draped with a soft blanket, clad in comfortable cashmere loungewear, a thick, beautifully illustrated bird guidebook spread across his lap. Ye's mother sat beside him, gently pointing to a page and softly explaining something. Ye's father occupied a chair a bit farther away, donning reading glasses as he perused financial news on his tablet. However, his gaze would frequently lift from the screen to rest upon his son and wife. This scene exuded tranquility, warmth, and even a sense of familial bliss typical of ordinary households. Yi Lin listened intently, his slender fingers unconsciously tracing the vibrant feathers of the birds illustrated on the pages. Sunlight fell upon his still pale, yet somewhat animated profile, casting small shadows beneath his lowered lashes. When Ye's mother inquired whether he liked a particular bird, a gentle silence enveloped the moment. In that moment, he would lightly nod, almost imperceptibly, or emit a vague sound from his throat. He even slightly turned his head towards Yi Mu, the corners of his mouth slowly and awkwardly lifting, forming a faint yet genuine smile. At that instant, the sunlight seemed to particularly favor him, casting a fragile, glass-like sheen around him, rendering him almost translucent. Guan Yan's footsteps halted at the entrance of the terrace, as if something had anchored him in place. He gazed at Yi Lin's subtle yet authentic smile, watched as Yi Mu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling with restrained emotion as she continued to speak gently, and observed Yi Fu setting down his tablet, a barely perceptible look of contentment glimmering in his eyes. His heart felt as though it were suddenly gripped by an invisible hand, aching dully. A starkly different, vibrant figure, exuding arrogance and radiance, abruptly collided with his thoughts. Yi Lin from a few years ago at a prestigious auction. At that time, Yi Lin donned a custom-made suit of flamboyant colors, his hair meticulously styled, strikingly handsome to the point of arrogance. When he raised his paddle to bid, his demeanor was nonchalant, yet his eyes carried an unmistakable sharpness and a sense of playful superiority. He engaged in witty banter, his words flowing effortlessly, making him the most dazzling presence in the room, drawing the admiration and envy of all. In those moments, he resembled a peacock displaying its resplendent feathers, proudly showcasing his brilliance, as if the entire world were his playground. That Yi Lin was intelligent, cunning, and exuded an audacious confidence, radiating a light that could scorch those around him, as well as a cruelty capable of casting others into despair. Guan Yin instinctively touched the deep scar on his face. His fingertips grazed the uneven skin, the cold sensation jolting him back from his reverie. The Yi Lin before him was quiet, fragile, and naive, like a bird whose wings have been drenched by a torrential downpour, unable to take flight, reliant on the shelter and nourishment of others. In his world, It seemed there remained only the simple dichotomy of warmth and cold, the flavors of food, the vibrant illustrations in books, and the few individuals around him whom he had deeply hurt, yet still chose to protect him. The stark contrast pierced Guan Yan's heart like an icy dagger, delivering a sharp and suffocating pain. The lingering resentment remained, a cold lump of iron resting at the very depths of his heart. Yet in this moment, atop that resentment surged a more complex and bewildering emotion, a sense of almost melancholic realization. He had personally transformed that radiant, cunning Yi Lin into the figure before him now. Meanwhile, Yi Fu and Yi Mu endeavored, through their almost redemptive and cautious companionship, to piece together the shattered remnants of him, gradually restoring him to a semblance of wholeness. And what of him? What role did he play in this narrative? Was it to continue seeking the thrill of revenge? To observe coldly from the sidelines? Or to become a part of this process of mending? What of his actions? Sometimes tender and sometimes harsh. What did they signify? Guan Yin felt an unprecedented confusion. His previously clear resentment and objectives began to blur, even seem ludicrous. In the face of this ordinary, gradual companionship and Yi Lin's slow, yet genuine recovery, Guan Yin? Yi Mu noticed him standing at the entrance, smiling and beckoning. Are you done? Come closer. Rin just recognized this as a kingfisher. Father Yi also looked up and nodded at him. Hearing the sound, Yi Rin slowly turned his head. Upon seeing Guan Yin, his eyes seemed to sparkle faintly, a gaze imbued with familiarity, interlaced with dependence and a hint of timidity. He closed the book and quietly observed as Guan Yin approached. Guan Yin stepped forward, reaching their side. The sunlight pierced his eyes, causing a slight discomfort. He strained to maintain an outward calm, even managing to offer Yi Mother a demeanor that could be deemed gentle. Is that so? Quite impressive. His voice was somewhat hoarse. He took a seat beside Yi Rin, whose gaze never left him. Then, in a surprising gesture, Yi Rin gradually pushed the hefty bird guide resting on his knees toward Guan Yin. A silent, somewhat awkward act of sharing. Yi Mother nearly shed tears again, hastily lowering her head to conceal her emotions. Guan Yin gazed at the book now positioned before him, observing the vividly depicted kingfisher on the page, and then turned his attention to Yi Rin's clear eyes, which, however, reflected no past brilliance. His throat constricted momentarily. He extended his hand, not to grasp the book, but with an extraordinary slowness and a gravity he could scarcely comprehend, gently settled his hand on the back of Yi Rin's hand resting at the edge of the book's page. Yi Rin's hand was cool to the touch. His fingers trembled slightly, but did not withdraw. Guan Yin's palm was warm, even somewhat hot. Sunlight cascaded over their intertwined hands, illuminating the colorful pages of the book, radiating warmth that bordered on cruel. Past and present, hatred and redemption, destruction and rebirth intertwined in this warm sunlight, quietly simmering. Guan Yin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, something cold and hard deep within him seemed to crack ever so slightly, releasing a torrent of molten, bewildering emotions. It felt as if he had truly lost the Yi Rin he once despised. What was he to do now? Time flowed inexorably within the Yi family villa. It seemed as if a slow-motion button had been pressed, yet everything changed silently. The icy shield of hatred within Guan Yin did not dissolve overnight, but gradually dissipated in the daily interactions, under the gaze of Yi Rin's eyes, which were slowly regaining clarity, yet still filled with complete dependence and innocent affection for him. He no longer felt the need to feign tenderness or indulge in fury. A deeper emotion, one he had not anticipated, began to entwine with his rusted heart like a silent vine. He began to clumsily learn how to love someone, love Yi Rin, who he had shattered with his own hands and was now slowly reshaping before his eyes. He would remember the pastries Yi Rin glanced at a moment longer and ensure the kitchen prepared an extra portion next time, during stormy nights. He would naturally draw him into his embrace, using his warmth to dispel Yi Rin's fears, rather than merely asserting his presence as he had before. He would patiently wait when Yi Rin grew anxious, trying to form longer sentences, even offering encouragement through his gaze. He even began to explore psychology books, privately consulting doctors, all to better understand Yi Rin's state, and offer him more effective support. Ye's parents observed everything with keen eyes, and the heavy stone in their hearts gradually eased. The lingering resentment slowly replaced by genuine gratitude and acceptance. Yilin's recovery was slow yet steady. Under the meticulous care of his loved ones and the complex yet increasingly authentic emotions nurtured by Guan Yin, his shattered mind began to piece itself together. He started to engage in longer, clearer conversations and recalled more fragments of his past. Though memories of the harm he inflicted upon Guan Yin seemed buried deep within his subconscious. He even began to offer some simple yet astute insights regarding the Yi Group's business. His reliance on Guan Yin remained, but within that dependency, the essence of love grew ever clearer. He would smile at Guan Yin, that smile no longer dazed but imbued with warmth and shyness. He would actively seek out embraces and quietly wait in the living room for Guan Yin's return on late nights. However, like two sides of a coin, Yilin's emotional framework had been irrevocably reshaped by those 3 months of extreme experiences. Whenever night fell and the bedroom door closed off the outside world, leaving only the two of them, Yilin would instinctively slip into another state. Guan Yin perceived all of this. His emotions were complex, yet he ultimately chose to indulge. Perhaps this was their destiny. Love and hatred intertwined beyond disentanglement, tenderness and ferocity jointly composing the tapestry of their lives. Meanwhile, Guan Yin's business empire expanded to unprecedented heights. Yin's capital became an unassailable titan, even surpassing the zenith of the Yi family's legacy. He incorporated the Yi family's enterprises under his wing, achieving true integration and excellence. He became a legend in the commercial realm, his methods as decisive as ever, yet his demeanor increasingly reserved and profound, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld him. Only upon returning to the Yi family villa, facing Yilin, would the ice in his eyes completely thaw. Ultimately, Yilin did not return to the former, tempestuous young master of his past. That experience left an indelible mark upon him. He became averse to socializing, preferring solitude, and showed little interest in the vast business empire, choosing instead to spend his time in the studio, painting or tending to flowers alongside his mother in the garden. Yet, he was clear-minded and emotionally rich, a complete individual who understood love and the joy of being loved. Guan Yin never forced him. Rather, he shielded him from unnecessary disturbances, granting him the life he yearned for. Time flowed, quietly yet tumultuously, for many years. They resembled two trees entwined, roots intertwined and branches leaning upon one another, weathering storms together while sharing the warmth of the sun. The conclusion of life arrived, ultimately impartial. Guan Yin departed first on a tranquil autumn afternoon, peacefully falling asleep on the study sofa after sending his last work email, still clutching a small portrait crafted by Yilin. Yilin did not weep or wail. He simply sat quietly beside Guan Yin, whose body had grown cold, holding his other hand and gazing at him for a long, long time. Then, he leaned down and pressed a gentle kiss upon Guan Yin's scar, now devoid of its former harshness, marked only by the passage of time. "Wait for me," he murmured softly, his tone as calm as if arranging their next stroll together. Not long after, on a snow-laden morning, Yilin quietly departed from his dreams, his expression serene, a trace of an elusive smile gracing his lips. He seemed merely to be attending a long-overdue rendezvous. Yilin's parents were already advanced in years. They mourned, yet calmly managed the aftermath. According to the will established by Guan Yin long before, which Yilin had confirmed during his moments of lucidity, they were interred together in a tranquil corner of the Yi family's private cemetery. There was no extravagant tombstone, only a simple, substantial slab of black granite, bearing their names side by side, Guan Yin Yilin. Beneath their names, there were no dates of birth or death, no titles or accolades. Only a single line delicately inscribed, as if encapsulating the most profound and straightforward essence of their intertwined lives. Resting in the same grave, love and hate eternally asleep. The earth concealed the coffins, ultimately burying all the tumultuous past, the anguished love and hate, the twisted dependencies, and the tender warmth that settled in the end. Regardless of how grand or painful their lives had been, how they had entangled in madness, and how they returned to tranquility. They lay beneath this silent soil, truly, forever, decayed in unity, never to part. In the frigid, pristine white of the system space, Yi Lin opened his eyes. A strange sense of emptiness enveloped him, as if he had just awakened from a profound, detail-blurred dream. His body felt light, devoid of any fatigue or discomfort, his emotions calm as still water. "Welcome back, host." The system, designated 0145, intoned in a flat, emotionless electronic voice. Commencing routine post-task processing, clearing redundant emotions and memory fragments to optimize your efficiency for subsequent tasks. A gentle, irresistible force brushed through his core consciousness, akin to an eraser softly removing the traces of a pencil drawing. Intense emotions that ought to be unforgettable, extreme fears, heart-wrenching pains, twisted dependencies, and a certain warmth of dissent, quickly faded, becoming as distant as if viewed through thick frosted glass. He knew they had existed, yet could no longer truly perceive them. The related memories became fragmented and hazy, resembling the stories of others. Cleaning complete, 0145's voice remained devoid of inflection. Yelin bilinkit. The last vestiges of confusion dissipating, restoring his characteristic clarity, tinged with a casual nonchalance. He moved his fingers, sensing the perfectly controlled body composed of energy. "Oh, is it done?" he remarked lightly, even with a hint of languor that accompanied task completion. This mission felt rather swift, did it not? He tilted his head, attempting to recall, but only grasped a few indistinct fragments. A man-ass silhouette, seemingly having endured much, yet the specifics remained a chaotic blur. Regardless, the rating was S, suggesting the process had likely been rather smooth. Your total duration in this world, 42 years, 7 months, and 3 days. 0145 reported the data in a precise manner. 42 years? Yi Lin raised an eyebrow, a hint of well-placed astonishment flickering across his face, before he shrugged nonchalantly. No wonder he felt somewhat fatigued. It turned out he had been here for such an extended period. However, as long as the hatred value had been completely cleared, he was satisfied. He had no doubt about the reason for his weariness, fully accepting the system's explanation regarding the draining nature of the long-term task. As for the redundant emotions that had been purged, he felt no lingering attachment. They would only impede his engagement in the next mission. The male protagonist Guan Yan's hatred value has been thoroughly eliminated within the task deadline. Task completion is rated as excellent. 0145 confirmed. Does the host require a brief respite, or shall we prepare for immediate transport to the next task world? Transport me, Yi Lin replied without hesitation, a spark of enthusiasm illuminating the corners of his mouth. The sooner he finished, the sooner he could conclude his work. What is the setting of the next world? He hoped it would be intriguing. He felt satisfied with the recently acquired S rating and substantial points. Yet he harbored no desire to further explore the world he had just departed or the man named Guan Yan. He was merely a mission objective, and having completed it, it was time to turn the page, filtering the next task world for you. World locked. Commencing transport. The pure white space began to distort, enveloping Yi Lin's figure in a stream of energetic light. As he lost consciousness, the last thought that flashed through his mind was, this task was indeed executed quite efficiently. Volume 3, The Genuine and the False Young Master, Chapter 22, The False Holy Father. Returning home, transport complete. World number, 12, Modern Aristocracy. Identity loaded, Yi Lin, the fake young master of the Yi family. Main task, survive for 10 years. Additional task, eliminate male, protagonist Guan Yan's hatred value. Current time point, 8 years after the original's departure from the Yi family. Host returns. At the airport VIP passageway exit, it was as if an invisible spotlight had suddenly illuminated the scene. Yelin emergit. 8 years seemed to have left no trace upon his visage. Instead, the passage of time had further refined his breathtaking beauty, rendering it even more striking. He wore a seemingly casual, yet impeccably tailored cream-colored leisure suit, accentuating his pallor. Sunglasses obscured much of his face, revealing only his perfectly sculpted jawline and a pair of lips that curled into a languid smile. His slightly long black hair was casually tied back in a few strands at the nape of his neck, adding an air of nonchalance and charm. Two silent assistants followed behind him, pushing expensive suitcases, silently underscoring their master's status. The surrounding gazes were instantly drawn to him, whispers of intrigue rising softly. Even if his full visage remained obscured, the aura emanating from him, a blend of arrogance and indifference, was enough to leave onlookers breathless. This was Yi Lin, once a formidable presence within the elite circles of City A, the young master of the Yi family, whose audacity was both infuriating and impossible to overlook. He lifted his hand, leisurely removing his sunglasses to reveal a pair of peach blossom eyes, their outer corners slightly upturned, exuding a natural, almost inherent sense of ennui towards the world around him. He scanned the arrival hall, seemingly in search of something, yet also appearing to find everything before him rather mundane. 8 years ago, he had grown weary of the game, concocting a casual excuse to depart, disregarding the astonishment and pleas of Ye's parents. And with a nonchalant flick of his wrist, he left for a life abroad. The system had impeccably managed those 8 years, leaving behind a plethora of rumors about his extravagant spending and reckless abandon. Now he had returned, burdened with the task of alleviating the hatred value directed at the true heir, Guan Yin, whom he had personally maimed and even sent assassins after. The very thought of it felt tedious. Yi Lin imperceptibly curled his lips in disdain. His past actions had not been entirely flawless, leaving a few loose ends. Although Guan Yin likely lacked evidence, such animosity was probably etched into his very bones. TSK. It would require effort to placate him. As he aimlessly pondered how to commence this endeavor of diminishing the hatred value, a sleek, luxurious black Maybach glided silently to a halt before him. The car door opened, revealing a long leg stepping out, followed by a figure fully emerging. The man, clad in a meticulously tailored dark gray suit, possessed an upright posture and an aura of calm restraint. His features bore a faint resemblance to the pale, resentful youth that lingered in Yi Lin's distant memory. Yet he was transformed entirely. Time had sculpted him into a mature and handsome man, with a refined elegance that exuded warmth, and a smile that was just the right touch of inviting, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. What most startled Yi Lin was the sight of the man's right hand hanging naturally, fingers clearly defined, appearing entirely unscathed. He could even use it to effortlessly close the car door. Guan Yin, had he actually come to welcome him personally, and in such a manner? Yi Lin's internal alarms blared at the highest level. A smiling tiger, preparing to play dirty? The malevolent impulses and fighting spirit within him began to stir. Yet his face quickly assumed an expression of well-measured surprise, accompanied by a casually familiar smile. Ah, ISNT this Mr. Guan? Yi Lin elongated his tone, laced with a hint of irreverent teasing. What an honor to have you personally come to greet me. Is there no one left in the Yi family? He deliberately adopted such a flippant tone, testing the other's reaction. Guan Yin seemed utterly unfazed by his demeanor. The smile on his face deepened, and his gaze fell upon Yi Lin with a warmth that revealed no trace of shadow or resentment, only a pure, almost joyous delight, akin to that of an old friend reunited after a long separation. Shaolin, he spoke, his voice deep and melodious, imbued with a natural intimacy. I heard you were returning today. Your parents initially wished to come, but I persuaded them otherwise, fearing the crowd at the airport would be inconvenient. I took the liberty to come and fetch you myself. He stepped forward, extending his hand not for a handshake, but to gently retrieve the sunglasses casually draped over Yi Lin's arm. His movements so familiar, as if he had performed this gesture 1,000 times before. It's been 8 years. You've grown up and become even more handsome. His fingertips occasionally brushed against the skin of Yi Lin's hand, warm and dry. Yi Lin felt a momentary tension in his muscles, but he swiftly compelled himself to relax. He allowed Guan Yin to take his sunglasses, narrowing his peach blossom eyes as he scrutinized Guan Yin's face, attempting to discern even the slightest hint of insincerity or malice within those smiling, profound eyes. Yet there was none, not a trace, only a gentle, almost indulgent sincerity. This was far more peculiar and intriguing to Yi Lin than outright hatred or vengeance. "How are your parents?" Yi Lin smoothly continued the conversation, his performance flawless, adopting just the right tone of a long-lost prodigal son, as if the resolute figure who had departed 8 years prior was not himself. "They're well, just missing you dearly," Guan Yin replied, his tone imbued with a convincing sense of nostalgia. He turned, opened the car door, and gestured for Yi Lin to enter. "Shall we talk on the way? We've prepared a welcome feast at home, just waiting for you." He presented himself entirely as a magnanimous and affectionate brother, a family patriarch who had successfully taken over the family business and was welcoming his wayward brother back into the fold. Yi Lin settled into the vehicle, the soft leather seats exuding a subtle fragrance. Guan Yin entered from the other side and took a seat beside him. The car glided smoothly into motion. "Have you enjoyed yourself these past years?" Guan Yin asked, turning to him, his tone as casual as if they were engaging in idle chit-chat. "Not much to speak of," Yi Lin replied lazily, leaning against the seat, his gaze fixed on the fleeting scenery outside, though his mind was racing. Something felt amiss. It was far too unsettling. Guan Yin's gentle, considerate demeanor, akin to that of a brotherly friend, was even more chilling than if he had drawn a gun to Yi Lin's head. Had this man lost his memory? Or had he transformed into something else entirely? Had his hatred simply evaporated? Was the system malfunctioning? Impossible. 0145 never made mistakes. Was it all an act? A barely perceptible, playful smirk graced Yi Lin's lips. He was quite adept at this charade. Even his gaze was convincing. Fine. If he wished to play the role of the warm-hearted brother willing to forgive, then Yi Lin would indulge him. He would explore what hidden thoughts lay beneath this facade of gentleness. Not harboring any hatred towards me? Excellent. That certainly saves me some trouble. Let us see how this unfolds. He turned to Guan Yin, displaying a radiant smile that perfectly matched his persona of a carefree beauty. "Is the chef still making that cherry pork? I missed it terribly." Guan Yin gazed at his bright smile, and for a fleeting moment his eyes softened. "Yes, we've kept it on the menu, knowing how much you love it," he replied, his tone so natural it was as if Yi Lin had merely been on a brief holiday abroad rather than having been away for 8 years and having committed unforgivable acts against him. Outside the car, the bustling streets of city whizzed by. Yet, within the vehicle, an undercurrent of unspoken tension simmered beneath the surface of this strange warmth. Yi Lin savored this unexpected favor, silently mocking. "Guan Yin, keep up the act. Let us see how long you can maintain it." The car approached the familiar, yet seemingly distant mountaintop manor of the Yi family. The intricately carved iron gate slowly creaked open, revealing a lush landscape that had been meticulously maintained, now even more refined than it had been 8 years prior, yet imbued with an unfamiliar sense of order. Leaning against the car window, Yi Lin gazed at the swiftly passing scenery, his countenance devoid of expression, the faint ripples of emotion within him long since settled. Since he had arrived, he resolved to remain at ease, curious to observe how long Guan Yin intended to sustain this facade of fraternal camaraderie. Guan Yin brought the car to a smooth halt before the main residence, and promptly, a neatly attired servant approached to respectfully open the door. "We have arrived," Guan Yin remarked softly, turning his head to Yi Lin. He exited the vehicle first, but lingered by the door, naturally extending his hand toward Yi Lin, as if to assist him. Yi Lin cast a sidelong glance at that long, sinewy hand, the very hand he had once pressed beneath his foot, listening to the excruciating crack of bones. A cold smirk formed within him, though his exterior remained nonchalant as he lazily lifted his eyelids, disregarding the offered hand, and gracefully bent to alight from the car, exuding an innate, spoiled arrogance in his movements. Guan Yin's hand hovered momentarily in the air before he effortlessly retracted it, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment, his smile still warm. "Watch your step." Yi Lin's mother had long since heard the commotion and hurriedly emerged from the house. 8 years had etched lines upon her face, yet the thrill and joy of the moment made her radiate with vitality. Upon seeing Yi Lin, her eyes instantly glistened with tears, her voice choked with emotion. "Lin, my child, you have finally returned." She stepped forward, eager to embrace him, but Yi Lin subtly sidestepped, avoiding the intimate contact he had always found uncomfortable, now even more so than before. "Mother," he uttered, his tone flat, devoid of the excitement one might expect from a long-awaited reunion, as if he had merely returned from a brief excursion. His mother's arms froze in midair, a flicker of disappointment crossing her face, yet was quickly drowned by the joy of reunion. "It is wonderful that you are back. Come inside. Let me see you properly. Have you lost weight? Surely you must not have eaten well abroad," she chattered on, guiding Yilin into the house. Guan Yin quietly followed behind, observing Yilin's upright, yet distant silhouette, his gaze profound. In the days that followed, the atmosphere was eerily serene. Guan Yin fulfilled his promise of kindness. He meticulously prepared the spacious suite with the best view that Yilin had once occupied, arranging everything to align with Yilin's preferences before his departure, even incorporating numerous latest luxuries and technological marvels, exhibiting an impeccable attentiveness. At the dining table, he would naturally serve Yilin, remembering his discerning palate. He patiently addressed Yi father's inquiries regarding Yilin's life abroad, skillfully weaving a narrative to cover for him. And when Yilin showed any sign of impatience regarding family matters, Guan Yin would seamlessly take over the conversation, his tone gentle. "Little Lin has just returned. There is no rush. Please, rest well first." He even accompanied Yi mother, attempting to engage Yilin in family activities, such as post-dinner strolls or watching a tedious family film. Although Yilin declined 9 times out of 10, Guan Yin never pressed the issue, simply smiling and letting it be. Initially, Yilin was on high alert, like a wary bird poised to flee, ready to retaliate against any potential reprisal or probing. As the days passed, Guan Yin's demeanor remained impeccable, embodying the essence of a truly magnanimous elder brother who cherished his younger sibling. Was he truly repaying malice with virtue? Yilin found the notion almost laughable. Yet, the inherent suspicion within him prevented him from entirely relaxing his guard. The monotony of daily life and Guan Yin's meticulous care, akin to the gentle simmering of a frog in warm water, indeed allowed him to subconsciously ease his vigilance. After all, being catered to and cherished was far more comfortable than living in constant wariness. It was during an incidental moment that everything changed. On a leisurely weekend afternoon, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room. Yilin lounged on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone, while his mother and Guan Yin engaged in conversation about the details of an upcoming charity gala. As Guan Yin rose to retrieve a document from a nearby table, he inadvertently brushed his arm against the bare skin of Yilin's nape. The contact was fleeting, as delicate as a feather's caress. Yet Yilin felt as if he had been jolted by an electric current, his body trembling violently for an instant, a barely audible gasp escaping his throat. His phone nearly slipped from his grasp. The sensation was sudden and unfamiliar, a subtle yet piercing tingling that erupted from the point of contact and coursed through his limbs, leaving a strange, tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. A profound sensitivity and a sense of losing control enveloped him. Guan Yin halted in his tracks, slowly turning to regard Yilin's taut back and the faint blush creeping up his neck. Yilin quickly averted his gaze, pretending to continue his phone activity, but the rapid rise and fall of his chest and the flush of his ears betrayed the unusual reaction he had just experienced. Guan Yin's expression deepened, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating delicate yet discernible ripples. For a fleeting moment, the customary warmth in his smile seemed to fade, replaced by an intense yet fleeting glimmer in his eyes, as if he had uncovered an unexpectedly intriguing phenomenon. However, he said nothing, merely retrieving the document and returning to his previous position, resuming his conversation with Yilin's mother, his tone remaining gentle and composed. Yet from that moment onward, an invisible switch had been activated. Guan Yin began to intentionally, yet subtly, increase his physical contact with Yilin. Their fingers would occasionally brush when passing items. While walking side by side, their arms would lightly graze each other. When leaning into converse, his breath would faintly brush against Yilin's ear, and on one occasion, while Yilin rested on a garden bench, Guan Yin draped a fallen light blanket over him, his fingers inadvertently grazing his collarbone. Each instance of contact was brief, natural, and impeccably timed, leaving no room for reproach. With every touch, Yi Lin's reaction was strikingly consistent. An instant stiffness, a barely perceptible tremor, and skin that flushed with rapidity, sometimes at the ears, sometimes at the neck, and at other times at the wrists, like a stone cast into a still lake. Each interaction stirred excessive and captivating ripples. Yi Lin attempted to maintain control, to conceal his reactions, yet they seemed to be an instinctual response, quicker than his conscious thought. He grew restless, yet had no outlet for his agitation. Guan Yan's expression remained perpetually innocent and unassuming, as though everything was merely a series of coincidences. Guan Yin indeed discovered an exceedingly intriguing phenomenon. This seemingly arrogant and aloof young master, who appeared to disdain everything, possessed an astonishing sensitivity in his being. Mere insignificant touches could elicit such intense and endearing reactions from him. Beneath his facade of forced composure lay an enticing vulnerability, easily ignited. This was perhaps far more captivating than direct retaliation. He began to relish this clandestine probing, taking pleasure in observing Yi Lin, caught in a seemingly gentle embrace. Growing increasingly anxious and helpless due to his uncontrollable physiological responses, the tender trap continued to ensnare, becoming even more impenetrable. Yet beneath that affectionate veneer, the hunter's curiosity and desire for control had been thoroughly awakened. The prey, step by step, was descending into a novel snare woven from delicate tenderness and ineffable sensitivity. In the fifth realm of ancient power struggles, as hatred became irreparable, let us rewind time to the past. In the sixth realm of fantastical lore, this is an extraordinary tale of an unusual demon lord and a courageous hero. The beautiful demon lord, who toyed with human hearts, one day declared to the world that he sought a person, a human hero. Hero, who is it that you truly see through me? Chapter 23. The annoying Guan Yin. Yi Lin's irritation grew with each passing day. Guan Yan's presence loomed like a pervasive, languid shadow, enveloping every inch of space since his return. Such meticulous care, that gentle smile seemingly affixed to his face, and the way he tolerated Yi Lin's cold demeanor and harsh words. All of this left Yi Lin feeling stifled, as though wrapped in a thick, soft velvet, struggling to breathe. Even more infuriating was his own uncooperative body. That afternoon's loss of control felt akin to opening a peculiar Pandora's box. He began to develop an inexplicable overreaction to Guan Yan's touches. When a servant handed him a towel, he felt nothing. When his mother cheerfully patted his shoulder, it merely annoyed him, with no bodily response. Even when a well-groomed ragdoll cat brushed against his calf in the garden, he only found it shedding bothersome fur. But with Guan Yin it was different. Only that elegant smile, paired with an inexplicable chill in his gaze, could provoke such a reaction. Whenever Guan Yin drew near, even before making contact, Yi Lin's body seemed to enter a state of alert. And when those long fingers accidentally brushed against his skin, or when warm breath caressed his ear, a sharp yet delicate tingling sensation ignited throughout him, sparking waves of uncontrollable, shameful shivers. His skin would involuntarily flush, heat radiating from the point of contact and swiftly spreading. His heartbeat would skip, then accelerate uncontrollably, pounding so forcefully that it resonated in his eardrums. What on earth was happening? After yet another instance of retracting his hand sharply from the brief touch of Guan Yin while receiving water, nearly toppling the cup, Yi Lin could no longer suppress his inner expletives. He glared at the bony hand with a grim expression, then abruptly raised his gaze to Guan Yin. Guan Yin was slightly furrowing his brow, a perfect blend of concern and a hint of innocent apology gracing his features. "I apologize, Shaolin. Was the water too hot?" His tone was gentle, devoid of any discernible oddity in his eyes, as if that fleeting moment of contact had merely been an accident. Yi Lin felt a tightness in his chest, caught in a suffocating limbo. Could he really say, "Don't touch me, for your mere contact sends electric shocks through me"? He could not. Such words, once uttered, would not only be absurd, but would also signify a surrender, a concession that he had been affected by the other. Yi Lin would never allow himself to exhibit such vulnerability in front of Guan Yin. He could only suppress the rising irritation and that peculiar, bewildering physiological response within him, stiffly replying, "It's nothing." He then turned away, feigning concentration on the tablet in his hands, his fingertips pressing so hard that they turned white. Guan Yin observed the taut profile of his face and the faintly pink earlobe, a barely perceptible smile flitting across his eyes. Out of consideration, he chose not to intrude further, turning to attend to his own affairs, leaving Yilin alone, unsettled. Yilin endeavored to uncover the root of his disquiet. Was there something amiss with this body that had been under the system's care for 8 years? Yet he felt perfectly fine, healthy enough to wrestle a bull, though he would never do so. Was it some special perfume or irritating substance on Guan Yin? He had discreetly noted that Guan Yin wore a subtly woody fragrance, quite ordinary. He had even feigned an allergy to have all the home fragrances removed. Yet to no avail. Was it lingering guilt towards Guan Yin that stirred these feelings? The thought was swiftly dismissed with a scoff. Guilt was not a term in Yilin's lexicon. He had never regretted his past actions, even if Guan Yin had truly forgotten. It was merely a stroke of luck on his part. But this damned allergic reaction, specifically targeting Guan Yin, what on earth was it? It was utterly erratic and caught him off guard. It could strike while passing condiments at the dining table, while brushing past in the corridor, or when Guan Yin bent down to retrieve a book he had dropped, each instance leaving Yilin unprepared, forced to endure a chaotic loss of control known only to himself in those fleeting moments. He began to instinctively evade Guan Yin, striving to avoid being in the same enclosed space, deliberately maintaining distance while walking, avoiding eye contact, and reducing their conversations to the bare minimum. However, the Yi residence was not large, and Guan Yin seemed to have an endless array of legitimate reasons to be in his vicinity. His attempts at avoidance only made his intentions more conspicuous. Guan Yin observed his evasion keenly, but never acknowledged it, continuing to embody the gentle older brother persona. Yet, those unintended touches seemed to occur with increasing frequency and precision, always descending upon him at the very moment he dared to relax his guard. Yilin felt as though he were being driven mad by this silent, peculiar tug-of-war. He would rather Guan Yin tear apart that mask of hypocrisy directly, avenging and humiliating him as he anticipated, than endure this inexplicable and ineffable physical reaction that left him in a state of disquiet, like a bomb poised to explode at any moment. This sensation was utterly unbearable. It felt as if he had not returned to his family, but instead stepped into a more exquisite and intangible prison. The warden, holding the key, leisurely savored his struggles with the utmost tenderness. Yilin irritably raked his fingers through his hair and tossed the tablet aside. He had to do something to shatter this suffocating atmosphere. At the very least, he needed to ascertain what precisely was amiss with Guan Yin regarding this body. Guan Yin stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of the study, his fingertips unconsciously tapping against the cold glass. Outside lay the meticulously tended backyard of the Yi family, dusk settling in and the lights illuminating, enveloping everything in a veneer of serene yet deceptive warmth. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Yilin's physical responses were indeed an unexpected discovery, intriguing, captivating, even stirring a peculiar interest. Yet the underlying cause remained shrouded in mystery. Prior to Yilin's return, he had thoroughly investigated the so-called life he led abroad for 8 years. The system-managed Yilin lived extravagantly like a programmed automaton, indulging in life's pleasures, flitting between grand parties and luxury boutiques, with romantic partners changing more swiftly than his attire, a veritable spoiled, carefree scion. All reports indicated that he was merely a vessel filled with alcohol, luxury, and hollow enjoyment, devoid of any anomalies, let alone experiences that could elucidate such extreme physical sensitivity. So where did the problem lie? Had this body undergone some unknown transformation? Or had something transpired, unnoticed under his vigilant surveillance? Guan Yin's gaze was as tranquil as water, yet a hint of cold scrutiny flickered beneath its surface. He relished control, preferring to keep everything within the realm of predictability. Yilin's return was meant to unfold according to the intricate web he had woven. But this sudden variable sparked a barely perceptible thrill within him. He resolved to maintain his facade. However, amidst the pretense, Guan Yin occasionally revealed traces of his past, ones he himself might not even fully recognize. Sometimes, at the dining table, when Yilin found a dish unpalatable, he would instinctively push the plate away with his fingertips. A hint of impatient aristocracy etched upon his brow. As Guan Yin smiled and conversed with Ye's father, his gaze would momentarily freeze upon witnessing this small gesture. A fleeting glimmer of an exceedingly familiar, icy derision flashing in his warm eyes, so swift that one might mistake it for an illusion. At other times, when he shielded Yilin from a persistent relative's inquiries, his arm would unconsciously drape possessively over the back of Yilin's chair, exuding an air of absolute control. That posture was protective yet replete with an undeniable sense of ownership, as if silently declaring his claim. When Yilin looked over in confusion, he would quickly revert to the guise of the caring older brother, naturally withdrawing his hand. What unsettles Yilin the most is Guan Yin's gaze. Most of the time, it is gentle, imbued with just the right amount of concern. However, on occasion, in moments he believes go unnoticed, or when Yilin trembles uncontrollably at his touch, his ears flushing with warmth, the scrutiny of Guan Yin shifts. No longer is it merely gentle. It transforms into a focused, almost scrutinizing appraisal. It resembles a collector admiring a precious porcelain piece, tracing its contours through the glass cabinet, his eyes burning with fervent admiration while concealing a sharp evaluation of its worth. Deep within the depths of those profound eyes, Yilin seems to catch a fleeting glimpse of a subtle satisfaction, as if it had been awaited for a long time. Each time this occurs, Yilin's heart inexplicably skips a beat, a chilling sensation creeping silently up his spine. That gaze, those occasional revealing gestures imbued with a familiar sense of pressure, often leave him in a daze, as if he has encountered it somewhere before. Not within the Yi family or in the fabricated brotherly bond of 8 years past, but in the distant recesses of a hazy memory, wiped clean by the system, where someone once approached him with this seemingly gentle yet utterly irresistible demeanor, regarding him with a heart-stopping intensity. Yet, when he strives to capture that fleeting sense of familiarity, he finds himself grasping at shadows, left with nothing but emptiness and an inexplicable, lingering palpitation. It must be an illusion. Yilin often irritably shakes his head, attributing this perplexing feeling to his excessive vigilance towards Guan Yin and that damned bodily reaction. The thoughts that follow are ones he scarcely wishes to entertain. Guan Yin is too perfectly gentle, perfectly accommodating, perfectly brotherly. So perfect that he seems almost unreal. Yilin attempts to piece together these fragmented, unsettling moments, but it is always in vain. Guan Yin's disguise is seamless. Those subtle anomalies are like pebbles cast into a lake, their ripples fading away, leaving the surface undisturbed. He continues to inquire about Yilin's well-being daily, showing meticulous care. When Yilin occasionally stares blankly out the window, he gently asks if he feels stifled, if he wishes to take a stroll. When Ye's mother frets over Yilin's meager appetite, he naturally comes to his defense, suggesting that little Lin has just returned and may not have adjusted his appetite yet. When Ye's father broaches company matters, he skillfully diverts the conversation, ensuring no pressure falls upon Yilin. He is like the most robust yet tender cage, silently enveloping Yilin within. In this state of alternating comfort, irritation, and inexplicable heart palpitations, Yilin continues to live day by day. He has grown accustomed to Guan Yin's presence, to the omnipresent care, even becoming somewhat numb to that damned bodily reaction. Although he still trembles uncontrollably with each touch, at least on the surface, he can feign a semblance of calm. Yet deep within, the seed of doubt has not vanished. It has merely been temporarily buried, silently awaiting the moment to break through the surface. Nurtured by Guan Yin's daily tenderness. Yet, Guan Yin continued to patiently embody his role, relishing the gradual relaxation of his prey's vigilance, while meticulously observing and probing into the secrets of Yilin that ignited an insatiable curiosity within him. In this gentle game of traps, both parties believe they were orchestrating the rhythm, unaware that beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, tumultuous undercurrents were already surging, awaiting but a singular opportunity to upheave everything. Days flowed like warm water steeped in honey, neither cold nor hot, yet quietly ensnaring one within its embrace. Yi Lin gradually acclimated to Guan Yan's meticulous care, even developing a languorous dependency on this cocoon of comfort. The infernal physical reactions persisted, yet Yi Lin mastered the art of swift repression, tightening his muscles, diverting his attention, or masking fleeting moments of loss of control with an increasingly impatient expression. Guan Yan's disguise remained flawless. His patience was unervingly profound, as if he had indeed poured all the affection of an elder brother into this reclaimed sibling. However, on rare occasions, when he believed Yi Lin was entirely at ease, his gaze vacant, that gentle facade would momentarily waver, revealing a depthless coolness and a predator's patience beneath. Sometimes, when Guan Yin spoke to him in that dangerously tender tone or brushed aside the non-existent strands of hair from his forehead, Yi Lin would momentarily drift into a haze. The sunlight sculpted Guan Yan's lowered brow and eyes. His focused expression and the carefulness of his touch evoked a blurred, obscured sensation attempting to break free, like viewing a familiar silhouette through thick frosted glass, causing his heart to momentarily misalign. Yet, he would swiftly shake off this inexplicable emotion, attributing it to Guan Yan's exceptional acting skills, convincing himself that he was merely bewildered by the continuous bombardment of sweet nothings. Until that fateful afternoon when Guan Yin, while handling documents in his study, inadvertently cut his hand on a shattered glass paperweight. The wound was not deep but lengthy, blood gushing forth and staining the pages of his documents. Yi Lin, sprawled lazily on the adjacent sofa, engrossed in a game, lifted his gaze at the sound, only to be halted by the sight of Guan Yan's hand, vividly stained in crimson. His game character collapsed instantly as he instinctively furrowed his brow, a subtle yet unfamiliar sense of anxiety washing over him. Guan Yin remained calm, merely frowning slightly as he pressed a few tissues against the wound. His tone still gentle. "It's nothing, just a minor cut." He rose to attend to it. Chapter 24. The False Saint. Yi Lin observed the tissues rapidly soaked in blood, the stark contrast of that red against Guan Yan's overly placid expression striking him sharply. The tension in his mind, which had slackened due to prolonged comfort, seemed to be abruptly tugged. Almost involuntarily, he exclaimed, his voice infused with a softness he scarcely recognized, even tinged with a hint of grievance, akin to a timid creature whimpering in fear of pain. "How careless of you. Does it hurt? Can I help you blow on it?" The instant the words left his lips, the study fell into an oppressive silence. Guan Yan's departing footsteps abruptly halted, and he turned sharply, his gaze piercing like a beacon directed at Yi Lin. Yi Lin, too, found himself utterly frozen. He widened his eyes, his complexion draining of color as if startled by the very sound that had just escaped his lips. What had he just said? How could such a tone, such words, possibly emanate from him? Was he truly capable of uttering something so childishly absurd? Or was it directed at Guan Yin? A wave of intense absurdity and embarrassment washed over him, leaving his scalp tingling, wishing he could retrieve that statement from the air, crush it, and swallow it whole. Guan Yan's gaze deepened, becoming exceedingly complex. It was no longer merely gentle or feigned concern. It was a blend of profound shock, keen scrutiny, and an indescribable, dark emotion that had been abruptly stirred. His eyes were fixed on Yi Lin's face, as if attempting to penetrate his exterior and reach the depths of his soul to uncover the origin of those words. He stepped closer to Yi Lin, towering over him. Blood continued to seep from his injured hand, dripping onto the expensive carpet, yet he seemed utterly oblivious. "What did you just say?" Guan Yan's voice had grown deeper, shedding its customary gentleness to reveal a more primal, magnetic, and oppressive quality. Yi Lin felt a shiver run down his spine under that penetrating gaze, his heart racing to the point of near suffocation. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, attempting to cover up his earlier indiscretion with a strained tone, his voice rising with habitual impatience and feigned irritation. "It's nothing. You must have misheard. With all that blood, shouldn't you attend to it?" It's filthy. He turned away, unable to bear the intensity of Guan Yan's eyes, his fingers unconsciously gripping the sofa cover, knuckles turning white. Guan Yan remained motionless, standing there with a heavy gaze fixed on him for several seconds, as if that look had physical substance, rendering Yi Lin restless. After a prolonged silence, Guan Yin let out a very soft laugh. The sound was low, imbued with an indefinable meaning that sent another shiver through Yi Lin's heart. All right. Guan Yan's voice regained a semblance of warmth. Yet beneath that warmth, something had shifted. I will attend to it. Were you frightened? His final question was casual, yet pricked Yi Lin in the most vulnerable spot. Yi Lin, defiantly arching his neck, retorted stiffly, who was frightened? Just go. Guan Yin said nothing more and turned to leave the study. However, in that fleeting moment as he turned, Yi Lin thought he glimpsed a subtle smile at the corner of his lips, a curve so faint yet so disquieting that it made his heart race. The study door closed softly behind him. Alone, Yi Lin slumped on the sofa, the game screen long since darkened, yet he remained unresponsive. His mind replayed the horrifyingly soft words he had just uttered in Guan Yan's eyes, which had transformed into something deep and piercing. Why had he said such things? That tone, that content felt foreign, as if it belonged to another persona. And why, at that moment, upon seeing Guan Yan's bleeding hand, did he feel not satisfaction or indifference, but a sharp, nearly suffocating pang of pain and urgency? It was as if the wound were not inflicted upon Guan Yan's hand, but etched somewhere in his own heart, in a place he had not even known existed. Yi Lin raised his hand, pressing firmly against his suddenly throbbing temple. Fragments of chaotic memories swam frantically within the depths of his mind, akin to a startled school of fish, yet he grasped nothing. All that remained was the soft, unbidden concern that escaped his lips and the lingering, meaningful gaze of Guan Yin, weaving together to leave him in a state of turmoil. Yi Lin vaguely sensed that something had completely slipped from his grasp. Outside the door, Guan Yin regarded the still bleeding wound on his hand, his expression obscured and inscrutable. His fingertips delicately brushed over the blood-stained tissue, the crimson hue reflecting in his unfathomable eyes. He murmured to himself, tinged with a chilling intrigue, as if finally capturing the tail of a prey. Shall we blow? Yi Lin felt as though he were on the verge of fracturing. Reason loomed like a cold, hard wall, incessantly reminding him that Guan Yin was a paragon of virtue, a man who had inexplicably clawed his way back from the depths of hell, repaying malice with kindness, a dangerous entity hidden beneath the guise of a perfect elder brother, harboring unknown intentions. He ought to be wary, to mock, to unhesitatingly exploit this kindness for his own comfort, all the while prepared to withdraw at a moment's notice. Yet, a more bizarre and uncontrollable emotion incessantly chiseled fine cracks into the wall of reason. This inexplicable sense of familiarity clung to him like a parasite, impossible to shake off or dispel, especially when Guan Yin inadvertently revealed subtle expressions or gestures, perhaps the way his long eyelashes drooped in contemplation, the taut lines of his jaw, or the fleeting emptiness and coldness that crossed his gaze when he occasionally looked out the window, starkly contrasting with his gentle facade. Or perhaps it was the near-capturable glimmer of understanding, even pleasure, that flickered in Guan Yan's eyes in response to his own damnable, uniquely directed touch. These moments would invariably tighten Yi Lin's heart as if gripped by an unseen force, leaving his breath momentarily suspended. A vague shadow would clamor within his mind, striving to pierce through the thick fog left by the system's cleansing, urging him to recognize, this person should not be viewed in such a light. He is significant, extremely significant, but significant in what way? To warrant his orchestrating the destruction of everything the other held dear? To justify his merciless dismantling of the other's hand? To compel him to send assassins to eliminate future threats? This logic was utterly nonsensical. Yi Lin, in a fit of agitation, raked his fingers through his hair, pacing back and forth in the room. It felt as though he had lost a crucial memory, yet somewhere in the recesses of his mind, he heard a vague echo reminding him that this thing had existed and was of utmost importance, yet he could not recall what it was, nor why it mattered. This dissonance between cognition and sensation infuriated him to an extent that was even more unbearable than facing Guan Yin's retribution directly. He began to observe Guan Yin with greater scrutiny, attempting to uncover even the slightest crack beneath that flawless, gentle facade that could validate his sense of familiarity or provide evidence of any malice. Yet, Guan Yin's demeanor was impeccable. He continued to return home punctually each day to dine with his family, and whenever Yilin casually complained that a dish was too salty the next time they gathered, that very dish would be perfectly seasoned. He patiently instructs Yi Mu in the use of the latest smart devices, seamlessly taking over the conversation when Yi Fu appears somewhat fatigued, shouldering his burdens. On rainy nights, he ensures that the servants close the windows in Yilin's room ahead of time, and he thoughtfully places Yilin's favorite soft pillow in his most frequented lounging spot on the sofa. He even begins to tidy up the remnants of Yilin's past, such as the unresolved matters from 8 years ago, like speeding tickets and club membership fees. Guan Yin silently resolves these trivialities without ever mentioning them to Yilin, as if merely performing an inconsequential task. This subtle, nurturing attentiveness is suffocatingly overwhelming. Yilin finds himself both relishing this VIP treatment and feeling a chill of dread. He would prefer Guan Yin to confront him openly. What unnerves him further is the realization that his reliance on Guan Yin is steadily increasing, not in material terms, but in a more intangible habit. He has grown accustomed to the specific flavors of pastries he brings home daily, which are never prepared at his residence. He has become attuned to the faint scent of wood that lingers in the air when he sits beside him. He has learned to appreciate how Guan Yin can effortlessly dismiss bothersome relatives who come to pry. He has even begun to anticipate the shameful yet irresistible shivers that accompany each touch, as if they form an uncanny, secret connection between him and this familiar stranger. Am I going mad? Yilin sometimes mutters to his reflection in the bathroom mirror. The person staring back possesses remnants of arrogance in his features. Yet deep within his eyes lies a trace of confusion and struggle that even he cannot comprehend. Does he regard Guan Yin as a savior? Intellectually, yes. But the voice within him, nourished by bodily memories and a strange sense of familiarity, silently rebuts this notion. Until one fateful night, Yilin is startled awake by a chaotic dream. The dream lacks clear images, only a potent emotion, cold despair, searing hatred, and a frenzied desire for destruction. At the center of this emotional maelstrom stands a blurred figure, its face obscured, yet he feels the intensity of its gaze locked onto him. He bolts upright, cold sweat drenching his forehead, his heart racing uncontrollably, a profound sadness and panic gripping him so tightly that it nearly steals his breath. Why is he so despondent? Why so terrified? Just then, a gentle knock sounds at the door. Little Lin? Guan Yin's voice resonates softly from the other side, tinged with just the right amount of concern. I heard some noise in your room. Did you have a nightmare? Yilin abruptly lifts his gaze towards the door, his pupils contracting. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, awakened from a nightmare, the first thought that surges within him upon hearing Guan Yin's voice is not one of wariness or aversion, but rather an almost instinctual urge to seek closeness and comfort. It is as if the person outside is the sole beacon capable of dispelling the fears and sorrows from his dreams. This thought plunges Yilin into a chilling abyss, leaving him shivering. He bites down hard on his lower lip until he tastes the metallic tang of iron, forcing himself to suppress the echo that threatens to spill from his throat. He curled up, burying his face in his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. Something was amiss, indeed. 8 parts out of 10 were decidedly wrong. Outside, Guan Yin waited for a while, not hearing any response, and gently uttered, I hope everything is well. Rest early. His footsteps gradually receded. Yet, Yilin remained in that position, sleepless through the night. As sunlight poured into the room once more, he gazed into the mirror at his dark-circled eyes, his expression filled with utter confusion and a near-panic vigilance. He must unravel the mystery. Who exactly was Guan Yin? He needed to comprehend the essence of his own body and heart, to fathom the inexplicable state he found himself in. Otherwise, he feared that before he could encounter Guan Yin's retribution, He would be driven mad by this bizarre and tormenting sense of familiarity and uncontrollable dependence. Yi Lin had always possessed a remarkable drive, spurred by the disorienting, nearly maddening sense of disconnection. He activated some of his clandestine contacts and channels from the past to covertly investigate himself. He was not delving into the absurd life he had led abroad over the past 8 years, a standard wastrel template managed by the system, utterly devoid of value. Rather, he sought to investigate the earlier period, particularly the time surrounding his strategic maneuvers against Guan Yin and the moments leading up to his decisive actions. He needed to verify whether there had been any issues with his body or mind during that time that could elucidate the current bewildering circumstances. The investigation results returned swiftly, disappointingly clean. The report indicated that during that time, Yi Lin exhibited meticulous thought processes, decisive actions, and stable emotions, with no abnormal medical records. Nor had he encountered any substances or extraordinary events that could alter his physical or mental state. He had simply been relishing a meticulously orchestrated and cruel game of betrayal, and upon achieving his objective, had extricated himself promptly without a trace of longing. The conclusion was clear. Yi Lin was entirely healthy and normal in both body and mind, at least prior to the system's management. There was no history that could account for his current peculiar sensitivity to Guan Yin and this strange sense of familiarity. Damn it! Yi Lin tore the useless report into shreds and discarded it into the trash bin. The irritation coiled around him like a vine, tightening ever more. If the issue did not lie with him, it must reside with Guan Yin. Yet, Guan Yin's demeanor was impeccable, akin to that of a saint. He had even discreetly had people verify that over the past 8 years, Guan Yin had been diligently working, expanding his business empire, and skillfully earning the complete trust and reliance of Ye's parents. With a personal life as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, devoid of any dubious individuals or matters. All leads had come to a dead end. Yi Lin felt like a beast trapped in a glass maze, able to see the exit yet repeatedly colliding with the transparent walls, dizzy and futile. Meanwhile, Guan Yin distinctly sensed that Yi Lin had indeed changed in some way. Chapter 25. The False Saint Father. Investigation. He observed Yi Lin, noting the gradual relaxation that replaced his initial wariness. He watched as Yi Lin would unconsciously curl up beside his usual seat, engrossed in his games. He noticed the subtle unease that flickered across Yi Lin's face when he returned home late, an unease that he himself might not even recognize. He saw how, under his inadvertent touch, Yi Lin's once vehement and prickly reactions softened slightly. Though he still trembled and flushed, he no longer recoiled like a startled rabbit, occasionally revealing a naive, almost affectionate stiffness. This transformation greatly pleased Guan Yin. The blueprint for revenge had long been vividly sketched in his mind. He intended to utterly indulge this capricious, carefree young master, to the point of rendering him devoid of all self-sufficiency and the desire for independent thought, allowing him to bask in this false gentleness, nurturing him into a parasite utterly dependent on himself. Once Yi Lin had become thoroughly accustomed to this life, so deeply ingrained that he could no longer envision a life without all that Guan Yin provided. Only then would he leisurely rip away this veil of tenderness with his own hands. He would ensure that Yi Lin clearly recognized who the brother he leaned upon and gradually let his guard down around truly was. He would compel Yi Lin to recall everything, the betrayal, the destruction he endured, and how he had, like a jester, immersed himself in the beautiful dreams woven by his enemies. He yearned to witness the gradual shattering of Yi Lin's reliance and comfort, transforming into fear, despair, and incredulous collapse. That would be a sight of exquisite beauty. Merely envisioning that scene sent a cold, almost shuddering thrill coursing through Guan Yin. This was far more gratifying than any direct physical retribution. It would satiate the lingering hatred that had burned within him for 8 long years. He had initially planned this meticulously and executed it flawlessly. However, Guan Yin furrowed his brow slightly. Recently, he found himself occasionally distracted. At times, during meetings, as he listened to his subordinates report on their work, he would suddenly recall the way Yi Lin had slightly furrowed his brow at the overly sweet cake he had brought home, only to awkwardly take small bites. Other times, in the late hours of the night in his study, he would subconsciously glance toward the sofa as if expecting to see a figure curled up, playing games while secretly watching him. What displeased him further was that he seemed to have developed an addiction to those tentative touches. He became enamored with the feedback of that body tensing and quivering at his fingertips, captivated by the rapid flush of pale skin, enthralled by Yi Lin's facade of composure that belied his frantic gaze. That reaction was both innocent and genuine, akin to the finest aphrodisiac, effortlessly stirring the darkest possessiveness and an inexplicable restlessness within him. He even began to anticipate each unexpected contact. This sense of anticipation, which exceeded his control, instilled a hint of caution in Guanyin. He reminded himself that Yi Lin was merely prey, that all of this was but a prelude to revenge, a meticulously concocted poison that he could not allow himself to taste and become addicted to. He attempted to regain his composure, redirecting his focus entirely to work and minimizing unnecessary interactions with Yi Lin. However, the results were minimal. Yi Lin was akin to a silent virus, having permeated the fortified barriers of his life through the gentle immersion of day-to-day familiarity. This sense of intimacy was not solely possessed by Yi Lin. Guanyin, too, would feel a strange ripple within himself, one he despised, whenever he observed the occasional display of Yi Lin's once haughty yet fragile demeanor reminiscent of 8 years prior. Particularly striking was the moment when Yi Lin innocently uttered the phrase blow blow, which pierced through Guanyin's calm facade like a thorn. Why blow blow? Such childishness, such familiarity. It was utterly unlike anything Yi Lin would typically say, yet it inexplicably struck a hidden chord within him. Guanyin stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing down at the nocturnal panorama of the city, his expression shrouded in ambiguity. The plan appeared to remain on course. However, the seeds of uncontrollable tendencies had begun to germinate within the depths of his heart. The hunter, fixated on the prey that was gradually lowering its guard within the trap, found himself inadvertently drawn to the unconscious gestures of the prey. This was an ominous sign. He needed to expedite the plan, to deliver the final blow before he too became ensnared in this tepid water. Yet, as he contemplated shattering the seemingly tranquil, yet tumultuous state of affairs, a fleeting moment of doubt brushed against his core. Though it lasted but an instant, it was sufficient to awaken Guanyin, causing his gaze to grow icy. Guanyin's scheme advanced with calculated precision. As Ye's father aged and gradually relinquished authority, he felt compassion for Yi Lin's past tribulations and current condition. Nevertheless, in the realm of business, he recognized that Yi Lin was no longer the optimal successor for the family enterprise. Guanyin's demonstrated capabilities and loyalty to the Yi family led Ye's father to unwittingly begin transferring certain resources and privileges that might have belonged to Yi Lin into Guanyin's hands, including the custodianship of a portion of core shares that Ye's father had initially reserved for Yi Lin, although nominally still belonging to Yi Lin. The actual control and decision-making power were silently transitioning to Guanyin. Guanyin executed the transition flawlessly, adhering meticulously to protocol, even presenting it under the guise of noble intentions for his brother's future. Yi Lin remained entirely oblivious. His disinterest in business left him either ensconced in his room playing video games or aimlessly cruising in a sports car. When Guanyin presented documents requiring his signature, Yi Lin would lazily scrawl his name without a glance. Everything proceeded smoothly until that stormy night. The summer tempest arrived with ferocity, winds whipping the raindrops against the glass, creating a cacophony. Thunder erupted intermittently, sending tremors through the hearts of those who heard it. Yi Lin harbored a fear of such weather, not an overt terror, but a deeper, almost instinctual unease. He became especially silent, his complexion paling, seeking refuge in small, sheltered spaces. That night was no exception. He retreated early to his bed, cocooning himself tightly in his blanket, leaving only the tips of his black hair exposed. Despite the air conditioning running at full blast, he still felt cold, his body trembling subtly. After completing his work, Guan Yin habitually came to check on him. As he pushed open the door, He beheld a small mound on the bed that visibly flinched in the moment a flash of lightning illuminated the room. He tread softly towards it and sat at the bedside, the sound of rain and thunder concealing his movements. "Shaolin?" he whispered. The figure beneath the covers offered no response, merely shrinking deeper into the cocoon of blankets. Guan Yin furrowed his brow and reached out to check the warmth of the boy's forehead, anxious that he might be unwell. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against the soft strands of hair, a muffled, deeply suppressed murmur, tinged with a whimper, emerged from beneath the covers. "Husband, I am scared." The voice was faint, mostly drowned out by the thunder, yet struck Guan Yan's eardrum like a bolt of lightning. His hand froze midair, and he was rendered immobile, as if time itself had come to a standstill. "Husband?" Those two words? He questioned his own hearing. Was it merely the thunder playing tricks on him? He held his breath, his heart racing uncontrollably, nearly bursting from his chest, leaning closer to the huddled figure. His voice, tight and hoarse, unbeknownst to him, queried, "What did you just say?" The person beneath the covers seemed even more disturbed by the thunder, instinctively seeking refuge. Nudging closer to him, their voice rising slightly in volume, a tender, dependent, and aggrieved whimper emerging more clearly. "Wu Guan Yin, husband, hold me, the thunder is so loud." Boom! This time, every word was crystal clear. Each syllable struck him like a heavy hammer, crashing down upon his nerves. "Husband? Hold. How could this be possible? How could Yilin address him in such a manner, and with such a tone of utter reliance, as if rehearsed countless times?" A wave of immense shock and absurdity washed over him like a tsunami, instantly dismantling all of Guan Yan's composure and plans. His mind went blank. His blood seemed to freeze, leaving only his heart pounding wildly in his ears, uncontrollably. This was entirely beyond his comprehension, exceeding all his expectations and schemes. Yilin should despise him, fear him, or at the very least, be tamed by him in a manner akin to a frog boiled in warm water, but never, never, like this. Guan Yin abruptly extended his hand, roughly peeling back a corner of the blanket. Yilin was curled up within, eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes damp with tears, clinging to his lower eyelid, his face pale, brows furrowed in pain, clearly struggling against a nightmare. His lips moved slightly, as if he were still unconsciously murmuring something, his entire being fragile and vulnerable. This was not an act. It was a response from the deepest layers of consciousness. Guan Yin fixed his gaze upon this face, the face he had loathed for 8 years and plotted against for 8 years. Yet now, due to those two earth-shattering words, it appeared both strikingly unfamiliar and infuriatingly familiar. A fragment from a distant past, intentionally forgotten, seemed to struggle to surface, only to be suppressed by an even heavier weight of hatred and reason. No, this must be a new trick of Yilin's. He must have sensed something and was deliberately using this method to disturb him. It had to be. Guan Yin attempted to rationalize with himself, but the hand hovering above Yilin's forehead trembled violently, refusing to descend. At the moment when his heart was shaken and his mind in disarray, another pale lightning bolt tore through the night sky, followed closely by a thunderclap that seemed capable of splitting the heavens asunder. Yilin startled awake with a cry in his dream, his eyes snapping open. Initially, his gaze was unfocused, filled with lingering fear and tears. As his vision gradually cleared, he beheld the face of Guan Yin, mere inches away, etched with shock and disbelief. Their eyes locked in a profound silence, the air thick with tension, punctuated only by the violent sound of rain and thunder outside. Yilin seemed not yet fully awake. The instinctive reliance on Guan Yin overshadowed his rationality. Almost instinctively, he reached out a hand towards Guan Yin, filled with a sense of vulnerability, as if seeking solace and protection, murmuring through a voice thick with emotion. "It's noisy." Guan Yin recoiled as if scalded, jerking back so forcefully that he nearly toppled the bedside table beside him. He appeared to have encountered something utterly terrifying, his complexion turning even paler than Yilin's, his eyes swirling with confusion, horror, and a near panic. He gazed intently at Yilin, as if searching for any hint of pretense on his face. Startled by Guan Yin's extreme reaction, Yi Lin's outstretched hand froze in midair, his bewildered expression gradually sharpening into clarity, tinged with confusion and a hint of hurt. "Brother?" This utterance struck Guan Yin like a bucket of ice water, abruptly awakening him to his own loss of composure. He quickly lowered his eyelashes to conceal the tempest of emotions roiling beneath, and when he raised his eyes again, he had barely managed to restore his usual gentle facade, though it appeared exceedingly stiff and pale. "Did you have a nightmare?" His voice emerged hoarse, the thunder still rumbling ominously. "It's all right now." He hastily stood up, retreating a few steps to create distance between them, as if Yi Lin were some monstrous beast. "You should rest well," he said, casting this remark over his shoulder without daring to meet Yi Lin's gaze again, nearly fleeing the room in a panic, forgetting to close the door behind him. Yi Lin sat alone on the bed, staring at the empty doorway, listening to the relentless roar of the storm outside, instinctively hugging his knees. What had just transpired? Guan Yin's demeanor was peculiar. Did he seem frightened? Meanwhile, back in his study, Guan Yin leaned against the cold door, gasping for breath, a sheen of cold sweat covering his forehead. The word husband echoed in his mind like a haunting incantation, refusing to dissipate. He raised a trembling hand to steady his racing heart. The plan had been entirely disrupted. No, it was an absurd variable, one he had never anticipated, that had emerged. The warm water seemed unable to continue boiling. To Yi Lin, Guan Yin's unusual behavior over the past few days appeared to be a precursor to a mental breakdown. After that night of chaotic escape in the rain, Guan Yin had vanished for an entire day. When he reappeared, he seemed as though he had been reformatted and encrypted, his gentle, brotherly facade now fitting even more snugly to the point of excess. He had become increasingly attentive towards Yi Lin, previously a subtle, silent form of care. It had now morphed into an almost obsessive, meticulous concern. Before the dawn had fully arrived, Yi Lin found himself at the door, greeted by a warm glass of milk and a meticulously curated breakfast crafted by a nutritionist, though he typically would have brusquely sent such offerings away. While engrossed in his gaming pursuits, he would often find Guan Yin seated beside him, perusing a business magazine in silence. Yet his presence was so palpable that it sent shivers down Yi Lin's spine. Merely remarking on the appealing color of a newly released sports car would result in the same model, top-tier version, parked in the garage by the following day. Even if Yi Lin stayed up a little later at night, Guan Yin would gently knock on his door every 30 minutes. His voice imbued with a softness that seemed to drip with concern, urging him to take care of his health and rest early. This incessant attention left Yi Lin feeling irritable and awkward. "Are you done yet?" He finally erupted one evening when Guan Yin attempted to drape a coat over him to shield him from the chill. With a swift motion, he brushed Guan Yin's hand away, his elegant brows knitting together in a display of sheer annoyance. "Have you lost your mind lately? Or has the company gone bankrupt, leaving you with nothing to do?" Guan Yin's hand halted midair, unfazed by the harshness of Yi Lin's words. Instead, he offered a gentle smile, his eyes radiating a warmth that could drown a person. Beneath that tenderness, however, seemed to lurk an even deeper, more intense focus, akin to that of a scientist observing an erratic lab mouse. "Of course not," he replied in a soothing tone. "The weather has been rather erratic lately, and I worry you might not adapt well. Your health is of utmost importance." "I am perfectly healthy." Yi Lin seethed, feeling an urge to kick him, yet restrained by the inexplicable electric charge that surged through him at the slightest touch. Instead, he growled, "Stay away from me. Just seeing you irritates me." Guan Yin obediently took a step back, acquiescing, though his gaze remained firmly fixed on Yi Lin, a look that sent goosebumps racing across Yi Lin's skin. Yi Lin pondered how he could endure such an existence. While Guan Yin had always been bothersome, he had at least remained within the bounds of normalcy. Now, he resembled a relentless, soft-programmed robotic stalker. Yet, to Yi Lin's mother, the scene painted a different picture. Observing Guan Yin's meticulous care for Yi Lin and noticing the latter's complaints were overshadowed by his evident well-being, even his face had gained a bit of roundness. She felt a deep sense of comfort and gratitude. "Lin, just look at how much Yin cares for you," She gently urged after dinner, taking Yilin's hand. You shouldn't keep acting so petulantly. Treat your brother with a bit more kindness. He has had a difficult time over the years and surely harbors affection for you. Yilin could only roll his eyes in response. Affection? Guan Yin was likely concocting plans for how to prepare him, steamed or braised. Yet, he could not elucidate this to his mother. Should he say, Mom, his concern is more akin to obsession. And by the way, I nearly killed him 8 years ago. He could not voice such truths. For within the confines of this household, and in the perception of all, the betrayal and cruelty that had nearly led to Guan Yin's demise had never transpired. Years prior, when Guan Yin had gone missing after sustaining severe injuries, the Yi family had mobilized significant resources in search of him, ultimately arriving at a vague conclusion that he might have encountered an accident. No one was aware of Yilin's involvement, nor did they comprehend the true brutality and premeditation of that incident. After Guan Yin's return, he remained tight-lipped about the matter, skillfully concealing all traces of the truth. In the eyes of Ye's parents, Guan Yin was merely unfortunate, having endured hardships in the outside world. Now, he returned as a king, repaying grievances with kindness, despite the lack of brotherly affection back in the day, and possibly having even sidelined his own brother while lavishing affection on him. This was truly a paragon of brotherly respect and filial piety. Consequently, Ye's mother placed even greater trust and reliance on Guan Yin, almost regarding him as her pillar of support. She believed her younger son was spoiled and immature, thus requiring the steady and accommodating guidance of a brother like Guan Yin. Mom knows you may have had some misunderstandings about a Yin in the past, Ye's mother said, patting Yilin's hand with a weighty sincerity, but that's all behind us now. What brings me the utmost joy is that you two brothers can get along well. Yin is a good boy. You must cherish him. Yilin felt a lump rise in his throat as he gazed into his mother's eyes, filled with unwavering trust and contentment. He was caught in a tumultuous situation. His enemy, cloaked in the garb of a saint, offered him a chilling, silent concern. The only one privy to this truth, himself, was compelled to play along. Burdened by an unspeakable past and an unremarkable body, even urged by his closest kin to treat his adversary kindly. How absurdly laughable this was. Irritated, he raked his fingers through his hair, shook off his mother's hand, and replied curtly, I know. Enough already. Without a glance at his mother's disappointed expression, he turned and strode out. He nearly collided with Guan Yin, who had just returned from handling official business. Notijin Yilin se furios demeanor. Guan Yin instantly donned a perfectly measured expression of concern. What's wrong, Shaolin? Who's upset you? His tone was so natural. One might believe they were truly close brothers. Yilin shot him a glare brimming with the accusation. Don't you know? Yet, he merely huffed through his nose and brushed past him, ascending the stairs with heavy, resounding steps. Guan Yin was slightly jostled by the impact. Watching Yilin's nearly explosive back retreat, his gentle smile gradually fading, revealing a fleeting, inscrutable darkness in his eyes. He raised a hand to gently touch the shoulder that had just been struck, where remnants of the other's warmth and force lingered. Then, he turned to Ye's mother, who bore a worried expression and restored his reassuring smile. Mom, don't fret. Shaolin is just being a child. I will go check on him. Ye's mother sighed in relief, her voice filled with maternal comfort. All right, good, go talk to him. This child has truly been spoiled by us. Guan Yin nodded with a smile, ascending the stairs once more. In the corridor, his smile vanished entirely, replaced by a cold, calculating curiosity. Yilin's reaction was anticipated, fraught with irritation and resistance, yet utterly helpless. This was splendid. However, the startling term of endearment still pierced through his meticulously crafted plans like a thorn. He needed to exercise more patience. The warm water must continue to simmer, until this proud yet fragile bird was thoroughly ensnared in the gentle web he had woven, unable to struggle free. As for that inexplicable address, a shadow flickered in Guan Yin's gaze. Perhaps he should consider an alternative approach to inquire earnestly. Guan Yin's patience was gradually being eroded in an exceedingly slow yet irreversible manner. He endeavored to unlock Yilin's heart with the precision of a seasoned psychologist, experimenting with various methods to unearth the absurdity hidden behind the facade of a husband, or at the very least, to elicit more of those uncontrolled, genuine reactions reminiscent of that night. He spoke of Yilin's childhood with derision, dismissing it as a trivial matter of no consequence. He shared amusing anecdotes from the company, but Yilin remained disinterested, yawning and asserting that Guan's brilliance was sufficient to handle matters alone. He even attempted to take Yilin to places they had frequented in their youth, according to research, yet Yilin maintained a sour expression throughout, complaining about the sweltering heat and the abundance of mosquitoes, ultimately opting to remain in the car, enjoying the air conditioning. Yilin resembled a stone saturated with oil, slippery and unyielding, impervious to both soft and hard approaches. Every tentative advance or overture from Guanyin was met with the most direct and impatient resistance, laced with mockery. The impenetrable shell of arrogance and selfishness firmly obstructed all potential paths to his inner self. For the first time, Guanyin began to doubt his own judgment. Could that night have truly been nothing more than an exceedingly random, meaningless reverie? Had he, consumed by long-standing resentment and scheming, conjured up the laughable illusions of auditory hallucinations and excessive interpretations? This thought stirred an inexplicable sense of irritation and despondency within him. No, it was impossible. The response had been far too authentic, too vivid to be dismissed as a mere nightmare. He compelled himself to regain his composure and recalibrate his strategy. Since direct confrontation proved futile, he would have to rely on more meticulous observation, capturing those fleeting moments that even Yilin himself could not control. He became increasingly silent and focused. No longer did he attempt to pry open the door with words. Instead, he assumed the role of the most patient hunter, lurking nearby, meticulously observing Yilin's every movement, leaving no subtle anomaly unnoticed. Indeed, he eventually uncovered some intriguing phenomena. Yilin was not invulnerable at all times as he projected. Occasionally, in moments of utter relaxation, such as when nestled on the sofa in the afternoon, on the verge of slumber, or in the early mornings still shrouded in sleep, his gaze would become vacant, revealing a rare and unguarded softness. The face that typically bore scorn and arrogance would temporarily shed all its barbs, leaving behind an almost childlike bewilderment. During such instances, if Guanyin quietly approached or simply gazed at him in silence, Yilin would occasionally exhibit an exceedingly subtle expression, as if stirred by some unseen force. His eyes might drift aimlessly to a point in the void, his brows slightly furrowed, as if struggling to recall something in vain. His lips would unconsciously press together, betraying a hint of grievance, or perhaps some other more complex emotion that he himself had yet to recognize. Once, in a state of half-sleep, Guanyin sighed ever so lightly, a sound that echoed an ancient frequency and intonation he himself was scarcely aware of. This subtle exhalation caused Yilin's curled form to tremble imperceptibly, his eyelashes fluttering violently as though struggling to awaken, yet ultimately surrendering deeper into the softness of the cushion, emitting a vague sound akin to a sigh from within his throat. On another occasion, Guanyin offered him a glass of water, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against the back of Yilin's hand. As was customary, Yilin instinctively recoiled, irritation etched upon his face. Yet in that fleeting moment, Guanyin distinctly perceived a glimmer in Yilin's eyes that transcended mere aversion or discomfort. It was akin to a sudden, disarming confusion struck by a sense of familiarity. Though that emotion dissipated swiftly, overshadowed by a more profound irritation, Guanyin was certain he had not misread the signs. These uncontrolled moments were like pearls scattered upon a shore, small yet invaluable. They assured Guanyin that within the depths of Yilin's heart lay not a desolate wasteland, but rather something buried deep, cleansed by the system, and deliberately forgotten by himself, though not entirely vanished. Occasionally, it would surface as a fleeting glimpse when consciousness waned. Guanyin began to indulge in this silent exploration. He ceased his fervent pursuit for immediate results, instead relishing the process of capture. He took pleasure in observing Yilin reveal those fragile and authentic states that starkly contrasted his usual demeanor, a sensation far more exhilarating than merely tearing away his facade. He even began to deliberately create scenarios that could evoke such moments of reverie. For instance, on stormy nights, having discovered Yi Lin's vulnerability to them, he would linger nearby, observing the unease masked by feigned composure. Or he would play classical music of gentle, soothing melodies from a bygone era, knowing Yi Lin had practiced piano in his youth. Or he would silently gaze at him from specific angles of light for extended periods. Unbeknownst to Yi Lin, he merely sensed Guan Yin becoming increasingly silent, his gaze growing ever more peculiar, which only heightened his discomfort, leading him to more frequently label Guan Yin as insane. Nonetheless, in those unguarded moments, Yi Lin would be seized by an inexplicable emotion, plunging into brief reveries, unable to articulate their nature. He felt an emptiness within, as though he had lost something profoundly significant, yet could not recall what it was. This sense of void only heightened his irritation, compelling him to adopt a more brash demeanor as a form of self-defense. One, patiently weaving a web of inquiry, the other, unwittingly reacting to stimuli. Guan Yin stood in the shadows of the study, observing Yi Lin below in the garden, impatiently kicking at pebbles, his gaze deep and contemplative. He slowly raised his right hand, the one Yi Lin had once rendered useless, now functioning normally. The fingers curled slightly. Yi Lin, what is it that troubles you? This silent exchange of offense and defense seemed to have finally uncovered a fissure, albeit subtle, yet sufficient to stir excitement within the hunter. He no longer hurried for answers. He had all the time in the world to gradually pry open this heart, encased in a hard shell, akin to that of an oyster. As the seasons shift and temperatures plummet, a relentless wave of influenza sweeps through the city. Yi Lin, confident in his youth and the enhancements of the system, usually carefree and unruly, finds himself unfortunate enough to succumb to a particularly severe illness this time. Initially, he dismisses a mere scratch in his throat, continuing to indulge in late-night gaming and cold winds. However, by the following morning, he is tormented by an excruciating headache and pervasive body aches, unable to rise. His forehead burns with fever, hot enough to fry an egg, and each breath carries a searing heat. Noticing something amiss, the servant promptly alerts the family doctor and Guan Yin. When Guan Yin opens the door to Yi Lin's room, he is greeted by dim light and the suffocating warmth typical of a sick room, mingled with a faint, subtle scent that belongs solely to Yi Lin. Cocooned in heavy blankets, Yi Lin reveals only half of his flushed, sweaty forehead, his brows tightly knitted, lips cracked, and breathing labored and shallow, presenting a picture of fragility and vulnerability. Guan Yin pauses momentarily at the threshold, and as he takes in the scene before him, the coldness he has harbored due to Yi Lin's increasingly unruly behavior begins to thaw slightly in the face of this sickly image. Yet more importantly, it presents an opportunity for calm observation. The family doctor arrives promptly, diagnosing a severe case of influenza, necessitating rest and timely medication. Yi Lin's mother, overwhelmed with concern, weeps, but is gently urged by Guan Yin to take a break, assuring her that he will handle the situation. Soon, the room is left with only Guan Yin and the weary, ailing Yi Lin. Administering the medicine becomes the first hurdle. Even when lucid, Yi Lin is notoriously difficult, and his obstinacy only intensifies in his current state. In his haze, he resists everything that approaches, particularly the bitter medicine offered at his lips. He swats it away, his head weakly turning to the side, incoherent murmurs and disgruntled sounds escaping his lips, reminiscent of a petulant child. Guan Yin makes several attempts, but the medicinal liquid ends up splattered on the blankets. Observing Yi Lin's feverish, dazed state yet persistent resistance, a flicker of helplessness crosses Guan Yin's eyes, quickly supplanted by a deeper, almost authoritarian patience. He settles beside the bed, extending his hand, not to grip Yi Lin's chin, but with an undeniable yet gentle force. Half supporting and half cradling Yi Lin from the cocoon of blankets, allowing him to lean weakly against him. "Be good, drink your medicine." Guan Yin's voice drops to a hushed tone, imbued with a commanding essence that contrasts with his usual gentle facade, yet oddly mixed with a rough tenderness. "You'll feel better once you do." Perhaps it is the fever that has muddled Yi Lin's senses. Or perhaps it is the warmth of the embrace and the deep timbre of Guan Yan's voice piercing through his chaotic mind. But Yi Lin's struggles begin to wane. He blurrily opens his heavy eyelids, his vision clouded as he gazes at the figure so near. Guan Yan's face, obscured by the dim light, appears somewhat indistinct. Yet the contours and the gaze remain. Yi Lin's mind is a fog, leaving him with only instinctive reactions. He appeared to have recognized something. It was also driven purely by discomfort and with an almost imperceptible dependence, nestled against Guan Yan. His parched, chapped lips parted slightly, emitting a faint, fragile sound, bitter, laced with a pronounced nasal tone and a hint of grievance, akin to a petulant child. Guan Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously tightened his embrace. He gazed intently at the person in his arms, observing the eyes that had lost their usual arrogance due to the fever, now clouded with confusion and helplessness. A long-buried corner of his heart seemed to stir gently. Silently, he picked up a cup of water and carefully brought it to the other's lips, allowing him a sip to moisten his lips before presenting the medicine again. This time, although Yi Lin furrowed his brow once more, he did not resist as fiercely. Instead, taking small, laborious sips of the bitter concoction, each swallow accompanied by a soft, pained whimper, his body trembling slightly, long eyelashes quivering, even glistening with tears born from the harsh bitterness. Guan Yan said nothing, displaying remarkable patience as he fed him, his movements almost clumsily meticulous. After administering the medicine, he gently wiped away the residue from Yi Lin's lips and the sweat from his forehead. Throughout the process, Yi Lin remained surprisingly compliant, though he would occasionally emit involuntary, animal-like whimpers of discomfort. The medicine took effect swiftly, and Yi Lin drifted back into a restless slumber, plagued by nightmares brought on by the fever. He would occasionally jerk in terror, mumbling incoherently. Guan Yin did not leave, remaining vigilantly at the bedside, as Yi Lin was once again ensnared by a nightmare. Struggling in fear, Guan Yin instinctively reached out, grasping the hand that lay exposed outside the covers, feverishly hot to the touch. His hand was large and easily enveloped Yi Lin's, the palm bearing a slight coolness from the water. Trapped in his nightmare, Yi Lin clutched Guan Yin's fingers as if they were a lifeline, his grip surprisingly strong, as though releasing them would send him plummeting into an abyss. His breath came in rapid gasps, fragmented syllables spilling from his lips. "Don't go. Cold. Wrong. Really?" Guan Yin froze, allowing Yi Lin to hold onto him tightly, feeling the incredible heat and subtle tremors coursing through him. Though Yi Lin's murmurs were indistinct, the intense fear, dependency, and perhaps regret were unmistakably conveyed. This was no longer the arrogant, heartless rogue Yi Lin had been. This was a soul stripped of all facades, revealing its most primal and vulnerable instincts. Guan Yan's deep gaze fell upon their intertwined hands before slowly drifting to Yi Lin's pained and flushed visage. A tumult of complex emotions surged within him. Resentment still lingered, but at that moment, there was an icy curiosity and an unsettling sense of satisfaction in being the sole source of Yi Lin's reliance. He remained in that position for quite some time, until Yi Lin's breathing gradually steadied, and his grip on Guan Yin loosened. Guan Yin slowly withdrew his hand, his fingertips unintentionally brushing against Yi Lin's scorching palm. In the depths of slumber, Yi Lin seemed to be disturbed by a subtle touch, instinctively curling up and emitting a faint, tear-laden murmur from his throat. "Don't leave me." Guan Yan's movements came to a complete halt. He gazed at Yi Lin for an extended period, his expression shrouded in ambiguity, ultimately letting out a soft scoff. That laughter was laden with scorn, though it was unclear to whom it was directed. He tucked the blankets around Yi Lin with care before turning to exit the room. Illness can strike suddenly, and recovery can be excruciatingly slow. Yi Lin's ailment lingered for several days. Throughout this period, Guan Yin took on the entirety of the caregiving responsibilities, administering medicine, wiping away sweat, and measuring his temperature, with meticulous attention to detail, even more so than a servant. At times, during his illness, Yi Lin oscillated between lucidity and confusion. When he was clear-headed, he responded to Guan Yan's attentions with his habitual impatience and criticism. However, his frail condition left him too weak to lash out. In moments of disorientation, he would subconsciously cling to Guan Yin, gripping the hem of his shirt to prevent him from leaving, drinking water from his hand, and even unconsciously rubbing his cheek against the back of Guan Yan's hand as he wiped away sweat. This stark contrast, this unguarded vulnerability, acted as the most alluring bait, continually testing Guan Yan's reason and limits. Yet, Yi Lin remained oblivious to it all. He merely felt the discomfort of his illness, believing that Guan Yin, the ever-reliable caregiver, was fulfilling his role commendably. As for the hazy memories and uncontrolled actions during his sickness, he attributed them to the delirium brought on by fever, giving them little thought. He even considered the illness to have its silver lining, as it allowed him to command Guan Yin with more conviction. "Hey, I'm Festi. Raise the air conditioning temperature. It's cold. This porridge is tasteless. Give me something else." Propped up against the headboard, his complexion still pale, he had resumed his imperious demeanor, directing Guan Yin, who sat by the bed peeling an apple. Guan Yin lowered his head, skillfully peeling the apple, the long strands of skin cascading down. A faint, icy smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Yi Lin, it is only during such moments that you exhibit a semblance of behavior that pleases me." He sliced the peeled apple into small pieces, skewering them with toothpicks and presenting them to Yi Lin, accepting them as a matter of course. Yi Lin took a bite and mumbled his discontent. "Next time buy a sweeter one. This one is a bit sour." Guan Yin regarded him with an inscrutable gaze. "Very well," he replied gently. The warm water continued to boil. Yet, beneath its surface, the unsuspecting frog seemed to be gradually cooking in ignorance. Meanwhile, the hunter had uncovered more intriguing flaws through this illness. Once recovered, Yi Lin felt as though he had been endowed with a golden ticket to immunity, treating Guan Yin with an increasing sense of entitlement, even escalating his demands. He was utterly convinced that Guan Yin was a thoroughly patient and uncomplaining saint. The way he had treated him 8 years ago was met with benevolence in return. Now, his mere requests for assistance and displays of temper felt trivial in comparison. Furthermore, Guan Yin's meticulous care during his illness only served to reinforce this belief. In the grand residence of the Yi family, one often witnesses scenes like this. "Guan Yin, my gaming console has run out of battery. Please fetch the charger from my room quickly." "Guan Yin, this soup is far too salty. Instruct the kitchen to prepare it anew." "Guan Yin, I plan to go out tomorrow. I have grown weary of the blue car in the garage. Procure a new one for me." "Guan Yin, my shoulders ache. Come and knead them for me." When Yi Lin issues these commands, he does so without even lifting his eyelids, his tone dripping with entitlement, as if Guan Yin were not the actual authority in the Yi household, but rather his personal assistant, on call 24 hours a day. And how does Guan Yin respond? He perpetually maintains a demeanor of gentleness and tolerance. In the face of Yi Lin's unreasonable, even humiliating demands, he exhibits not a trace of impatience or resentment. He cheerfully replies, "All right, I will handle it right away," and then promptly attends to the matter at hand. Even when Yi Lin, in a fit of temper over a trivial issue, throws things about, Guan Yin quietly waits for the storm to pass before approaching him with a soothing voice, directing the servants to tidy up the mess. As if Yi Lin were merely a petulant child. Yi Mother observes all of this with a sense of initial satisfaction, believing that brotherly harmony is of paramount importance. However, as time progresses, witnessing her younger son's increasingly excessive behavior and the elder son's persistent forbearance, she begins to feel a twinge of discomfort. "Yin," she says after a meal, unable to contain her concern and slight reproach, "do not indulge Lin too much. His temperament has been shaped by us. If you continue this way, you will only spoil him further." Upon hearing this, Guan Yin merely smiles gently, an expression both warm and composed, revealing no hint of reluctance. "Mother, please do not worry. Xiao Lin has just returned, and his health is only just improving. It is natural for him to be a little spoiled. As his older brother, it is only right that I accommodate him, as long as he is happy." His words resonate with sincerity, portraying the image of a selflessly devoted elder brother. Yi Mother feels a mix of gratitude and concern, believing Guan Yin to be exceedingly understanding, while her heart aches for him, leading her to criticize Yi Lin in private. Yi Lin, however, scoffs at this, finding that Guan Yan's saintly persona becomes ever more entrenched, allowing him to exploit it without a shred of guilt. He even begins to think that this arrangement is rather agreeable. With the omnipotent Guan Yin around, he can continue to live a carefree life, enjoying a life of leisure without any burdens. As for Guan Yin's true feelings, who cares? After all, he appears to be quite content. Yi Lin has entirely let down his guard, reveling in a false sense of security, a comfort zone meticulously woven by Guan Yin, basking in self-satisfaction. Little does he realize that as he indulges in Guan Yin's unbounded servitude, a chilling resentment steadily accumulates in the depths of Guan Yin's gentle gaze. Each compliant response, each considerate gesture, adds a heavy entry to the ledger of hatred that resides within Guan Yin's heart. He observed Yi Lin, who naively squandered his goodwill, exuding an air of entitled arrogance over trivial matters. He witnessed Yi Lin gradually lowering his defenses, even beginning to reveal a foolish trust. Beneath the gentle curve of Guan Yan's lips lay a barely contained mockery and ferocity. How easily deceived. What an irredeemable fool. A mere hint of sweetness. And he forgets his own identity, neglecting the darker deeds of his past. Guan Yin no longer troubled himself with the inexplicable terms of husband and the dependency born of illness. Perhaps those were merely the nonsensical ramblings of a fevered mind. Or perhaps Yi Lin was fundamentally a person of extreme selfishness, instinctively reliant on those who offered him favors. This realization, in turn, made his plans for revenge all the more seamless. There was no longer a need to delve into the truth. He simply had to continue playing the role of the perfect paternal figure. The water had reached a sufficient temperature. The frog was nearly lulled into slumber. It was time to cover the pot and turn up the heat. Guan Yin stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his study, his fingertips lightly tapping the glass, producing a rhythmic, cold sound. Outside, the Yi family's garden was illuminated as it had been every night for the past several decades, opulent, tranquil, as if all ugliness was flawlessly concealed beneath this veneer of splendor. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was swiftly answered, a respectful voice greeting him, Mr. Guan. Guan Yan's voice remained calm and devoid of emotion, exuding a chilling authority. You may begin acquiring the scattered shares. Execute the actions cleanly, without alarming anyone. Yes, Mr. Guan. After hanging up, Guan Yan's gaze returned to the window, ultimately resting upon the brightly lit room of Yi Lin. A smile, both exquisitely cold and delightfully ominous, crept across his lips. Yiding, do relish this final stretch of your carefree youth. When you are utterly ensconced in the gentleness you despise, I shall personally awaken you, in the manner that terrifies you most. Yi Lin felt as if he had contracted madness from Guan Yin himself, an inexplicable impulse, like a bothersome vine, quietly entwining around his heart. Despite the rational voice in his mind, along with a clear awareness of his past indiscretions, shouting that Guan Yin was a saint worthy of ruthless exploitation, a deeper, uncontrollable instinct would surface during his moments of harshness towards Guan Yin or when he reveled in the latter's unbounded generosity, pricking him with guilt. For instance, when Guan Yin offered him a perfectly peeled apple, he nearly uttered a heartfelt thank you, only to catch himself in time, opting instead for his habitual criticism. The peel is too thick. Likewise, after Guan Yin stayed up late to resolve his long-standing debts, Yi Lin found himself momentarily experiencing a flicker of embarrassment as he noted the dark circles under the other man's eyes. Though he quickly suppressed it with a thought of serves him right. Who asked him to take on such burdens? For instance, he would often command Guan Yin to massage his shoulders, observing the other party's submissive demeanor and skilled technique, and in a fleeting moment, he surprisingly felt a twinge of guilt. Damn it! Every time Yi Lin entertained such thoughts, he would inwardly curse himself in exasperation. Yi Lin, has your mind been fried by the flu? Was it not a matter of course that he treated him well? Had he forgotten how things used to be? Had Guan Yin been cruel to him in the past? This thought flickered by, quickly replaced by a firm justification. After all, He was willingly adopting the role of a benevolent figure, so why not take advantage of it? Chapter 28. The False Saint. How peculiar. Yet that strange impulse to treat Guan Yin with a touch more kindness nagged at him incessantly, distorting his demeanor whenever he faced Guan Yin. Though his words remained sharp, his actions occasionally revealed a subtle softness he was scarcely aware of. Until that fateful afternoon. After a workout at the gym, Guan Yin emerged after a shower. Clad in a simple white tank top and athletic pants, his hair still damp and dripping. As he toweled off his hair, the fabric of the tank top stretched, revealing a small expanse of his firm arm. And there, a grotesque and twisted scar, resembling a centipede, crawled along the juncture of his shoulder and arm. The scar was darker than the surrounding skin, its prominence indicating it had once been a grievous wound, and even now, despite having healed, it retained a shocking ugliness. Yilin, nestled on a nearby sofa engrossed in his phone, inadvertently glanced up and froze. His fingers stilled above the screen, and he instinctively held his breath. That scar struck him like a rusty key, abruptly thrusting into a lock deep within his mind, violently turning. A sharp yet fleeting pain shot through his temple, accompanied by a wave of intense dizziness and palpitations. His gaze was magnetically drawn to that scar, unable to tear away. His heart raced uncontrollably, inundated by tumultuous and inexplicable emotion, a blend of fear, shock, and an overwhelming, suffocating guilt and pain. Why? It was merely a scar. Hadn't Guan Yin endured hardships for 8 years? Was it not normal to bear a scar? Why was he reacting so strongly? Yilin's complexion paled in an instant, his fingers unconsciously tightening, nails digging into his palm. Guan Yin seemed to sense his intense focus, setting down the towel and turning to him with a gentle, questioning gaze. What's wrong? As he moved, the scar was once again concealed by the fabric of the tank top, vanishing from view. The strange, nearly uncontrollable tide of emotions within Yilin receded like a fleeting illusion, leaving only the pounding of his heart and a void of confusion. Suddenly jolting back to reality, he met Guan Yin's inquisitive gaze, and a surge of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to erect barriers to mask his earlier breach of composure. He abruptly lowered his head, fingers flitting chaotically across the phone screen, his tone sharp and abrasive, almost a shout. What are you staring at? Who is looking at you? You smell terrible with all that sweat. Stay away from me. His reaction was intensely unusual, yet his ears betrayed him with a faint flush. Guan Yin momentarily paused in his task of drying his hair. He observed Yilin's demeanor, which resembled that of a cat whose tail had been stepped on, then glanced at the scar revealed on his shoulder, a fleeting, obscure glimmer passing through his deep-set eyes. It was as if he comprehended something, yet simultaneously, it appeared he had discerned nothing at all. With an agreeable demeanor, he retreated a step, his tone remaining gentle, even tinged with a hint of apology. I apologize. I didn't notice after exercising. I shall change my clothes now. He turned and ascended the stairs, his back to Yilin, his face devoid of expression. Yet beneath the surface, icy and playful waves churned in his depths. Did Yilin react to this scar? How intriguing. Yilin, only relaxing after Guan Yin's figure vanished at the staircase, sank into the sofa, a cold sweat beating on his back. He raised his slightly trembling hand to steady his still racing heart, his mind a tumultuous mess. What precisely was that sensation? Why did the sight of that scar evoke such a reaction in him? Furthermore, how could Guan Yin bear such a grotesque wound? It appeared far beyond what a mere accident could inflict. A long ignored, deeply buried question suddenly struck him with startling clarity. What had transpired during the 8 years of Guan Yin's disappearance? He realized that he knew nothing of the past of this seemingly benevolent older brother with a penchant for repaying kindness with kindness. The unusual sensitivity and palpitation he felt towards the scar pierced his heart like a thorn, impossible to disregard any longer. Recently, Guan Yin had noticed a peculiar shift in the way Yilin regarded him. It was no longer the outright impatience tinged with disdain and exploitation, nor the muddled dependence of sickness, but rather a strange softness that sent chills through him. This manifested itself when he offered Yilin a glass of water. Yi Lin would still habitually voice his discontent, yet the motion of reaching out to accept it seemed less forceful. When their fingertips brushed, the electric sensation persisted. Yet Yi Lin retracted his hand a fraction more slowly, and on one occasion, Guan Yin distinctly observed Yi Lin's ears flush, his gaze darting to him for a brief moment before he averted his eyes, as if scorched, revealing a flicker of something akin to shyness. During meals, Yi Lin remained picky, but when Guan Yin quietly removed the green peppers he disliked, Yi Lin did not respond with the customary grunt of disapproval. Instead, he subtly pursed his lips, as if contemplating a response that he ultimately withheld, merely poking at his rice with his chopsticks while covertly stealing glances at him. One evening, as Guan Yin toiled late into the night in his study, he passed by Yi Lin's door and noticed a sliver of light seeping through the crack. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he hesitated and lightly knocked on the door. Silence enveloped the space for a few seconds before Yi Lin's muffled voice, slightly drowsy and nasally, inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me," Guan Yin replied softly. "Aren't you asleep yet?" Another moment of silence ensued before the lock clicked softly, and the door opened a crack. Yi Lin peeked out from behind the door, his hair tousled from sleep, eyes still heavy with drowsiness, and faint red marks adorning his cheeks. He appeared utterly non-threatening, even adorably bewildered. He gazed at Guan Yin, blinked slowly, and in a voice soft and laced with an unrecognized dependence, asked, "Why did you take so long to come back?" After speaking, he seemed to momentarily freeze, and as if realizing the peculiarity of his own words, furrowed his brow sharply, attempting to reclaim his usual bravado. Yet, paired with his freshly awakened visage and that tender tone, he exuded no intimidation. Rather, he resembled a kitten posturing in vain. "Ahem. I meant to say it's too noisy. Hurry up and go to sleep." He then slammed the door shut with a forceful thud, his movements swift as if he were fleeing. Guan Yin stood outside the firmly shut door, momentarily taken aback. Was that really Yi Lin just now? The expression in his eyes, the petulant tone, even the hint of a concerned complaint? Guan Yin's heart raced uncontrollably, an absurd sensation washing over him, accompanied by an inexplicable flutter, as if something had brushed against him lightly. What new trick was this rascal up to? Or was it a lingering effect of his illness? Guan Yin realized that his heart, once filled with animosity and cold calculations, now wavered ever so slightly, stirred by Yi Lin's bewildering and erratic reactions. A sense of curiosity he himself found repugnant. Inside the room, Yi Lin leaned against the door, his own heart pounding fiercely, his face burning with embarrassment. Had he just been possessed? How could he have spoken to Guan Yin in such a way? Why did you take so long to come back? Was that even something he could say? Yi Lin rubbed his face vigorously, trying to erase the bizarre feelings. He felt as if he had indeed contracted some sort of madness from Guan Yin. How else could he explain the increasingly peculiar behavior he had been exhibiting? It wasn't just his excessive reactions to the scar on Guan Yin's body. He now found himself slightly dazed when looking at Guan Yin as a whole. Sometimes, when Guan Yin lowered his head to slice fruit, the contours of his profile appeared particularly gentle and clear in the light, causing Yi Lin to lose focus. His mind blanked save for a singular thought. This guy isn't so intolerable when he is silent? At other times, when Guan Yin donned a neatly pressed suit, his posture erect and demeanor composed, turning back to remind him to rest at home, Yi Lin found his heart racing unexpectedly. He even contemplated asking if he would return home for dinner. This is madness. Yi Lin suddenly threw himself onto the bed, burying his face in the pillow, emitting a frustrated whimper. He must have been infected by Guan Yin's saintly virus, generating these nonsensical and terrifying thoughts. After all, this was Guan Yin, the same Guan Yin he had tormented mercilessly 8 years ago, the one who now harbored some secret malice beneath a facade of saintliness. How could he find him somewhat pleasing, perhaps even somewhat attractive? The mere thought of the word attractive sent a shiver down Yi Lin's spine, causing him to sit up abruptly. No, this cannot continue. He felt compelled to take action to prove that Guan Yin was indeed an insufferable saint, in order to shatter the increasingly bizarre atmosphere surrounding them. Thus, the following day, Yi Lin began to escalate his antics. He deliberately spilled water on the newly laid carpet, cranked the volume of the speakers to the maximum during Guan Yan's meeting, and ordered a plethora of takeout, placing all the items he found unpalatable into Guan Yan's bowl. With wide eyes, he scrutinized every flicker of Guan Yan's reaction, eagerly anticipating the moment he could no longer contain himself and would finally unveil his true nature. Yet, Guan Yan simply tidied the carpet with patience, quietly adjusted the volume of the speakers, and gently inquired if Yilin was bored and wished to play a game. He even consumed the chaotic mess of food that Yilin had carelessly pushed into his bowl without a hint of distress. Observing Yilin's frustrated and somewhat aggrieved expression, which was clearly a result of his provocations being met with indifference, a chilling hatred intertwined with a peculiar sense of satisfaction surged within Guan Yan. He was almost certain that some unknown transformation had occurred within Yilin, one that infused his desire for revenge with a more complex and dangerous intrigue. Meanwhile, after numerous failed attempts to provoke, Yilin found himself deflated in the presence of Guan Yan's perpetually gentle countenance, which seemed capable of embracing all transgressions. An overwhelming sense of powerlessness and self-doubt washed over him. Could it be that Guan Yan was truly an unparalleled saint? This realization plunged Yilin into despair. If he were indeed such a saint, did it not render all of Yilin's past actions and his inexplicable urge to draw closer to him, to treat him with kindness, a testament to his own utter depravity and madness? Slumped on the sofa, Yilin stared vacantly at the ornate crystal chandelier above. It was over. He might truly be unwell, and quite seriously so. Moreover, it seemed to be a contagion, originating from the saint in the adjacent room known as Guan Yan. Guan Yan's patience and curiosity within the tender trap he had woven had sharpened considerably. No longer satisfied with mere surface observations, he began to intentionally probe the blurred boundaries of Yilin's consciousness. He uncovered a strikingly fascinating, even alarming phenomenon. When Yilin was in a state of half-consciousness or weakened by illness, his carefully restrained imitation of tenderness elicited a muted, even somewhat aversive response. However, the moment Guan Yan revealed a subtle, undeniable firmness and dominance, such as when he insisted Yilin take his medicine, not with gentle coaxing, but with a commanding tone, or when he resisted being pushed away, using a firmer grip that would not truly harm him, Yilin's reaction would be entirely transformed. It was as if he had been activated by a hidden switch. The intensity of this contrast was startling. Guan Yan vividly recalled a night when Yilin was once again haunted by a nightmare, struggling in panic. Guan Yan was roused from his slumber, his patience waning, and instinctively exerted a modicum of force to press him back onto the bed, murmuring in a low, commanding tone, "Stay still." Remarkably, this utterance, laced with authority and a hint of impatience, caused the terrified Yilin to fall silent in an instant. With his tear-filled eyes wide open, he gazed at Guan Yan with a mix of confusion and dependency, even unconsciously rubbing his cheek against the back of Guan Yan's hand resting on his shoulder. As if he had discovered his sanctuary, he succumbed to the depths of sleep once more. In that moment, Guan Yan beheld the slenderness of Yilin's neck, seemingly fragile enough to break, and observed Yilin's posture of complete trust, perhaps even enjoyment. A wave of intricate chills and warmth surged up his spine simultaneously. This was utterly abnormal. Yilin, the spoiled, arrogant, and heartless scoundrel, found solace in such a dynamic while in a state of disarray. He relished this crude form of dominance. Chapter 29. The Pseudo-Savior. The pitiful little kitten. This revelation left Guan Yan feeling a profound sense of absurdity and disgust, intertwined with a flicker of dark exhilaration that surged within him. He immediately mobilized all available resources to delve deeper into the minutiae of Yilin's 8 years abroad, even tracing back to the trajectory of his life prior to their fateful encounter. The results, however, proved disappointingly clean. Reports indicated that Yilin's life was both simple and ostentatious. He was indulged, playful, fickle in affection, with a chaotic yet fleeting romantic life, devoid of any long-term, stable partners, particularly those with unique proclivities. He resembled a spoiled child, driven solely by immediate gratification, with no sign suggesting a penchant for masochism. The intersection of their lives was starkly clear. 8 years prior, Guan Yin, having been cast out, was reclaimed by the Yi family, briefly becoming a thorn in Yi Lin's side. Yi Lin feigned proximity, deceitfully gaining trust, then seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, annihilating Guan Yan's existence and nearly claiming his life. Subsequently, Yi Lin nonchalantly withdrew, indulging himself abroad. It was ruthlessly clean and merciless, beyond the enmity of life and death. Nothing else existed. So where did Yi Lin's bizarre reaction stem from? Guan Yin stared at the investigation report, his fingertips icy. For the first time, he questioned the reliability of his intelligence network, or rather, he found himself ensnared in a deeper, uncontrollable perplexity regarding Yi Lin. Just as he became enveloped in this confusion, coupled with an ever-growing shadowy intrigue, an entirely unforeseen event transpired. On an ordinary deep night, Guan Yin, plagued by shallow sleep, a remnant of years spent in treacherous environments, was stirred awake by the faintest, tentative push of his door. Instantly alert, his body tensed, and his gaze sharpened in the darkness, silently fixating on the entrance. The lights remained dim, illuminated only by the faint glow of the hallway sconces, which cast a silhouette of a slender, familiar figure. It was Yi Lin, clad in a silk nightgown and barefoot. He stood at the door like a somnambulist, his gaze vacantly directed toward the bed. Guan Yin held his breath, remaining still, eager to discern Yi Lin's intentions. Yi Lin lingered at the entrance for a moment, seemingly hesitant, as if he were confirming something. Then, with a resolute demeanor, he gradually stepped inside, advancing slowly, one foot after the other. He approached the bedside and paused. Guan Yin could distinctly hear his somewhat rapid breaths and observe the slight tremor of his eyelashes. He was evidently anxious. In the next instant, Yi Lin made a movement that sent a chill coursing through Guan Yan's veins. With utmost caution, as if afraid of disturbing something, he lifted a corner of the blanket and delicately slipped in. The icy tips of his toes inadvertently brushed against Guan Yan's calf, causing both of them to flinch simultaneously. Yi Lin seemed startled by the contact, his body froze, and he held his breath. Guan Yan's mind went blank. What was happening? An unexpected intrusion? A new method of retaliation? Or was he merely sleepwalking again? He could feel the subtle tremors and coolness emanating from the figure beside him, and he caught a whiff of Yi Lin's unique, faint scent of shower gel mingled with a hint of unease. Time appeared to stand still. Just as Guan Yin attempted to untangle his thoughts and ponder how to respond to this absurd scene, Yi Lin suddenly moved. With excruciating slowness and a sense of almost reverent caution, he curled closer to the warmth radiating from Guan Yin. His forehead gently rested against Guan Yan's arm, emitting a barely audible sigh, akin to a soul finally finding solace. Then, he remained still, his breathing gradually becoming even and elongated. He had actually fallen asleep like this. Guan Yin lay rigidly in place, acutely aware of the weight and warmth on his arm, his entire body tensed. Yi Lin's gentle breaths brushed against his skin, eliciting a series of minute tingles. In the darkness, as Guan Yan's eyes adjusted, he beheld Yi Lin's peaceful visage, unguarded, even exuding a childlike tranquility, in stark contrast to his daytime arrogance. Why? These 3 words echoed in Guan Yan's mind. All his schemes, all his hatred, all his inquiries were utterly disrupted by this act of his adversary climbing into his bed. He should immediately cast Yi Lin away. He should sternly question what trickery this was. Yet his arm felt as though it were nailed down, immobilized. An unfamiliar and overwhelming emotion surged within him, mingled with a profound absurdity and a hint of indescribable excitement. He gazed at Yi Lin, peacefully asleep against his arm, his expression as complex as the depths of the ocean. Yi Lin, what on earth are you? Yi Lin's self-awareness was undergoing an unprecedented collapse. The uncontrollable, peculiar fluttering and sense of dependence he felt towards Guan Yin tightened around him like tendrils, nearly suffocating him, especially after waking to find himself in Guan Yan's bed. An overwhelming sense of shame and panic nearly engulfed him. He had nearly fled back to his own room, avoiding Guan Yan's gaze the entire day. This was all so wrong. This was absolutely not normal. Yi Lin, a master of the romantic arena, had always been the one to leave others entranced, never once imagining he would experience an almost desperate yearning to be close to a man, especially one like Guan Yan. What was it about Guan Yan's touch that stirred such an insatiable craving within him? The way Guan Yan's fingers, calloused yet gentle, sometimes exuded an undeniable strength, could ignite every sensitive nerve in Yi Lin's body, leaving him trembling and weak-kneed, even provoking an embarrassing reaction. On one occasion, Guan Yin merely bent down to retrieve a book that had slipped from Yi Lin's grasp, and as he straightened, his fingers brushed against Yi Lin's calf with an alarming familiarity. Nestled on the sofa, Yi Lin felt that fleeting touch spark a jolt of electricity coursing through him, almost prompting a moan to escape his lips. He instinctively clamped his legs together, his cheeks aflame, resorting to anger to mask his overwhelming confusion. "Where do you think you're putting your hands?" Guan Yin straightened up, observing Yi Lin's exaggerated reaction with a flicker of keen curiosity in his gaze, before donning an expression of innocent politeness and offering a gentle apology. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Yi Lin, confronted with that unassuming demeanor, felt a knot tighten in his chest, nearly suffocating him. He grew increasingly convinced that either Guan Yin was the one with issues, or it was he himself who had lost his sanity. Yet, Guan Yin, with his saintly aura, seemed utterly free of any fault. Thus, the conclusion was inescapable. It was Yi Lin who had lost his mind. This revelation sent a wave of panic through him. He did not wish to become a lunatic who developed feelings for an adversary. Consequently, on a bright and sunny morning, Yi Lin, without confiding in anyone, stealthily drove to the city's most prestigious and expensive private hospital, securing an appointment with a leading neurologist for a comprehensive brain examination. Lying within the cold confines of the machine, listening to the droning hum, his heart raced with anxiety. He endeavored to convey his recent peculiar physiological responses to a specific individual. He refrained from mentioning Guan Yan's name, the inexplicable sense of familiarity, fleeting moments of disorientation, and even vague hints of somnambulism to the doctor as objectively as possible. Once the series of meticulous examinations concluded, the doctor, adjusting his glasses while examining various scans and reports, delivered his verdict. "Mr. Yi, based on the results, there are no organic abnormalities in your brain structure. Your neurological functions are entirely normal." "What? Impossible." Yi Lin shot up, his expression darkening. How could he possibly be feeling so strange? The doctor pondered for a moment and cautiously suggested, "Sometimes, intense psychological factors or significant life changes, stress-inducing events, can lead to temporary cognitive and emotional disturbances. Have you experienced anything particularly noteworthy recently, or felt under unusual pressure?" "Particularly noteworthy? Pressure?" Yi Lin's mind instantly flashed to Guan Yan's gentle visage, intertwined with fragmented yet chilling memories from 8 years prior. He abruptly fell silent. What could he possibly say? That 8 years ago, he had nearly taken a life, and now that person had returned with kindness, causing him to unravel. He wore a grim expression as he snatched the report and stormed out without uttering a word. The examination results, which were normal, only deepened his unease. If his mind was not impaired, could it truly be a psychological issue? Or was he perhaps under some malevolent influence? Burdened with his thoughts, he returned home, feeling utterly deflated. Even his favorite games could not spark his interest. He simply slumped on the sofa, his gaze vacant. Guan Yin soon noticed his unusual demeanor, having been closely observing every subtle change in Yi Lin. "What's wrong?" "You went out and returned looking so dispirited," he said, approaching with a cup of warm milk and sitting beside him, his voice gentle and concerned. "Are you feeling unwell?" Yi Lin, already agitated, instinctively wanted to retort, but upon lifting his gaze, he met Guan Yan's face just inches away. Those deep, focused eyes reflected his own confusion and helplessness. A faint, pleasant scent of wood wafted from Guan Yin. Yi Lin's heart inexplicably raced, a familiar and disconcerting warmth pooling in his abdomen. To his shame, he found himself wanting Guan Yin to draw closer, to press him down with that undeniable strength from that night. to feel his warm breath against his skin, to have those calloused fingers. Suddenly, Yi Lin jerked his hand up, knocking over the cup of milk Guan Yin had offered. The warm liquid splashed onto both of them. "Get away," he exclaimed, as if scalded, leaping up with a pale face, his eyes filled with terror and self-loathing. "Don't touch me. Stay away." He nearly fled upstairs, slamming the door behind him and leaning against it, breathing heavily, his body still trembling from the overwhelming, uncontrollable desire moments before. It was over. He was truly beyond redemption. He actually wanted Guan Yin. Downstairs, Guan Yin regarded his damp clothing and the milk splattered across the carpet. He then looked up at Yi Lin's hasty retreat, the gentle facade on his face gradually fading. He felt no anger, nor did he rush to clean up the mess. Instead, he slowly, delicately licked a drop of milk that had splashed onto his lips, his gaze dark and tempestuous, like the depths of the sea before a storm. Guan Yin gradually rose, his eyes fixed on the closed door of the second floor, a cold, determined smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So he desires it, does he? Very well. Just as well. He was losing patience with this languid game of nurturing. It was time for his precious younger brother to truly confront reality. Another deep night arrived. Perhaps it was the panic from the inconclusive examination, or perhaps the gnawing, incomprehensible longing that haunted him. But Yi Lin once again, like a puppet pulled by invisible strings, numbly pushed open Guan Yin's door. This time, Guan Yin was not pretending to sleep. Almost the instant Yi Lin stepped barefoot into the room, Guan Yin's eyes shot open in the darkness. They held no trace of slumber, only the long-suppressed, icy storm swirling silently within. Yi Lin remained in a daze, moving instinctively toward the bed, drawn to that source of warmth. However, just as he approached the edge of the bed, a cold and powerful hand suddenly shot out from the darkness, gripping his wrist like an iron claw. The force was so immense that it nearly crushed his bones. Ugh! Yi Lin was jolted awake, his eyes widening in terror as he struggled to discern the shadowy figure in the gloom. In the next moment, the world spun violently. He was violently thrown onto the cold, soft bed by an overwhelming force. A heavy male body followed, pressing down upon him with a searing warmth and a chilling aggression that confined him to a mere sliver of space. "Guan Yin, what are you doing?" Yi Lin panicked completely, struggling as his voice wavered with fear and a sense of suffocation. "Let go of me. Are you out of your mind?" In response, he heard a faint yet bone-chilling sneer. "Am I out of my mind?" Guan Yin's voice emerged from the darkness, shedding all warmth and pretense to reveal a magnetic yet icy tone. "Young Master Yi, who is truly losing their mind by repeatedly climbing into my bed at this hour." The last word rose in inflection, laden with unmasked mockery and a teasing demeanor reminiscent of a cat toying with its prey. Yi Lin felt as if his blood had frozen instantly. He recognized the starkly different meaning in that voice. This was not the obedient and saintly Guan Yin he knew. I didn't Yi Lin stammered, desperately attempting to justify himself, only to realize he could not explain this bizarre behavior. "Only what?" Guan Yin interrupted, his scorching breath brushing against Yi Lin's ear, igniting a wave of intense shivers. Yet this time, it was purely fear. "Just a masochist? Or do you find me amusing?" Before Yi Lin could react, Guan Yin abruptly lowered his head, sealing Yi Lin's lips with a forceful, almost biting intensity that felt more like a claim than a kiss. Chapter 30. The False Saint. No more pretense. Guan Yin began to assertively prepare a dish. As he handled the hairtail fish, his movements were sharp and decisive. The silver fish writhed in his grasp like a struggling bolt of lightning, yet he remained unflustered, striking the fish's head 3 times with the base of his palm. The fish arched abruptly, its scales flashing coldly, while its tail whipped against the cutting board with a crisp sound. "Enough," he declared in a deep tone, fingers gripping the gills. The fish suddenly stiffened, then softened as the ferocity in its eyes gradually faded. Guan Yin deftly turned the knife, scaling and gutting it with the precision of a skilled butcher. As the hot oil bubbled in the pan, the moment the fish segments hit the oil, a fragrant aroma of ocean and grease intermingled filled the air. Guan Yin was preparing stir-fried hairtail fish. The next morning, after the dish was completed, Yi Lin lay pitifully under the covers in bed. Guan Yin had already risen, casually draping a robe over himself as he stood by the bed. With his back to Yi Lin, he lit a cigarette, the crimson flame flickering in the darkness. The indifferent silhouette starkly contrasted with the fierce man from before. After a long moment, he turned around, his gaze coldly sweeping over the disheveled Yi Lin before ruthlessly tossing a thin folder onto the sheets beside him. Take a look. His voice regained a semblance of calm, yet it was far more chilling than the previous fury. Young Master Yi, behold the meticulousness of your past actions. Yi Lin, mechanically and tremblingly, extended his hand to grasp the folder. The moment his fingertips brushed against the frigid paper, a shiver coursed through him. He opened it, revealing several blurred yet sufficiently clear photographs depicting the silhouettes of the two assassins he had dispatched to deal with Guan Yin all those years ago. Additionally, there were copies of transfer records and communication logs. Although they had been somewhat altered, their implications were unmistakably clear. Finally, there was even a copy of a diagnosis issued by the hospital at the time, detailing Guan Yin's injuries. Words like multiple comminuted fractures, severe lacerations, and hemorrhagic shock leapt out, horrifying him. Each piece of evidence pierced through Yi Lin like a dagger laced with poison, striking deep within his eyes and heart. His breath abruptly halted, his face as pale as paper, and his fingers trembled so violently that he could scarcely hold the weightless sheets. He understood. He knew everything. He had always known. These past 8 years, he had not acted with virtue in response to grievances. Rather, he had been ensnared in a web of profound terror and absurdity, engulfing him like icy water, leaving him utterly frigid. Guan Yin slowly exhaled a ring of smoke, the haze swirling around his indifferent profile. He gazed down upon Yi Lin, whose expression was one of shock. As if struck by lightning, his spirit shattered. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. From this day forth he spoke, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable sense of finality. Shelve that young master temperament of yours. Behave obediently and be at my beck and call. He paused, his gaze slicing through Yi Lin like a chilling scalpel, before he added, just as you demonstrated moments ago. Otherwise, he leaned closer, his fingertip gliding coldly across Yi Lin's trembling lips, his tone gentle yet deeply unsettling. I shall not hesitate to present these documents, along with your earlier display of desperation, to Mr. and Mrs. Yi. I believe they would be quite astonished. With that, he straightened up, casting one last glance at Yi Lin as if the very act of looking upon him were distasteful. He extinguished the cigarette and turned towards the bathroom, as if merely completing a trivial task. The chilling sound of the door, closing behind him, severed the connection between their two worlds. Yi Lin collapsed alone upon the cold bed, suffused with a sense of humiliation and the metallic scent of blood, gripping tightly the papers that could utterly annihilate him. A colossal wave of shock, fear, shame, and a profound sense of being utterly manipulated engulfed him like a tsunami, ultimately consuming him whole. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he lost all consciousness. He fainted in extreme shame and fear, only to awaken in a deeper despair. The room was empty save for him. Yet the unfamiliar atmosphere and the pervasive scent of acidity and remnants of last night's turmoil incessantly reminded him that what had transpired was no mere nightmare. He sat up stiffly, eyeing the scattered documents at the bedside that bore witness to his transgressions. The first emotion to surge within him was not regret or fear, but an overwhelming rage at being utterly deceived, stripped bare, and displayed before others. Damn it, Guan Yin, that hypocrite, pervert, madman. He feigned sanctity all this time. Waiting for me here? Fine. You are indeed ruthless. Yi Lin's eyes were reddened with fury, his chest heaving violently. Yet, strangely beneath that surging anger, there was an inexplicable thrill that he himself found despicable. This realization only fueled his ire further. He grasped the cup by his bedside, intending to hurl it, but his hand froze mid-air, recognizing it as one commonly used by Guan Yin. He stared at the cup, and chaotic fragments of yesterday flashed uncontrollably through his mind. Guan Yin's taut jawline, beads of sweat cascading down, those stunningly beautiful eyes filled with cold desire. and the punishing implications behind them. Damn it, Yi Lin muttered under his breath, opting not to smash the cup, but rather slamming it back onto the table, splashing water everywhere. He collapsed back onto the bed, resigned to the situation, thinking, since it has come to this, with the masks torn away, there's no point in fear. Let Guan Yin seek revenge if he wishes. After all, he had nothing to lose. With this thought, the humiliation and anger strangely receded, even twisted into a ridiculous sense of bravado, as if to say, who would end up on top? Fine, if it's a game of endurance. Let us see who breaks first. With a near self-destructive madness, Yi Lin rearmed himself in his haughty shell, though beneath it lay secrets known only to him, hidden from the light. Meanwhile, Guan Yin, having discarded all pretenses, no longer bothered with his previously cultivated genteel facade. He treated Yi Lin with raw indifference and a commanding desire, summoning him at will, his actions infused with a savage urgency, becoming even more direct and harsh now that he no longer wore a mask. However, he soon discovered a more intriguing phenomenon. When his actions were fierce, his words cutting, laced with obvious humiliation, Yi Lin would outwardly retaliate with sharp retorts, his gaze fierce as if ready to bite, yet his reactions were starkly different. Guan Yin realized that his previous patience, akin to boiling a frog slowly, had merely been a waste of time. Subsequently, Guan Yin's words grew increasingly scathing, his actions less open to refusal, treating Yi Lin as a mere outlet for amusement and frustration. Yi Lin, in turn, resembled a tamed cat. Gazing at him with damp eyes, the corners reddened, lips swollen from biting, his expression a blend of hatred and sweetness. This contrast greatly pleased Guan Yin's twisted desire for control. Even more absurdly, there were moments when, in a relatively good mood, or rather, after being amused by Yi Lin's reactions, he would occasionally reveal a fleeting glimpse of genuine tranquility. For instance, tossing a clean towel to Yi Lin afterward, or pulling up the blanket for him when he was too weary to move his fingers. These trivial, almost patronizing gestures left Yi Lin momentarily stunned, lowering his gaze, subtly pursing his lips, the expression devoid of all sharpness, surprisingly sweet, like a small creature finally receiving a modicum of attention. Still awkward, but unable to hide the faint satisfaction, Guan Yin found this utterly incomprehensible. What was the true essence of this insufferable wretch? This transformation did not escape the keen perception of Yimu, who noted that her younger son, while still as willful as ever, seemed to exhibit a more irritable temperament lately, coupled with an inexplicable inclination to act spoiled. This was not the overt display of affection one might expect, but rather a more subtle and awkward form of endearment. For instance, during family meals, Yi Lin would suddenly push the carrots he disliked into Guan Yin's bowl, gruffly declaring, "Look how thin you are, eat more." Although his tone was harsh, the act itself bore an inexplicable intimacy and a sense of entitlement. Guan Yin would typically respond with a nonchalant glance, calmly consuming the food that had been pushed his way. On another occasion, Yimu observed Yi Lin nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a video game. As Guan Yin passed by, he casually picked up the jacket that Yi Lin had carelessly thrown on the floor and hung it up. Yi Lin did not lift his head, but instinctively drew his legs back to make room for Guan Yin, muttering, "You're blocking the light." His tone and demeanor were reminiscent of a spoiled child, yet one who unconsciously depended on the other. Yimu found this scene somewhat peculiar, unable to pinpoint what fell amiss, while Guan Yin continued to exhibit unwavering tolerance. She could only attribute this to an improvement in their fraternal bond, which filled her with a sense of satisfaction. Little did she know, beneath the seemingly calm and harmonious surface, turbulent undercurrents were at play. Life progressed with an eerie yet stable rhythm, and Yi Lin found himself adapting more swiftly than he had anticipated. Even after Guan Yin discarded his facade, during the day he remained the impeccably efficient aide. Yi Lin commanded him to fetch water, retrieve items, and handle troublesome situations. Guan Yin complied with remarkable efficiency, though his face lacked the previously irritating gentle smile, replaced instead by a cold indifference that seemed tinged with mockery. Yi Lin felt oddly more at ease, believing this to be the appropriate demeanor of an adversary. Hypocritical gentleness was far more disconcerting. As for the evenings, Yi Lin pouted. In the evening, Guan Yin was less compliant, even taking on a more dominant role, fierce and unyielding. Yet, at times when Yi Lin felt pushed to his limits and his thoughts began to scatter, he experienced a sensation of utter loss of control. He shook his head, attempting to dispel those chaotic images from his mind. After all, Guan Yin possessed commendable skills, and his appearance was nothing short of exceptional. What did Guan Yin truly intend? Revenge? Clearly. But so what? Currently, Yi Lin enjoyed good meals and restful sleep, albeit of a rather unconventional quality, had ample pocket money, and faced no repercussions for mischief. Aside from a bit of tiredness at night, his life was more comfortable than when he had merely indulged in hedonism. Did Guan Yin harbor hatred towards him? Did he wish to torment him? Bring it on. Let us see who tires of his first. Yi Lin had fully embraced a laid-back attitude. He found it incomprehensible to decipher Guan Yan's intricate motives for revenge, nor did he care to ponder them. After all, the evidence lay firmly in Guan Yan's hands, and resistance was futile, so he might as well indulge. He, the young Master Yi, excelled in seizing the moment for pleasure. He even discovered a new amusement in deliberately making greater demands of Guan Yin during the day, relishing the thrill of knowing that while Guan Yin disapproved of him, he was powerless to eliminate him. For instance, he would have Guan Yin tie his shoelaces, feed him fruit, or deliberately provoke him by spilling coffee on Guan Yan's expensive suit, relishing the sight of his expression darkening in an instant, yet managing to suppress it. Such moments brought him immense joy. Guan Yin typically refrained from losing his temper during the day, but his gaze could be as frigid as ice, capable of freezing one to the core. Occasionally, he would lean closer and, in a voice only they could hear, grit his teeth and whisper, "Wait for me tonight." Yi Lin would return a provocative glance, silently mouthing, "Are you afraid?" This exhilarating sensation of dancing on the edge of danger thrilled him beyond measure. He found himself somewhat addicted to this precarious feeling, teetering on the brink of eruption. Meanwhile, Guan Yin, observing Yi Lin's reckless abandon, felt a tumult of emotions within him. Yi Lin's compliance, albeit superficial, and that peculiar enjoyment evoked a sense of powerlessness akin to striking a fist against cotton, yet there was also a certain allure, especially when Yi Lin, after being thoroughly dealt with, would unconsciously whimper in a hoarse voice, his tone imbued with dependency and softness, a stark contrast to his daytime arrogance. This act of retribution strayed far from his initial expectations. One afternoon, Yi Lin commanded Guan Yin to fetch him a cake from a notoriously long-queued bakery in the western part of the city. Guan Yin cast a cold glance at him for a moment, yet ultimately picked up the car keys and departed. Just then, Yi Lin's mother, noticing the scene, could not help but admonish her son, who was nestled on the sofa engrossed in a video game. Lin, you shouldn't boss around a Yin like that. He has a lot on his plate at the company." Yi Lin, without lifting his gaze, rapidly maneuvered his fingers across the screen and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, come on. He enjoys it. Otherwise, what is the point of his existence?" He paused momentarily, taken aback by his own words. "Wow, I'm such a scoundrel, and it feels great." Yi Lin musit. His mother shook her head in resignation, attributing it to her younger son being spoiled and lacking a filter. As for Yi Lin, he quickly dismissed the minor interruption and immersed himself back into the game. Chapter 31. The fall Saint days flowed by like honey laced with poison, and Guan Yin found himself adapting to this distorted equilibrium. By day, he managed the affairs of a vast commercial empire. By night, he returned to tame that carefree little rascal, finding a strange solace in witnessing his bravado crumble into chaos. Yi Lin's carefree nature had reached a level of absurdity. Revealing a laughable purity, he reveled in indulgence, displayed petulance, and exhibited a temper akin to a spoiled cat. Yet, under Guan Yan's absolute control and the occasional grace of leniency, he became astonishingly docile. Particularly when certain secret desires were fulfilled, his eyes would glisten with naive dependence and satisfaction, and he would unconsciously nuzzle Guan Yin's palm with his cheek, emitting faint purring sounds. More than once, Guan Yin found himself gazing at the exhausted Yi Lin sleeping in his arms, unconsciously twirling the damp ends of his hair with his fingertips. and an absurd thought would arise within him. Perhaps this isn't so bad after all. To keep him close, to make him reliant, to claim him entirely. The embers of hatred continued to smolder within him, seemingly overshadowed by a more intricate and sinister sense of possessiveness. He even began to find a certain charm in this version of Yilin. This perilous softening rendered Guan Yin vigilant, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn in. Until that fateful dinner, Ye's father set down his chopsticks, wiping the corners of his mouth with a napkin. His tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Lin has been back for quite some time now, and she is no longer a child. She cannot continue this way indefinitely. A few days ago, while dining with the Lin family, their youngest daughter, Lin Wei, just returned from abroad. With her outstanding education, looks, and family background, she would be a perfect match for you. Let's arrange a time for you young people to meet and spend some time together. The air instantly thickened. Yilin, who had been engrossed in a struggle with a shrimp, paused upon hearing these words. Lifting his head with an unexpected glimmer of curiosity and anticipation in his eyes. Lin Wei, he licked the sauce from the corner of his mouth, tilting his head in thought. Was she the little girl from his childhood with 2 braids who always cried? What does she look like now? Is she beautiful? His focus was alarmingly superficial. A fiancé? An arranged marriage? He paid no heed to the deeper implications, only concerned with the most trivial questions. Is she pretty? Will she bring him honor in public? Ye's father chuckled at his response. Girls change a lot. She has blossomed into a stunning beauty. I've seen her photographs, and she is more than suitable for you. Really? Yilin's interest piqued, and he even set down his chopsticks, retrieving his phone as if eager to search for a recent photo of Miss Lin. I must see. If she isn't attractive, I won't, before he could finish his sentence. A sharp crack abruptly interrupted him. Everyone jumped, turning their gazes toward the sound. It was Guan Yin. For reasons unknown, the glass in his hand had shattered, sending shards and water splattering across the table, with droplets of vivid red blood seeping through his tightly clenched fingers, staining the luxurious tablecloth with a glaring crimson. Yet his countenance bore a terrifying, almost ashen calm. Only his eyes, dark and stormy like the still sea before a tempest, were fixed intently upon Yilin, brimming with a chilling intensity and an impending madness that sent the temperature in the restaurant plummeting. Yilin felt a shiver run down his spine under Guan Yin's gaze. Instinctively retracting his neck, feeling inexplicably guilty, he muttered softly, "What are you doing? You startled me." Ye's mother gasped, hastily rising. "Ah Yin, your hand. Quickly, call a doctor." Ye's father furrowed his brow, observing Guan Yin's unusual reaction with a hint of scrutiny. However, Guan Yin appeared oblivious to the commotion. He slowly, almost languidly, released his grip, allowing the glass shards to fall onto the table with a delicate clink. He lifted his bleeding hand, yet his gaze remained locked on Yilin, the corner of his mouth curving into an exceedingly cold smile. "My apologies," his voice was low and hoarse, each word seeming to emerge from a crevice of ice. My hand slipped. His eyes swept over Yilin's suddenly pale face before finally resting on Ye's father, his tone returning to its usual steadiness but laced with an undeniable firmness. "Dad, I believe it is premature to discuss the matter of the arranged marriage." Yi Fu gazed deeply at him, then shifted his attention to the visibly frightened Yilin. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "Let the doctor tend to your wounds first. We shall discuss this matter later." The family doctor arrived promptly, attending to Guan Yin's injuries with care. Throughout the entire process, Guan Yin remained unusually silent and compliant, yet his gaze would occasionally drift towards Yilin, who was curled up in the corner of the sofa, feigning interest in his phone while clearly troubled. It felt like a cold iron branding him, rendering Yilin restless and uneasy. Dinner ended on a sour note. Yilin nearly fled to his room, his heart racing wildly. He belatedly sensed a wave of intense fear. Guan Yin's look had felt as if he intended to consume him alive. Was it merely a question of whether he was handsome? Was it worth such fury? An absurd thought intruded upon his mind. Could Guan Yin be jealous? The notion struck Yilin as both ludicrous and terrifying. How could that be? Guan Yin loathed him to the core. He merely regarded him as a plaything. Yes, that must be it. Guan Yin was simply displeased that his possession was coveted by another, much like a child unwilling to share their toys. He endeavored to convince himself, yet the unease within him only intensified. In the dead of night, Yilin's door was unceremoniously pushed open. Guan Yin entered, his hands still wrapped in bandages, his face appearing obscured in the dim light. Startled, Yilin sprang upright in bed, clutching the covers. What are you doing?" Guan Yin approached step by step until he stood at the foot of the bed, looking down at him with an assessing gaze. Eager to see that Lin Wei, he suddenly spoke, his voice unnervingly calm. Yilin's throat went dry as he retorted defiantly, "What does it matter to you? My father sent me." "Oh." Guan Yin leaned closer, his icy fingers gripping Yilin's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. "Let me tell you, you are not allowed to go. By what right do you command me?" Yilin struggled, a rebellious spirit igniting within him. "What right?" Guan Yin chuckled softly, and with his uninjured hand, he forcefully tossed aside the covers, pressing down with an overwhelming sense of authority and the metallic tang of blood. "Just by this, and this." His fingers brazenly traced Yilin's lips, chest, and abdomen, all marked with my name. "Marriage alliance?" His breath brushed against Yilin's ear, chilling and cruel. "Do not even think about it. Yilin, your life, even if it is to be ruined, shall be ruined in my hands." That night, Guan Yin's punishment bore an unprecedented, almost despairing madness and possessiveness, as if he sought to imprint Yilin with an indelible mark that forbade any other from coveting him. Even in thought, in the midst of initial fear and struggle, Yilin found himself shamefully surrendering once more. Yet, caught in the whirlpool of desire, the absurd thought resurfaced. Could he truly be jealous? This realization caused Yilin's heart to miss a crucial beat. Exhausted and feeling utterly shattered, Yilin's mind stubbornly clung to the notion that Guan Yin was undoubtedly a lunatic, a complete and utter one. What was wrong with a marriage alliance? The Lin family had a vast fortune, and if Lin Wei was as stunning as the old man claimed, bringing her home just to showcase her would be acceptable. The potential to acquire additional shares and resources presents a golden opportunity. Even if Guan Yin were to revisit past grievances, he would possess greater leverage to navigate the situation, perhaps even turning the tables on Guan Yin. Is it not advantageous to engage in such an arrangement? By day, Guan Yin serves as his tool, and by night, he becomes Guan Yin's companion, fulfilling each other's needs without interference. Guan Yin can continue to wield actual control over the Yi family, while Yilin enjoys his carefree existence. What could be wrong with that? Why must there be such an overwhelming sense of possessiveness, akin to a ferocious dog guarding its meal? Is this not a sign of madness? The more Yilin pondered, the more his anger simmered, tinged with an inexplicable sense of grievance. He turned over, wrapping himself in the blanket, his back to the now peacefully breathing Guan Yin, silently grinding his teeth. Madman, unreasonable. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Ye's parents remained awake. After tossing and turning, Ye's mother could no longer contain herself and gently nudged her husband. "Old Yi, don't you find the dynamic between a Yin and Lin rather peculiar?" Ye's father, eyes closed yet awake, slowly opened them at her words and sighed. "You noticed it too?" A Yin, usually so composed, lost his composure today over one remark from Lin, even injuring his hand. Ye's mother spoke with concern and confusion, adding, in the way he looks at Lin, "There's something off about it." "It's not just today," Ye's father mused, his voice low and contemplative. Since Lin returned, a Yin has been excessively kind to him. While he claims it to be compensation or deep brotherly affection, it's almost alarmingly generous. Lin has always had his moments, but anyone in a Yan's position would have expressed some discontent. A Yin, however, shows no sign of resentment, which is inherently abnormal. And Lin, Ye's mother interjected, "This child has indeed been spoiled by us, yet he never used to be so capricious with a Yin. Look at him now," ordering a Yin around, as if he were certain a Yin would not retaliate. The couple fell into silence for a moment, both sensing a deeper unease in each other's words. Ye's father rubbed his temples. "I had originally intended to arrange a marriage for Lin with the Lin family, believing it would provide substantial support for both the group and Lin's future. Moreover, I hoped that settling down would instill a sense of responsibility in him, preventing further reckless behavior. After all, his voice trailed off, laden with complex emotions, after raising him for so many years. Even if he is not my biological son, I do wish for his well-being. He cannot rely on a yin for a lifetime. The final words subtly revealed Ye's father's inner worries. He seemed to sense that Guan Yan's kindness towards Yi Lin transcended mere brotherly affection, resembling instead an unbounded indulgence and control, an unsustainable dynamic. Ye's mother, filled with apprehension, asked, "What should we do now?" It is evident that a yin is unwilling. His demeanor frightens me. Ye's father pondered for a long while before responding. "Let us wait and see." A yin is not an impulsive person. His strong reaction today may stem from other underlying reasons. As for the Lin family, I will delay that for now. Regarding Lin, he sighed, "I need to find a suitable time to have a serious conversation with him. This child, after all, has never faced hardship and does not understand the weight of his actions." However, they were all acutely aware that this conversation would likely yield no results. If Yi Lin were capable of understanding reason, he would not have found himself in such a predicament today. The true catalyst behind the unraveling situation seemed not to reside within Yi Lin, but rather within Guan Yin, who they had always believed to be mature, composed, and worthy of great responsibilities. As the night deepened, each member of the Yi family found themselves tossing and turning within their own thoughts in the grand estate. Guan Yin, lying in the darkness, opened his eyes and listened to the gradually steady breathing of the person beside him, his gaze icy and clear. A union? Such notions were best left unconsidered. Yi Lin's fate was destined to remain entangled in his own mire. No one would extricate him from it. As for the apprehensions harbored by Ye's parents, a cold smile curved Guan Yan's lips. It would be preferable for them to remain in their state of unease. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to reveal to the elderly couple the true nature of their carefully nurtured son and the disillusioned heir they had so dearly hoped for. Morning sunlight filtered through the heavy curtains, casting a slender beam of light upon the carpet. Guan Yin had long since awakened, propped up on his elbow, his tranquil gaze resting on the still sleeping Yi Lin. After a night of fervor, Yi Lin was in a deep slumber. His thick, curled eyelashes cast faint shadows beneath his eyes, and a lingering blush from earlier emotions adorned his fair cheeks. His lips, slightly swollen, bore a more vivid hue than usual. Strands of dark hair, damp with sweat, clung to his smooth forehead, bestowing upon him a hauntingly delicate beauty, as if he had been ravaged by some unseen torment. The sun tenderly outlined his exquisite features, each contour resembling a masterpiece favored by the divine, pure, innocent, and even imbued with an illusion of sanctity. Guan Yin's fingertips hovered, almost brushing against the quivering lashes. This very face, this deceptively beguiling visage, once gazed up at him with an innocent reliance that effortlessly swayed his trust, only to deliver the most devastating blow. The subtle ripples of emotion in his eyes swiftly froze, replaced by icy hatred and a deeper, more profound darkness. He withdrew his hand and rose silently, dressing with meticulous care. Casting one last glance at the oblivious Yi Lin, Guan Yin turned and exited the room, his expression resolute and frigid. It was time to lay all cards on the table. As he descended the stairs, he found Ye's father seated in the dining room. Perusing the morning newspaper, a lingering worry etched upon his brow. Upon noticing Guan Yin, he set the paper aside, seemingly poised to speak. Guan Yin approached and took a seat directly across from him, maintaining his composure yet addressing the matter head-on, cutting off any potential dialogue. "Father, I wish to discuss something with you." Ye's father, taken aback by his unusually serious demeanor, felt a jolt of apprehension and nodded. "Coincidentally, I also have something to inquire of you." The servant discreetly withdrew, leaving the two of them alone in the dining room. Without preamble or excessive embellishment, Guan Yin produced from the inner pocket of his suit the meticulously prepared and repeatedly copied evidence, sliding it across the table toward Ye's father. His movements were steady, yet his gaze was as sharp as a blade tempered in ice. Chapter 32. The False Saint. The confrontation as you contemplate how to chart a future for Yi Lin. Even considering a marital alliance, Guan Yan's voice, unnervingly calm, bore the weight of each word like a 1,000-pound stone. I believe it is essential for you to first examine this. Observe what your beloved son, whom you have nurtured for over 20 years, truly did to me. Ye's father, perplexed, picked up the sheets of paper. As his gaze fell upon the indistinct yet vivid black and white photographs depicting two individuals resembling hired thugs, he encountered the chilling transaction records. The unfamiliar names reeking of bloodshed. Finally, there was the hospital-issued diagnosis, detailing multiple comminuted fractures of the right wrist and a state of hypovolemic shock. Ye's father's hand began to tremble violently, the papers rustling ominously. His complexion gradually turned pale, breaths quickening in disbelief as he raised his gaze to the coldly composed Guan Yin, his lips quivering but unable to utter a sound. Each word on that diagnosis acted like a searing brand, scorching his retinas and etching itself into his heart. This, Guan Yin continued, his tone devoid of emotion, yet more chilling than any accusation, was the parting gift Yi Lin bestowed upon me 8 years ago. He feigned friendship to deceive me into signing that fatal contract, burdening me with insurmountable debt. Then, at the moment I trusted him most, he invited me out. Guan Yin paused, his gaze sweeping over Ye's father's violently trembling hands, and resumed with a flat yet blood-tinged tone. He shattered my right wrist bone, one blow at a time, using a golf club. Finally, feeling it prudent to ensure my demise, he provided me with a sum of money to facilitate a more dignified end, or with a derisive smile, he could handle it himself. The individuals in these photographs were hired by him, ready to send me on my way. Father, he addressed with a chilling inquiry, tell me, is this the son you have raised? Beautiful, exquisite, like the most expensive glass doll in a shop window. Yet within that delicate facade lies the most toxic of substances, tempered with the coldest of blades. His capacity to inflict such harm upon me stemmed solely from the emergence of a true heir, which threatened his enjoyment of everything the Yi family has to offer. Guan Yin leaned slightly forward, his eyes fierce, relentlessly fixated on Ye's father, whose face had aged and faded in an instant. Do you still wish for him to enter a marriage alliance? Do you intend to bestow upon him even greater power and resources? What do you believe will become of the next individual who stands in his way? A thunderous realization struck Ye's father. The world around him spun. A buzzing filled his ears, and an invisible hand gripped his heart, causing him excruciating pain, nearly rendering him breathless. He leaned back against the chair, clutching his chest tightly, his complexion ashen, eyes filled with overwhelming shock, anguish, and the absurdity of disbelief. His once beloved son, who seemed so beautiful yet naive, had committed such a heartless and atrocious act, contracting a murder, deliberately destroying his brother's hand. This was the very definition of demonic behavior. A tsunami of guilt and remorse engulfed him entirely. He turned his gaze towards Guan Yin, fixating on the grotesque scar etched across his face, and the calm yet profoundly melancholic expression in his eyes. His throat felt constricted as if choked, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter a broken, raspy apology. Yin, I am so sorry. I had no idea I had raised such a... He found himself at a loss for words, unable to fully articulate the depths of his utter disappointment and horror. After what felt like an eternity, his father seemed to have exhausted every ounce of strength, slumping into his chair, his voice trembling with the last vestiges of struggle and confusion. If you have known all along, then why? Why treat him so kindly? Why indulge him so? Guan Yin met Ye's father's complex and probing gaze, a flicker of profound, twisted darkness flashing in his eyes. He slowly leaned back, regaining that icy calmness. Yet his voice bore an unsettling conviction. What do you think I should feel? He owes me more than just one life, more than just a hand. Death would be too merciful for him. The comfortable life the Yi family provided him, he has grown accustomed to, stripping him of all that would indeed bring him pain. But it is still insufficient. Guan Yan's gaze seemed to pierce through the walls, landing upon the beautiful yet malevolent figure upstairs, still ensnared in slumber. I want him to remain by my side, living in the manner he cherishes and depends upon. I want him to grow accustomed to my presence, my control, even my touch. I wish for him to entwine with me like a parasite, drawing sustenance from me, making it impossible for him to be without me. Then, a merciless smirk graced Guan Yan's lips. I will ensure he remembers clearly who it is he relies upon, even to the point of delusion. I will make him live each day in fear and hatred of me, yet utterly dependent on the pain it brings. That, indeed, is the most thorough form of revenge. Thus, Guan Yin turned his unwavering gaze upon the utterly frozen Ye's father, his tone resolute and indisputable. The union is impossible. He shall rot in my grasp for the entirety of his life. This is what your family owes me, and what Yi Lin justly deserves. Ye's father found himself at a loss for words, merely staring at this son who seemed to have returned from the depths of hell with an expression of palpable fear. For the first time, he recognized clearly the heart that lay beneath Guan Yan's gentle facade, a heart thoroughly eroded by hatred and pain, yet astonishingly lucid and composed. Meanwhile, upstairs, the beautiful yet wicked architect of this turmoil remained blissfully unaware, still lost in slumber beneath the sun, as if oblivious to all wrongdoing. The sunlight had grown somewhat blinding, streaming through the inadequately drawn curtains, casting a glaring light upon Yi Lin's face. He let out a soft whimper, reluctantly awakening from a deep sleep. A wave of fatigue washed over him, reminiscent of a hangover, every inch of his bones feeling sore, particularly in places he found difficult to articulate, which burned sharply, reminding him of the tempestuous night he had endured. Instinctively, he reached out beside him, finding it empty. The warmth beneath the covers had dwindled to a mere remnant. Where was Guan Yin? Yi Lin rubbed the sleep from his eyes and sat up, the silk sheets slipping from his shoulders, exposing a chest and collarbone marked with ambiguous traces. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was alone in the room, the silence so profound that he could hear the rasp of his own breath. An inexplicable sense of unease crept upon him like tiny insects, quietly crawling into his heart. At this hour, Guan Yin would typically either still be in bed, albeit usually awake, or have already brought breakfast to his room. Yet today, he was nowhere to be found. Dragging his weary body out of bed, he carelessly donned a robe and padded barefoot onto the carpet, intending to investigate. As he pulled open the door, he nearly collided with the elderly butler, who was about to knock. "Young master, you are awake," the butler said, his expression unchanging, though there was an almost imperceptible complexity in his gaze. "The eldest master has instructed you to pack your usual belongings. You are to move to the villa in the west of the city this afternoon." "Move out?" Yi Lin was taken aback, his elegant brows knitting together. "Why the sudden relocation? Does my father know?" His immediate reaction was to suspect that Guan Yin was once again acting irrationally. Yet leaving the Yi family estate was no trivial matter. The butler averted his eyes. "The master has already consented. You are to comply with all arrangements set by the eldest master." Yi Lin was utterly bewildered. His father had agreed, and he was to adhere to Guan Yan's directives? What had transpired? Just yesterday, his father had been eager to arrange a marriage for him. He disregarded his physical discomfort and hurried down the stairs, seeking clarification from his father. However, he was intercepted at the dining room door by a servant, who politely conveyed that the master was unwell and resting, and could not receive visitors. Not receive visitors? "I am his son." Yi Lin's sense of unease deepened. He attempted to locate Guan Yin, but discovered that he was not at home, and his calls went unanswered. A rising feeling of isolation and confusion enveloped him. He wandered aimlessly through the vast mansion, where everyone treated him with respect yet maintained a distance, as if overnight he had been invisibly segregated from his own family. Ultimately, he returned to his room, stifling a surge of inexplicable anger and growing anxiety, watching the servants silently assist in packing his belongings. He felt an urge to lash out, to hurl objects in frustration, yet discovered he lacked even the strength to be angry, a profound sense of helplessness overshadowing him. In the afternoon, Guan Yin returned, dressed in a tailored black suit, his stature imposing and his demeanor austere, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. He did not spare Yi Lin a glance, merely casting a cursory look at the packed suitcases before instructing the servants, "Load the car." "Guan Yin." Yi Lin could not restrain himself, stepping in front of him and tilting his head to question, "What on earth is going on? Why are we moving? What is wrong with my father? Only then did Guan Yin lower his gaze, his eyes locking onto Yi Lin's face. His stare was deep and frigid, like a frozen lake, devoid of emotion. Yet it instinctively compelled Yi Lin to take a step back. The old estate is crowded and inconvenient, Guan Yin replied, his tone flat and devoid of inflection. You will reside there from now on. As for your father, you need not worry. He is well. Inconvenient? What is inconvenient? Yi Lin pressed, still troubled by another matter. Hesitating momentarily, he could not resist, his voice dropping to a tentative murmur. What about the marriage arrangement with the Lin family? His question seemed disjointed, even somewhat foolish. In such an odd atmosphere, this was his primary concern. Guan Yin fixed him with an intense gaze for several seconds, as if intent on dissecting him, sending a shiver down Yi Lin's spine. For a long moment, the corners of Guan Yin's mouth slowly curled into a frigid, almost cruel arc. A marriage alliance? He echoed softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet laden with the weight of 1,000 burdens. Are you still dreaming? Having uttered these words, he afforded Yi Lin no opportunity for further inquiry, turning sharply and striding away. Yi Lin found himself frozen in place by that final glance and remark, a chill coursing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Did he, once again, utter a misstep? The villa in the west of the city was far more modern than the old residence, yet it felt even more desolate. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows framed a vibrant urban nightscape, with neon lights flickering, yet failing to penetrate the frigid air within. Yi Lin was placed here like a precious item discreetly relocated. After delivering him, Guan Yin departed, leaving behind only a few taciturn servants and an intimidating-looking bodyguard. Alone on the expansive sofa in the empty living room, Yi Lin gazed out at the unfamiliar scenery, his mind a tumult of anxiety, confusion, and a hint of suffocating panic. He attempted to call his mother, only to discover that the mobile signal was blocked. The landline was also inoperable. He found himself utterly severed from the outside world, a realization that enveloped him in a suffocating dread. Later that evening, Guan Yin returned, carrying the faint scent of alcohol mixed with the coolness of the night air. Upon seeing Yi Lin curled on the sofa in a daze, he said nothing, merely removing his suit jacket and loosening his tie before approaching, looming over him. That gaze evoked memories of the previous night, of those moments spiraling out of control. Instinctively, Yi Lin recoiled slightly, his voice trembling. Have you eaten? Guan Yin offered no reply. Instead, he bent down and swept Yi Lin into his arms. Yi Lin gasped, instinctively clutching his neck as Guan Yin carried him with purposeful strides toward the bedroom. What followed was almost a foregone conclusion, as Yi Lin's eyes grew unfocused. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Guan Yin's movements suddenly halted. He gripped Yi Lin's waist tightly, leaning down, his heated breath caressing Yi Lin's ear, his voice a low, husky whisper imbued with a chilling clarity, each word striking deep into Yi Lin's muddled consciousness. I must inform you of something. Yi Lin emitted a dissatisfied whimper, his gaze hazy and uncomprehending. A flicker of cruel satisfaction danced in Guan Yin's eyes as he leaned even closer, nearly biting Yi Lin's earlobe. Uttering the most brutal words in the most intimate of postures, the marriage alliance has been canceled. I negotiated with the Lin family personally. Yi Lin's body stiffened abruptly, a flicker of confusion passing through his dazed eyes. Guan Yin continued, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Yet each word pierced like a dagger, because I presented your past, how you once hired someone to kill me, how you personally incapacitated my hand, nearly resulting in my demise before my father. Boom! Chapter 33. The False Saint Father. The Little Cat Cries. It was as if a thunderclap erupted within his mind. All the nebulous thoughts shattered in an instant. Yi Lin's pupils constricted to their utmost, the color draining rapidly from his face, leaving it as pale as parchment. He felt as though someone had seized his throat. His breath abruptly halted, and his blood felt as though it had frozen in his veins. Hiring a killer ruined his hands. The evidence reached his father. These words pierced through his mind like the sharpest ice pick, nailing him firmly to the frigid reality. A colossal wave of fear and incredulous terror engulfed him in an instant, overwhelming him like a tsunami. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, teeth chattering, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. You can't. Dad. Guan Yin savored the sight of his sudden collapse. As if witnessing a masterful performance, he maliciously stepped closer, relishing the heightened shivering and quaking of the man before him, driven by sheer terror. Dad said. Guan Yin's voice slithered like a devil's whisper, methodically crushing the last vestiges of hope. You deserve what is coming to you. He would no longer concern himself with you. Lowering his gaze to see Yi Lin's eyes, which brimmed with physiological tears born of extreme fear and despair, his actions bore a cold scrutiny. His words were sharper than any blade. From this day forth, you shall remain here, confined and unseen by anyone. Your life now serves but one purpose. He abruptly seized Yi Lin's wrist with a grip fierce enough to crush bones, driving the final words deep into his soul. Just to please me. Yi Lin's eyes widened in shock, the last flicker of light extinguished, leaving only an abyss of darkness and hopelessness. He resembled a fish tossed ashore, mouth agape yet silenced, trembling helplessly in the grip of profound fear, tears streaming forth, not from weakness, but from the overwhelming dread of complete collapse. It was over. Everything was finished. His deepest sins were laid bare before the very person he dreaded most. His greatest support, the Yi family, had forsaken him, and now he had fallen into the hands of the very demon he had once propelled into hell, seeking vengeance. Guan Yin ceased speaking, fixating his cold gaze on this thoroughly shattered prey, each glance infused with a vindictive pleasure and a twisted possessiveness. Outside, the neon lights flickered coldly, casting a harsh reflection on this brutal, one-sided trial and torment within the room. The night still stretched long ahead. In those initial days, Yi Lin existed entirely within a realm of immense fear and despair. He was imprisoned within this opulent cage, utterly severed from the outside world, facing Guan Yin's frigid, hateful visage day and night. Each time Guan Yin approached, he trembled like a startled bird, terrified that the next moment would bring even more cruel torment or utter destruction. Yet gradually, he began to perceive that events were not deteriorating into the worst-case scenario he had anticipated. Guan Yin spoke harshly, declaring, "You are merely my plaything. Do not obstruct my view, or I will cast you aside." In action, he indeed controlled every aspect of Yi Lin's existence, restricting his freedom and delivering words devoid of mercy, laden with punishment and release. However, Yi Lin observed with cautious diligence. He discovered that as long as he refrained from mentioning escape, from discussing marriage, or any attempts at rebellion or breaking free, and occasionally softened his demeanor during Guan Yin's seemingly better moods, the situation could transform. For instance, one evening, when Guan Yin returned home, his expression was somber, evidently burdened by some discontent. Yi Lin was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a film, one of the few forms of entertainment permitted by Guan Yin. Upon seeing him enter, Yi Lin instinctively tensed, bracing himself for the potential wrath. Yet, in a moment of whimsy, he recalled a cat he had cared for in his childhood. Whenever it misbehaved, a gentle nuzzle against its owner's hand, coupled with the display of its soft belly, would often absolve it from punishment. In a fleeting impulse, as Guan Yin's icy gaze swept over him, Yi Lin murmured in a barely audible voice, tinged with trepidation, "You're back." The sound was faint, almost indistinct, accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor. Guan Yin paused in his tracks, scrutinizing Yi Lin for several seconds, his gaze heavy enough to send a shiver down Yi Lin's spine, making him regret his audacity. However, the anticipated sarcasm did not materialize. Guan Yin merely adjusted his tie and responded with a muted his tone seemingly softened ever so slightly before he ascended the stairs. That night, while Guan Yin's countenance remained far from genial, it seemed to lack the deliberate malice that had marked previous interactions. On another occasion, Yi Lin awoke from a nap to find a torrential rainstorm raging outside, accompanied by the reverberating roar of thunder. Ever since childhood, he had harbored a fear of such weather. In the past, his mother would sit with him during such storms. Now he found himself huddled beneath the covers, feeling somewhat pitiable. Unbeknownst to him, Guan Yin had returned home, standing at the bedroom door, observing him curled up in a ball. Startled, Yilin quickly shut his eyes. Feigning sleep, he heard Guan Yin's footsteps approach, followed by the sensation of the mattress sinking beside him. Guan Yin did not touch him. Instead, he settled on the edge of the bed, pulling out a tablet to seemingly attend to work matters. The rhythmic clatter of keys intertwined with the distant rumble of thunder. Strangely, despite being in the presence of the one he feared most, Guan Yin's mere existence oddly dispelled some of the dread that accompanied the storm. Before he realized it, Yilin drifted back to sleep, and upon awakening, he found the rain had ceased and Guan Yin had departed, leaving behind a beautifully packaged dessert from his favorite brand beside his pillow. Yilin stared at the delicacy, lost in thought for quite some time. A bold, absurd notion gradually took shape in his mind. It seemed that Guan Yin preferred a gentle approach over confrontation. This realization was akin to a lifeline, allowing Yilin, who felt as though he were drowning in despair, to seize a glimmer of hope. He began to experiment, cautiously observing Guan Yin's moods. And when he appeared less irritable, Yilin would speak in a tone he himself found somewhat cloying and soft. "I'm craving the cake from the East City shop," he would say, his eyes flickering with a hint of supplication. "It's so cold today, are you cold?" he would inquire, desperately trying to initiate conversation, albeit with topics that felt utterly trivial. As Guan Yin concluded his daily work and prepared for solitude, Yilin would instinctively and gently tug at the hem of his clothing, only to release it immediately, retreating into the corner of the sofa, revealing only his eyes. Softly murmuring, "I feel a bit scared being alone." These actions, though awkward and shameful to him, stood in stark contrast to the persona of the young master Yilin was expected to embody. Yet, remarkably, they proved to be effective. Although Guan Yin maintained his icy demeanor and would mock him for being overly sensitive and demanding, he often ultimately acquiesced to Yilin's modest requests. The cake will be brought home, albeit perhaps with a bit of force when presented to him. Feeling cold, the air conditioning temperature will be raised. And even after he expresses fear, while not necessarily offering gentle comfort, he will at least linger a little longer or toss him a magazine to pass the time. Yilin has come to a realization. Guan Yin is merely a paper tiger. No matter how harsh his words may be, he is fundamentally incapable of withstanding this approach. It seems he has discovered a survival strategy within this cage. He no longer lives in constant fear as he once did, nor does he attempt to confront things head-on, which would only lead to self-inflicted suffering. Instead, he consciously, and perhaps with a touch of theatricality, assumes the role of a well-behaved, dependent, and occasionally petulant creature. He realizes that as long as he performs well, Guan Yin's restrictions on him may even loosen a bit. For instance, he is permitted to watch films of his choice in the villa's media room, allowed to order some trivial luxuries, and occasionally taken back to the Yi family's ancestral home. On his first return, Yilin was so anxious that his palms were drenched in sweat. He feared encountering the look of disappointment and disdain from his father, terrified of facing everything. Yet, unexpectedly, when Ye's father saw him, despite a complex expression and a heavy sigh, he did not scold or drive him away. Instead, he solemnly remarked, "It's good that you're back from now on." Listen to Hua Yin. In his gaze, there was pain, helplessness, and a profound sense of powerlessness, yet devoid of the loathing Yilin had anticipated. It was as if Guan Yin and he had reached a tacit understanding regarding how to manage a situation. Ye's mother, with reddened eyes, scrutinized him, muttering about his weight loss and whether he had been eating properly, seemingly oblivious to everything that had transpired, merely assuming he had moved out to live with his brother for a time. Guan Yin stood quietly beside them, observing their mother-son bond with a calm demeanor, only casting a cold, warning glance at Yilin when he instinctively attempted to escape his mother's overly affectionate care, compelling him to revert to a compliant smile. Each subsequent visit home followed a nearly fixed routine. Yilin played the role of the understanding, though somewhat spoiled, younger son, while Guan Yin assumed the part of the composed and accommodating elder brother, in reality, controlling everything. Ye's father had grown increasingly taciturn, yet witnessing the camaraderie between the brothers softened his gaze slightly. Ye's mother remained completely in the dark, simply feeling gratified by the family's harmony. Believing her younger son seemed more sensible than before, though he appeared to cling even more to Yin. This peculiar equilibrium led Yi Lin to develop an illusion. Perhaps continuing this way was not unfeasible. Although he had lost his freedom, must constantly gauge Guan Yan's mood and endure the fluctuations of the other's emotions in their daily interactions. At least materially, he was surrounded by opulence. Guan Yin maintained a semblance of dignity. And even during those rare, almost gentle moments when Yi Lin was particularly obedient, he experienced an unsettling sense of dependence. He resembled a tamed canary, gradually acclimatizing to the lavish cage, becoming accustomed to the feeder's touch, and even beginning to relish a life devoid of the need to contemplate tomorrow, where pleasing one person could secure him everything. As for the deep-seated resentment and fear within his heart, he meticulously concealed it, masking it with numbness and the pursuit of instant gratification. He thought, let be this way. After all, escape was not an option. At least, Guan Yin was rather kind to him. As long as he continued to feign obedience and indulge in charm, he could selectively forget the evidence. The cold hatred that had never truly dissipated from Guan Yan's eyes, and the invisible chain around his neck that could tighten at any moment. The sunlight streamed through the villa's grand floor-to-ceiling windows, warming Yi Lin, who lounged beside Guan Yin, albeit at a slight distance, as he nibbled on fruit. He squinted like a languorous cat, instinctively brushing his toes against the hem of Guan Yan's trousers. Guan Yin was engrossed in his documents when he felt that subtle touch. He lifted his gaze from the papers to Yi Lin's fair ankle, his expression inscrutable and profound. Yi Lin immediately withdrew his foot, offering a sweet smile tinged with an air of appeasement. Guan Yin studied him for a few seconds, uttering not a word, before returning his attention to the files. Though the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch ever so slightly, days flowed like water wrapped in fine sand, seemingly steady as they progressed. Yi Lin increasingly adeptly played the role of a compliant canary, even deriving an odd sense of comfort from it. In the mornings, he would wake up in a daze along with Guan Yin, not out of fear, but rather out of habit. He would rub his eyes, watching Guan Yin select a tie in front of the wardrobe, and sometimes, in a moment of muddled clarity, he would murmur, "That blue one would look nice with your gray coat," only to startle himself and hastily retreat beneath the covers, feigning death. Guan Yan's movements would momentarily pause, and more often than not, he would indeed pick up that blue tie. As he tied it, he could see the lump on the bed, wrapped in blankets with only a few strands of black hair visible, and a faint, elusive curve would tug at the corners of his mouth. At the dining table, Yi Lin remained picky, but no longer deliberately pushed the foods he disliked onto Guan Yan's plate. Instead, he would frown and quietly complain, "This vegetable is so bitter," casting a longing glance at Guan Yin. Guan Yin would usually respond with a cold demeanor, calling him spoiled, yet the next time, that bitter vegetable would not appear before him again. In the evenings, Guan Yin maintained his absolute need for control, yet Yi Lin discovered that if he initiated conversation, or softly spoke a few words during Guan Yan's particularly silent moments, Guan Yan's expression would subtly soften. He would linger in the living room a little longer before bedtime, still not speaking much, but that quiet companionship oddly gave Yi Lin a sense of fallen reassurance. This mundane, trivial, and even somewhat repetitive interaction led Yi Lin to develop a perilous illusion that this resembled the lives of ordinary couples. Although Guan Yin speaks little, his expression is often cold, and his desire for control is alarmingly strong. He remembers the foods that he has casually mentioned wanting to eat, indulges in some of his minor temperaments, and remains in the room on stormy nights, despite his impatience, even while attending to official matters. Yi Lin lies on the sunroom's chaise longue, squinting at Guan Yin, who is on the phone dealing with work in the garden outside. A sudden thought crosses his mind. This foolish Guan Yin, who speaks so harshly, is actually a saint at heart. Who could bear his foul temper if I were to leave him? He completely forgets the evidence locked away in the drawer, forgetting how tragically this saint had suffered due to him. Lost in the self-constructed, illusory image of affectionate love, even developing a somewhat ridiculous sense of superiority and possessiveness. Meanwhile, Guan Yin hangs up the phone and glances back at the lazy figure curled up like a cat in the sunroom, his gaze profound. Chapter 34. The False Saint. In a lifetime, Yilin has become increasingly obedient, the sense of dependence and desire to please almost ingrained in his instincts. This greatly satisfies Guan Yan's desire for control. The hatred still burns in his heart. It seems to have been imbued with new meaning through this daily process of taming. So be it, Guan Yin thinks. Let him remain by my side, nourished by the most luxurious material possessions and bound by the closest of relationships, allowing him to grow accustomed to me, to rely solely on me, and to see only me in his eyes. Let him gradually indulge in this gentle trap, forever living in a prison of atonement, yet pathetically attached to the jailer. This seems to alleviate the pent-up resentment that has festered in his heart for 8 long years, more than mere revenge could. After tidying up, Guan Yin steps into the sunroom, his voice interrupting Yilin's daydreaming. Next week, we will go to Iceland to see the aurora. Yilin is momentarily taken aback. But then his eyes brighten. Really? He loves to travel, especially when Guan Yin sets aside work to accompany him throughout the journey. It gives him a sense of being valued. Yes, Guan Yin replies, his gaze sweeping over Yilin's suddenly radiant face. Didn't you mention wanting to go after seeing it in a magazine last time? Yilin immediately breaks into a bright smile, sweetly surprised. You remember? He jumps off the chaise longue, instinctively wanting to hug Guan Yan's arm, but halts upon meeting his indifferent gaze, instead scratching his head and giving a silly grin. Guan Yin observes his hesitant demeanor, saying nothing as he turns to leave. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a trace of faint satisfaction flickers in his eyes. The trip to Iceland is perfect. Black sand beaches, glaciers, volcanoes, and the swirling green auroras in the night sky. Guan Yin books the finest hotel and a private guide, planning the itinerary entirely according to Yilin's preferences. Yilin revels in the experience, taking photos, posting social media updates visible only to himself, his phone permissions strictly controlled by Guan Yin, and even daring to steal a kiss on Guan Yan's cheek under the auroras. Emboldened by the seemingly good mood of Guan Yin shows little reaction at that moment, merely glancing at him. However, that night, in the glass house enveloped by the auroras, he demands particularly fiercely, yet when Yilin is sobbing and struggling to breathe, he kisses away all his tears, the action even carrying a rare, rough tenderness. As Yilin wept, he thought to himself, he is indeed infatuated with me. He merely pretends otherwise. Upon returning from Iceland, without even a couple of days' respite, Guan Yin took him back to the Yi family ancestral home. This had almost become a ritual. Every week or two, they would dine together and spend a night there. Ye's mother always radiated joy, eagerly engaging Yilin with endless questions, while persistently serving Guan Yin food, lamenting about the rigors of his work. Ye's father, though still sparing with words, seemed to find a measure of relief in observing their return together. He noted that Yilin, though slightly thinner, appeared in good spirits, his cheeks flushed from the cold winds of Iceland. Guan Yin, despite his usual aloofness, maintained a semblance of harmony, and the heaviness in Ye's father's gaze seemed to lighten somewhat. Perhaps this was the best outcome they could hope for at present. At the dining table, Yilin even took the initiative to serve Guan Yin's soup, albeit clumsily, glancing anxiously at Guan Yan's expression. Typically inscrutable, Guan Yin would finish the soup Yilin ladled for him. Witnessing this scene, Ye's mother smiled with satisfaction. Look at these two brothers, how well they get along now. Ye's father nodded silently, his gaze complex. Internally, Yilin rolled his eyes. Brothers? He is my husband. Of course. This was a sentiment he dared not voice aloud. That night, in the familiar room of the ancestral home, Yilin found himself somewhat out of sorts. The bed felt excessively large without the warmth of the figure beside him. He drifted in and out of slumber, instinctively seeking the comfort of companionship, only to awaken abruptly when he realized he had rolled into emptiness. Sitting up, he was momentarily lost in thought before, inexplicably compelled, he slipped from the bed, his bare feet silently padding to the door of Guan Yan's room. Hesitating briefly, he gently turned the doorknob. Guan Yin had not yet retired. He leaned against the headboard, perusing documents, the warm glow of the desk lamp outlining the stark contours of his face. When he noticed the head peeking through the door, Guan Yin lifted his gaze, a questioning look in his eyes. Yilin fidgeted with his fingers, his voice barely above a whisper. It seems the air conditioning in my room is broken. It's a bit chilly. The excuse was painfully feeble. There was no way the air conditioning in the ancestral home could be malfunctioning. Guan Yin regarded him for several moments. And just as Yilin felt the urge to retreat under the intensity of his gaze, he spoke coolly. Come here. Instantly, Yilin felt as if he had received a pardon, swiftly slipping through the door and climbing onto the empty side of the bed, burying himself beneath the covers, revealing only his bright, sparkling eyes as he gazed at Guan Yin. Guan Yin ignored him, returning to his documents. Yilin inhaled the familiar, icy scent that belonged to Guan Yin and listened to the subtle rustling of papers beside him. The lingering sense of emptiness within him was suddenly filled. He soon drifted back to sleep, unconsciously rolling closer to Guan Yin, his forehead resting against Guan Yin's arm. Guan Yin set aside his documents, looking down at the person sleeping beside him. In slumber, Yilin's face bore no defenses, appearing slightly flushed from warmth, his lips parted gently, exuding an air of innocence and reliance. Guan Yin reached out, his fingertips nearly brushing against those soft lashes, yet he only lightly caressed them before extinguishing the desk lamp. In the darkness, a subtle smile graced his lips. Atone for your sins. Stay by my side, just like this, with your remaining life. Task World Settlement in progress. World number 8. Main task, survive for 10 years completed. Additional task, eliminate male protagonist Guan Yan's hatred value, completed. Comprehensive rating, S. Reward points, 15,000. Special remarks. Minor deviation detected in host behavioral pattern, noted as a display of endearing behavior, recorded for archival purposes. A realm of pure white, void, and absolute silence enveloped him. Yilin's consciousness surged upwards as if emerging from the depths of the ocean, abruptly breaking free from some viscous constraint and suddenly returning. He blinked, the familiar chill and emptiness of the system's space wrapping around him, washing away the last remnants of warmth and breath from that world. Welcome back, host. The emotionless electronic voice of System 0124 resonated, conducting routine post-task processing, eliminating redundant emotions and memory links, optimizing execution efficiency. A gentle yet irresistible force swept through the core of his consciousness, akin to the most efficient eraser, swiftly obliterating those bone-deep emotions, fear, dependence, the distorted sense of security, and that lingering cool touch on his cheek from the morning, imbued with a hint of mint. Everything faded rapidly, peeling away, becoming blurred and distant, transforming into a tale observed from afar, belonging to another. Cleaning completed, Yilin exhaled slowly, flexing his immaculate fingers composed of energy. The slight fatigue and detachment that typically accompanied the end of a task arrived as expected, yet was not unpleasant. Rather, it offered a sense of relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted. How long did I stay this time? He inquired nonchalantly, his tone imbued with the characteristic languor of a tasker. The memories of the last world had grown hazy, leaving only fragmented images and completed cognitions. Total duration of stay in this world, 11 years, 4 months, and 9 days. 0124 reported with precision. Not too bad. Yilin shrugged, having no doubt that his slight fatigue stemmed from the lengthy task duration. He bore no attachment to those eliminated redundant emotions. They would only hinder his performance in future endeavors. Habitually, he summoned the settlement panel, observing the S rating and substantial points, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Efficient indeed. It seemed the last task had been executed seamlessly. Does the host require a brief respite, or shall preparations commence for immediate transportation to the next task world? 0124 inquired routinely. Rest. Yilin was about to reply that he would take a moment to rest when an inexplicable impulse, entirely uncharacteristic of his usual demeanor, abruptly emerged. He instinctively tilted his head, murmuring in a tone softer than he realized, directed at the empty expanse of pure white. 0124. Could we perhaps select a more comfortable world next? The last one felt a bit exhausting. The instant the words escaped his lips, Yi Lin was momentarily taken aback. What had he just uttered? That tone, those utterances, what on earth were they? He, Yi Lin, a gold medal tasker from the Fast Travel Bureau, cold-hearted and efficiency-driven. Why had he ever spoken in such an almost endearing manner? A sudden chill surged up from an absent spine, causing Yi Lin to stand upright abruptly. His face contorted in an expression akin to that of encountering a ghost. The system, 0124, seemed to falter for a fraction of a second before responding in its monotonous electronic tone. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was a faint, almost imperceptible crackle reminiscent of data analysis in progress. Request recorded. Host, the system has detected a slight deviation in your behavioral pattern. Based on the latest data feedback, it is advised that you take a brief respite before proceeding to the next task transmission. Yi Lin thought, even the system deems him abnormal. He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel the unsettling sensation. It must be the residual effects from the previous world that have yet to be cleansed. Yes, that must be it. No need for a break. He immediately adopted a stern expression, reverting to his usual cold, efficiency-driven demeanor, even deliberately emphasizing his tone to mask his earlier lapse. Let us transmit directly. The sooner it's completed, the sooner he can finish his work. Command confirmed. Filtering the next task world for you. World locked. Commencing transmission. The pure white space began to warp, enveloping Yi Lin once more in a flow of energy. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Yi Lin's last thought was unexpectedly, "Damn it, which bastard did that tone belong to?" Meanwhile, within the confines of the system space, as Yi Lin's figure vanished entirely, a minute log, unrelated to the task directives, was quietly generated. Behavioral pattern deviation record, ID 7374. Host Yi Lin involuntarily activated the coquettish tone and micro-expression module. Suspected source. Residual influence from World ID 8. Module stability, low. Spontaneous activation frequency. To be observed. Archived to the host's personal behavior pattern database. Note, although this module conflicts with the host's core personality protocol, it does not affect task ratings. Tentatively classified as a non-dangerous deviation for observation. The flow of energy subsided completely, and the pure white space returned to an absolute silence. Only that cold log silently recorded the minuscule yet remarkably persistent trace left behind by a world that had been thoroughly eradicated. The familiar slight dizziness from the system's transmission had not entirely dissipated when Yi Lin sensed a dramatic transformation in his surroundings. No longer was he in a frigid white void. Instead, he found himself enveloped in a dense, almost viscous atmosphere imbued with the rich aroma of expensive agarwood and a certain cloying sweetness. The air felt heavy, almost suffocating. Beneath him was an incredibly soft surface, layered with an unknown number of plush satin fabrics, smooth and cool, but warmed by his body heat. His gaze traveled upwards to the top of a bright yellow canopy, embroidered with a flamboyant five-clawed golden dragon, which lost some of its majesty due to the overly intricate craftsmanship. A dragon bed? Kit. As fragments of memories belonging to this world, now under the system's custodianship, surged into his mind like a tide. Ancient dynasty. He, Yi Lin, was the true dragon emperor of this nation. Huh! A faint, mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He remembered now. This was no true dragon. It was merely an identity he had fabricated out of boredom long ago. A snake demon, possessing a modicum of cultivation and longevity, disguised itself as a true dragon, effortlessly beguiling the ignorant mortals and toppling the once illustrious Guan dynasty. The most vivid memory is that of a blazing inferno, and before the flames, the former crown prince Guan Yin forcibly pressed to his knees, yet maintaining an unyielding posture. His handsome visage was marred with soot and blood, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, ablaze with deep-seated hatred and an indomitable pride. What had he done at that moment? Ah, yes. He strode before Guan Yin, adopting the most flippant tone, demanding that he bow his head in admission of guilt. acknowledging the end of the Guan dynasty and confessing that Yilin was the rightful heir to the mandate of heaven. Naturally, Guan Yin refused, his gaze capable of piercing through flesh. Then, the smile upon Yilin's lips deepened, yet remained frigid and merciless. In a shocking display, he cast Guan Yan's last remaining younger brother, a terrified child trembling and crying for his brother, into the roaring flames. The abrupt cessation of the child's anguished cries, coupled with Guan Yin's desperate struggles and helpless fury, brought Yilin unparalleled delight. Subsequently, the Guan royal family and its core supporters were reduced to ashes by the fervent and righteous citizens of the new dynasty, incited by the snake demon. What followed? Yilin ascended the dragon throne, only to discover the governance of a nation to be dreadfully tedious. Thus, he resorted to various indulgences, extravagantly constructing opulent yet feudal palaces, favoring sycophants, and recklessly issuing decrees. In just a few short years, he had plunged the once prosperous country into despair, rife with discontent and border conflicts, teetering on the brink of chaos. Eventually, boredom set in, prompting him to withdraw and leave the shell of this foolish monarch under the care of the system. Returning only now. Volume 4. Ancient Political Intrigue, Chapter 34. The Malevolent Snake Demon, the Regent. Having sorted through his memories, Yilin exhaled softly, feeling a certain ennui. This world offered little in the way of challenge. He languidly moved his fingers, savoring the body that, though somewhat depleted by indulgence, still retained the essence of a demon. During the time the system was in control, it seemed to have perpetuated the persona of a foolish and pleasure-seeking ruler, neglecting state affairs. At this moment, with the sun high in the sky, it was evident that His Majesty had only recently roused from slumber. The palace was eerily silent, save for the faint crackling of incense burning in the censer. A few maidens, clad in delicate palace attire, knelt not far from the dragon bed, their breaths barely audible, fearful of disturbing the sovereign. Their faces were pale, their eyes filled with trepidation and unease. Yilin paid them no heed, just as he prepared to rise and indulge in the decadent life of an emperor. A faint yet remarkably synchronized sound of footsteps and the chilling clatter of armor resonated from outside the hall. The footsteps halted at the threshold, and a respectful yet cold voice penetrated the door. "Your Majesty, you are awake?" The voice struck a chord of familiarity. Yilin raised an eyebrow. "The regent seeks an audience," the eunuch outside promptly announced in a trembling tone, barely concealing his agitation. "The regent?" Yilin rifled through the memories retained by the system. "Ah, is he the prince who, in his negligence of state affairs, was chosen by the courtiers to take charge of the overall situation? His surname seems to be a somewhat capable subordinate who once followed him in rebellion. My memory of this individual is rather vague, only recalling that he possesses formidable means, barely sustaining this crumbling dynasty from immediate collapse." Yilin languidly acknowledged with a drawl, still sprawled upon the soft dragon bed, even stifling yawn. He was curious to see which unfortunate soul was tasked with cleaning up the mess he had left behind. The heavy palace doors were slowly pushed open. A tall, slender figure stepped in, silhouetted against the glaring sunlight outside, advancing deliberately. Clad in royal attire of deep black embroidered with golden python patterns, his waist cinched with a jade belt, he bore a lean physique, his steps steady, exuding an air of cold authority befitting one who had long dwelled in power, tinged with a faint hint of bloodshed. He halted approximately 10 paces from the dragon bed, bowed, and greeted, "Your Majesty, I, Yin, pay my respects." His voice was deep and melodious, imbued with just the right measure of respect. Yilin's gaze wandered carelessly over him, but upon discerning the sharply defined profile of his lowered face in those eyes, fringed with thick lashes, a jolt surged through his heart. An absurd familiarity struck him with sudden force. Though this visage had shed its youthful naivety and despair, maturing into a cold, austere countenance, the depth of his gaze was an unfathomable abyss. This was undoubtedly Guan Yin. Was he not supposed to have perished long ago, reduced to ashes alongside the Guan clan? How could he possibly be here? And now a regent? Yiyan. Yi Lin's pupils subtly constricted, his body momentarily stiffening. Yet soon after, a wave of absurdity and exhilaration washed over him. How intriguing, remarkably delightful. He had not perished. Instead, he had adopted a new identity, infiltrating his court, even ascending to the position of regent. Was this a quest for vengeance? Yi Lin nearly burst into laughter. He had initially found this world unbearably dull. Yet upon his return, he was greeted with such an extraordinary surprise. Quickly, he suppressed the unusual expression on his face, reverting to his previously languid demeanor. Feigning a hint of annoyance at the disturbance, he elongated his tone. "Oh, it is my esteemed minister. What compels you to disrupt my peaceful slumber?" He was eager to see what tricks this resurrected Guan Yin intended to play. Kneeling below, Guan Yin, or rather Yi Yin, slowly lifted his head. His gaze was calm and unruffled, akin to a deep ancient well, precisely meeting Yi Lin's scrutinizing eyes. In his expression lay no hatred, no anger, nor even the slightest emotional fluctuation, only absolute submission and an unfathomable chill. "Your Majesty," he began, his voice horrifyingly steady. "Urgent reports from the north indicate that the Rong army has successively breached 3 cities and is advancing upon Tongwan. Following the floods in the southern frontier, rampant plague has ensued, leading to uprisings among the disaster-stricken populace, who have slain the provincial governor and seized control of the state capital. The national treasury is already depleted, unable to sustain both fronts in warfare and disaster relief." With each word he uttered, the faces of the kneeling palace maidens grew paler, their bodies trembling like leaves in the wind. The courtiers had been embroiled in disputes in the Xianzheng Hall for half a day, unable to reach a resolution. Thus, this loyal minister risked his life to implore your Majesty for a decisive judgment. He spoke of divine judgment with a tone of utmost reverence. Yet his calm and unperturbed gaze pierced like the sharpest needle toward the culprit reclining upon the dragon throne, the very architect of this calamity. It was as if he were silently declaring, "Behold, this is the ruin you have wrought." Leaning against the plush pillow, Yi Lin listened to the ominous report reminiscent of a nation's demise, and instead of displaying any hint of panic or remorse, a slow and radiant smile, both brilliant and malevolent, unfurled upon his face. How intriguing. Indeed, it was exceedingly fascinating. As the nation teetered on the brink of collapse, an enemy had the audacity to approach him, the sovereign, under the guise of a minister, to seek his guidance in the unfolding chaos. His piercing gaze fixated on the man below, who appeared submissive yet harbored a depth of resentment and schemes. The tip of his tongue brushed against his sharp canines. "Very well. Let us see who shall outmaneuver whom in this deadly game." Reclining on the dragon bed, Yi Lin listened as the regent, Yi Yin, relayed in a flat and unyielding voice the systematic unraveling of the dynasty. Rather than feeling any turmoil, it felt as though he were merely an observer of a grand performance, detached from its implications. The north was ablaze with conflict, the south ravaged by pestilence, the treasury depleted. Were these not merely the seeds he had sown in years past, now bearing fruit? It was all anticipated, even somewhat tedious. With a slight expansion of his perception, he could distinctly sense the pervasive atmosphere of despair and lethargy enveloping the opulent palace, the entire imperial city, and indeed, the nation itself. Though the courtiers maintained an outward facade of utmost respect for their sovereign, prostrating themselves in silence, beneath that veneer lay a deep-seated fear and a near-numb despair. Their dread was not of Yi Lin himself, but of the possibility that a mere misstep could render them sacrificial offerings to this crumbling dynasty. Meanwhile, the man before him, who identified himself as Yi Yin, surveyed him with a keen interest. Though he presented himself in the guise of a subordinate, reporting matters of state requiring divine judgment, his erect posture, the unwavering aura he exuded, and the seemingly respectful yet utterly cold gaze all served to reveal the true wielder of power. This vast palace, this precarious court, had likely long been under the dominion of the Yi family, or perhaps, more accurately, the Guan family. The bureaucratic institutions still functioning, the military forces that continued to resist, were likely beholden to this regent. The so-called emperor was but a puppet propped upon the dragon chair, awaiting his final hour. How increasingly fascinating it had become. One might say that Guan Yin truly deserved the title of the protagonist. Not only had he survived, but he had also clandestinely cultivated such influence. Disguised as Yin, he had lain in wait for years, ascending to the pinnacle of power, seizing control of the nation, all the while retaining the emperor's title for legitimacy. Was it for revenge, to allow Yi Lin to witness the transfer of power firsthand, to experience the bitter taste of falling from grace? Yi Lin found himself almost applauding the patience and cunning behind this vendetta. He shifted into a more comfortable position, languidly curling his fingers around the bright yellow silk quilt, interrupting Guan Yan's report. "Ah, my dear minister," he drawled, his voice elongated with the languor of someone just awakening, accompanied by a hint of careless jest. "These endless skirmishes and disasters are quite a headache. Since you are the regent, it is only fitting that you handle such matters. Why trouble me with them?" He lifted his gaze, his eyes playfully resting on Guan Yan's austere face, a smirk of amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. "Or do you, dear minister, find yourself at a loss and require my guidance?" The sarcasm in his words was almost palpable. The palace maids kneeling on the floor were terrified, wishing they could bury their heads in the carpet. Who would dare speak to the regent in such a manner? Guan Yan's demeanor faltered almost imperceptibly. Slowly, he raised his eyes, his gaze as frigid as winter's ice, directly confronting the man on the dragon bed, whose innocent yet malicious smile was infuriating. His eyes were searching, trying to uncover any trace of pretense or fear on Yi Lin's face. Yet, all he perceived was sheer indifference, coupled with a mocking understanding of everything. As if he were utterly unconcerned. Guan Yan's fingers curled slightly within his sleeves, yet his face remained a mask of subservience. His voice turned even colder. "Your Majesty jests. Such significant matters of state are not for me to decide alone. Naturally, it is your prerogative to wield absolute authority." Absolute authority? Yi Lin seemed to find this notion amusing, bursting into laughter that echoed harshly in the vast hall. "At this moment, I am merely curious whether our lunch will consist of deer tendons or bear paws. You may decide accordingly." He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies, his tone laced with evident impatience. "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I have yet to enjoy enough rest." With that, Hian genuinely turned over and buried his head beneath the quilt, adopting an unmistakable posture of not wanting to be disturbed. He was the epitome of a complete and utter tyrant. Guan Yin stood rooted in place, observing the figure obscured by the quilt, yet unable to conceal its form. His eyes were clouded, reminiscent of a turbulent sea before a storm. His fingers slowly tightened into a fist, the knuckles paling with strain. He had imagined countless scenarios of facing this adversary again, filled with anger, fear, pleas for mercy, even desperate struggles, but never had he envisioned such utter disregard and contempt. As if his years of patience, meticulous plotting, and every step toward vengeance were deemed less significant than a mere meal. A furious blaze of being profoundly underestimated mixed with deep-seated hatred raged within his chest. Yet, he ultimately relaxed his fist. It was not yet the time. One day, he would ensure that this man paid the price he deserved. "As you command." Guan Yin forced these words through gritted teeth, his voice low and menacing. He cast one last penetrating glance at the mound of quilted fabric, then turned and strode away, the hem of his dark robe slicing through the air with a cold precision. The heavy palace door closed with a resounding thud, sealing the interior from the outside world. Yi Lin suddenly threw off the quilt and sat up. Any trace of sleep vanished from his face, replaced with exhilaration and mischief. Indeed, it was him, the suffocating hatred, despite being a distance of merely 10 feet away, was palpable to him. It was quite an act indeed, my esteemed regent. He licked his lips, a malevolent glimmer flickering in his eyes. Is this nation beyond salvation? No matter. Are the people around him fearful of Guan Yin? Irrelevant. Even if Guan Yin seeks revenge? Splendid. He was lamenting the lack of occupation upon his return. What a delightful diversion had presented itself. He was eager to witness how long Guan Yin intended to perform this charade of a loyal minister-regent. and by what means he would ultimately tear asunder this final veil of pretense. As for the fall of the kingdom, Yelin shuruk indifferently. If it were to perish, so be it. It was not his realm, after all. First, he needed to devise a method to diminish Guan Yan's animosity. Yilin reclined upon the opulent yet frigid dragon bed, his fingertips gliding over the trembling hands of a eunuch presenting a secret edict, chronicling the regent knight Yan's recent policies and measures. The more he perused, the fainter the smirk upon his lips became, until it vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling realization. Fortifying the borders? Rectifying the bureaucracy? Reforming taxation? Even covertly purging the loyal ministers who remained faithful to the Yi family, replacing them with untainted, obedient new blood? Each of these actions was not merely supporting this teetering dynasty. They were systematically extracting the marrow and replacing the blood, silently consolidating the nation's power while simultaneously paving the way for the restoration of the Guan dynasty. The calmness, iron-fisted resolve, and far-sighted strategy reflected in the lines of the secret edict made Yilin acutely aware that Guan Yan's hatred had transcended mere personal vendetta. It had transformed into a more terrifying and unwavering conviction for the restoration of his nation. This hatred, rooted in bloodlines and national identity, was nearly impossible to eradicate or reverse. Diminishing the hatred? Yilin scoffed, carelessly discarding the secret edict. There was no hope. The mission was likely doomed to failure. Before the cold despair could fully consume Yilin's nerves, a bolder thought, more aligned with his serpentine nature, surged forth. Since eradicating the hatred was futile, why persist in a fruitless struggle? He recalled that his serpent demon form, though not an ancient powerhouse, had unexpectedly awakened a faint temporal ability due to his prolonged existence. There was no need to alter the course of fate, merely a precise retracing of a brief moment in time. Back to the initial encounter with Guan Yin, when he was still an ordinary person, entirely ignorant of him, and perhaps even harboring gratitude. At that point, he would simply need to conceal his identity, keep his distance, or masquerade as a harmless passerby, enduring the system's mandated decade. Once the time had elapsed, he could naturally be transported away from this chaotic mess. The plan was set. Yilin almost immediately summoned the demon core he had cultivated for years. The demonic energy surged, reaching the nearly forgotten temporal imprint hidden deep within his bloodline. However, the anticipated temporal ripple did not manifest. Instead, an exceedingly faint yet soul-shattering crack echoed from the demon core. Subsequently, an indescribable agony, akin to his very soul being violently torn asunder, erupted from the core, engulfing his entire being in an instant. Yilin could not emit a complete scream. A fragmented groan of agony escaped his throat. Suddenly, darkness engulfed his vision, and he felt as if all his bones had been extracted, collapsing softly from the dragon bed to the cold ground below. Had the demon core shattered? Was it due to the excessive consumption of forcibly casting the temporal prohibition technique, or had the indulgence during system custody harmed the essence? Or was it the world itself rejecting the demonic beings? Yilin could not contemplate any of this. The excruciating pain threatened to obliterate his consciousness. Cold sweat drenched his inner garments, and his body curled into a tight ball, uncontrollably convulsing. Each breath tugged at the shattered demon core, inflicting a new round of torment. His vision twisted and blurred, and his hearing grew distant, reduced to the sound of his own heavy, chaotic breaths and the chattering of his teeth. It was over. This time, he had truly gone too far. Just as he teetered on the brink of complete oblivion, a strange force enveloped his broken body, and a dizzying sensation of temporal distortion struck him. When he opened his eyes again, piercing sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting fragmented beams upon him. The air was rich with the scents of grass, earth, and a hint of blossoms, while the melodious chirping of birds and the gentle babbling of a stream filled his ears. Had he succeeded? Had he truly returned to the past? Yet, this thought was fleeting, swiftly shattered by a wave of even more intense pain. The agony of the shattered demon core had not diminished with the shift in time and space. Rather, it seemed to intensify due to the youthful state of this body. He lay prostrate on the damp grass by the stream, devoid of the strength to move even a finger, his complexion pale as a ghost, and his lips bloodied from biting. Footsteps approached, quick and drawing nearer. "What is wrong with you?" A youthful voice, clear yet tinged with evident concern, resonated above him. Yilin struggled to lift his eyelids, and through his foggy vision, he beheld a face that, though still somewhat youthful, bore the handsome contours of maturity. It was Guan Yin, much younger Guan Yin, dressed in simple cloth garments, yet his innate noble aura could not be concealed. At this moment, those clear eyes were wide open, brimming with astonishment and care, devoid of any shadow or resentment. He had truly returned to the time when they had just met. "It hurts," Yilin managed to force out, his voice barely a whisper, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. At that moment, his vulnerability and pain were utterly unmasked. The young Guan Yin, clearly unaccustomed to such a sight, became flustered. He knelt down, hesitating to touch the trembling, otherworldly beautiful boy before him. "What does it hurt? Are you injured?" I'll take you to see a doctor." Guan Yin's voice, filled with urgent reassurance, was accompanied by his frantic attempts to help him rise. "No, I don't need a doctor." Yilin grasped his wrist, feeling its icy touch, yet the strength was astonishing. "Don't move. Let me recover slowly." What he needed was spiritual energy, something that could nourish the demon core. What use was a mortal doctor? Guan Yin winced at the grip, but dared not pull away, maintaining a half-squatting position, helplessly gazing at him with furrowed brows. "But you look very unwell. It's dangerous for you to be alone in this wild place. My home is nearby. Why don't you come rest there for a while?" His proposal stemmed purely from benevolence, and the purity in his gaze rendered Yilin momentarily dazed. Overwhelmed by pain, Yilin's consciousness wavered, yet he instinctively sensed his surroundings. Suddenly, he became acutely aware that the young prince before him radiated an extraordinarily pure aura, which offered a faint solace to his currently shattered demon core. It was the essence of a dragon. Although exceedingly tenuous and nearly imperceptible, Guan Yin, destined to become the emperor, indeed bore a trace of weak, unawakened dragon energy. For Yilin, whose demon core lay fragmented and desperately in need of nourishment, it was akin to a drop of refreshing spring water in the desert. The agonizing pain and instinct for survival overshadowed all else, compelling Yilin to make an immediate decision. He lifted his tear-streaked eyes to Guan Yin, his voice frail yet tinged with a hint of dependence. "Is that truly possible? Would it trouble you too much?" The sight of this fragile yet strikingly beautiful figure, bravely enduring pain, struck Guan Yin deeply. His heart instantly softened, casting aside any lingering wariness, and he quickly nodded. "Not at all. It's no trouble. Can you walk? I'll carry you." He turned around and carefully hoisted Yilin onto his back. Yilin's body felt light, trembling slightly, his warm breath brushing against Guan Yin's neck, carrying an elusive, peculiar fragrance. Guan Yin's ears flushed slightly, his heart raced, yet he maintained steady footing, wary of jostling the injured figure he bore. "What is your name? How did you end up here alone?" Guan Yin gently inquired, attempting to divert Yilin's attention. "Yilin," came the muffled response, as he buried his face against the not particularly broad, yet surprisingly reassuring back. His voice was thick with pain. "I encountered some ill-intentioned individuals." He fabricated the lie casually, while his mind raced with calculations. With his demon core shattered and recovery seeming a distant hope, and given the world's scant spiritual energy, Guan Yin's faint dragon energy, albeit weak, was currently the only thing that could alleviate his suffering and perhaps even aid in mending his demon core. Remaining close to Guan Yin was the most prudent choice. As long as he concealed his identity and refrained from harming Guan Yin or his kin, it seemed feasible to survive quietly for 10 years. Guan Yin placed his complete trust in him, carrying him back to a secluded yet elegantly simple courtyard, a property left by his maternal clan and his temporary refuge from court intrigues. He gently laid Yilin on the soft bedding of the guest room, fetched warm water, and clumsily yet attentively wiped away the sweat and blood from his face, bustling about to prepare soup and food, despite Yilin's repeated insistence that he needed no medicine. "You should rest here and recover." We'll discuss things when you're better, Guan Yin said, seated by the bedside, gazing at Yilin, who curled under the covers. His complexion still pale, but slightly eased by Guan Yan's care. His eyes radiated sincerity and warmth. There aren't too many visitors here. It's very safe. As Yilin observed Guan Yin's diligent figure and those clear, compassionate eyes, the excruciating pain in his demon core seemed to wane a little. He lowered his eyelashes, concealing the complexity of emotions beneath, and softly murmured in acknowledgement. Half-heartedly yielding to the current flow of circumstance, he allowed the situation to unfold naturally. Thus, Yilin settled into the quaint courtyard of Guan Yin. Guan Yin attended to him with unwavering devotion, granting him every wish and concern. The finest chamber was reserved for him, the softest bedding laid upon him, and the rare medicinal herbs and supplements, painstakingly sourced, were prioritized for his use. In an effort to alleviate his boredom, Guan Yin would even read various tales and books aloud to him. Yilin luxuriated in this meticulous care, a luxury he had either longed for or perhaps had never experienced. While he greedily absorbed the faint traces of dragon energy emanating from Guan Yin to soothe his pain and nurture his shattered demon core, all the while calculating the passage of time in his mind. 1 year, 2 years passed, and Guan Yan's kindness towards him only deepened, the concern in his gaze intensifying, even tinged with a hint of youthful emotion that he himself had not yet recognized. Meanwhile, Yilin, amidst the agony of his demon core and the solace of the dragon energy, played the role of a fragile, quiet soul in need of protection with a complex mindset. He constantly reminded himself, the mission comes first. Endure. Once the time is right, he would leave without hesitation. Guan Yan's current tenderness was merely an illusion rooted in ignorance. As time slipped by, Yilin remained in Guan Yan's hidden courtyard for nearly 3 years. The torment from his shattered demon core had not entirely dissipated. Yet the increasingly potent dragon energy from Guan Yin acted like a gentle elixir, significantly alleviating his suffering, even hinting at the faintest signs of self-repair in his broken demon core. Throughout these 3 years, the turmoil of the outside world did not cease. The old emperor's health declined, and the court was rife with undercurrents, as several elder princes fought fiercely for the position of crown prince, their rivalry reaching a boiling point. As a marginalized prince, Guan Yin should have remained inconspicuous amidst the storm for succession. However, the ailing emperor, whether by some inscrutable reasoning, having perceived the inadequacies of his other sons, recalling the merits of Guan Yan's maternal lineage, or perhaps guided by an unseen fate, unexpectedly defied all expectations and decreed the crown prince title be bestowed upon this nearly forgotten young prince. When the news arrived, Guan Yin was beneath the bamboo grove in the courtyard, reading a travelogue to Yilin. The sharp voice of the eunuch delivering the edict shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Upon receiving the decree, Guan Yan's expression bore little joy. Instead, his brow furrowed, and his gaze towards Yilin revealed an unmistakable concern. The title of crown prince was a position of honor, yet it also bore immense peril and shackles. Would he be able to protect this fragile person who relied on him amidst the ensuing chaos? Leaning against the soft couch, draped in the silver fox fur that Guan Yin had specially sought for him, Yilin's complexion remained paler than usual. At the news, he merely raised his eyelashes slightly, a flicker of faint realization and calculation passing through his eyes. Indeed, the destined one, even if temporarily obscured, would ultimately reveal his brilliance. The dragon energy surrounding Guan Yin began to visibly swell and solidify from the moment he was proclaimed crown prince. For Yilin, this was akin to a heavenly blessing. The more robust dragon energy signified that his demon core could be nurtured more swiftly, alleviating his pain and even accelerating his recovery. With the drastic shift in status, Guan Yin himself was undergoing a rapid transformation. As the last vestiges of youth faded away, he grew taller and more imposing, his broad shoulders capable of bearing the weight of a prince's crown. His facial features became increasingly defined and ruggedly handsome, evoking a sense of breathless admiration. A dignified and composed aura settled within his brows, while his profound gaze obscured the emotions hidden therein. In his movements, whether standing or sitting, he exuded an undeniable gravitas that commanded respect without the need for anger. He continued to protect Yi Lin with utmost diligence, even deploying the authority of the Crown Prince to discreetly arrange for Yi Lin's safety within the most serene and secure chambers of the East Palace, assigning unwaveringly loyal guards to shield him from all prying eyes. His care for Yi Lin was meticulous. With his elevated status came better resources, and treasures as well as rare medicinal herbs flowed into Yi Lin's quarters like a steady stream. Yet, the time he could spend with Yi Lin inevitably diminished. The court was bustling with affairs, and enemies lurked at every corner, making each step feel as precarious as walking on thin ice. Yi Lin relished the increasingly pure essence of dragon energy that nourished him, observing Guan Yin's rising power and charisma, which stirred within him a desire to assist. Supporting Guan Yin in solidifying his position would, in turn, fortify his own access to this invaluable healing resource. Moreover, the task required survival for a decade. The more stable Guan Yin's position, the safer he would be. Thus, during one visit when Guan Yin appeared before him, fatigue barely concealed in his features as he mentioned a particularly vexing issue faced in the court. Yi Lin, seemingly nonchalant, gazed at him with his still delicate and gentle eyes and softly proposed a suggestion that appeared simple yet struck at the heart of the problem. Initially, Guan Yin paid little mind, attributing it to Yi Lin's cleverness as a mere comfort. However, upon reflection, he found his thoughts clarified. Following the advice indeed led to a successful resolution of the crisis. From that moment on, Guan Yin would occasionally discuss court matters with Yi Lin during his visits. Yi Lin would recline on the couch, wrapped in furs, portraying a fragile figure in need of protection. Yet whenever he spoke, his insights revealed profound truths, deftly offering precise and incisive strategies. Guan Yin transitioned from initial astonishment to awe, ultimately arriving at an unwavering belief in Yi Lin's intellect. His gaze towards Yi Lin grew increasingly intricate, filled with compassion for his frail health, admiration for his unparalleled wisdom, reliance on his ingenious counsel during perilous times, and an indulgence in the trust and dependence Yi Lin occasionally exhibited. An indescribable sentiment burgeoned within Guan Yin's heart. He recognized the impropriety of his feelings. He understood Yi Lin's mysterious status and frail constitution, and he was acutely aware that, as the Crown Prince, he should not possess such vulnerabilities. Yet, he found himself unable to restrain his emotions. Each time he returned from the tumultuous court to find Yi Lin quietly awaiting him in that tranquil chamber, his clear and luminous eyes gazing up at him, gently inquiring if he was weary, all his fatigue and tension seemed to vanish in an instant. He could not help but sit beside Yi Lin, tenderly smoothing his disheveled hair, relishing the cool touch of his fingertips. He would dismiss the attendants and personally administer his medicine, patiently soothing him, and in the stillness of the night, after completing his duties, he would find himself standing quietly outside Yi Lin's chamber, relishing a moment of peace in his presence. His affection had long transcended mere sympathy and care, evolving into a profound, oppressive desire for possession and protection that threatened to engulf him entirely. Yi Lin observed all of this with keen awareness, fully cognizant of the underlying dynamics. Calmly, he leveraged Guan Yin's feelings to fortify his own healing environment and security, all while silently calculating the time remaining. Under the increasingly potent nurturing of the dragon energy, the shattered remnants of his demon Dan exhibited the faintest signs of healing, though restoration remained a distant prospect. Nevertheless, the pain had diminished significantly, allowing him to focus more intently on embodying the role of a feeble strategist. Guan Yin's dragon energy grew ever more robust, his position increasingly secure, and his affection for Yi Lin deepened correspondingly. Everything unfolded according to Yi Lin's meticulously crafted plan. With just a few more years to endure until the task's completion, Yi Lin lowered his eyelashes, concealing the fleeting glimmer of coldness in his gaze. As for Guan Yin's heavy, nearly unmasked affection, what concern was that of his? merely a serendipitous resource for his healing and mission, one that could be discarded at a moment's notice. Chapter 36. The Malevolent Serpent Demon. The Crown Prince's ascendance, the somber toll of the bell marking the late emperor's passing resonated throughout every corner of the imperial city, casting the nation into mourning. Yet, a country cannot be without a sovereign, especially in these turbulent times fraught with internal strife and external threats. Under Yi Lin's precise and unfaltering machinations from behind the scenes, coupled with Guan Yan's increasingly evident composure and iron-fisted tactics, the previously tumultuous struggle for the throne unexpectedly subsided with remarkable swiftness. Guan Yin, with undeniable advantage and the legitimacy conferred by the late emperor's edict, ascended the throne smoothly, becoming the emperor and establishing a new era of stability. The coronation ceremony was both grand and oppressive. Clad in the intricate, weighty 12-chapter patterned robes and adorned with the 12-crest crown, Guan Yin ascended the exalted throne step by step. In that moment, the dragon energy coalescing around him reached an unprecedented zenith, shimmering with golden light, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty that compelled all officials to collectively hold their breath and bow their heads in reverence. Naturally, Yi Lin did not make an appearance at the ceremony. He remained carefully concealed in the deepest, most secretive palace, guarded with utmost vigilance, akin to a priceless treasure shielded from prying eyes. However, through special channels, he acutely sensed the soaring, pure dragon energy. For him, who urgently needed the dragon energy to nurture his demon Dan, this was a tremendous boon. The more stable Guan Yan's position, the stronger the dragon energy. Thus, his recovery should hasten accordingly. Yet, a curious phenomenon began to unfold. Shortly after Guan Yan's ascendance, Yi Lin started to experience an inexplicable chill with increasing frequency. Initially, it was merely an occasional, subtle coldness, akin to a fleeting gust of wind brushing against his very marrow, soon dissipating without concern, dismissed as a minor aftereffect of his unhealed demon Dan. However, this chill soon manifested more frequently and with escalating intensity. Sometimes it struck upon waking from a midday slumber, at other times when Guan Yin visited him after court, still bearing the lingering authority of the morning assembly, and, at times, it arrived with no warning whatsoever. It was a bone-chilling cold, as if capable of freezing one's very soul. The chilling sensation did not stem from the external temperature, but rather emanated from the depths of his shattered demon core, instantly engulfing his entire being, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an ice cavern, with his blood seemingly on the verge of freezing. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, his fingertips turned cold and bluish, and even the long lashes occasionally bore a delicate layer of white frost. He was compelled to wrap himself in thicker furs, ordering the palace attendants to stoke the dragon fire to its utmost intensity, cradling a hand warmer throughout the day. Yet he remained unable to dispel the penetrating cold that seeped from within. Guan Yin soon noticed his unusual condition. One day, after hastily concluding court, Guan Yin rushed in, still imbued with the ink scent from the imperial study and the regal, imposing aura that accompanied a sovereign. Habitually, he reached out to grasp Yi Lin's hand, only to be taken aback by its icy touch, akin to jade. A closer inspection revealed Yi Lin curled up within the thick quilt, his complexion pale to the point of translucency, his lips tinged with a faint purplish hue, and his body trembling slightly. Lin, Guan Yin's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately dismissed all attendants, hastening forward to envelop both Yi Lin and the quilt in his embrace. The icy tremors he felt sent a pang of concern through his heart. What is happening? How can you be this cold? Summoned the imperial physician. No physician. Yi Lin grasped his sleeve, his voice so faint it was nearly inaudible, each breath exhaling a cloud of icy vapor. It's just my old affliction. Just hold me. He instinctively nestled deeper into Guan Yin's warm embrace. Strangely, though the dragon energy radiating from Guan Yin should have been fiercely warm at that moment, it became the sole source of heat he could perceive, slightly alleviating the bone-chilling cold. Guan Yin held him tightly, using his own warmth to thaw him. his large hand continuously stroking Yilin's cold spine, his tone laced with urgency and concern. How can this be an old affliction? Though once frail, I have never seen you so cold. Surely the palace is insufficiently warm, or perhaps those servants are inattentive. I will, truly, it's nothing, Yilin interrupted, burying his face against Guan Yin's chest, which bore the scent of dragon saliva, greedily drawing in that scant warmth. Yet his body continued to tremble uncontrollably. Just hold me, don't leave. In this moment of dependency and vulnerability, half genuine and half feigned, the cold was undeniably real, as was the need for warmth. Yet, more than that, it was a test. A strategic endeavor to discern the source of this sudden chill and whether it was connected to the sudden surge of dragon energy emanating from Guan Yin. Guan Yin, softened by Yilin's complete dependence, had no inclination to press for answers, tightening his embrace. Pulling together all the blankets and furs he could find to cocoon them both, softly whispering reassurance. All right, I want to leave. I will hold you always. You need not fear. Warmth will soon return. To an outsider, the Emperor's tender words and careful demeanor might have been astonishing. However, as he embraced the cold, trembling body within his arms, a flicker of barely perceptible doubt and contemplation crossed the depths of Guan Yin's profound gaze. He was not oblivious to Yilin's anomalies. This sudden, strange chill was far from an ordinary ailment, and the intricate, almost otherworldly schemes surrounding Yilin's identity were certainly not as simple as they appeared. Yet, he chose to remain silent, asking nothing. He tightened his embrace around the person in his arms, as if to transfer all the warmth from his body. Yilin, enveloped in the warmth and the gradually dissipating chill of the dragon's aura, slowly ceased his trembling, yet his consciousness became increasingly lucid. The source of this chilling cold was too strange, particularly manifesting at the time of Guan Yin's ascension, when the dragon's energy was at its zenith. Could it be that this true dragon's energy, in conjunction with his monstrous constitution, had ultimately led to a repulsion? A foreboding sense of unease quietly surfaced in his heart. If this were the case, could he survive the remaining years in peace? Instinctively, he tightened his grip on Guan Yin's clothing. No matter what, until his demon core had sufficiently recovered or the mission's time limit had expired, he could not let go of this lifeline that was Guan Yin. Guan Yin, sensing his subtle movement, lowered his head to gaze at the pale profile and the trembling lashes of the person in his arms, his eyes brimming with a tenderness that nearly overflowed. Yet, beneath that affection lay a deep-seated, ineffable darkness of possession and inquiry. His Lin brother seemed to harbor many secrets. But that was of little concern. He would unravel them slowly. Regardless, this person was one he would never relinquish. The bone-chilling, cold, tormented Yilin like a relentless affliction, gnawing at him day and night. Even though he was held closely by Guan Yin, warmed by the body heat of the true Dragon Emperor and the increasingly potent dragon aura, it could only barely dispel the superficial cold. The frigid essence emanating from his demon core continued to gnaw insistently at his soul, rendering him ever weaker and diminishing his moments of lucidity. Guan Yin's anxiety grew with each passing day. He had dismissed court for several days, relocating all state affairs to the outer hall of Yilin's chamber. Yet his gaze frequently pierced through the beaded curtain, landing on the curled-up, trembling figure on the bed. All the imperial physicians from the Royal Medical Bureau had been summoned, trembling as they took turns examining him, but each one wore a troubled expression, unable to ascertain any cause of illness. Their prescriptions for warming tonics sank into oblivion, proving utterly ineffective. Guan Yin's countenance darkened with each day, and the atmosphere within the hall grew stifling, akin to the eerie stillness before storm. Yilin struggled in the torment of ice and fire for a full half-month, his awareness oscillating between clarity and haze. He understood that if this continued, not only would he fail to complete his mission, but this body would also be utterly frozen by the bizarre chill. There was no time to waste. During a fleeting moment of clarity, he seized Guan Yin's wrist, which he had been using to wipe away his cold sweat. His fingertips were icy and piercing, yet the strength behind them was astonishing, fueled by desperation. Guan Yin, with a voice hoarse and broken, spoke each word laced with the icy chill. "Help me, for you are the only one who can." Guan Yin grasped his cold hand in return, attempting to warm him with his own body heat. His eyes filled with an overwhelming pain and urgency. "I am here. What must I do? Speak. If it is my heart's blood you require, I shall offer it immediately." Yilin weakly shook his head, an unnatural flush rising on his pale face. He leaned closer to Guan Yin's ear, summoning his final strength to articulate an ancient secret method, requiring Guan Yin to guide his own dragon energy, pressing his palm against Yilin's, gradually channeling it into his heart's pulse and dantian to help harmonize the icy cold within him. Upon uttering those brief words, he seemed to exhaust every ounce of his strength, collapsing weakly, his eyes misted with a chilling vapor, gazing at Guan Yin with a desperate plea. Guan Yin felt a tremor course through him, channeling dragon energy, palms touching, transferring into the heart meridian and dantian. He gazed incredulously at the fragile being in his arms, contemplating the profound yet fundamental method that had been revealed to him. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged within him: shock, disbelief, followed by an indescribable upheaval and a profound impact of complete trust, a life entrusted to him. Lin had disclosed such a secret, pivotal to life itself. What immense trust and reliance this entailed. "Very well, I shall assist you. I shall do so without delay." Guan Yin's voice, imbued with solemnity, carried a slight weight. No longer hesitating, he gently laid Yilin down, shedding his boots to lie beside him. Following the method's guidance, he calmed his mind and spirit, slowly mobilizing his increasingly pure and substantial dragon energy. He extended his hands, warm palms softly resting on Yilin's heart and chi-si, his movements solemn and cautious. As their breaths began to intertwine through their palms and bodies, when Guan Yin's vast and gentle dragon energy flowed into Yilin's frigid, fragmented meridians like the first rays of warm sunlight, an unexpected transformation ensued. The originally gentle method encountered a subtle clash with the essence of the true dragon energy and the demon core, resulting in unforeseen changes. Guan Yin's dragon energy was abruptly invigorated, becoming extraordinarily lively and powerful, no longer a mere trickle, but a warm torrent, uncontrollably surging into Yilin's meridians. Yilin let out a muffled groan, his body jolting. The sensation transformed from mere coldness to being engulfed by a warm tide. An overwhelmingly potent force, gently yet irresistibly sweeping through his limbs and bones. The shattered demon core trembled violently under the sudden nurturing of the pure, yang dragon energy, as if finding refreshing rain after a long drought. Yet the surfeit brought waves of tearing pain. Guan Yin immediately sensed the abnormal acceleration of the dragon energy's output and Yilin's intense reactions. Alarmed, he attempted to control the intensity, only to find the dragon energy seemed to possess its own will, greedily rushing towards the other, striving to dispel all chill. He watched as Yilin's brows furrowed tightly, his complexion turning pale, and his body trembling slightly, a sense of unprecedented anxiety and protective instinct gripping him. Rather than withdrawing, he steadied his stance, exerting utmost effort to regulate the flow of dragon energy, confining it within the gentlest possible limits. His eyes were filled with concern and determination, all his focus attuned to sensing Yilin's condition, cautiously guiding that force. "Endure it a little longer, Lin." Guan Yin's voice was low and filled with regret, yet undeniably resolute. "Relax, I am here." Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his face no longer a ghastly pallor, but rather emanating a frail warmth. The bone-chilling cold that had entwined him for half a month was truly being temporarily dispelled by this unexpected yet profound exchange of energies. Exhausted, he leaned forward, resting his forehead gently against Guan Yin's shoulder, his breath rapid and faint. Guan Yin swiftly withdrew his hand, cautiously supporting the limp body of Yilin, allowing him to lean against his embrace. As he gazed at Yilin's sweat-drenched temples and weary visage, an overwhelming sense of guilt and compassion surged within him. "Sleep now," he softly vowed, gently placing him back onto the couch and covering him with a silk quilt. I shall watch over you. Yet, the method employed to dispel the cold was far more profound than Yilin had initially anticipated. Chapter 37. The Malevolent Serpent Demon. Warmth. Yilin awoke in an extraordinarily peculiar state of comfort. The bone-chilling cold had vanished, replaced by a soothing warmth, akin to being enveloped in the waters of a hot spring. Only the lingering memories reminded him of the unexpectedly harrowing ordeal he had just endured. As he opened his eyes, the first sight that greeted him was the enlarged, handsome face of Guanyin. He lay on his side, propping his head on one hand, gazing intently at Yilin with eyes brimming with an almost overwhelming tenderness and concern. A stark contrast to the man from the previous night who seemed intent on devouring him whole. Awake? Guanyin's voice was low and gentle, tinged with the slight rasp of mourning. He tenderly brushed aside the stray locks from Yilin's forehead. How do you feel? Still cold? His tone and demeanor were so considerate, as if Yilin were fragile glass. For a moment, Yilin found himself in a daze, questioning whether the torment of the previous night had been nothing more than a nightmare. Yet everything around him silently testified to its reality. He parted his lips, wishing to express his frustration, but the thought of that damned cold, which could return at any moment, forced him to swallow his words. Upon introspecting his demon core, he discovered that the stubborn chill had indeed been dispelled. Though the core itself remained fractured, its condition seemed to have stabilized, albeit slightly. It was effective. The process had been harrowing, yet it truly worked. I'm no longer cold. Yilin lowered his eyelashes, his voice still somewhat hoarse, tinged with a barely perceptible awkwardness and grievance. He found it impossible to express overwhelming gratitude for the events of the previous night. Guanyin appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, a gentle smile curving his lips as he leaned down to place a feather-like kiss on Yilin's smooth forehead. That's good. You frightened me last night. His tone carried just the right amount of lingering fear and concern, as if he had entirely forgotten that he was the one who had instigated the ordeal. Yilin thought to himself. He had nearly lost his breath. Yet, Guanyin seemed oblivious to his silent indignation, continuing in that dangerously tender tone, cautiously inquiring, then, Dear Lin, should we resort to such measures again if you feel cold in the future? His question was exceedingly subtle, even infused with a hint of probing and respect, as if he would immediately cease this method should Yilin utter a single no. Yilin shot him a glare. Stop pretending. Why didn't you ask me last night if I wanted this? But what choice did he have? The cold affliction was unbearable, and this dual cultivation technique seemed to provide even a slight benefit to his demon core. Compared to the possibility of being frozen to death or having his core shatter completely, acceptance seemed the only option. He had to endure for the sake of the task. After a moment of inner turmoil, Yilin ultimately surrendered and closed his eyes, forcing out a few words through clenched teeth. It seemed there was no other way. His voice was barely audible, yet his ears betrayed him, turning crimson uncontrollably. A flicker of triumphant, shadowy light briefly crossed Guanyin's eyes. It was quickly enveloped by a deeper tenderness. He embraced Yilin with immeasurable affection, gently rubbing his chin against Yilin's crown. His tone serious, as if making a solemn vow. Very well. As long as you treat Lin well, I shall endure anything. Yilin lay stiffly in his embrace, internally berating him. You clearly relish this. Why pretend to be a big bad wolf? However, this remedy, though effective, bore a fatal flaw. Its duration was far too fleeting. Within just 3 to 5 days, that familiar, lingering chill began to seep out once more from the depths of the demon core. Though not as fierce as before, it was enough to render Yilin's limbs icy and his complexion pale. He attempted to resist with his inner energy or endure with a hand warmer, but the results were negligible. The chill seemed intent on being dispelled only by a particular remedy, stubbornly entrenched, gradually devouring his warmth and willpower. After enduring yet another night of shivering and sleeplessness, Yilin gazed at his pale, haggard reflection in the mirror, ultimately surrendering his struggle. That evening, after Guanyin had finished his state affairs, he, as usual, came to visit him. Yilin was wrapped in a thick blanket, sitting on the bed, his gaze wandering, Unable to meet Guan Yan's eyes, his fingers unconsciously twisting the blanket's edge, exuding an air of hesitation and difficulty in speaking. Guan Yin, understanding yet feigning ignorance, gently inquired, "What troubles you? Are you feeling cold again? Should I have the servants bring in more braziers?" Yilin bit his lip, took a deep breath as if summoning great resolve, and spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper, laced with tremors, "The braziers are of no use." Yilin nearly buried his face in the blanket. Upon uttering this, he wished he could vanish into the ground. Guan Yin observed his mortified and furious demeanor, the dark beast within him nearly roaring with excitement. Yet, he maintained a facade of gentleness, even tinged with concern. He approached and sat by the edge of the bed, tenderly grasping Yilin's icy fingers, his tone filled with difficulty and pity. "Lin, it is not that I am unwilling. It pains me to see you suffer so. This method ultimately takes too great a toll on your body." Upon hearing this, Yilin grew frantic. He did not want to be exhausted. He needed to be exhausted. He was on the verge of freezing to death. Abandoning all sense of shame, he grasped Guan Yan's hand, lifting his misty, tear-filled eyes, pleading with a quivering voice. "No, do not exhaust me. I need it." Guan Yin seemed struck by this rare display of dependence and supplication, his gaze darkening momentarily. He fell silent, as if engaged in an intense internal struggle, before finally, with an air of resignation, he embraced Yilin, conceding, "Very well, since this is your wish, I shall comply. If you feel unwell, do let me know," he added, his tone so gentle it seemed to drip with sincerity. Yilin nodded vigorously, yet inwardly thought, what good would it do to tell you? However, when Guan Yin came to him once more, Yilin despairingly realized that this man had no intention of adhering to the so-called spiritual practice. Guan Yin seemed intent on reclaiming all the passion and worry he had restrained over the past few days, with interest. Tears brimmed in Yilin's eyes. The only solace was that the damned chill had indeed been completely dispelled. In the aftermath, Guan Yin, thoroughly satisfied, cradled the slumbering Yilin, his fingers tenderly brushing against the damp strands of hair at his temples, his gaze profound as the night sky. From then on, Yilin's nightly requests to share a bed were gladly accepted and meticulously adhered to by Guan Yin, night after night, without interruption. The decade loomed like an hourglass suspended above, and Yilin was acutely aware, ever vigilant. Yet the body's inclinations often succumbed to habit before the will did. He grew increasingly accustomed to falling asleep in Guan Yan's embrace. Initially, it was a deliberate endeavor, a means to draw upon the soothing essence of the true dragon's purple chi. However, as time passed, the warmth, the tranquility, and even the refreshing scent emanating from Guan Yin became the most exquisite balm for his restless spirit. His body remembered this comfort. At bedtime, it would unconsciously gravitate towards the source of warmth, seeking the most stable position. Guan Yin welcomed this development with quiet delight, unaware of the secret of Yilin's demon core, believing instead that his daily acts of kindness had finally melted the defenses of this seemingly aloof and frail friend, fostering a growing dependence that allowed Yilin to let down his guard. This sense of being relied upon and needed greatly satisfied a deeply buried emotional need within Guan Yin. He would naturally enfold Yilin's cold hands and feet within his own, using his warmth to comfort him. He would adjust his position to ensure Yilin slept more soundly when he unconsciously leaned closer, and in the middle of the night, he would instinctively check Yilin's breath, reassured by the knowledge that he was well before drifting back into slumber. This intimacy had long transcended the boundaries of ordinary rulers and subjects, or even close friends, yet Guan Yin reveled in it, savoring every moment. "Lin, the recent spring chill has been quite biting, especially at night. I've ordered an additional heater," Guan Yin remarked, reviewing documents while addressing Yilin, who sat nearby on a soft couch, engrossed in a book. His gaze lingered on Yilin's still slender attire, and he frowned slightly. Yilin looked up from his scroll, his profile softened by the warm light, and his pale cheeks bore a rare flush due to the room's warmth. He acknowledged with a soft HM, returning his attention to the pages, his demeanor relaxed and at ease, as if entirely accustomed to such meticulous care. Seeing him in this state softened Guan Yan's heart. He set down his brush and moved to sit beside Yilin, naturally extending his hand to grasp the one resting on the latter's knee. It remained cool to the touch. "Your hands are still so cold," Guan Yin remarked, his tone tinged with a mix of exasperation and affection, wrapping his warm hands around Yilin's slender, icy one, gently rubbing it in an attempt to transfer warmth. It seemed the heater was of little use. "Tonight, I shall hold you as we sleep," he stated with utmost ease, as if it were a matter of course. Yilin's fingers paused imperceptibly on the pages. Had it been 2 years prior, he would have scoffed inwardly, deeming Guan Yin presumptuous. Yet now, he merely lifted his gaze, casting a glance at Guan Yin. The latter's eyes were open and sincere, filled with genuine concern and a tenderness that Yilin found no desire to analyze. Very well. After all, there were less than 2 years remaining. This body indeed craved that warmth and nurturing. He acquiesced. Yilin emitted a faint syllable from his nostrils, signifying acquiescence. He did not withdraw his hand, allowing Guan Yin to warm it, his gaze returning to the scroll as if this were a trivial matter. This posture of tacit acceptance, tinged with a hint of submission, caused Guan Yan's heart to skip a beat. Observing Yilin's lowered brow and long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes, he appeared focused and serene, exhibiting no aversion to the affectionate gesture. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and deeper stirring spread within Guan Yan's chest as he held Yilin's hand, reluctant to release it. As night fell, the curtains hung low. Habitually, Yilin nestled against the warm presence beside him upon lying down. Guan Yin naturally opened his arms, enveloping him in an embrace, meticulously tucking the blankets around him to ensure no chill could penetrate. Yilin's head rested in the crook of Guan Yan's shoulder, his nose inhaling the comforting scent and warmth emanating from him. The demon essence, akin to being immersed in warm water, emitted a subtle hum of contentment, allowing his tense nerves to fully relax. Unconsciously, he rubbed against Guan Yin, seeking a more comfortable position, and soon his breathing became steady and elongated. Guan Yin lowered his head, illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the curtain, gazing at the tranquil visage of the person in his arms. Yilin's breath softly brushed against his neck, bringing a delicate tickle that reached deep into his heart. He tightened his embrace, holding him more securely, as if cradling an extraordinary treasure that had been lost and found again. The realization that Yilin had become increasingly dependent on him filled Guan Yan's heart with immense joy and a profound sense of satisfaction. He could almost envision a future of companionship lasting 10, 20 years, or even longer, ruling the realm while Yilin stood by his side, sharing warm embraces at night, dispelling each other's coldness and solitude. He never considered that the one in his embrace was secretly planning to flawlessly conclude the final 2 years before departing without a trace. Immersed in a false sense of warmth regarding the future, he smiled contentedly and gradually succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, the supposedly slumbering Yilin, upon feeling Guan Yan's steady breathing, slightly fluttered his eyelashes. His ice-blue demon eyes opened a sliver in the dark, devoid of sleepiness, revealing a chilling clarity and calculation. Dependency? Yilin scoffed inwardly. It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. He needed to heal, and Guan Yin sought emotional solace. It was quite fair. 730 days remained. Calmly, he counted the days, sensing the subtle improvement of the demon essence nourished by the warm purple aura, then closed his eyes once more, continuing to absorb the nurturing offered by Guan Yan's attentiveness. Chapter 38. The Evil Serpent Demon. Guan Yin of the past life in the final month. Yilin lay beside Guan Yin, feigning sleep while his mind was far from tranquil. 1 month, merely 30 days. According to initial calculations, the system should have begun preparations for the transfer. There ought to be some notifications by now. Why was the system interface in his mind still eerily silent, offering no response? Was there an error in task assessment? Or was dispelling the hatred value not as simple as he had imagined? Guan Yan's unwavering dedication to him is evidently a testament to the profound trust he places in him, as he meticulously reflects on the myriad experiences of the past decade. He finds himself in no doubt regarding Guan Yan's faith, which surpasses even his expectations. Those nights spent in close proximity, the unreserved reliance. Could there be an unforeseen variable lurking within? A thread of subtle unease, akin to a current beneath an icy surface, quietly sweeps through his heart. Yet, he quickly suppresses it. Perhaps it is merely a delay in the system or some other enigmatic cause. Regardless, with but 30 days remaining, he cannot afford to falter. Maintaining the status quo and navigating through calmly is all that he must do. Instinctively, he leans closer to the source of warmth beside him. Guan Yan's body heat and breath continue to soothe the subtle restlessness stirred within him by anxiety. This is a habit cultivated over 10 years, and it stands as his sole comfort in this moment. However, Yi Lin remains oblivious. Within the warm shell he leans against, beneath the facade of tranquility, a tempest of monumental proportions has already awakened. Guan Yan's memories surged back 3 nights ago with a suddenness akin to icy water being poured over him, reminiscent of a nightmare's abrupt end. A torrent of fragmented memories, deceit from a past life, betrayal, the anguished cries of his kin, raging flames, and Yi Lin's handsome yet malevolent visage, adorned with a mocking smile, flooded his mind, violently clashing with the warmth and trust he had nurtured over the past decade, threatening to rend his very skull asunder. The overwhelming anguish and hatred nearly drove him to the brink of madness, yet he managed to restrain himself. In an instant, he comprehended his situation. He had been reborn, or rather, the memories of his former life had awakened. At this moment, the nemesis he longed to devour, just as in his previous existence, was masquerading as an innocuous white lotus, nestled in his embrace, drawing warmth from him, and even securing his complete trust and affection in this life. A tidal wave of hatred and a profound sense of humiliation engulfed him. He felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the hypocritical serpent at his side. Yet, in the next moment, he discerned an anomaly distinct from his past life. Yi Lin, cradled in his arms, breathed feebly, his body cold, his presence so frail it was almost imperceptible, as if the flame of life could extinguish at any moment. A Yi Lin, utterly weakened and devoid of any power to resist. Guan Yan's heart raced at this revelation. To kill him outright, that would be too lenient. In his previous life, he had been subjected to deceit and mockery, betrayed at the moment of utmost trust, and trampled upon in his most desperate hour. How could mere death suffice to repay the overwhelming debt of blood? Now, Yi Lin appeared to have lost his strength, yet continued to play the role of a loyal subject, masquerading as a vulnerable being in need of his protection, even relying on his warmth to find solace in slumber. How absurd! How ironic! A cold, cruel smile curved Guan Yan's lips in the darkness, a smile brimming with the satisfaction of vengeance and the scheming of a sinister plan. To kill him? No, he would wait. When Yi Lin betrays once more, he shall deliver a crushing blow. At that moment, he will personally rend apart this hypocritical facade, revealing to Yi Lin the blood and hatred that once consumed him. He yearns to witness the astonishment and shock etched upon Yi Lin's face, to allow him a taste of the descent from the heavens into the depths of hell, hoping to utterly shatter his spirit. It has been scarcely a month since Yi Lin's last treachery. A mere month of anticipation pales in comparison to the torment he endured in his past life. During this interval, he shall thoroughly align with Yi Lin, embodying the ever-faithful and tender-hearted Guan Yan, entirely unsuspecting. He will bestow upon Yi Lin even greater warmth and trust, elevating him ever higher. He is eager to see Yi Lin's expression when he realizes that behind this facade of affection lies the cold gaze of his resurrected foe. Guan Yan suppresses all outward emotions, even regulating his breath to a calm rhythm. He resembles the most patient of hunters, observing his prey approach the intricately laid trap. Utterly oblivious, he even extends his hand, as he has for the past decade, gently drawing Yi Lin into his embrace, his palm resting against Yi Lin's cool back, as if to dispel all traces of coldness. His actions remain consistently gentle and considerate. Yet, within his eyes, which are opened in the darkness, churns a hatred and cruel pleasure potent enough to freeze all. Yilin seems to sense his movements, instinctively shrinking closer, seeking the warmth and tranquility to which he has long been accustomed. He knows nothing of the impending storm. He merely believes he has 30 days left. As the month-long deadline passes, and with an additional 2 weeks of delay, Yilin's inner turmoil expands, leading him to suspect that the system has encountered a grave malfunction. It has failed to transport him as promised, offering no hints or explanations, as though it has completely crashed. No matter how he attempts to call out within, his pleas sink into oblivion. Worse yet, for reasons unknown, his already fragile demon core begins to visibly deteriorate at an alarming rate. The once sustaining essence of Guan Yin's true dragon aura is now but a drop in the ocean. His body grows increasingly sensitive to the cold, requiring thick blankets even in the height of summer, his hands and feet chilling to an alarming degree. His complexion has turned nearly translucent, often accompanied by coughs, and his spirit wanes further. This weakness is palpable, unmistakable. Guan Yin observes all of this, his doubts intertwining with a twisted sense of satisfaction. In a past life, Yilin was formidable and arrogant, commanding the elements with ease, regarding human lives as mere trifles, toying with him as if he were a pawn. The sheer malevolence of his overwhelming demon power was almost suffocating. Yet the Yilin before him now is frail and pale, resembling a porcelain doll that shatters at the slightest touch. He trembles at the whisper of a cold breeze, furrows his brow at the bitterness of medicine, and reveals an almost imperceptible dependency when Guan Yin draws near. It is as if they are two entirely different beings. Guan Yin can scarcely suppress a sardonic laugh. Is this all an act? A ploy to elicit sympathy, to lower his guard? Yet this frailty felt all too real. So much so that even the imperial physician was at a loss, igniting an even more peculiar flame of vengeance within him. If this were mere pretense, then Yilin's acting was nothing short of masterful. And if it were not a guise, did it imply that he had finally seized the serpent by its vulnerable throat, at a moment when it was most defenseless? This realization made Guan Yan's heart tremble with excitement. He meticulously played the role of the deeply affectionate emperor in this lifetime, attending to Yilin's needs with utmost care and even intensifying his efforts. Linji, the weather is splendid today. May I accompany you for a stroll? The chrysanthemums in the imperial garden are in full bloom. Guan Yin gently supported Yilin's arm, his tone so tender that it seemed to drip with water, as if afraid to disturb him. Yilin indeed felt stifled and wished to breathe freely, so he nodded. Now, even walking left him fatigued, leaning heavily on Guan Yin. Guan Yin steadied him, feeling the light weight and cold temperature of his arm, amplifying the sense of oddity within him. Lowering his gaze, he beheld Yilin's slightly quivering eyelashes and pallid lips. In a previous life, those lips had uttered nothing but venomous words and deceitful lies. Yet now Guan Yin, compelled by an inexplicable force, raised his hand and gently brushed the corner of Yilin's lips, where a faint stain from the medicine lingered. His gesture was utterly natural, imbued with profound tenderness. Yilin stiffened slightly, raising his eyes to meet Guan Yan's. His ice-blue gaze held a hint of confusion, yet due to his weakened state, it appeared somewhat hazy, lacking its usual cool detachment. Guan Yan's heart skipped a beat, only to be overshadowed by a surge of hatred and an almost cruel curiosity. He smiled softly, his tone remaining gentle. It seems you have gotten some medicine on you, as if that overly intimate gesture was the most ordinary thing in the world. Yilin lowered his eyelashes and murmured, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The strange feeling within him resurfaced, yet the discomfort of his body and the anxiety from the system malfunction left him little time to ponder it deeply. He dismissed it as Guan Yan's excessive concern. Moreover, he found it increasingly difficult to resist the warmth emanating from Guan Yan. That warmth could briefly dispel the chill from his bones, offering him a modicum of relief. He even began to subconsciously yearn for such closeness. This dependency, in Guan Yan's eyes, was both profoundly ironic and exhilarating. Behold, this venomous serpent has reached such a state. Stripped of its fangs and venom, it could only curl up in the embrace of its enemy, drawing what little warmth it could. Guan Yin guided Yi Lin slowly through the garden, exhibiting boundless patience. Under the sunlight, Yi Lin appeared almost ethereal, as if he might dissolve into the light at any moment. Lin Ji, Guan Yin suddenly spoke, his voice exceedingly soft, as if it were a casual inquiry. You seem burdened with worries of late. Are you anxious about something, or perhaps awaiting someone? Yi Lin's heart tightened abruptly. He suddenly looked up at Guan Yin, attempting to discern any hint of truth from his expression. Yet Guan Yin's demeanor remained consistently gentle and concerned, his eyes filled with worry, revealing no unusual signs. Was it merely coincidence? Yi Lin suppressed the turmoil within, managing a feeble smile. I am merely beset by illness, easily fatigued, which has caused your majesty concern. Is that so? Guan Yin chuckled softly, reaching out to adjust the collar of his cloak, his fingertips inadvertently brushing against Yi Lin's cold neck. I simply wish for your recovery. Whatever you desire, whatever you await, I shall assist you. His tone was exceedingly gentle, yet the underlying implications sent an inexplicable chill through Yi Lin. Lowering his gaze to evade Guan Yin's eyes, he replied, I seek nothing else but the eternal stability of your majesty's realm. Guan Yin refrained from probing further, merely observing him with a profound gaze, the smile at his lips deepening. Nothing else? Only the stability of the realm? A deceiver. In a past life, had you not betrayed me at this very moment? Alas, this time, your wishes shall not be fulfilled. It is best not to betray. Let the remaining time be spent beside me in atonement. Guan Yin coldly pronounced in his heart. He supported Yi Lin as they continued forward, the sunlight stretching their shadows long, reminiscent of an intimate bond. After enduring yet another night that nearly froze the soul, Yi Lin curled within the thick brocade quilt, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The pain from the demon core had escalated from a mere ache to a sharp torment, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Each breath felt like shards of ice, and each heartbeat was heavy and slow, akin to a final struggle. The system remained eerily silent. Hope of transmission was futile. Although Guan Yin's true dragon's purple energy provided fleeting relief, it was akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, utterly incapable of halting the impending collapse of the demon core. He needed more, something more direct, something fundamental. The shadow of death had never loomed so clearly and closely. Amidst the extreme cold and pain, Yi Lin was nearly driven to madness. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all calculations, pride, and the remnants of disdain for the frailty of humanity. His chaotic thoughts suddenly grasped a fragment of knowledge acquired long ago from a minor realm of cultivation, an ancient and nearly forbidden secret method. It was not a conventional dual cultivation, but rather a predatory absorption. Through the most intimate physical union, one could forcibly seize the portion of power from the other that resonated most harmoniously with one's self to replenish one's own essence. The cost was substantial for both parties and exceedingly difficult to succeed. A moment's carelessness could lead to mutual destruction. Unlike the previous spiritual cultivation, this was different, but it was the only method he could conceive for prolonging his life. Guan Yin's true dragon's purple energy inexplicably harmonized with his damaged demon core. Perhaps it could work. This thought was both mad and bold, yet it bore a lethal allure. The overseers only saw them practicing, akin to the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. He could wait no longer. In the evening, Guan Yin, as usual, entered Yi Lin's chamber. Upon entering, he found Yi Lin not bedridden as usual, but clad in a thin white garment, seated alone on the soft couch by the window. The waning sunlight cast an ethereal golden hue upon his pale profile. His ink-black hair cascading like a waterfall. He appeared as fragile as glass, ready to shatter with the slightest touch, yet exuded a sense of resolute determination. Lin, dear brother, why are you up? Be cautious not to catch a chill. Guan Yin swiftly stepped forward and picked up a cloak nearby, intending to drape it over him. Yet, Yi Lin raised his hand, gently obstructing the gesture. His hand felt as frigid as ice, with fingers that trembled slightly. Guan Yin's gaze sharpened, a cold sneer forming in his heart. What trick is he playing now? However, his face remained awash with concern. What is the matter? Is there discomfort? Yi Lin lifted his gaze, his ice-blue eyes shimmering with a fragile beauty born of illness and some intense emotion. As he looked at Guan Yin, his voice, though faint, carried an unusual rasp and a heart-wrenching vulnerability. Your Majesty, he called softly, the last syllable slightly trembling, I'm terribly cold. Guan Yin felt a surge of caution at his words, yet his expression softened further. I understand. I shall carry you to bed, cover you with more blankets, and have additional stoves brought in. Not enough, Yi Lin interrupted, extending his icy fingers to gently grasp Guan Yin's warm wrist. The chill of his touch instinctively made Guan Yin want to withdraw his hand, but he resisted. Yi Lin gazed up at him, eyes filled with a kind of desperate reliance and an indescribable longing he had never shown before. That is futile, he gasped, as if speaking required tremendous effort. Only by your Majesty's side is it warm. Guan Yin narrowed his eyes, alarm bells ringing in his mind. But curiosity and a desire to see how far Yi Lin would go overpowered his better judgment. He turned his hand to clasp Yi Lin's cold one, gently rubbing it, his tone increasingly soft and deep. Then I shall stay here with you, always by your side. Is that agreeable? Yet, Yi Lin shook his head. Using the strength of Guan Yin's wrist, he unsteadily rose to his feet, nearly pressing against Guan Yin's chest. The two were so close that their breaths intertwined. Guan Yin could distinctly feel the icy aura emanating from Yi Lin, as well as the subtle tremors of his frail body. He lowered his gaze, examining Yi Lin's face, so near that his pale lips parted slightly, breath faint. Your Majesty, Yi Lin's voice was low, almost a whisper, yet unmistakably laden with an all-or-nothing intent. I desire more. His fingers traced up Guan Yin's wrist, the cold tips gliding over the skin of his forearm, sending a shiver coursing through him. I crave your Majesty's warmth. He raised his eyes, those ice-blue orbs piercing into Guan Yin's depths, swirling with pain, yearning, and a near-demonic allure. Give it all to me. His words were vague and ambiguous, yet the body language and the implication in his gaze were unmistakably clear. Guan Yin's breath caught in his throat. He comprehended entirely what Yi Lin intended. This madman, this shameless viper, he actually wishes to pursue this course. A wave of absurdity surged to Guan Yin's head, nearly sending him into a frenzy. But soon after, a colder, more ruthless thrill overwhelmed his anger. Very well. How splendid. He had been struggling to find a most cruel way to exact revenge. Was this not an opportunity delivered to his doorstep? Do you not desire it? Are you not cold? Do you not need my warmth? I shall give it to you. I shall offer you the most exquisite, the most desperate warmth. The concern and tenderness on Guan Yin's face slowly peeled away like a mask, transforming into a profound and possessive darkness in his gaze. He suddenly drew his arms around the unsteady Yi Lin, enveloping him completely. Guan Yin's voice, cold and resonant, lowered to a husky timbre. I shall grant you what you desire. He effortlessly lifted the almost weightless Yi Lin and strode toward the dragon bed in the inner chamber. Startled by his sudden assertiveness, Yi Lin gasped, instinctively wrapping his arms around Guan Yin's neck, burying his face in the crook of his neck, greedily inhaling the alluring warmth. Guan Yin's fingers caressed Yi Lin's icy cheek, his touch seemingly gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable insistence. Do you truly understand what you are asking for? Yi Lin trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an inexplicable and immense sense of crisis. Yet, the searing pain of the demon core and his will to survive compelled him to close his eyes, his long eyelashes fluttering as he nearly whispered, I know. A cold and cruel smile curled at the corners of Guan Yin's lips. As you wish. Since that night, Yi Lin appeared to have found his sole lifeline. He understood that the collapse of the demon core, although gradual, had not ceased. He needed to continuously draw strength from Guan Yin to sustain his existence. Guan Yin welcomed him without reservation. He reveled in this twisted relationship, enjoying the endearing supplications of his adversary, relishing in the transformation of Yi Lin from figure of indifference to one who seemed utterly fragile without him. Yi Lin sensed that his demon core had stabilized, albeit slightly. It remained dim, yet no longer deteriorated at an alarming rate. Occasionally, a faint blush would grace his cheeks. However, The cost was that he became increasingly accustomed to Guan Yan's proximity, increasingly reliant on this method to alleviate his suffering. At times, he would find himself succumbing to slumber beside Guan Yin, utterly defenseless. On this day, Guan Yin gazed down at the exhausted Yilin, who had fallen asleep after transferring spiritual energy, his expression fraught with complexity. Though his heart still brimmed with hatred, an uncontrollable, nebulous affection began to stir within him. He was acutely aware that Yilin was merely utilizing him to mend his wounds. He also recognized the deep-seated enmity that had once existed between them. However, as time passed and he observed Yilin's unguarded dependence, the hatred began to blur. Suddenly, Guan Yin gently brushed his fingers against Yilin's damp temple, noting the slight furrow in his brow, even in slumber, and he could not help but smirk coldly. He dared not, nor wished to, acknowledge the budding feelings within him. He simply thought, "Continue to seek me, Yilin. Depend on me. Let us remain entangled indefinitely." He tightened his embrace, drawing Yilin deeper into his hold, as if he sought to meld him into his very flesh and bone. The sleeping Yilin, perhaps sensing the warmth, unconsciously sighed and leaned in closer. Chapter 40. The Evil Serpent Demon. Unable to part time, lost all significance. The system remained silent, as if it had never existed. Yilin transitioned from initial impatience to later despair and numbness, leaving him with but a singular thought: to survive. The only support for his continued existence was Guan Yin. His demon core resembled a cracked and leaking earthen jar. No matter how much warmth was infused, only an insignificant trace remained, merely delaying the inevitable moment of collapse. He required a ceaseless replenishment, increasingly frequent and insatiable. His demand from Guan Yin had almost transformed into an instinctual need. Nightfall was a given. When the chill enveloped him, he would instinctively seek solace, using his icy fingers to unfasten Guan Yan's garments, pressing himself close, silently pleading for warmth. At times, he could not even wait for dusk. In the daylight study or side chambers, whenever that piercing cold and pain assailed him, he would turn to Guan Yin. "Your Majesty is cold," he would murmur. He no longer addressed him as Your Majesty. In moments of hazy consciousness, he would directly utter Guan Yan's name, infused with a fragmented dependence, akin to a drowning man grasping his only lifeline. Guan Yan's responses grew increasingly direct, intertwined with a dark possessiveness and a thrill of revenge that threatened to consume him. Gazing at this once mighty and arrogant adversary, he now found himself pleading for life in a manner that felt almost subservient. He took pleasure in leaving clear imprints and marks upon Yilin's pale skin, as if to confirm the existence of this person, to assert his control. "Is that what you think?" Guan Yin would whisper into Yilin's ear, his voice hoarse and cold, laced with mockery. "Is my medicine truly making you addicted?" Yilin, his consciousness clouded, could only discern the word medicine, instinctively nodding, surrendering himself deeper in search of that fleeting warmth of life. He would even unconsciously rub his cheek against Guan Yan's palm, much like a young beast seeking comfort, despite the painful nature of the solace provided. This posture of complete dependence both pleased and further enraged Guan Yin. Hypocrisy, all a facade, he repeatedly admonished himself, as if through this mental refrain, he could tear away the fragile, pitiful mask Yilin wore, forcing out the hidden fangs. Yet, it seemed Yilin's fangs had indeed vanished. He had become increasingly docile, increasingly silent. Aside from the intense emotions that surfaced when he sought warmth, he spent most of his time in a drowsy stupor, curled up in the nearest proximity to Guan Yin, quietly lost in thought. His body visibly dwindled, his wrist bones alarmingly delicate, as if they might snap with the slightest pressure. Guan Yin gazed upon Yilin's frail form. A tumult of cruelty and an inexplicable restlessness surged within him. He would fixate on Yilin's pained brow, even in slumber, staring for a long time, his expression a complex enigma. This contradictory behavior was beyond his own comprehension. Yilin appeared to have wholly accepted this state of being. The pain, humiliation, and even the peculiar tenderness Guan Yin occasionally exhibited, often without his own awareness, paled in comparison to the terror of his demon core shattering, leading to complete annihilation. He understood only the proximity to Guan Yin meant survival. Distance equated to death. As for the system, to hell with the system. Why had Guan Yin become so brutish? Perhaps it was the side effects of this secret method. Perhaps his insatiable demands had wearied him. Yet, regardless of the reasoning, he could not let go. Once more, Guan Yin rose, expressionless as he donned his outer robe, preparing to depart. The corner of his garment was gently caught by a cold hand. Guan Yin paused momentarily and turned back. Yi Lin, half awake with faint breaths, looked at him through misty ice-blue eyes, his voice barely a whisper. Tomorrow. Guan Yin's heart felt as if it were pierced by the sharpest ice pick, immediately surging with overwhelming anger and a suffocating irritation. He violently shook off that hand, his voice icy enough to freeze, insatiable. With that, he swept away, not glancing back even once. Yi Lin's hand fell limply onto the brocade blanket, slowly curling up. He closed his eyes, burying himself deeper into the bedding that still held the warmth and scent of Guan Yin, drawing from the scant remnants of heat, akin to siphoning off the faintest breath of life. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure, nor how long Guan Yin's patience would last. This grotesque, codependent relationship, rooted in plunder and vengeance, was dragging both of them toward an unpredictable abyss. Days morphed into a bizarre and fixed pattern. Every morning, Guan Yin would attend court, managing state affairs, embodying the wise and formidable emperor, whose authority grew ever more imposing. After court, he would return directly to the palace, where a weakening Yi Lin awaited him, relying on him for survival. The ongoing treatment seemed to yield some effect. The rapid deterioration of Yi Lin's demon core had been significantly delayed. Occasionally, after absorbing enough true dragon's purple energy, a fleeting hint of crimson would appear on his pale cheeks, and his ice-blue eyes would brighten slightly, no longer shrouded by a veil of painful grayness. Though he remained frail and still feared the cold, he no longer seemed as if he might shatter at any moment like fragile glass. This subtle improvement was a monumental blessing for Yi Lin, who was enduring despair. And the source of this blessing was Guan Yin. This realization, coupled with his body's instinctive reliance on the medicine, led to some unnoticed changes in Yi Lin's attitude toward Guan Yin. Apart from those brief moments of physical relief, he would unconsciously relax. Sometimes, perhaps due to fatigue or some other reason, Guan Yin would lie down beside him for a brief rest. Yi Lin would curl up in the warm afterglow, quietly opening his eyes to gaze at Guan Yin's sleeping face, so near. This man, powerful and handsome, was the ruler of this dynasty and, at this moment, his only lifeline. As he watched, Yi Lin's thoughts, simplified by illness and prolonged dependence, would occasionally drift into strange notions. For instance, Guan Yin's eyelashes were remarkably long. When he slept, his brow was not furrowed as it was during the day. His lips appeared to be quite warm. These thoughts arose without reason, devoid of any sensual undertones, resembling a pure observation mingled with a hint of innocent curiosity. Sometimes, when Guan Yin awoke, he would unexpectedly meet Yi Lin's gaze. Those ice-blue eyes, newly nourished, shimmer with a clarity reminiscent of the purest glacial waters. Devoid of the usual anguish, scheming, or chill, they exude a serene stillness, imbued with a lingering haze and an almost untainted, focused gaze. Even when sensing Guan Yin's awakening, Yi Lin instinctively widens his eyes slightly, a fleeting hint of vulnerability akin to being caught off guard flickering within. Guan Yin's heart skips a beat. This is not calculation, nor pretense, nor a deliberate display of reliance. It is a form of innocence and charm that he himself cannot articulate. The very thought is swiftly quelled by Guan Yin's overwhelming anger and self-loathing. Charm? How could he possibly find this adversary charming? It must be a new guise of Yi Lin's, more sophisticated, more challenging to unravel. Thus, he would rise with a frigid demeanor or mockingly inquire, "What are you staring at? Is it not enough?" Yi Lin is typically startled by his sudden coldness. The flicker of brilliance in his eyes vanishes, replaced by submissive, fearful dependence, as he lowers his lashes, refusing to meet Guan Yin's gaze. Yet, during some unguarded moments that look may resurface, perhaps when Guan Yin's demeanor softens for a rare instant, or when he, in a haze of drowsiness, instinctively leans towards warmth. Guan Yin finds himself increasingly unable to resist, noting these fleeting moments. He simultaneously detests Yilin while seemingly anticipating something. He may instinctively command, "Do not bite," as he forcefully brushes his thumb over Yilin's lips when pain causes him to clench them. This remains, yet is underscored by an unusual attention he himself has yet to recognize. Such a contradictory mindset leaves Guan Yin increasingly agitated. The thrill of vengeance persists, yet it is intermingled with other sentiments, elements that drive him further into chaos and rage. Yilin, however, remains oblivious to Guan Yan's intricate emotions. He only perceives Guan Yin as occasionally harsh, yet at times not entirely malevolent, at least granting him the chance to survive. He resembles a tamed creature, reliant on its master for existence, forming a twisted attachment amidst suffering and fleeting warmth. He gazes at Guan Yin with a hint of unawareness. Perhaps because Guan Yin is the sole light in his tormenting world, albeit one that often burns him. Or perhaps simply because his body and lingering consciousness instinctively seek to appease the one who allows him to live. He struggles between hatred and a quietly blossoming, peculiar sentiment, navigating the waters of survival and innocent dependence. This grotesque relationship, fueled by that glimmer of endearing gaze, becomes increasingly perilous and unpredictable. Guan Yin's net tightens, yet it appears that he, too, is being ensnared by the prey within it in an unforeseen manner. Amidst ongoing pain, reliance, and the faintest signs of improvement, Yilin's awareness begins to undergo a chilling deviation, reflecting the inherent coldness of his serpentine nature. System malfunction. The prospect of return appears bleak. The demon elixir requires the sustenance of Guan Yan's power. So what is Guan Yin? He is a source of warmth that the demon needs for survival. This tool is occasionally observed by Yilin through a lens of almost numbing rationality, characteristic of cold-blooded beings. Unlike humans, the serpent demon inherently lacks the profound empathy that defines humanity. After an initial discomfort, he gradually perceives this relationship as a necessary, albeit uncomfortable, exchange. Pain? It is the price for drawing power. Humiliation? The weak must depend on the strong for survival. Where is the humiliation in that? In his past life, he wielded power and toyed with Guan Yin at will. In this life, his weakness necessitates reliance on Guan Yin for survival. How fair is that? As for Guan Yan's meticulous care, the precious medicinal gifts, and the indulgent demeanor that permits his demands, Yilin regards them merely as the tool's exceptional competence and attentiveness. Even the peculiar tenderness occasionally exhibited by Guan Yin, often unnoticed by himself, is interpreted by Yilin as a testament to the tool's superior functionality. He begins to adapt, and soon, Guan Yin recognizes this change in Yilin. He notes that Yilin no longer constantly furrows his brow in endurance. At times, the pain and confusion reflected in his ice-blue eyes gradually soften. This revelation nearly sends Guan Yan's previous life, blood, into a frenzy. His enemy not only relies on him for survival, but also elicits a tumult of profane rage and a darker impulse to drag him into an abyss. Thus, he embarks on his elaborate schemes. No longer satisfied with mere plunder, he whispers maliciously in Yilin's ear, graphically describing his condition to elicit a response. He deliberately pauses at certain moments to savor the yearning gaze that Yilin himself has yet to recognize. He even employs the true dragon's purple aura, not gently transmitting it, but rather forcefully striking Yilin's fragile meridians and demon elixir with punitive intensity. Do you enjoy this? Guan Yan grips Yilin's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze, his voice icy and laced with malice. As Yilin's consciousness blurs, he gazes at Guan Yin with moist, physiologically tear-stained ice-blue eyes, breathing unevenly, honestly nodding, and occasionally pleading in a tone softened by desire and dependence. Yes, more. This display is utterly alluring yet naive, base yet pure. Guan Yan's heart feels as if it is being gnawed by a venomous serpent scorched by fierce flames. He despises Yilin in this state, loathing that he is drawn to his enemy's appearance, and this complex blend of hatred and desire drives him to treat Yi Lin increasingly harshly, devising ever more elaborate schemes. It is as if he is refining an instrument, striving to extract the most shameful notes, like training a hawk, intent on breaking all of his pride, reducing him entirely to a slave of desire. Meanwhile, Yi Lin becomes more obedient, deepening his dependence on Guan Yan. He even begins to take the initiative, using his cool fingers to loosen Guan Yan's garments when he seems to be in a better mood, seeking that which will allow him to live while also providing an extraordinary sensation. He perceives this as a demonstration of the tool's excellent performance and a necessary means to secure resources for survival. In a quagmire of hatred and desire, one finds himself sinking deeper, battling the uncontrollable turmoil within by tormenting another. In a realm where survival and sensory instincts prevail, one relinquishes rational thought, viewing the tormentor as the sole source of solace and pleasure. This relationship has become grotesquely distorted. The tool known as Guan Yan, while providing the necessities for existence, has utterly tainted Yi Lin's senses and cognition. Meanwhile, the occasional glimmer of affection in Yi Lin's eyes, washed over by desire and dependence, serves as the perfect catalyst for Guan Yan's spiraling loss of control. They both race down this dark path, oblivious to the impending destruction that awaits. Chapter 41. The Malevolent Serpent Demon, Indulgence. The persistent dependence, coupled with the inherent admiration for strength within the demon's nature, begins to quietly warp Yi Lin's perception. The cold rationality he employed for self-preservation, viewing Guan Yin merely as a tool, is being eroded by a more primal, more indulgent emotion. He realizes that he no longer endures Guan Yin solely for the sake of acquiring power. He even begins to anticipate the deep, oppressive timbre of Guan Yan's voice in his ear. Whether laced with mockery or command, it becomes an undeniable decree that momentarily focuses his chaotic and tormented world. He looks forward to Guan Yan's near-possessive confirmations, a source of security. For a serpent demon stripped of strength and teetering on the brink of despair, what could be safer than clinging to an overwhelmingly powerful entity, entirely within its grasp? Even if such control is accompanied by pain and humiliation, it at least assures him of survival. Moreover, Guan Yin has never truly harmed his fundamental demon core, always providing him the warmth necessary to endure when he hovers on the precipice of despair. This relentless cycle of destruction and rebirth, this extreme oscillation between agony and solace, acts like the most potent poison, gnawing at the remnants of Yi Lin's will. He begins to exhibit an unrecognized dependency and infatuation in those icy blue eyes. When Guan Yin firmly embraces him, he trembles slightly, not purely from fear, but mixed with a hint of exhilarating anticipation. When commanded to respond or pose in certain ways, he initially stiffens, but gradually becomes compliant, even feeling a distorted sense of accomplishment under Guan Yan's approving gaze. Unconsciously, he rubs his cheek or body against Guan Yin, much like a serpent entwining itself around a sturdy trunk, seeking refuge and warmth. As Guan Yin concludes the treatment and prepares to depart, a subtle reluctance manifests. His fingers instinctively grasp at the hem of Guan Yan's garment, though they quickly release under Guan Yan's chilling gaze. Guan Yin observes all these changes with keen interest. The fury and dark possessiveness within him nearly reach their zenith. Behold, this adversary, this once dominant manipulator from a past life, now reveals a state of dependency and a yearning for further control, akin to the most wretched of beings under his dominion. This should signify the ultimate triumph of his revenge. Yet, why does his heart race in such disarray? Why does he feel a suffocating sense of satisfaction when observing Yi Lin's eyes, gradually tinged with the hues of desire, filled with confusion and disarray? His methods become increasingly cunning, and his desire for control intensifies. He begins to deliberately cultivate Yi Lin's fondness for him. Suddenly, in the daylight, before the palace attendants, he forcefully practices playing the flute, his posture akin to that of taming a wild stallion. The way he grips the bamboo flute resembles not a musician, but rather a captor. When the first note bursts forth, sharp as a tearing fabric, It startles the sparrows outside into flight. "Close your mouth," he bellows towards the flute's mouthpiece, his fingers pressing down on the holes with white knuckles, as if to extinguish the jarring sound. The flute trembles in his grasp, emitting a whimpering cacophony. Yet, Guan Yin remains unfazed, forcefully infusing breath into it, his cheeks swelling like those of a bullfrog. The dissonance, the air leaks, and the discordant squawks are all subdued by the torrent of his breath. Beads of sweat trickle from his brow, splattering upon the flute's body. At the witching hour, the sound of the flute suddenly becomes mellifluous. It is not tame, but rather... The flute finally comprehends. This man is not engaging in a game with it, but wrestling with his own limits. At night, he compels Yi Lin to repeat fragmented sentences in a broken voice, such as "I like it when your majesty treats me this way," or "I need your majesty to manage me." Yi Lin initially resists, but Guan Yin possesses methods to make him yield, whether through fleeting indifference or more severe punishments. Soon, Yi Lin learns to submit, even managing to utter those phrases intermittently, tinged with a sob. Afterward, Guan Yin often rewards him with even more intense pleasures, drawing him completely into a whirlpool of sensations. Yi Lin becomes ensnared in it. He cannot discern the boundaries between pain and pleasure, nor the distinction between control and abuse. All he understands is that Guan Yin's dominance enables him to survive, allowing him to experience an unprecedented, profound sense of existence. That forcefulness, like the most formidable of cages, becomes the only lifeline he can cling to. Gradually, he grows fond of the manner in which Guan Yin controls him. He relishes witnessing Guan Yin lose control for him, enjoys the overwhelming attention that occupies his entire being, and cherishes the certainty of being firmly held in the palm of his hand, regardless of the circumstances. This constitutes an exceedingly pathological attachment, an extreme manifestation of Stockholm Syndrome in the presence of Spectre. Guan Yin has successfully transformed him into a beautiful yet fragile prisoner, wholly reliant on his control. Yet, Guan Yin himself is equally imprisoned within the cage woven from hatred and distorted desire. He watches as Yi Lin becomes increasingly dependent on him, more captivated by his dominance each day. And the thrill of revenge in his heart gradually gives way to a more immense, unsettling darkness. He has gained Yi Lin's affection in a manner he never anticipated. However, this seems far from the conclusion. Time serves as the most enigmatic catalyst. The overwhelming hatred that Guan Yin harbored in his past life begins. Through the daily acts of possession, control, and Yi Lin's complete reliance to quietly erode. Initially, he could still judge all his actions through the lens of vengeance. He reveled in Yi Lin's suffering, in his humility, in his fragility that rendered him unable to survive apart from him. Yet at some point, something began to taste different. As he gazed at Yi Lin, who exhibited a look of astonished joy, almost clumsy in its delight, due to the trivial, even patronizing warmth he offered. It pierced his hardened shell of hatred like a delicate needle. When he noticed that Yi Lin would unconsciously sleep soundly beside him, even instinctively seeking out his warmth upon waking, emitting disgruntled murmurs, an unfamiliar, soft emotion began to quietly blossom within him. The realization that this once formidable enemy was now reduced to a state of utter frailty, breathing as lightly as butterfly wings, made him acutely aware that a mere exertion could utterly crush him. This complex mix of possessiveness tinged with pity gradually overshadowed his pure desire for destruction, especially since Yi Lin had become utterly dependent on him, not merely in a physical sense, needing his warmth to sustain the demon core, but also in a profound emotional and habitual reliance. He would instinctively seek out Guan Yin's presence, and when Guan Yin was in a good mood, carefully regard him with ice-blue eyes, devoid of fear, filled instead with trust and a tameness born of familiarity. This dependence, this complete surrender, even if rooted in necessity, deeply satisfied a hidden yearning within Guan Yin that he had not even recognized in himself. Revenge? What could be a more thorough form of vengeance than transforming an adversary into a creature that could not survive without you? One that even begins to harbor a twisted affection for you, like a caged bird? To kill him would be a release. To nurture him, to control him, to ensure he lived perpetually in his shadow, clinging to life through Guan Yan's pity, seemed the ultimate punishment. No, not merely punishment, but a form of possession. Guan Yin gradually began to treat Yi Lin with kindness, not the mocking and malicious kind, but genuine, subtle attentiveness. He remained assertive, maintaining control over everything. Yet his actions became imbued with less intentional pain. When Yi Lin shivered from the cold, he would have the heating system prepared in advance, ensuring warmth. He would cool the nourishing soup with his own hands before offering it to Yi Lin's lips. When Yi Lin curled up in pain from the demon core, he no longer treated him with mere brutality, but would gently rub his cold abdomen with his palm, infusing it with a soothing, warm essence. He even began to bestow exquisite garments and adornments, not out of a desire to humiliate, but seemingly because he found that these items complemented Yi Lin's pale complexion beautifully. He still played tricks, yet they were no longer solely for torment. Rather, they resembled a shared intimacy, a private game between partners, though he would never admit to it. He would observe Yi Lin's reactions, guide him, and even delight him. Yi Lin, perceptive to this change, though his thoughts had become simplified and dependent, still retained his instincts. He could sense the rancor dissipating from Guan Yin. The chilling hatred that once terrified him seemed to dissolve, replaced by a deeper, more intricate concern. This provided him with a sense of security and an increasing sense of indulgence. He would approach Guan Yin, nuzzling his cool cheek against Guan Yin's palm, akin to a small creature expressing affection. When Guan Yin treated him with kindness, Yi Lin would reveal a more unguarded, even somewhat foolishly joyful smile. He increasingly resembled a delicately cherished pet, beautiful, fragile, utterly reliant on its owner, and radiating an astonishing, yet fragile brilliance due to the owner's affection. Observing Yi Lin in such a state, the hatred in Guan Yan's heart melted away like snow under the sun. He found himself thinking less and less about his past life. The Yi Lin before him bore almost no resemblance to the wicked, deranged serpent demon from his memories. Perhaps this was how it should be. Watching Yi Lin curled up in his embrace, peacefully asleep, Guan Yin unconsciously twirled his inky black hair between his fingers. He had become unable to part with him. What purpose did hatred serve? Keeping him close and nurturing him seemed to be a rather pleasant alternative. Once this thought took root, it swiftly flourished. Guan Yin began to genuinely embrace Yi Lin under his protective wings, not as an enemy, but as a possession, something precious and fragile that required his personal care to thrive. He laid down the knife of hatred, yet tightened the chains of possession. On the other end of those chains, Yi Lin found a sweet satisfaction. He even began to vaguely feel that continuing this way might not be so bad after all. With Guan Yin around, he felt warm and the pain lessened. The system, the tasks, the hatred value, those seemed to drift far away, becoming irrelevant. One who relinquished hatred, yet deepened possession. One who abandoned tasks, yet indulged in dependence. Time flowed like water, calm and undisturbed. Guan Yan's kindness towards Yi Lin gradually became an unspoken truth within the palace and beyond, infused with undeniable possessiveness and a near-pampering indulgence. The title of Prince of Peace he bestowed upon Yi Lin felt more like a proclamation and a wish, a declaration that this individual was under his absolute protection. A prayer that this fragile, beautiful caged bird could remain safely by his side. Yi Lin's body maintained a precarious balance under Guan Yan's continuous nourishment and the warmth of countless rare, medicinal herbs. The demon pill remained dim and fragile, yet it no longer deteriorated. He continued to be sensitive to the cold, his complexion pale, but occasionally Guan Yin would take him for walks in the imperial garden. Draped in a thick fox fur, sitting in a warm pavilion, watching the swirling snow outside. He had grown accustomed to Guan Yan's presence, to his warmth, and to his omnipresent control. That twisted dependency and admiration for strength had seeped into his very bones. He even began to proactively offer a cup of ginseng tea to Guan Yin when he appeared weary from handling state affairs, though it was usually prepared by the palace servants. Gazing at him with his clear yet hollow ice-blue eyes, adorned with a hint of innocent flattery, Guan Yin found great pleasure in this demeanor. He would pull Yi Lin closer, inviting him to sit beside him, even wrapping an arm around his waist, resting his chin on the cool crown of his head as he continued to review memorials. Yi Lin would quietly lean against him, like a docile cat. Due to Guan Yan's extreme favoritism, Yi Lin, the Prince of Peace, though devoid of actual power, wielded an influential presence. The court officials were astute. Who could fail to notice the emperor's extraordinary regard for this enigmatic prince? Thus, a steady stream of sycophants flocked to him. The gates of the Prince Ping and's residence bustled with activity, as rare treasures flowed in like a river. Everyone who encountered Yi Lin bowed deeply, addressing him as Your Highness with earnest words and utmost respect. Yet, Yi Lin remained indifferent to the flattery bestowed by power. He did not revel in the adulation akin to a star surrounded by planets. Rather, he often found it noisy and tedious. However, he did not reject it either. In his simplified understanding, this was a manifestation of Guan Yan's formidable influence, an extension and affirmation of his might. Accepting such homage was tantamount to receiving Guan Yan's protection and affection. He even emulated the occasional aloof demeanor exhibited by Guan Yan, the hallmark of a superior, offering only a slight nod to the obsequious officials without uttering much. Possessing an exquisite beauty, even in frail health, he exuded an air of fragility intertwined with detachment, rendering him an enigma not to be underestimated. People perceived him as profoundly inscrutable. Chapter 42. The Malevolent Serpent Demon. Guan Yan's love occasionally. Political adversaries of Guan Yan, or those lacking discernment, sought to glean information from Yi Lin or attempted to sow discord. Yi Lin either remained completely oblivious to their insinuations or gazed at them with a blank expression, sending shivers down their spines and causing them to retreat. He would succinctly relay such incidents to Guan Yan, who would sometimes respond with a cold laugh or tenderly ruffle his hair, complimenting him on a job well done. Consequently, those who endeavored to disrupt Yi Lin's tranquil existence often met with unfortunate fates. Life continued in this manner, seemingly destined to remain serene. Guan Yin relished Yi Lin's unwavering dependence and attachment, savoring the satisfaction of sheltering him under his protective wings. He observed Yi Lin, nurtured like a delicate flower, blooming with a fragile beauty despite his damaged roots, which evoked a peculiar sense of calm and happiness within him. Yi Lin, in turn, found solace in this state of affairs. He did not need to contemplate or struggle. He merely relied on Guan Yin and accepted all that he offered. Pain faded into the distance, while warmth became the norm. He even began to blur the lines of thought, contemplating that perhaps continuing this way was not so bad after all. The title of Prince Ping, that name seemed quite agreeable. The system remained silent, as if forgotten. The value of hatred? That seemed a relic of a bygone era. Both chose to selectively forget the bloody past, indulging in a dream woven from dependence, possession, and distorted affection. They were deeply immersed in the roles they had crafted for themselves. Life could be deemed tranquil, even blissful. Guan Yan's care for Yi Lin was meticulous. He would personally fasten Yi Lin's clothing each morning, remembering all his subtle preferences and aversions, and would, while Yi Lin napped, set aside his imperial demeanor to stand vigil by his side, ensuring he could rest soundly. The tenderness in Guan Yan's gaze often carried a profound depth, almost capable of drowning one in its warmth. He even began to contemplate a more distant future, considering how best to nurture Yi Lin's enchanting spirit, perhaps by gathering talented individuals from across the realm. How could he bring more joy to Yi Lin's life? Should he take him on journeys to explore the magnificent landscapes under his governance? These thoughts undoubtedly transcended mere possessiveness, imbued with the hues of love. However, whenever the night descends into silence, and Yi Lin peacefully drifts in a slumber within his embrace, her breath steady and her countenance serene as that of an infant, memories of Guan Yin rise like specters from the depths of his mind. It is not merely the tender moments shared over the past decade in this life, but rather the haunting inferno of a previous existence, the anguished wails of his kin, and Yi Lin standing before the flames, her visage both beautiful and twisted with madness and derision. The chilling words echo in his heart like an ice pick. Bow down, if it pleases me. Perhaps the Guan clan may retain a complete corpse. Hatred simmers like a dormant volcano, never truly extinguished, merely concealed beneath a warm layer of ashes. It requires but a single catalyst to erupt once more, laying waste to all. In such moments, he often gazes at the sleeping Yilin with an expression fraught with complexity. His fingertips linger upon her delicate neck, feeling the fragile pulse beneath. So slender that with the slightest pressure, love and murderous intent intertwine in a maddening dance, rendering him tormented. Who does he truly love? The vulnerable, dependent Yilin before him, or the formidable and malevolent figure from his past, a being he despises to the marrow yet cannot avert his gaze from? Perhaps at this moment, it is the very contradiction that enthralls him, pulling down his supreme adversary from the pedestal, transforming her into his own beautiful and fragile possession. This love is intrinsically rooted in hatred and conquest, a grotesque and distorted affection. And what of Yilin? She has grown increasingly obedient. She accepts Guan Yan's every arrangement with compliance, revealing a smile filled with dependence and fondness, and, in moments of affection, unconsciously murmurs his name. She revels in the honor of being the peaceful king's consort, effortlessly accepting the flattery and adulation of all, as if she were destined for such a role. Yet beneath this docility, does the essence of the wicked serpent's spirit truly vanish? It has not. It merely lies temporarily suppressed beneath weakness, reliance, and an admiration for Guan Yan's strength. Occasionally, glimpses of her true nature emerge. For instance, when an official inadvertently offends Guan Yan, and the latter hesitates on how to respond, Yilin, quietly listening by his side, suddenly interjects with an airy remark, "Your Majesty." This man's eyes flicker and his words are disrespectful, keeping him may invite calamity. Her tone remains soft and even carries a hint of innocence, as if merely stating an undeniable fact. Yet the content of her words is ruthlessly annihilative. Guan Yin, momentarily taken aback, turns to Yilin, who only meets his gaze with her clear, ice-blue eyes, seemingly oblivious to the coldness of her own statement. On another occasion, a bird, having strayed into the palace, flutters about in panic, colliding with a jade vase on Yilin's table. She observes the shattered vase and the flailing bird with an inscrutable expression, merely furrowing her brow slightly before gently raising her hand. A faint, almost imperceptible surge of demonic energy emanates from her, causing the bird to stiffen abruptly and fall to the ground, lifeless and silent. Upon completing this act, she resumes her reading as effortlessly as one might swat a mosquito. Only when Guan Yin approaches does she lift her face, revealing a docile smile tinged with a hint of dependence. "Has Your Majesty finished?" Guan Yin gazed upon the lifeless birds scattered on the ground, then turned his attention to Yilin's innocently serene visage. A chill abruptly surged within him. He comprehended that Yilin's docility was predicated upon an absolute dependence and an admiration for strength. His submissiveness, his fragility, even the flickers of affection he displayed, all stemmed from his need for Guan Yin, for it was Guan Yin who, in that moment, fulfilled his cravings for survival and security. Should this foundation be unsettled, should Guan Yin cease to be formidable, cease to provide what Yilin required, or should Yilin reclaim his power, would the veneer of obedience shatter, revealing a cold, selfish serpent, indifferent to human life, ready to expose its venomous fangs once more? This realization pierced Guan Yan's heart like a thorn, rendering him incapable of truly relishing this happiness. He adored this fragile Yilin who relied on him. Yet he was incessantly tormented by the hatred of a past life and a vigilant awareness of Yilin's true nature in this existence. He loathed the Yilin of his former life, who had cruelly deceived and betrayed him, yet he found himself irresistibly drawn to the beautiful, fragile being before him, who occasionally unveiled a hint of his chilling essence. This intertwining of love and hate rendered Guan Yan's possessiveness and protectiveness towards Yilin nearly obsessive. He felt compelled to maintain a firm grasp over him, both to safeguard this fragile affection and to guard against the serpent that might awaken at any moment. Meanwhile, Yi Lin remained blissfully ensconced within this gilded cage woven from love and hate, basking in the warmth and security that Guan Yin provided, occasionally betraying a trace of his cold nature without perceiving any discord. As a creature of the supernatural, he might never comprehend the struggles and torment that resided in Guan Yin's heart. Days turned into years, and Guan Yin became enmeshed in the complexities of possessing Yi Lin, controlling Yi Lin, while also being relied upon by him, almost forgetting the passage of time. He grew accustomed to Yi Lin's eternally pale yet resplendent countenance, to his cold, sensitive constitution and the need for his nurturing, to the occasional glimpses of his innate icy essence, and to the pain and sweetness of his own entwined emotions. He even began to nurture the illusion that they might remain thus entwined, mutually torturing and depending on one another until the end of their days. He was an emperor, wealthy beyond measure, always able to find a means to sustain Yi Lin's life. And Yi Lin would forever be his, accompanying him in this fragile yet potent manner. He nearly convinced himself that this was eternity. Until one fateful morning, Guan Yin stood before the mirror, attended by palace servants as he prepared for court. His gaze inadvertently swept across the bronze mirror, where he distinctly noticed a strand of frost white at his temples and the undeniable fine lines at the corners of his eyes. In the prime of his life, these marks of time were not overtly pronounced, even adding a touch of regal maturity to his presence. Yet that fleeting glance struck him like a thunderclap, awakening him instantly. He abruptly turned his head, looking towards the dragon bed where Yi Lin still slumbered peacefully. His inky hair, like a cloud, sprawled across the pillow, accentuating his exquisitely fair and flawless face. Time had left no traces upon him. He remained as beautiful and fragile as he had been 20 years prior, as if forgotten by the passage of time. As Guan Yin's heart suddenly constricted, an icy grip of fear seized him. He is but a mortal. He will age. He will die. Yet Yi Lin is a demon. Even if his demon core is damaged and he is rendered weak, the essence of his life far exceeds that of any human. He will not grow old. He will not perish, at least not so easily. This deliberately forgotten truth struck Guan Yin like the most brutal of punishments, shattering his illusions. What he had believed to be a mutual torment leading to death was merely a figment of his own imagination. His entire existence might just be a fleeting tribulation in Yi Lin's protracted life, perhaps merely a period of recuperation. What then, when he has withered with age? Reduced to mere bones? What will become of Yi Lin? His demon core may rejuvenate, restoring him to the formidable and wicked serpent demon who views all life as mere fodder. He would forget this once captive, possessive, and deeply loved human emperor. He would seek new warmth, new playthings, or continue his games of destruction. Guan Yin could vividly imagine the scene. A restored Yi Lin with his cold, unfeeling azure gaze sweeping across his tomb, perhaps even eliciting a mocking smile, deriding this foolish mortal for daring to believe he could confine him for decades. No, absolutely not. A wave of near-destructive panic and jealousy engulfed Guan Yin, more intense than when he had faced betrayal in his past life. He abruptly dashed to the bedside. Starting, Yi Lin blinked in confusion, his ice-blue eyes still heavy with sleep, and upon seeing Guan Yin's ashen face and rapid breaths, he softly inquired, "Your Majesty?" Guan Yin fixed his gaze upon him, his expression a tumult of emotions, love, hatred, fear, and a near-manic possessiveness. He grasped Yi Lin's slender wrist with a force that nearly crushed it. "Will you remain like this forever?" Guan Yin's voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. Forever unchanged? Forever unaging? Yi Lin, alarmed by the madness reflected in Guan Yin's eyes, felt a stinging pain in his wrist, yet he obediently nodded, a hint of confusion in his demeanor. "I am a demon, after all," he stated, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Indeed, he is a demon. Those four light words pierced through Guan Yin's last vestige of self-deception like the sharpest knife. Guan Yin beheld Yi Lin's innocent and somewhat aggrieved expression, and the surging tide of hatred within him rose anew. Hatred for his ruthlessness, for his immortality, for the fact that he had fallen in love with him, yet was destined to walk a different path to the end. Yet, More potent than the hatred was that relentless, damned compassion. Seeing Yulin's wrist reddened by his grip, witnessing the fear etched upon his pale face, Guan Yin felt as though his heart had been cruelly wrenched. He abruptly released his hold, as if scalded, staggering back a couple of steps. The tumult of hatred and love, possession and release, destruction and nurture tore at him with frenzied intensity, nearly driving him to madness. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to truly harm the one who could not survive without him. Even with the awareness that the other might merely be masquerading, that they may never reciprocate feelings of equal depth, and that he might be utterly forgotten after his demise, Guan Yin stood dejectedly, gazing at Yulin, who trembled slightly and appeared at a loss upon the bed. An immense, despairing sorrow engulfed him like a tidal wave. He understood. Their relationship had been a tragic inevitability from the very beginning. Mutual torment? No. From start to finish, it was he alone who endured the torment, the agony, subjected to the searing flames of love and hate. Yulin, on the other hand, passively bore it all, relying on him, perhaps as a demon. Yulin never truly comprehended the intricate emotions of humanity, especially the despair entwined in love and hate. Guan Yin slowly approached, his movements becoming extraordinarily gentle. He extended his hand, meticulously caressing Yulin's wrist. Reddened from his grip, his gaze suffused with irreconcilable pain and profound, desperate compassion. "Does it hurt?" he asked, his voice hoarse. Yulin shook his head, then nodded, his ice-blue eyes glistening with moisture as he looked at him with dependence. Guan Yin closed his eyes and gently embraced him, holding him tightly as if to meld him into his very being, to carry him along to the finality of death. Yet he knew he could not take him away. For the rest of his life, he would be ensnared in this torment of interwoven love and hate, fear of loss. For Yulin, this might merely be a relatively warm period in his long existence. This realization pained Guan Yin more than any torture. He clutched Yulin, his body trembling slightly. It turned out that the greatest torment was not hatred, but the despair of knowing profound love while being destined for impermanence, even uncertain whether the other understood love at all. Chapter 43. The Malevolent Serpent Demon, the Emperor's Demise. Time ultimately proves to be the most merciless judge. Regardless of how Guan Yin sought the secret to prolong life with the full might of the nation, how he begrudgingly gazed at his increasingly aged reflection, or how during those long years he sometimes possessed Yulin with fervor and other times held him tightly in desperate tenderness, the lifespan of mortals inevitably reaches its end. He quietly passed away on a serene autumn morning. His departure did not disturb many. Only the night before, he had grasped Yulin's hand for an unusually long time. His once clear, yet now clouded eyes gazing deeply and complexly at him for what felt like an eternity. In that gaze resided a profound love, lingering resentment, an aching reluctance, and a fear of the long future ahead, all ultimately transforming into an inescapable compassion. His lips moved, but ultimately no words escaped. With his last strength, he ever so gently squeezed Yulin's cold fingers, then slowly closed his eyes. Until his death, he never revealed Yulin's identity as a demon to anyone. The facade of the peaceful king he had woven for him remained unbreakable, leaving behind a will and protective power ample enough for Yulin to continue living in peace. He had spoken harsh words, claiming that Yulin could not survive without him, that he would take him along in death. Yet in the end, he released his grip, leaving Yulin alone in this long, solitary world. The tolling of the emperor's death knell resonated throughout the capital, and the entire nation mourned. Yulin stood amidst a sea of white mourning garments, his presence strikingly incongruous. He remained as youthful and handsome as ever, a stark contrast to the sorrowful, aged faces surrounding him. In his ice-blue eyes lay a nebulous fog of confusion as he gazed upon the heavy, dragon-etched coffin, seemingly unable to comprehend the unfolding tragedy. Was Guan Yin asleep? Why were tears streaming down everyone's faces? Why were there no more embraces? He felt a chill creeping in. When someone approached to guide him in performing the rites, he followed obediently, although his movements were stiff and sluggish. He listened to the elaborate rituals and watched as the coffin was conveyed into the vast, frigid tomb. As the last fragment of the dragon stone at the entrance descended with a muted, eternal thud, a sudden, unanticipated pain pierced Yi Lin's heart. It felt as though something profoundly significant had been ruthlessly severed from his life, along with the enduring warmth of the true dragon-esque aura that had enveloped him for decades. A long-forgotten, soul-chilling cold surged from the depths of his nearly neglected demon core, more ferocious than ever before. He stifled a groan, his complexion turning pale as parchment, his body trembling uncontrollably. He staggered forward instinctively, as if yearning to catch up with that existence destined to be eternally sealed away. "Your Highness, please accept my condolences." An attendant hastily supported him, mistaking his distress for overwhelming grief. Yi Lin gazed vacantly at the closed tomb door, then down at his icy hands. Cold, so very cold, colder than any moment he had experienced before meeting Guan Yin. That familiar, near-death sense of dread gripped him once more. Had Guan Yin not provided him warmth? Was it because he had been disobedient? What had he done wrong? An overwhelming panic and confusion engulfed him. He stood in the autumn chill, observing the gradually dispersing crowd of mourners, and for the first time, he felt a profound sense of aimless bewilderment. He was taken back to the resplendently restored Prince Pingin's residence. Guan Yin had left him boundless wealth and honor, and the new emperor adhered to the last wishes, treating him with great respect. Yet that person was no longer there. There was no one to caress his cheek with calloused fingers, no one to scold him while holding him tightly for warmth, no one to gaze at him with complex eyes that offered an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Nights became particularly unbearable. The opulent bed was vast and cold. The heavy silk quilt failed to ward off the penetrating chill. The pain in his demon core sharpened, reminding him that the source of his warmth had vanished entirely. He curled up in a corner of the bed, clutching an old garment once worn by Guan Yin, faint traces of his essence lingering upon it. He breathed in greedily, yet proved futile. So cold, Guan Yin, he silently called out in his heart, yet received no response in return. During the day, sycophants continued to flatter him, addressing him as Prince Pingin, but he felt anything but secure. He was cold in pain and utterly lost. He had survived, just as Guan Yin had wished. But what now? The system had not come for him. Guan Yin had abandoned him. He clung to life, yet it seemed devoid of all meaning and direction. Often, he would sit alone in the highest pavilion of the royal residence, gazing toward the palace for an entire day. His ice-blue eyes were hollow, reflecting no scenery. He remained the exquisitely beautiful Prince Pingin, possessing enviable power and wealth. Yet, he was also a forsaken shell, lost in the passage of time. Guan Yin intertwined his life with love and hate, ultimately granting him freedom through death, but also binding him in the deepest captivity, a ceaseless winter of warm memories intertwined with a chilling reality. Yi Lin could only embrace the fading warmth, forever wandering in a world he had never truly comprehended, until perhaps one day, the demon's core would shatter completely, or he would encounter another who could offer warmth. Guan Yin's passing was not merely a fleeting sorrow for Yi Lin, but a prolonged winter lasting a millennium. After the initial confusion and coldness, the deeply ingrained obsession and possessiveness intrinsic to his demonic nature finally awakened. He could not bear an eternity devoid of Guan Yin. He yearned for his return. With Guan Yin's death, the loss of his source unexpectedly ceased to worsen, and even allowed a small part of the demon's core to recover over the long passage of time. Yi Lin departed from the palace, now a place of memories long altered, and returned to his forgotten cave deep in the mountains. A millennium had passed. Empires rose and fell, and chaos reigned in a world where etiquette had decayed. Yi Lin's pale, beautiful visage remained unchanged, yet his ice-blue eyes were steeped in 1,000 years of solitude and an almost maddening obsession. He employed secret arts to sense the heavens and earth, searching for the ethereal traces of Guan Yin's scattered soul, as well as the most suitable vessel for his return. Then, he found Jiang Yin, a young general who, like a wildfire, had emerged in the chaotic world through military achievements. He bore striking resemblance to Guan Yin, even sharing the character Yin in his name. More importantly, his birth chart and even his soul exhibited an astonishing compatibility with Guan Yin. A perfect vessel, Yilin did not hesitate. Effortlessly, he blended into the mortal realm. Utilizing the wisdom accumulated over millennia, his unblemished beauty, and the regained fragment of his demonic power to orchestrate a chance encounter. He needed to approach Jiang Yan, guide this vessel, and cultivate him into a being reminiscent of Guan Yin, at the very least, a Guan Yin possessing his memories and soul. However, upon interaction, Yilin swiftly discovered that this Jiang Yin was utterly different from the profound, authoritative Guan Yin of his memories, entwined with love and hate. Jiang Yin was like a sword unsheathed, brimming with vigor, openly expressing joy and anger. He would drink and feast with soldiers in the barracks, laugh boisterously after a victorious battle, and argue fiercely over tactical disagreements. He possessed Guan Yin's innate leadership and keen intuition on the battlefield, even sharing the same chiseled profile when lost in thought. But that was where the similarities ended. He lacked the profound scheming of Guan Yin, the intertwining of deep-seated hatred and love, and the absolute desire for control that evoked both dependence and fear in Yilin. He was simple and fervent, akin to a blazing flame, pure and resplendent. This completely disrupted Yilin's plans. He had initially intended to directly guide the soul, even contemplating the forcible infusion of memories. Yet, in the face of such a vibrant and distinctly different spirit, those crude methods seemed utterly incongruous and might even jeopardize this flawless vessel. Yilin's heart, which had remained undisturbed for millennia, stirred with a hint of agitation, but more prominently, an unrecognized sense of helplessness. He was accustomed to everything about Guan Yin, yet now he faced an erroneous option. However, the vessel was irreplaceable. After a prolonged silence, a glimmer of icy determination flickered in Yilin's azure eyes. Since it was different, he would gradually transform him, sculpting him into the form he desired. Thus, Yilin chose to remain by Jiang Yan's side. In the guise of a strategist, he effortlessly gained Jiang Yan's trust and reliance through insights and methods far superior to those of this era. He assisted him, offering advice and strategies, helping him achieve victory time and again, thereby enhancing his reputation. Simultaneously, he began to subtly cultivate Jiang Yan. He would seemingly casually reference the affairs of the previous dynasty, recounting the words and deeds of the illustrious Guan emperor from his memories, along with his governance strategies. He would guide Jiang Yan to read specific books, appreciate particular arts, and foster the deep-seated dignity and demeanor befitting an emperor. When Jiang Yan blundered with a carefree attitude, Yilin would point it out in a cool tone, his gaze carrying a barely perceptible scrutiny reminiscent of how Guan Yin once regarded him. Jiang Yan was almost entirely obedient to this beautiful and wise Mr. Yi, holding him in immense admiration. He felt that Mr. Yi was incredibly knowledgeable and perceptive, though sometimes a tad too serious, with an odd gaze that seemed to look through him at something else. Yet, he did not harbor any dislike for Mr. Yi. In fact, the mysterious, aloof, yet fragile aura surrounding Mr. Yi inexplicably drew him in, making him want to protect him, even though he believed Mr. Yi did not require his protection. He began to unconsciously mimic the demeanor of that perfect emperor as described by Mr. Yi, striving to become more composed and dignified. He yearned for more of Mr. Yi's approval and the complex gaze that he could not quite understand. Yilin observed Jiang Yan under his guidance, gradually shedding the youthful impetuosity, slowly solidifying into an imposing figure, yet his heart felt little joy. The process was too slow, too uncertain. Moreover, regardless of Jiang Yan's imitation, his inherent brightness and sincerity would still inadvertently shine through, starkly contrasting with Guan Yin. Yilin often found himself lost in thought, watching Jiang Yan like this. At times, he would feel restless, loathing the vessel's imperfections. Occasionally, that heart frozen for millennia would be inadvertently pricked by Jiang Yan's unclouded smile, stirring up a faint ripple of emotions he despised. However, this did not hinder the continuation of his transformation plan. Yi Lin meticulously and coldly sculpted this rough gem, striving to mold it into the likeness of Guan Yin. Meanwhile, Jiang Yin, in his ignorance, endeavored to run towards the expectations of Mr. Yi, blissfully unaware that he was merely a vessel prepared for the arrival of a departed soul. Nor did he realize that the serene gentleman regarded him solely as a substitute for someone long gone. Time flew by amidst the flames of war and the intrigues of power. Under Yi Lin's devoted assistance and subtle guidance, Jiang Yan's transformation became increasingly apparent. The once boisterous young general, whose smile radiated like the morning sun, gradually became tempered by the turmoil of a chaotic world and the burdens he bore. He retained his battlefield sharpness and decisiveness, yet his demeanor increasingly bore the gravitas and inscrutability cultivated by Yi Lin, characteristic of a ruler. He began to habitually furrow his brow in contemplation, issued commands with undeniable authority, and occasionally, the glance he cast upon his subordinates revealed a hint of a monarch's frigid scrutiny. His loyal subordinates often privately remarked, "The general, or rather his majesty, now exudes an even greater majesty, though he seems to smile less than before." There was a lingering sense that sometimes his majesty's gaze could be somewhat intimidating, as if he had transformed into another person. They attributed these changes to the trials of a tumultuous era and the elevation of status. Only Yi Lin understood how much of this was the result of his painstaking cultivation day after day. He observed Jiang Yin increasingly resembling the Guan Yin of his memories, watching as he cleared the world of chaos step by step, ultimately donning the yellow robe and ascending the throne. Establishing the capital in the city once ruled by Guan Yin, standing in the resplendent palace, gazing down at the officials prostrating before him, Jiang Yin, perhaps now deserving of the title of the new emperor, exhibited a visage both stern and profound, already embodying the demeanor of one who reigns supreme. Yi Lin stood at the forefront of the officials, quietly observing it all. A millennium seemed to converge at this moment. The same enthronement ceremony, the same achievements in unifying the realm, the same emperor standing before him. Yet, the sentiments had long since diverged. On the day of awarding merit, the new emperor's gaze swept over his loyal ministers, ultimately resting upon the figure draped in pale, cool hues. His voice resonated with stability and imperial authority. "Lord Yi, your tireless efforts and remarkable contributions have been invaluable. Without you, there would be no present for me. I grant you the privilege to choose your own reward. Whatever you desire, I shall not refuse." The officials held their breath. Countless envious and jealous eyes turned towards Yi Lin. A duke? A chancellor? Perhaps even a feudal king? Slowly, Yi Lin stepped forward, clad in robes as white as snow, standing in stark contrast to the crimson and purple attire surrounding him. Yet somehow, it seemed fitting. He lifted his icy blue gaze towards the familiar yet unfamiliar emperor seated upon the dragon throne, and in that moment the solitude, obsession, and a certain complexity of emotions regarding peace, emotions he had not even recognized within himself, surged forth. He slightly bowed, his voice cool and steady, yet distinctly resonant throughout the grand hall. "Your servant, I seek no other reward. I only wish to beseech your majesty for a title." He paused, as if traversing 1,000 years of time, and once more uttered those two words, "Prince of Peace." In that instant, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. Prince of Peace? A title that appears utterly powerless, perhaps even overly tranquil? In stark contrast to the extraordinary achievements of Yi Lin, it seems almost laughably insubstantial. The newly enthroned emperor on the dragon throne was suddenly taken aback. The name Prince Pinyin resonated in his mind like a distant bell tolling, unexpectedly crashing into the depths of his consciousness. A strange and intense thrill swept over him without warning, his heart feeling as though it had been violently tugged, aching and swelling, bringing forth an inexplicable pain and a sense of haunting familiarity. Why? Why did this title evoke such a profound reaction? He gazed at the pale, exquisitely beautiful face of Yi Lin, which remained calm and unperturbed, in search of any hint or clue. Yi Lin's gaze remained clear and cold, as if he had merely chosen the simplest and most trivial of rewards. Was it novelty? Was it a means of evasion? Or was there a deeper significance? The new emperor found himself utterly unable to decipher the intentions of the greatest benefactor who had supported him along his journey. He suppressed the tumult of unusual emotions within him, striving to maintain the dignity of his imperial presence, though his voice involuntarily softened. Tinged with a hint of curiosity, Prince Ping'an? Why does Yi Qing particularly favor this title? Yi Lin lowered his eyelashes, concealing the tumultuous waves of 1,000 years swirling within his gaze, responding in a tone devoid of disturbance. I possess no exceptional talents. I only wish for your majesty's reign to be everlasting and for peace to prevail across the land. Moreover, I desire to enjoy tranquility myself. This title is indeed splendid. To enjoy peace. The new emperor silently repeated these 4 words, feeling an even stronger sense of peculiarity in his heart. He sensed that Yi Lin's words carried deeper meaning, the term peace weighing heavily. Yet, the decree had been pronounced and could not be retracted. He cast a profound glance at Yi Lin, ultimately nodding. Let it be so. Henceforth, Yi Lin shall be conferred the title of Prince Ping'an, inheritable without exception, enjoying the salary of a prince, and may he not bow before me. Thank you, your majesty, for your grace. Yi Lin bowed gracefully, his demeanor unmarked by joy or sorrow. The court officials exchanged glances, bewildered yet compelled to extend their congratulations. Only the new emperor, gazing at the solitary and cold figure below, found that sudden sense of emptiness and familiarity lingering in his heart, refusing to dissipate. Prince Ping'an, he felt as if he had lost something exceedingly significant. And Yi Lin, once again, became Prince Ping'an. The same title, yet different emperors, different eras. This title served as a brand, linking the past and the present, and like an incantation. It bound Yi Lin's heart, while foreshadowing his resolute determination to possess the flawless vessel that was the new emperor. Was that utterance of peace ultimately a wish, or a prophecy heralding another storm? Chapter 44. The Lovesick Serpent Demon. Doubt the dawn of a new dynasty heralded a fresh beginning. Yet not everyone was enchanted by the splendor of the new emperor's ascension or the honor bestowed upon Yi Lin as Prince Ping'an. Qin Feng, a childhood friend of Jiang Yan, now a rising star within the military, had been ennobled and appointed as a marquis. Their bond was akin to that of blood brothers. Forged amidst the blood-soaked battlegrounds, their familiarity akin to that of one's own hands. It was precisely because of this deep understanding that Qin Feng sensed Jiang Yan's transformation earlier and more distinctly than anyone else. Turmoil tempers the spirit. Status alters the individual. Qin Feng understood this truth. Jiang Yan's metamorphosis from general to emperor brought about a newfound steadiness, dignity, and an inscrutable mind, all of which were entirely to be expected. However, Qin Feng's intuition informed him that Jiang Yan's transformation seemed excessively pronounced, even somewhat discordant. The former Jiang Yan resembled a cask of potent wine, fiery and unrestrained, with every emotion written upon his countenance. When he was joyful, he would laugh heartily. When angered, he would curse unabashedly. Though coarse, he was undeniably genuine and endearing. In stark contrast, the current Jiang Yan resembled an unfathomable, frigid pool. Beneath his imposing demeanor lingered an inexplicable gloom, his decisions increasingly shrewd and merciless, devoid of human warmth. Even his smiles had become exceedingly rare and formulaic, merely a mechanical twitch of the lips rather than a manifestation of true emotion. What concerned Qin Feng even more were the occasional, exceedingly subtle habits and gestures from Jiang Yan that were utterly inconsistent with his true nature. For instance, the unconscious rhythmic tapping of his fingertips against the armrest of the dragon chair while in contemplation, or his piercing, icy gaze that seemed to penetrate one's very soul. Such traits did not align with the boisterous Jiang Yan he once knew. It was not until Yi Lin casually uttered the title Prince of Peace in the Golden Hall that Qin Feng observed a barely perceptible stiffening in Jiang Yan's posture. As a fleeting moment of blankness and an intense tremor, seemingly originating from the depths of his soul, washed over his face. Meanwhile, Yi Lin, an ethereal figure, strikingly beautiful and unnaturally composed, stood there as if merely requesting a trifle. The title Prince of Peace? A designation scarcely found in the annals of the previous dynasty. One that starkly contrasted with Yilin's monumental achievements. Why was it chosen? And why did it elicit such an extraordinary reaction from His Majesty? Qin Feng furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He hastily connected numerous doubts. Jiang Yan's drastic change appeared to have begun with the arrival of this Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, a paragon of talent, willingly chose to assist Jiang Yan, who was not the most dominant force at the time. What was his motive? The influence Mr. Yi wielded over Jiang Yan seemed extraordinary. The latter appeared to heed his counsel almost unquestioningly. Now, he had sought such an enigmatic and sensitive title. A chilling thought invaded Qin Feng's mind. Could it be that Mr. Yi had employed some malevolent sorcery to sway the emperor's judgment? Was he perhaps attempting to usurp the throne? The mere notion sent shivers down his spine. After the court session, Qin Feng refrained from joining other officials in congratulating the newly appointed Prince of Peace. Instead, he returned to his residence burdened with heavy thoughts. He was restless, increasingly convinced of the suspicions swirling in his mind. Yilin was too perfect, too mysterious, and wielded too much influence. He could not stand idly by as a childhood friend fell under someone else's control, potentially facing dire consequences. That night, Qin Feng donned civilian attire and sought an audience with the new emperor in secret. Within the imperial study, the candlelight flickered. Jiang Yan was engrossed in reviewing memorials when he noticed Qin Feng's late-night visit with some surprise. Qin, what brings you here at such an urgent hour? Qin Feng dismissed the attendants, closed the door with a resolute thud, and knelt before Jiang Yan, his tone grave. Your Majesty, I have a matter of great importance to present. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow. Rise and speak. There is no need for such formality between us. Yet, Qin Feng remained kneeling, lifting his gaze to meet Jiang Yan's intense eyes. Your Majesty, do you not feel that you have changed significantly of late? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yan's gaze flickered slightly. He set down his vermilion brush and replied in a calm tone. In one's position, one must attend to governance. Change is merely a matter of course. No, is not merely change. Qin Feng interjected urgently. Your Majesty, do you not recall the days in Longxi when we were besieged by the enemy for 3 days, deprived of water and food, and survived only by drinking horse urine? Despite the dire circumstances, you managed to smile and proclaim that surviving such tribulations would surely bring future blessings. But now, it has been long since I have seen you genuinely smile. Jiang Yan fell silent for a moment, his fingers unconsciously curling slightly. That memory was vivid and searing, yet it felt separated from his current state of mind by a veil. A time then, a time now, he remarked softly. And what of Mr. Yi? Qin Feng could no longer contain himself and pressed on. Your Majesty, do you not find him suspicious? His origins are shrouded in mystery, his intellect bordering on the supernatural, and he wields tremendous influence over you. Furthermore, the title of Prince Pengen is undeniably peculiar. I suspect he, Qin. Jiang Yan suddenly interrupted, his voice turning icy. Imbued with the authority of an emperor. Mind your words. The atmosphere in the imperial study instantly thickened. Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened, filled with an intensity both familiar and foreign to Qin Feng. Mr. Yi has rendered invaluable service to me and to the nation. The title of Prince Pengen was granted by my own decree. Do you question my judgment, or do you doubt Mr. Ye's loyalty? Qin Feng felt a chill as he met that gaze. In that moment, he almost believed he was not facing his childhood friend Jiang Yan, but rather an entirely unfamiliar and unassailable sovereign. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to speak. I do not dare. I only worry for your Majesty. Do you not feel that since Mr. Ye's arrival, you have become increasingly unlike your former self? Jiang Yan abruptly rose, his sleeves sweeping across the table, stirring a cold breeze. He looked down upon Qin Feng, his expression complex, filled with anger, and a fleeting glimpse of struggle, all ultimately enshrouded by a profound chill. Qin Feng, he began slowly, enunciating each word. I am the emperor. The past Jiang Yan has perished. The one seated before you now is the sovereign of all. Mr. Yi is my trusted minister, and I shall not tolerate any slander against him. Consider your words as though they were never spoken. You may leave. The final 3 words were delivered with an icy detachment. Qin Feng gazed at the entirely unfamiliar emperor before him, his heart plummeting. He understood then it was not manipulation. The emperor had willingly transformed into this. Or rather, under Yi Lin's guidance, he was actively discarding his former self, evolving towards a predetermined and alien trajectory. The title of Prince Pinyin served as the most enigmatic annotation of this transformation. Ultimately, Qin Feng left the imperial study in a daze. He realized that some things were irretrievable. And as for Prince Pinyin, Yi Lin's identity and intentions were likely far more terrifying than he had anticipated. He must take action. At the very least, he needed to uncover the truth behind Yi Lin and the secrets concealed within the title of Prince Pinyin. Having ascended to the throne and wielded the power of the empire, Jiang Yan's thoughts could not wholly immerse themselves in the grand vision of establishing a prosperous era. The enigmatic and ethereal Prince Pinyin, Yi Lin, clad in garments as white as snow, pierced the heart of Jiang Yan like a thorn, often evoking an indescribable flutter and a profound sense of unease. Yi Lin was marked by an abundance of peculiarities. He possessed extraordinary talents, demonstrating remarkable insight and control over state affairs, military matters, and even the human psyche, as though he were an ancient being who had lived for centuries. Yet, he appeared strikingly youthful, his exquisite features untouched by the passage of time. His constitution was unlike any other, exhibiting an extreme sensitivity to cold, even in the sweltering summer. His fingertips often felt frigid. The finest physicians from the Imperial Medical Bureau could not ascertain any underlying cause, merely attributing it to congenital deficiencies necessitating careful nurturing. His demeanor towards the emperor was one of respectful detachment, maintaining the propriety of a subject. Yet deep within his ice-blue eyes flickered an intricate emotion that Jiang Yan found utterly perplexing. It was neither reverence for a sovereign nor gratitude for being valued. Rather, it resembled a distant gaze, as if looking through him to another person entirely. Most striking was his title, Prince Pinyin. Jiang Yan privately perused all historical records of previous dynasties, even resorting to secret archives, yet found no precedent for any princely title bearing that name. It appeared as if it had materialized from thin air, capable of stirring a tumultuous resonance deep within his soul. All of this was exceedingly unusual. Jiang Yan was resolute in his belief that unmotivated loyalty and devotion did not exist in this world. Yi Lin's choice to assist him must harbor ulterior motives, likely concealed within these anomalies. Thus, he wielded the most clandestine powers of the emperor and began a covert investigation into Yi Lin's true origins, delving into everything preceding his emergence and tracing any potential clues linked to the title of Prince Pinyin. However, the investigation proved to be exceedingly arduous. Yi Lin seemed to have materialized out of nowhere. At the onset of his arrival in the beleaguered Jiang Yan's army, no one possessed any knowledge of his background. He had no family, no old friends, and no past. Every lead ultimately dissolved into a void. This unervingly pristine state in itself indicated a significant issue. Jiang Yan's doubts and vigilance grew day by day. He continued to rely on Yi Lin, valuing his counsel, for Yi Lin's brilliance was unparalleled and beneficial to the nation. Yet, he began to observe Yi Lin with increasing scrutiny, both intentionally and unintentionally. In time, he frequently caught glimpses of Yi Lin's momentary lapses. Sometimes, after deliberations, Yi Lin would linger in the hall, gazing vacantly in the direction of the dragon throne, as though ensnared in distant memories, his ice-blue eyes brimming with an ineffable sadness and longing. Upon sensing Jiang Yan's gaze, that emotion would swiftly vanish, reverting to an unfathomable coldness. On other occasions, during chance encounters in the Imperial Garden, Jiang Yan beheld Yi Lin standing alone beneath a millennia-old tree, staring up at the sky, his profile rendered fragile and solitary in the sunlight. In that moment, Jiang Yan felt an absurd impulse to approach and embrace him. Yet he restrained himself, and when Yi Lin noticed him, he merely offered a respectful bow, his eyes distant and aloof. The most unsettling experience for Jiang Yan occurred after a nocturnal banquet. Having indulged in some wine, he dismissed those around him and meandered through the palace to sober up. unknowingly wandering to the edge of the waterside pavilion not far from Yi Lin's chamber. There, he beheld Yi Lin, who remained unaware of his presence. Clad in a thin white garment, he sat barefoot on the stone steps by the water, his feet submerged in the chilling lake. Moonlight cascaded upon him, enveloping him in a silvery sheen, rendering him extraordinarily beautiful, yet his solitude evoked a tightening in the heart. He sat in silence, gazing at the shimmering surface of the lake, seemingly murmuring a vague syllable almost unconsciously. Jiang Yin held his breath, straining to listen. The wind dispersed much of the sound, but he faintly discerned that the repeated syllable seemed to be calling him. Was Yi Lin calling his name? A sudden jolt surged through Jiang Yan's heart, accompanied by an indescribable warmth intertwined with deeper confusion. Why this tone? As if it had been uttered countless times, imbued with a bone-deep familiarity and ineffable weariness, and a sense of dependence. Unable to resist, he stepped forward, inadvertently snapping a dry twig beneath his foot. The subtle noise startled Yi Lin. He turned abruptly, and upon seeing Jiang Yin, a flicker of clear panic crossed his ice-blue eyes, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. He hastily withdrew his feet from the water, rising unsteadily. "Your Majesty?" He lowered his lashes, his voice returning to its customary coolness. Yet the rapidity of his breath and the flush of his ears betrayed his earlier vulnerability. Jiang Yin approached, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized him. "Why is the Prince of Ping'an here, wading barefoot in the water, unafraid of worsening your ailment?" His tone carried the weight of imperial concern, laced with unmistakable inquiry. Yi Lin averted his eyes and softly replied, "I momentarily lost track of time, captivated by the moonlight." "I appreciate your Majesty's concern." Jiang Yin, still fixated on him, slowly inquired, "Did the Prince of Ping'an seem to call for me?" Yi Lin's body stiffened imperceptibly before he responded with calm indifference. "Your Majesty misheard. I merely felt unwell and did not utter a sound." His denial came too swiftly and too placidly, thus amplifying the sense of concealment. Jiang Yin refrained from further questioning. He merely gazed deeply at Yi Lin, as if attempting to pierce through his frigid exterior to uncover the secrets hidden within. "Return and rest well," he finally said, dismissing him with a wave of his hand, his tone devoid of discernible emotion. "I take my leave." Yi Lin bowed, hurrying away, his retreat tinged with a hint of fluster. Jiang Yin stood alone by the pavilion, watching the direction in which Yi Lin had vanished, then glanced down at the ripples that had yet to settle, his brow furrowed tightly. Misheard? No, he certainly had not misheard. Yi Lin, in solitude, had murmured his name, or perhaps a name strikingly similar, in a tone he had never encountered before, complex enough to send tremors through his heart. "Prince of Ping'an, Yi Lin, who are you truly? Through me, whom do you truly see? What is it you seek in your service to me?" The clouds of doubt in Jiang Yan's heart grew ever thicker, akin to the profound darkness of a night that could not be dispelled. Yi Lin's occasional displays of distraction and fragility not only failed to alleviate his suspicions, but instead acted as the most alluring poison, making him both cautious and irresistibly drawn to uncover the truth. Chapter 45. The Lovesick Serpent Demon. The resurrection of Guan Yin. The shadows of uncertainty in Jiang Yan's mind were not dissipated by Yi Lin's denials. Rather, they swelled like an ever-growing snowball. No longer relying solely on instinct and sporadic observations, he conducted a more clandestine investigation into Yi Lin's affairs. He enlisted not only the imperial spies, but also a few of his most trusted core officials, including his childhood friend Qin Feng, who had followed him since the dawn of his career. These loyal subjects had already sensed Yi Lin's peculiarities. His strategies were nearly supernatural. His countenance remained unchanged through the years, and his complex, ineffable attitude towards his majesty, coupled with the enigmatic title of Prince Ping'an, all hinted at something extraordinary. With the emperor's tacit approval, even his directives, they promptly set their plans into motion. They discreetly scrutinized all suspicious individuals among the itinerant populace prior to Yi Lin's appearances, delving into records of missing persons. They offered generous rewards for anyone who might recognize or have encountered Yi Lin. They even sought the counsel of reclusive hermits well-versed in arcane arts, inquiring if any techniques existed to preserve youth or manipulate hearts. They meticulously monitored every action of Yilin, whom he met, where he ventured, and what particular objects caught his interest. The investigation proceeded with fervor in the shadows. Yilin, seemingly oblivious, continued to attend court daily, participating in discussions while maintaining the persona of the cool, low-profile Prince Pinyin, who wielded considerable power. Yet beneath this facade of tranquility, Yilin had never ceased his own activities. A millennium of waiting had culminated in this moment. The vessel for Guan Yin had been identified and ascended to the throne, invigorated by the potent dragon energy, presenting the ideal vessel for the soul's return. What he now required was to complete the crucial step of the resurrection ritual by gathering the scattered fragments of Guan Yin's soul that lay across the heavens and the earth, and refining them with rare materials to guide them back to their rightful place. These materials were none other than the rarest in existence, some even existing solely in legend. The millennia-old cold marrow beneath the Arctic expanse, pearls formed from the tears of merfolk in the South Sea, the immortal core of the sacred wood struck by lightning atop Kunlun, and the personal relics of emperors from bygone eras imbued with formidable obsessions. The quest for these materials was fraught with difficulty and peril, demanding extraordinary means and power. Yilin had restored a portion of his demonic essence, much of which was expended on this endeavor. He often discreetly left the capital for several days, claiming to be in seclusion for recuperation or to visit old friends. Despite the secrecy of his actions, the frequency of his absences inevitably aroused suspicion. Jiang Yan's spies quickly reported back. The Prince Pingyin's movements were enigmatic, frequently leading him to perilous, desolate locations, and upon his return, he appeared momentarily weakened, often accompanied by peculiar items emanating strange energy fluctuations. Once, Yilin journeyed to the farthest reaches of the north to procure the ancient marrow of ice, engaging in a fierce battle with the guarding ice spirit. Although he successfully obtained the marrow, the depletion of his demonic energy left him pale to the point of transparency, emanating an unshakable chill that was more severe than ever before. He strained to report to the palace, and Jiang Yin immediately discerned his unusual state. Whereas the Prince of Peace ventured, what has brought him to such a plight? Jiang Yin dismissed those around them and approached Yilin, his tone laced with an undeniable inquiry. He could almost feel the bone-chilling cold radiating from Yilin, a coldness that seemed out of place for the season. Yilin lowered his eyelashes, concealing the weariness in his eyes. Your Majesty need not worry. I merely experienced a recurrence of an old ailment, nothing grave. An old ailment? Jiang Yan's voice turned cold. What kind of old ailment necessitated the Prince of Peace's repeated excursions to places even the most seasoned hunters dared not enter? What sort of old ailment would leave you with such a presence? Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened like a blade. Suddenly fixating on the hand, Yilin had subtly tucked into his sleeve. There a faint, ethereal blue chill, capable of freezing one's very soul, was seeping out uncontrollably, the unmistakable aura of the ancient marrow of ice. Yilin's heart quaked, instinctively retreating his hand deeper into his sleeve. Although swift, the movement had already betrayed him. The air within the imperial study became palpably tense. Their eyes met, one filled with icy scrutiny, the other feigning composure. Jiang Yan's internal alarm reached a crescendo. Yilin was indeed concealing a monumental secret. Those perilous places, those extraordinary artifacts, were anything but mundane. What was he attempting to achieve? Meanwhile, Yilin rapidly assessed the situation. Had he been discovered? To what extent? Jiang Yan's vigilance was far more acute than he had anticipated. The resurrection ritual was not yet prepared. He could not afford to falter at this critical juncture. Your Majesty jests. Yilin forcibly suppressed the tumultuous blood and chill within him, striving for a tone of calm. I merely sought some herbal remedies. Their properties a touch too cold. Is that so? Jiang Yin clearly did not believe him, advancing a step closer, his imperial aura unabashedly radiating. Do you truly think I am oblivious to everything? His gaze was palpable, locking onto Yilin, attempting to discern any hint of panic or flaw in his ice-blue eyes. Yi Lin's heart skipped a beat, yet the composure honed over millennia allowed him to maintain an impassive facade. He merely inclined his body slightly. "I harbor no ulterior motives toward your majesty." The words, though spoken with apparent sincerity, rang hollow. Jiang Yin scrutinized him for an extended moment, ultimately refraining from further interrogation. He understood that without concrete evidence, he could not shake the Prince of Peace's resolve. However, his suspicions and wariness had reached their zenith. "So be it," Jiang Yin coldly remarked, turning back to the dragon desk. "Your health is still fragile. It would be best for you to return to your estate and recuperate. There is no need to concern yourself with court matters in the meantime." This was, in essence, a veiled form of house arrest and a stripping of power. Yi Lin's pupils constricted, but he did not argue. He simply replied respectfully, "Thank you, your majesty, for your consideration. I take my leave." He slowly exited the imperial study, his back still straight, yet his hand within his sleeve was clenched tightly, fingertips icy. It seemed that the plan must be expedited. Jiang Yan's investigation and suspicions had arrived earlier and with greater intensity than he had anticipated. After Yi Lin's departure, Jiang Yan immediately summoned his trusted subordinates, commanding them with a cold and resolute tone, "Keep a vigilant watch on him. Monitor every corner of my residence, every potential location he might visit. Additionally, increase the manpower to ascertain what he brings back each time he ventures out." "What purpose do those items serve?" "Understood." Qin Feng and the others responded gravely, retreating with solemn expressions. Thus, Qin Feng and his companions commenced a thorough investigation centered around the title of the Prince of Peace. Upon returning to the royal residence, Yi Lin sensed the sudden increase of hidden surveillance in the air, a chill flickering in his ice-blue eyes. No one could deter him from resurrecting Guan Yin, not even if it meant opposing the world itself. He gazed toward the palace with an obsessive and determined glare. "Guan Yin, wait for me. Soon, we shall reunite." Regardless of the cost, Yi Lin's patience had worn thin. Jiang Yan's growing suspicions and the mounting scrutiny felt like a tightening noose, suffocating him. He could no longer afford to wait or take risks. The ritual to revive Guan Yin had to commence immediately, even if the conditions were far from ideal and the price exceedingly steep. Utilizing the cunning of a millennia-old serpent and his familiarity with the palace's formations, he meticulously devised a flawless plan for stealth. On a moonless night, he effortlessly evaded all guards and spies, slipping into the emperor's chambers like a specter. The room was dimly lit, and Jiang Yan lay in slumber, his visage strikingly similar to Guan Yan's, marked with a hint of fatigue, yet retaining the regal dignity of an emperor. Standing beside the bed, Yi Lin's ice-blue eyes held no hesitation, only a near-manic obsession. He extended his hand, the tips of his fingers enveloped in a faint, ethereal power, gently brushing across Jiang Yan's brow, drawing him into a deeper slumber. "Forgive me," Yi Lin murmured softly, though his tone bore little remorse, instead resonating with the tremor of impending fulfillment. "Your destiny is to become him." With ease, he hoisted the unconscious Jiang Yan, blending back into the night as if he had never been there. Departing the heavily guarded palace and racing towards the secret altar he had prepared outside the city. The altar lay deep within a desolate valley, arranged according to ancient formations, surrounded by eerie flags with intricate blood-red runes etched at its center. Yi Lin laid Jiang Yan upon the altar, surrounding him with the materials he had painstakingly gathered, the icy essence of millennia, the shimmering tears of a mere folk, the crackling core of thunderstruck wood, and a treasured 9-dragon jade pendant he had retrieved from the depths of Guan Yan's tomb in a previous life, now radiating potent obsession and draconic energy. Standing before the altar, Yi Lin's pale and beautiful face reflected a fervent devotion bordering on madness. He slashed open his wrist, allowing his blood imbued with demonic power to drip onto the runes, instantly activating them. With a resounding hum, the altar erupted in blinding light, fierce winds swirling, and dust and stones flying. The energy from the materials was frantically siphoned, transforming into streams of vibrant light that surged into Jiang Yan's body, simultaneously tearing at his very soul. Jiang Yan's body convulsed violently, and even in unconsciousness, he emitted pained groans, his brow furrowed tightly, as if resisting something. Yi Lin paid no heed, reciting ancient and obscure incantations, unleashing his demonic power without reservation, guiding the energy to seek the scattered remnants of souls throughout the world, forcefully infusing them into this vessel. The process was agonizing and protracted. Yi Lin's complexion grew increasingly pale, the demon core fracturing once more due to excessive consumption. Yet his eyes sparkled with an exhilarating light. He could feel it. Those fragments were converging. The familiar aura was awakening. Finally, when the last vestige of energy was infused and the altar's radiance reached its zenith before abruptly extinguishing, everything fell into tranquility. The wind stilled and the dust settled. At the center of the altar, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? No longer did they possess Jiang Yan's sincerity and warmth, nor the imperial majesty cultivated by Yi Lin in this lifetime. Instead, they were filled with unfathomable darkness, the anguish of betrayal and destruction, a deep-seated hatred that had not been erased by a millennium, along with a flicker of confusion and scrutiny just awakening. It was Guan Yan, the very Guan Yan who had been betrayed and toyed with in a past life, who had ultimately perished in a tempest of wrath. Yi Lin's heart nearly leaped from his chest, immense joy and millennia of grievances instantly engulfing him. He had succeeded. He had finally succeeded, unable to contain himself any longer. He lunged forward, disregarding the other's bewilderment and the chilling aura that belonged to a former emperor. Like a weary bird that had finally found its way home, he dove into Guan Yan's embrace, tightly wrapping his arms around his waist, burying his face in his neck, greedily inhaling that profoundly familiar and haunting scent. Guan Yan, his voice quivered with tears, a fragile and wronged outpouring after 1,000 years of solitude. You have finally returned. I have missed you so much. I am so cold. I have waited for you for so long. He incoherently expressed his longing, his body trembling slightly from excitement and weakness, as if to pour out all the waiting, all the hardships, all the fears and grievances accumulated over the millennia in that very moment. Immersed in the overwhelming joy of reunion, he completely failed to notice how rigid Guan Yan's body was within his embrace. Those eyes, recently opened and filled with hatred and confusion, contracted sharply upon hearing Yi Lin's voice and feeling his embrace. By a twist of fate, the soul summoned was none other than Guan Yan from before the temporal regression. Guan Yan's consciousness surged back like a tide, memories filled with flames, blood, and betrayal flooding back with frenzied clarity. Yiding, it was this voice, this face, this hypocritical, venomous serpent demon who had cast him into hell. How could he be here? Had he not already perished? What was this body? And this embrace, this hypocritical, nauseating warmth? A tempest rose in Guan Yan's pupils, the weight of hatred erupting like a volcano, threatening to consume him entirely. Yet Yi Lin remained oblivious, tightly embracing him as though he were her sole salvation, murmuring softly with a voice imbued with dependency and a hint of plaintive grievance. Please don't leave me again. All right? I understand my mistakes. From now on, I will heed your words. Don't abandon me. This posture of attachment, this tone of fragility, starkly contrasted with the cold, malevolent Yi Lin etched in his memory. Guan Yan's body stiffened like iron as he felt the chill radiating from the person in his arms and the subtle tremors coursing through her. The faint, icy fragrance that was uniquely Yi Lin enveloped him, presenting a jarring conflict with his deepest memories of hatred, nearly tearing at his very nerves. He abruptly raised his hand, intent on forcefully pushing this duplicitous viper away, even contemplating the act of strangling her. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with Yi Lin's back, he heard her last, tearful whisper, "I'm so cold." Guan Yan's movement froze midair. The frigid temperature was achingly real, the tremor was exceedingly slight, and the tone of grievance and reliance echoed with the distorted warmth of their past, when they were compelled to seek solace in each other's company. Hatred still surged within him, yet an even deeper, unfathomable wave of bewilderment struck him unexpectedly. How was he here? He had perished shortly after Yi Lin's mysterious disappearance. Had she resurrected him? Why? What new game was this deceiver playing? Guan Yan's hand lingered suspended, caught in a limbo of indecision. He lowered his gaze, observing the fluffy head nestled against him, the slender shoulders quivering faintly, as centuries of animosity clashed violently with the bizarre fragility before him. The altar was enveloped in a profound silence, save for Yi Lin's low, sorrowful sobs and Guan Yan's heart, thundering with chaotic fervor and murderous intent. Resurrected as desired. Yet the returning Guan Yan was the most wretched version of himself. Chapter 46. The Affectionate Serpent Demon. Whining Yi Lin was immersed in the overwhelming joy and relief of Guan Yan's resurrection, oblivious to the sudden stiffness of the one in her embrace and the nearly palpable chill of hatred emanating from him. She assumed it was merely Guan Yan's spirit still settling, not yet fully awakened, or perhaps the discomfort stemming from his crossing between life and death. She wept inconsolably, akin to a fledgling bird that had finally found its nest, gripping Guan Yan's garment tightly and intermittently expressing, "Do you know how cold I was after you left?" The demon core hurt so much. "They all wish to harm me. You were my only hope. I searched for so long to find this vessel. He resembles you. It is not you at all. I miss you so much, Guan Yan. Please don't abandon me again. You promised you would always hold me to keep me warm." Her words were a tangle of sincerity and chaos, interwoven with millennia of solitude, a prolonged search, the delicate crafting of a vessel, and the fear and grievance of losing her anchor. She laid bare her vulnerabilities and dependencies without reservation, as if to relinquish the burdens of thousands of years back to this person who had finally returned. Guan Yan's body remained rigid, yet as he listened to her heartfelt confessions, the tumult within him surged ever more violently. Vessel? Demon core? A millennium? These words, woven together, point to an incredible yet undeniable truth. He seems to have truly perished long ago, and Yi Lin employed some extraordinary means, waiting a millennium, to resurrect him within this vessel named Jiangyan. Thus, the dissonance of this world, the strangeness of this unfamiliar body, and Yi Lin's extraordinary fragility and dependence find reasonable explanation. The overwhelming hatred still blazes within his veins, yet a peculiar, chilling rationality gradually takes precedence. Yi Lin has revived him. Does Yi Lin need him? Depend on him? Even inexplicably love him? This realization fills Guan Yan with a profound sense of absurdity and disgust. Yet simultaneously, a brilliant, cruel plan for revenge takes shape within his heart. To kill him? That would be too lenient. Since this deceiver has so passionately played the role of a 1,000-year search for a beloved, why not play along? He wishes to witness Yi Lin's expression when he discovers that the one he has painstakingly resurrected is none other than the man who harbors a deep-seated hatred for him, and has been playing along all along. That would undoubtedly be far more entertaining than simply ending his life. Guan Yin forcibly suppresses the surging murderous intent and flames of hatred within him. His stiff arms slowly rise, awkwardly, with a mechanical tenderness, gently patting Yi Lin's back. His voice, hoarse and low from disuse and deliberate restraint, strives to mimic a gentle tone from a blurred memory, perhaps once possessed. There, don't cry.